of few products. I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It is already a Tolo Tuesday here on DFW Sports Station. Got the entire morning family together again here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton back from the bachelor party in Utah, and we got Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Everyone good to go, ready for a shorter week?
Always ready for a 4-day work week. The future that we will not be able to be around to get because it will happen the year after we retire.
Yeah, I always like when I can cram in 4-day work weeks. Makes me feel like Peyton.
Pepe, good to be back.
Good to be back. Missed you boys. What's going on?
No, you didn't.
When did you get back?
Sunday night. Landed about 7:30. So got the afternoon flight out of Vegas. Time change made a little later. And then, back and then had a day off yesterday.
And you and RJ Choppy not even aware that you were in the same building for the Rangers and another great offensive performance.
Hoffman at the belt. Kicks and fires. Swung on and sky to center. This should end it. Varsho ranging over toward right. He's there. He's got it. And the ball game's over. The Blue Jays have beaten the Rangers in the opener by the score of 2-1.
Were you there to see the 3 Blue Jays fans clapping there on the fan?
Yeah, I was sitting next to one of them. My buddy Brennan, who's a big Toronto, he's from Toronto. That's the reason we all went. He got a suite.
Whoa.
So it was weak fly balls.
Oh, I thought you meant the offense.
Yeah, the offense was just weak. It's just a lazy fly ball. You might get one that approaches the warning track. And it's just it's a depressing.
It is.
It's a depressing offense right now, and there's really not a whole lot. There's not a whole lot to sit there and look. Hey, you know what? This is happening. This is happening. They're doing this. They're not.
They're so boring.
They're so bad,
It is
man.
a beating to get through these games. I can't wait for them to be over.
God, they're 2 hours and 20 minutes long.
Yeah.
That's the thing about them. It's not even just like they're not having success. Watching them on offense right now is like it's painful. Like it is one of these things of like this feels almost like torture right now that you got to sit here and watch just how inept this offense is. And you keep saying like, all right, it's a funk. They're gonna shake out of it. It's like no, they're not good. They're not good, and that's the biggest problem right now.
Lost 2 of 3 to the White Sox. It took something crazy to avoid getting swept in Chicago by that terrible, terrible team.
Yeah, it took 5 runs. Took a 5-run. I mean, hey, credit to them, man. Look, they scored 5 runs in back-to-back games. That doesn't happen.
Well, it took a 3-run ninth.
Yeah, but this team is, 2 hours and 18 minutes yesterday, which is just, it's incredible. Thank God for the pitch clock. But yeah, like this.
And a great staff.
And really, it is. And that was a really well-pitched game.
First time deGrom has never had a strikeout, by the way. Didn't you say Atolo said, finally, I bet on him?
They were like, it's the first time I bet on deGrom, and here I am. He shows up. He doesn't even strike anybody out for the first time in his career. I mean, I think I was looking at it yesterday. I think minimum, even in all those times where he's left a game after 2 innings in his career and things like that, I think minimum he's always had 2 strikeouts every start, and he had nothing in 6 innings yesterday.
And like I was at the game. I didn't even notice that he didn't have a strikeout because like that's not. I'm not a strikeout like. I don't look for that. It's important, but it's like. I'm not like sitting there, how many strikeouts does he have, right? And I thought he pitched, he was fine. Like there was nothing wrong with him. He just wasn't getting swings and misses.
Seemed like
the rate he normally does.
Something was not fine with the finger. I don't know exactly what that was, causing him to, I don't know whether he was going to leave anyway, but that contributed to it, it felt like.
Yeah, and he's lately, whenever you watch him pitch, he's really good. If I'd never seen Jacob deGrom pitch before, I'd be watching him this year and going like, this dude's really, really good. He's awesome. But like because you know who Jacob deGrom is and what Jacob deGrom's been, when you watch him, it's like this just like isn't quite right. Like there's something that just feels a little off about all this.
So did they say that that's why they took him out on the broadcast? Because we were like, what's the point of taking him out? You run him out there for the 6th. He gives up a hit, but then he gets an out. Like why? That's not something you do to a guy that is like a Jake deGrom.
Something was up with his finger.
Okay, and that makes sense because it was a weird call the mound visit the previous inning, and we were like, what this is totally normal, and we didn't notice the trainer out with him.
Sandler, I think, speculated it was because it was the third time through the order, and he didn't want deGrom going through that.
Yeah,
3 games under 500, and it always seems like the opposing pitcher has a career day. You were there looking at, you weren't paying attention to strikeouts, but you were paying attention to pitch count.
Dude, this was crazy. So Gausman's fine, right? Gausman's a good pitcher, but we look up, it's the top of the fourth. He had thrown 26 pitches, and he had 3 balls that he threw. 3. He had a 100% first pitch strike rate. Then you get on later into the game, and now we're in the bottom 7th. Bottom 7, he is at 78 pitches and only 20 balls with an 88% first strike percent.
Only time the Rangers had multiple runners on base was after consecutive singles to start the 5th. The only time they had multiple guys on base. Alejandro Osuna getting his first 2 big league hits. The family was there. That was cool to see. But then it was a Wyatt Langford solo and nothing else.
Yep, that's what they get. They get they run into a home run every now and then, and if that doesn't happen, they don't score. And you mentioned how
it's Jake Berger or bust right now offensively.
Yeah, Berger, I mean, yeah, he's been able to actually hit the ball out a couple different times lately. But when you talk about the way that you mentioned the White Sox series and how it took a miracle for them to even basically avoid being swept by one of the worst teams in baseball, I went and looked this up yesterday with them on the road this year. This is how bad things are for them offensively. So they've scored 6 runs. They've scored more than 6 runs in a road game 2 times this year. Twice it's happened where they scored more than 6 runs. They've been held to 6 runs or fewer for the entire series, an entire road series, 4 times this year.
I wish we were having Boone on today because I would want to know, was that the game plan, swing at the first pitch? Was that part of or swing early in the count, get early in the count on Gausman? Was that the game plan, scouting report on him? Because, they did this a lot yesterday, and that's one of the things I was watching the game. So Ryan Drees was there with us, and former pitcher, and he was he brought up the point that the both leadoff hitters in the game swung at the first pitch. And he's you completely screw up the rest of the inning when you do that, because now it's an automatic take, essentially, for the 2-hole hitter. It's not like the first 2 batters swung at the first pitch that is an absolute auto take for the third. But the pitcher knows that the second guy is not going to go up there looking to hack on the first pitch when the leadoff hitter has already swung at the first pitch. So it's you already put yourself behind the 8 ball, and both leadoff hitters of the game did that.
1 through 5 in the order yesterday was 1 for 20. You get the Wyatt Langford home run, otherwise you're 0 for 19. It's just they are a college offense right now, looking like they're running against a Major League Baseball team
with wooden bats.
And when do things start turning on the inside? That offense versus defense in football. We're doing our job. Can we only give up 13 points a week? That's what you're thinking if you're the pitching staff. It's a good thing the pitchers, aren't sitting there in the main dugout. It's good you have some separation in the bullpen, because otherwise things could be even uglier. So they lose the opener to the Blue Jays after barely avoiding being swept by the Chicago White Sox. Next game today right here on DFW Sports Station.
Hopefully they manage to put up even 3 runs or something. That'd be nice. But, it is wild how just consistently now it's we were hanging out Friday night, and it's you take a look at this box score. Oh, they scored 1 run against the White Sox. They can't muster anything even now. We were worried about them getting fake confidence against a White Sox team. Didn't want them to think they got some luck like that. It's you can't even bank on fake confidence anymore. This is a bordering on a historically bad offense now.
They have scored 183 runs. Okay. The Rockies have scored 173, Pittsburgh 164. They're tied for the lowest in the American League. They are 30 below Houston, who's the next lowest in the AL West.
4.5 games back in the American League West. Seattle leads the way. The armpit is a 1.5 games back, and you're sitting there tied with the Angels, with the Athletics in last, 7 behind. Anthony Edwards turned into the wrong type of all-time great last night.
Kicks left wing dub, open. Snaps off a rainbow 3. In there! Cha-ching! J-Dub off the money ball. Oh, baby! 34 for Dub, a playoff career high. Shea's got 10 assists. Thunder back up 7.
It's like I'm listening to a dealer at Choctaw. Like, I can't even follow what the hell he's saying as the Oklahoma City Thunder go up 3-1 with a crucial win, 128-126 in Minnesota. And the story in this one, yes, Shea had 40. This is about Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle not showing up. And the headline is Ant defends his conservative approach as he scored 4 points in the first half? This must win. A must-win situation. He averaged 22 shots in the first round, 20 in the second round. He has attempted 17 shots per game against the Thunder so far. After going off in game 3, every time I'm ready, this guy yo-yos me back and forth. Every time I'm ready, he's the next, he's the guy. As the internet is saying, he stores up all of his energy for the old heads that he wants to take out, whether it be LeBron, Kevin Durant, whoever else it is. But then when he faces his peers, he goes into the turtle shell and he just saying, I play the right way. That's the LeBron James mindset of, I play the right way. I'm just making the right pass, you know? And he can be very nonchalant and tick off a Wolves fan afterwards because of his great personality. And Julius Randle did the same thing.
Yeah, what was the, was it game 5 of the 2011 finals where LeBron didn't even score against Dallas in the fourth quarter, or he put up one shot or something, and everybody's just like, dude, what's your problem? In post-game, he was given that kind of a line like you were talking about, it's the right basketball play. And people were like, dude, you got to develop some sort of killer instinct here a little bit. And what's weird is everybody thought Ant's already got it. And he'll show it to you, he'll flash it to you every now and then there are other points where it's just gone. Now, I think you got to give Oklahoma City a ton of credit for just defensively. They can be really exhausting on a guy like Ant. And try to take away all sort of those options, but man, he's got to do more than what he's been doing.
You can make the case and make the play, the right basketball play, whatever. But if you're going to do that, if you do that and you have 14 assists, nobody bats an eye. If you have a lower shot total, but you're racking up assists, when you're not doing that and you're not scoring, it looks even worse.
Must win.
Yeah, it's absolutely a must win. I mean, imagine Brunson tonight.
Well, if he was on the floor.
Yeah, well, they obviously have made the decision they can't play him and Cat together at the same time.
Second lowest scoring total of the postseason for Edwards was 16 points. Tied his fewest shot attempts, going 5 for 13 from the field and 1 for 7 on 3. But afterwards, he's like, I don't look at it like I struggled. I didn't get enough shots to say I struggled. But yeah, I didn't struggle at all. I just made the right play. And you're pulling your hair out of your A-Rod.
13 shots, and that was in 41 minutes. He's putting the ball up every 4 minutes that he's on the court. You can't have that when your other options on the court are Julius Randle, who also, by the way, Julius Randle puts up 7 shots in the whole game. And then you've got, Rudy Gobert and Jaden McDaniels. That can't be the answer. It's just we got to get these guys shots.
Randle scored 5 points, a playoff career low on 1 of 7 shooting. And again, he was a lock in the last round. 28 points in game 1, then 6 points in game 2, 24 in game 3, 5 yesterday. It's just it's Anthony Davis type production. You don't know what's going to happen.
No, they're yo-yos. They are, like they said, they yo-yo your emotions. But and it's not just alone. Jimmy Butler's the same way. Jimmy Butler's the same thing in the postseason. He'll have these games where you're like, oh my God, this guy.
But Jimmy's not supposed to be Ant, and I think Jimmy's 36.
And
Jimmy's older.
Jimmy gets to the finals too. Jimmy actually like Jimmy's been Mr. Turn It On too when he's really been needed.
Did we all overrate the Dallas Stars Game 1 comeback? An absolute must-win game tonight. Bobby and I were there on Friday. We'll take you through everything else that happened. Is this the beginning of the end for your Stars? Next on Sean and Art.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
lower fee products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and traffic attorneys in Dallas.
Connor McDavid, he's free. 3-on-1. Connor McDavid, right circle, dishes, gets it back and scores. 2-0 Edmonton.
2 goals for McDavid as part of the 6-1 onslaught that happened on Sunday. And as you know by now, the Edmonton Oilers with a 2-1 series lead over your Dallas Stars. It feels like more after a 9-1 outing over the last 2 games when you combine the Oilers' output. Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan, and we're obviously facing what feels like a must-win situation tonight. Teams that fall down on the road 3-1 going to win that series 13% of the time. We asked this question after Game 1. Do we feel great about that comeback? You felt great about the comeback win. Do you feel great about the series? And we had a lot of trepidation and hesitation with the way the Oilers dominated the first 40 minutes, and now we know why.
Now we know why. They, outside of the goalie, and in this series, it's I don't know. That's even you could say that in this series because it's Otter's not been himself, but it's evident that Edmonton just looks better right now after 3 games. Save for the third period of Game 1 and the second period of Game 3. Charged pretty good in the second period. Edmonton has looked like they are the absolute better team. And obviously Florida is showing that they're the better team in the other series. I forget last night, but it's looking really close to being this is a winner-go-home type game tonight.
Yeah, Edmonton's been better in
everything.
6, 7 of the 9 periods at this point. I don't think Dallas got beat as bad as 6-1 on over the weekend. It wasn't that bad. There were stretches of the game where they looked really impressive, but their opportunities that look like really high quality shot opportunities and everything, they're just not going in. They're not getting bounces. I mean, Skinner's managed to suffocate everything from them. It's just a time right now where it's like offensively they're not even getting in. They had the I don't know if we had seen. I saw the clip earlier this morning. Did you see Robo when he found out he got credited with the goal over the weekend?
I had no idea.
And he's just and even when he found out he got it, he's like, okay, great. Like, but offensively, like we suck right now. Like I don't care exactly. And so I mean, they're in a very frustrated state right now where this is lending back even to last year when you get those 6 games. So these 9 playoff games you played against Edmonton. You just definitely feel like you're a step below them right now.
Pepe, are you Stars panicked right now? How did you take in the games?
Oh, I was on cloud 9 when they won Game 1. Me and my boys, we were at the sports book. We got there when they were down 3-1. They came back, scored 5 straight. I was like, okay, you stole one. You stole one from Edmonton. You have home ice still. You've won back-to-back Game 1s in a single playoff since God knows how long. Everything was on our side, and then the last 2 games, the last 120 minutes, like you said, you knew why. You knew why they were down 3-1 and why Oilers had to dominate basically the entire series. I'm not panicked yet. It's a Stars team that responds well to losses, 2-in-a-row losses. Not sure, but yeah, it feels like a must-win tonight.
So Otter came in to this series with a 5.58 goals saved above expectation. So like we hear in football, right? Like you rush yards above expectation and stuff like that, right? This is kind of the same thing. How many goals have you saved beyond what you're expected to save? And he was at 5.5. Great, right? It's fantastic. You lead all the playoffs. In this series, he's had a save percentage south of 900 in all the games. It's been a rough go. It's just been a rough go for him. Outside of now, he not single-handedly, but in game 1 in the third period, They do not win that game without him. He made some tremendous saves.
Yeah, he's great.
Tremendous saves. But, outside of that, he's been letting some in.
He's now 5-10 in his career in West Finals. A 5-10 Western Conference Finals record. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bobby, Stuart Skinner turning into a vacuum against the Stars.
Yeah, these last two postseasons, I was looking up numbers for Stuart Skinner over the course of his career, because this is 2 years in a row we've entered this series, and one of the big lines we hear, one of the big analyst points we hear is just, well, Dallas has the advantage in net. Like, their goalie's going to be better. And last year, he was not better than Skinner. Otter wasn't. And so far during this series, he hasn't been. So Stuart Skinner, for his playoff career against Dallas, is 6-3 now. His save percentage is 92.5. His goals against average is 194. Against everyone else in his playoff career, he's 17-16, 88.8% save percentage, and a 305 goals against average. But if you would like to, honestly, to be fair, if you take out that, which I know you can't just magically take out a period, but if you take out, he may just be on a hot streak now, because if you take out the 5-goal period, which 4 of them he gave up because there was an empty netter, but if you take out that period in game 1, then over his last 5 games, he's allowed 2 goals, and his save percentage is 98.5.
I mean, look, he was on a heater coming in. I mean, he had back-to-back shutouts against Vegas coming in. So, I mean, that's really, really good to have back-to-back shutouts in a
Yeah, but he was getting ready to get replaced till the replacement got hurt.
Yeah, I mean, he had gotten replaced. Like after the first 2 games of the Kings series, he had gotten replaced. So, yeah, he's inconsistent. He might. I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Even if the Stars were to lose Game 4, it's not out of the realm of possibility that Skinner loses his mind and the Stars go on a run. Like that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, but he appears to be now in 2 straight conference finals, some sort of a gamer against Dallas. Like he's had really good games against them the last 2 years.
Pete DeBoer on where the belief is right now.
I think there's belief in our room, and again, we've for me, if there's good signs in our game. So if we can keep bringing that game to the rink, I like our chances of coming back in this series.
Calm and steady all the time. Calm and steady. The Tolos are answering my question. Did we all lie to ourselves after Stars Game 1? Paul said, this seems to be a situation where it's just wrong time, wrong place, wrong matchup. Deeper team, better goalie that unfortunately is playing a team that has the best player on earth. Nighthawk, we need to capitalize when we get good looks. The puck is just not going into the net for us. It felt like that at the beginning of Game 3. Bobby and I were there early first period. It was like, all right, only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. It did not happen. Gru says same team, different year. HBC, when a team is better than you, they're just better. I said at the time that was the only one I can remember with a team winning by a large margin and still not feeling like we were the better team. We just outplayed them for 2 periods and got beat by 5. Let that sink in. I got blasted on Mike Leslie's Facebook. This is from Robert, because he said Otter was still the best goalie left in the playoffs. When I disagreed, I got destroyed for being an uninformed idiot. I'm afraid this team is the Buffalo Bills of hockey.
Ooh.
Well, Otter the best in the playoff. I don't know, man. Like,
Go Stars, baby!
Anderson's higher than him, or was higher than him on the Conn Smythe coming into this series. Bobrovsky is, he's got a cup. He's been at 2. Like, I don't know. I don't know that you could say that.
Carl, if this were a boxing match, one team would be far ahead on the judges' scorecard, except for one 10-7 round. Shane.
Yeah, where they knocked him down. Yeah, the Stars would have knocked him down, and it would have been a big round. But yes, absolutely right. Like you would be well ahead on the judges' scorecard.
And then Shane says, moving forward, need a big-time performance from Otter tonight. Then it's 2 out of 3. We have home ice and a coach who has nails in Game 7. Evan sent me the Deservo win-o-meter. I'm not even going to read it.
Oh, good. Well, I got it for you. It just varies. Right now, it's 58%. Dallas was the last game. So,
right. In the last game.
Their expected goals. They just weren't getting.
The second period was great. They played really well.
They weren't getting shot opportunities to go in. I mean, their expected goals were like 3, and Edmonton was like 2.2. So I mean, they had a lot of really good shot opportunities that just didn't go through.
Let's talk about what happened to Hintz. I need the true hockey experts to hit us up on the Franklin & Franklin Injury Attorney text line on what that should have been. They reviewed it and still did not give a major with the outcome. But man, that had to hurt. And Hintz sits there and misses.
Yeah,
Game 3.
So I got my hockey group chat, and one of the people on the group is an Edmonton fan. He's from Edmonton, but he actually now he lives here as a Stars fan, but. They agreed they were not going to touch the dirty aspect of it. But they said it's absolutely retaliatory and it was intentional. And the intentional is the key word. If you intend to hurt somebody, whether it's dirty or not, whether you intend to hurt somebody, that is a major penalty.
Pepe, what did you think? And what usually happens in this situation? Nurse with the clear slashing on top of the left foot of Hintz.
I mean, you see it a lot. I think, a goalie, a guy gets too close, you push and shove him. And, you see that when the refs aren't looking, you see a little stick tap there. But that was just so unnecessary. I mean, and to put him on the ground, it wasn't like some people say, the hockey head said, oh, it's just a love tap. No, it wasn't.
No.
You put him on the ground there. He wasn't wheezing in pain because he was, because of love tap. He wasn't flopping there. Hockey players don't flop. So it really did hurt him, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, because they have a call. They have an embellishment penalty. That happened last night. Kachuk got an embellishment call. That was
the SGA.
BS. What?
The SGA call.
Yeah, and that was a BS call too. That was not embellishment. That guy got hooked like crazy. But they have that. I mean, you're not going to get in a big spot. You're not going to have a player try to embellish a call like that. Where his foot. He had a walking boot on.
I felt Draymond like just kind of like, here's an elbow to your gut, and then I'm just going to act like nothing happened.
Pete DeBoer had the quote afterwards, and he said it twice. Does anyone in this room think if Connor McDavid gets carried off the ice like that it's not a 5-minute major? Mason Marchment said he felt there was some intent, obviously, in Nurse's actions, but that was DeBoer again saying, I'll say it again, does anyone think if that's Connor McDavid that it's not a 5-minute? And
it probably is. I don't. And I think you and I have always agreed. We don't subscribe to the result of the injury. Like if you try to take somebody out and you hurt them and you hurt them for the rest of the year, that you should suffer the same penalty. We don't subscribe to that. It's just the intent. Like he could have continued to play and never got taken out of the game, and it still should be the same because the intent to injure was there. That's all that matters.
What are the Tolos saying? 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. And again, they reviewed it, and still it went against the Stars in terms of the 5-minute not being given. Meanwhile, the Eastern Conference Finals are still a thing.
Now he'll backhand one up Stankoven. Stankoven with a shot. He scores! Logan Stankoven! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead. It's 1-0.
Stanky. We remember him so well. Hurricanes radio with the call. It's not a good thing when your first lead comes in Game 4. But Carolina takes care of Florida 3-0, and the Panthers are like, all right, we'll take care of this later.
Hey, they snapped the 15-game conference final losing streak.
Wow.
How about that? One of the most remarkable, feudal stats, records in sports. A 15-game conference final. And these aren't like 30 years apart. This is just remarkable, but they got to win. They got to win, and now Florida's going to have to try to wrap this thing up because it is
on the road.
It's over. Yeah, it's over, but it's just a matter of when.
Which, they'll wrap it up because they've looked completely dominant the whole time. So I don't have any thought other than it's Florida in the cup, and you're just sitting here waiting now to see if Dallas will be able to rally against the Oilers.
And you're hoping for rust.
All right, we got a special giveaway today. It's Lil Baby tickets, but it's not coming up at 7:20. It's coming up right now, followed by best and worst of the weekend. How Bobby disappeared on me after the Stars game on Friday night, and Pepe back from the bachelor party. Next, here on DFW Sports Station with Sean and RJ.
But first, I need to talk to you guys about Twin Peaks. I need good...
classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Since we were off yesterday, happy Memorial Day, and thanks to everyone who served that made that possible. We have to change things up a little bit today. Ask Reddit has to stay at 7:40. We have another little baby ticket giveaway here in the 720 Expressway, then another one in the 8 o'clock hour, then another one in the 9 o'clock hour, as we are all back together again with Sean, RJ, and Roberto on DFW Sports Station. And this is Best and Worst of the Weekend. In case you're new to the segment, usually every Monday at 7:40, we recap what everybody got into and let us know what you did over the past few days at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Pepe, why don't you start us off since you went out of town?
Yeah, so I went with my buddy Chad. It was his bachelor trip, so it was me, his brothers, and then the Los Hombres were out there, so 8 of us total. We golfed majority of the trip out there, so we started out in Vegas. We got the early flight, though. We paid the $75 the night before to move our flight up about 5 hours because we were going to take the evening flight.
Wait a sec. You paid to leave Vegas earlier.
No, to leave to Vegas. This was on the flight out there, yeah. So the night before, my buddy who booked all the flights, he was like, okay, hey, they're giving us the option to move up $75 a piece if you want to. I was like, man, to get almost a full day out in Vegas, $75. We moved up to about a 2 o'clock flight, so we got out there. Plenty of daylight out there. We were out the first night, I think, until 4 a.m.
Oh,
we got back. Yeah, I think I was getting back to my hotel and I got the notification from Twitch saying the fan cam's live right now, and I was like, oh my goodness,
was Blake on there?
Do what?
Was Blake on there?
No, I don't think he showed up. But no, it was awesome. Vegas, I mean, it kicked our asses pretty badly, money wise and drinking wise. But it was a night to remember.
No, you ain't just gonna gloss over it. You wrote it in the email, unless things were not fully disclosed at home when you returned, then you can gloss over it. But
the reason we went.
No, what happened in the casino? What happened with the gambling?
Well, we were up, down, but then a lot down 500 coming back.
Ooh.
And that was not a good phone call to the fiance when our first mortgage payment is here in 4 days. Did we get 31 days in May? Do I get an extra day?
31 days.
31 days. Okay, so 5 days. We got 5 days to save up.
You got a 14-day grace period at the back.
Yeah,
end.
something like that. But I told her, I was like, look, I lost some in Boston. I don't lose 2 in a row. Told her I'm not losing 2 in a row, so Vegas is a must-win. I think I got up as much as $20, and then it was just downhill from there.
So does she ask how the night went on the tables, or you volunteer it, or she's looking at the same bank account?
Well, so she knows that, and I screwed myself doing this, but I will tell her whenever I win. Like I'll be like, hey, I'm up 200, I'm up 300, and if I don't say anything, she knows, okay, because I got to the point where it's like, I'm not going to, lie to her and, say, oh, I won 100 when I lost $1,000.
Yeah.
She can do the math, she knows, but.
She's a teacher.
Yeah. But yeah, so she asked, and I was like, I'll tell you when I get home, but I was like, what, maybe I should tell you early so the steam rolls off a little bit so it's not as hot when I get home.
So was that worse of the weekend, or what happened on the plane back home?
Dude, I don't know, because the plane ride back home, I thought about for a minute, and it wasn't the American Airlines fault, but some guy in front of me had downloaded off of Netflix. I saw, because I thought it would have been weird if
it's definitely not the airline's fault.
Well, because you know how you have like the American Airlines in-flight Wi-Fi, the free Wi-Fi, and you get the free entertainment. They have documentaries on there, right? Sure. And this guy in front of me was watching a 9/11 documentary on mid-flight. We were off for maybe 30 minutes. And I knew Bobby. Man. I was just thinking, what would Bobby do? And he would have got up and left.
Bobby would have watched it.
No, Bobby always teases like, I'm going to put this on. Watch this. Here's a plane crash.
And that's what I watch. That's what I watch on the flights. Air disasters. And somebody one time told me to turn it off. I was like, no.
A random stranger?
Yeah, somebody I didn't know. They're like, that's making me uncomfortable. You need to turn that off. I was like,
it is
look at your own screen.
Wildly uncomfortable. But I mean, it also it's a face your fears kind of thing. But maybe a time and a place. I did catch myself because you'll see people watching horror movies on there, and you look over and it's like this opening scene of Hostel, and you're like, oh. Yeah. Or I was watching I was watching Rocket Man, the Elton John movie.
Yeah,
and then you get the full-on naked male sex scene, and there's people looking over my shoulder, and I'm like, All right.
So
Sorry,
were you
it's Rocket
next
Man.
to this person?
So I was in the middle seat of my aisle, and so he was like diagonally to the left of me, so I could like watch the whole thing. It wasn't directly in front of me, but it was to the left, so I was watching it, and I was like, oh, please, just stop. And he was having connection issues. I was like, that's a sign, dude. That's a sign. But he was young. He looked like he was 17, 18. I get it. He's curious. Yeah. He wasn't alive. What's that? What's that put him at? 2005.
He's curious.
I gotta throw a flag here. I thought I heard you just say that you were sitting in the middle seat.
Yes.
Now, was this was just all the dudes, right? So it's not like how did you guys decide the middle seat versus aisle or window?
Whoever got the ticket. Whoever, and I got B. I got,
you had a choppy travel agent. You had a guy handling all of it.
Yeah, because all my friends, they're like, one guy wants the aisle, one guy wants the window, and I'm like, it doesn't, like, I prefer the aisle, but like, I'm not gonna fight someone. And my ticket said B, so I'm not gonna, try and trade there.
So you had to see the 9/11 video right there.
Yes, and I'm trying to, get something on my screen, but there's no, live TV at the time there, so I had to try and watch the movie, but it was in my, peripheral, so I could always see it at all times.
Bob, best and worst of the weekend, as it was an anniversary one for you.
Friday night, you'll have to tell me how it went, because I don't remember all of it. I don't remember that photo you posted. I was telling Kristen and Wolchuk that I was like, I don't remember us taking that photo. I remember the night, but there are little like things like she says, yeah, you knocked a beer over on me while we were at the Stars game. I was like, don't remember that at all. Don't remember that happening. But yeah, it was good. We went over to the Grim Reapmas place for drinks, and immediately poured a bunch of vodka into a Moscow Mule cup, and just was like, all right, let's go all the way. Let's turn it up to 11, because I haven't turned it up to 11 in an outing in a while.
Yeah,
and I was hurting for a lot of the evening, and then it continued because we went to the game, and then we were continuing to get drinks at like intermission or while we're walking around and stuff like that.
Met Derek Collins' new girlfriend.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay. What a sweet North Carolina accent.
And I met Casey Donahue, which I was like, score right here. Kristen saying hi to him.
His wife, Kristen, was freaking out over meeting Casey Donahue.
Yeah.
Melting down.
I thought you meant Casey Donahue's wife. I was like, okay, so yeah.
And I was like, all right, cool. Now I'm set up nice for awesome, a big bowl of cereal. It's going to be great. And then we got to the post game, and I was like, I'm going to throw up all over the floors of Happiest Hour. This is not going to be good. And so at one point I was just like,
solid bathrooms there, though. You can make do with it.
No, not there. The guys, even the men's restroom had a line like tracking all the way out of it. And I was like, all right, if I'm going to be sick, I need to go get some air. So I told them, I was like, all right, I'll be back. I'm going to get some air. I don't know how long I was gone. It was apparently long enough that it was determined, like, all right, we should probably bounce, because as I was walking back up, Kristen's like, I'm at the Uber. You can meet me over here. I was like, okay.
Yeah. That's not the story I got. And I'm not going to believe your story, so you might as well cut your mic off for the next 2 minutes.
Oh, I want to hear this.
Bobby's disappearing. Bobby's always going to disappear on you. So when we were there trying to get some apps, sober up a little bit, meet up with Wolchuk and whoever else was rolling over afterwards, Kristen looks at me. Bobby's gone, of course. Kristen's like, Bobby's outside. He's waiting for me. So the message I got, and that I believe, was Bobby was saying, I'm ready to go. Let's go. Leave. And hang on. And because Kristen was fighting me on paying the bill, like she wasn't ready to. She wasn't trying to pay the bill, which would have told me she was trying to leave. I was like, go ahead. Go tend to him. Go deal with it. But she was getting the command call from Roberto, meet me outside. I get it. I'm not going to mess with you for getting messed up. It was fun. I appreciate the tickets, but I do believe that you had her leave.
No, I did not. She did think I was at the Uber. That's why when she got to the Uber, she's like, where are you? Is when I was walking back. Because I was walking back in. Wolchuk was walking out. I was like, okay, I guess Wolchuk's leaving.
Well, Wolchuk had to. He was already on thin ice the entire night, attending his third game of the postseason solo.
Oh, solo?
Dolo.
In his
press pass is going in?
No, Brian Broaddus owed him from screwing him with the Rangers a couple years ago.
Game 1 of the World Series, Brian at the end of the game was like, let's try and beat traffic. So he pulled Wolchuk out of the stadium 2 minutes before Seager hit the home run.
Oh.
And so ever since then he's been like,
so
all
then
right.
Friday he goes, all right, here's the money to make up for it. So Broaddus,
3 years later,
Broaddus paid for Wolchuk's ticket to join us at the game.
Right.
Wearing the Bully Melrose the entire time. Wearing the mullet.
It's got to be itchy.
The entire time.
Here's the thin ice that I know Wolchuk was on. I was trying to get a video of it because he was a couple rows in front of us. I was trying to get a video of it. Couldn't do it. This is a paused image of it as best I can. Look at these essays he's writing in text messages. He's in trouble,
man. That's you're in deep trouble.
He's in trouble.
He goes, I sent her Indian food. She loves Indian food.
Just
some chicken tikka masala. Let's just make up for it. That's it. Here's some naan. Here's some naan for your. Wipe your tears with the naan. He's sending her Indian food, and she's letting him sit there.
Hey, this will help you get it.
But no, it
wrong
was
ethnicity, but it was so good.
Yeah. I don't know. You can't. I don't know.
It was a great time. But do you want to do here, or do you want to do later? Do you want to play Jake's attempt to pump up the crowd while we're walking in? Okay, we'll do that later. Then I'll talk about this really fast. We got a chance on Saturday. I actually did stuff though for the anniversary weekend. I actually was like, all right, let's go find some things to do.
Because you stayed in Dallas multiple nights.
Yeah, we hung out there till Sunday. She was trying to actually book it again for Sunday night. She wanted to stay 3 nights.
Good.
And but we ended up girls were getting antsy, so we're just like, whatever, we'll get home. But Saturday we actually went out and did one of these JFK tours. We were like, we've never done these. Yeah. Let's go check it out. So we did this trolley tour, which was really, really good and really, really interesting. In fact, I got a quick clip of this one. This is like a 20-second clip. They pulled up in front of the Texas Theater. They drive you to each spot in Dallas and then narrate and tell the story of what happened. And this is pulling up in front of the Texas Theater where they arrested Lee Harvey Oswald.
It takes 7 Dallas policemen to restrain Oswald. They find his .38 caliber Smith & Wesson on his person with the hammer cocked, and the barrel of that gun is in the stomach of another Dallas policeman, a policeman named Nick McDonald. He reached down. Right here, part of his hand went between the hammer and the gun. Oswald pulled the trigger, and the hammer slammed on his hand. The Dallas police, they think they only have a cop killer. They don't know that the two are connected.
So it's cool, and they're playing over it. They're playing speeches from Kennedy. It's a full story they're telling you while they're driving around. It's very, very cool, very, very interesting. I wish I could have heard half of it. The problem is that the people directly in front of us and directly to the side of us are talking on the phone and to each other at full volume in a 20-person trolley the entire time, to the point where the person doing the tour is having to say, guys, if you guys could just keep it down a little bit and just keep it quiet. I was like, why would you show up for this just to talk to each other the whole time? And they're pointing at, at one point we're going by the Statler, and they're like, oh, that's where Tina Turner walked out of her husband. It's like, okay, nobody cares. We're doing something else here, guys. But good use of $20. Check out the trolley tour in Dallas if you want to do the JFK thing.
Chop, best and worst.
There's no more masculine feeling than a gas-powered power washer. I did do the back deck. We were getting the pool ready for the weekend. They did this on Friday.
It felt like the opening of pool season for everyone.
Yeah, it was great. At least the weather on, it was warm. Late Sunday, you got some massive storms yesterday, but I let out 30 Tim Allen-style grunts just power washing this thing. It felt so masculine. Then my masculinity was completely reduced to 0 because I do not have a meathead child. And this is my worst. We were at the gym, 15 minutes in, ready to go home. I'm like, we haven't even gotten a biceps yet. All right, that's the most masculine part of the entire workout. And you want to leave? It's a pandemic, wussification of America, where young men aren't bro-lifting the way that they used to. They shun the bromance and the toxic masculinity, and I have to do something about this. I don't know what I'm going to do, but I have to do something because I can't have a 15-minute gym goer child.
Did you leave?
No, we stayed. But he was just moping. He was moping. Oh, play basketball. He was just moping around. We do cardio. No, we can't do cardio.
Well, he wanted to be like Luka, RJ, because the reports and the pictures are back out. Is Slim Luka here to stay? And Jalen Ramsey to the Cowboys? That's next with a little baby ticket giveaway. Another one for you. And we go commercial free with the Expressway, followed by Ask Reddit, the Tolo Tuesday edition. Just getting started. Glad you're joining us right here on The Fan. But
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Towns between the leg dribble up top. Snatch back three-pointer straight on. Nailed it! What a shot from Karl-Anthony Towns. An unbelievable do-or-die fourth quarter from Towns. And the Knicks lead 94-90.
Game 4 tonight of the Eastern Conference Finals after Karl-Anthony Towns becomes the hero and the New York Knicks become, is it the first team ever to overcome 3 20-point deficits? They come back to stun Indiana. Series was about to be over. New York wins. Game 4 tonight, Pacers up 2-1.
Kind of disappointed. I know everybody wants a longer series, but I really hate the Knicks. And I was just, I don't want to give them any life because this team is like that cockroach that never goes away. They are. They just never go away. And they keep coming back in these series that they have no business coming back in. Not the series, the games. The 2 against Boston, this one. And I'm bummed. I'm good. I got a bad, sick feeling.
Tom Thibodeau may have put his coaching neck on the line with the lineup changes. Kenny Smith said before the game, Tibbs wouldn't play 9 on a baseball diamond. Just talking about how much he wears out his starters. And there's like a huge differential between the starters' minutes for the second team in the league that plays their guys the most compared to Thibodeau. Thibodeau tinkers with the lineup with Josh Hart not starting. And then I turn on the game. There's no Jalen Brunson at the 4-minute mark, no Jalen Brunson at the 3-minute mark, no Jalen Brunson at the 2-minute mark. Jalen Brunson is over there on the sideline while the Knicks are coming back, and it's like, yo, man, I get the offensive defense thing. They know that Brunson is going to be hunted by Indiana and Carlisle. He decided to keep his better defenders out there, and it ended up working. But I was like, Tom Thibodeau is getting fired after this series if they don't win this game.
Man, like it's a gutsy move. It's a gutsy
ballsy,
and it's one that, like,
down 0-2. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, but it's also one that, like, I don't think it's a move that you stick with for the rest of the series, right? It's maybe they wind up doing that, but it also is like one of those things like, all right, is this a per game situation, right? This is a game situation. This is what we're doing for this game, because I assume.
Well, every game Brunson's going to be a weak defender.
He is going to be a weak defender, but like every game is going to call for something different, right? Theoretically, I know the analytics crowd would like to tell you differently, but every game generally is its own story.
Because Brunson
we'll see what happens.
Now, he was justified a little bit, because a lot, really. He picked up his fifth foul with 7 minutes left, but he didn't go back in until the 1:37 mark. I could not believe it.
And you can't, like,
all-time stones.
It is, but what happens if, like, if he brings him out there, he fouls out, and then make it to overtime? Like, now you don't have him for the overtime, but it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is, I kind of wonder if this is one of those, we've seen these occasionally in postseason runs where teams will, all right, I need a spark in this particular game, so I'm flipping this switch or I'm calling for this. I'd be really surprised if Thibodeau dips back in this. But again, it's also like, are you going to get, when you're talking about the first 2 games you've already lost, including one that you just blew an all-timer in the first game, and you're staring down the face of 3-0, I think at that point Thibodeau's probably just like, all right, I mean, I can either keep him in there or like regardless of what I do here, we're likely looking at 3-0 unless a miracle happens here. So let's just try and dig in, see if something can switch, see if we can push the right button. I think it's like a little bit of just, you're pushing anything going like, does this work? Does this work? Let's see if this does it.
Meanwhile, timeout is over for Dad. Tyrese Halliburton's father will be allowed to attend Pacers home games in a suite. He has not attended a game after he went face-to-face with Giannis on April 29th. He missed 8 games. He was understanding and accepting of the decision. He will continue to remain away from road games, but Halliburton's pops is back for tonight.
Look, the suite, that's where he should have been from the day after. Like if you want to kick him, from the court
Jaws
side.
Dad up there too.
Yeah, you should kick him from the court side. Fine, throw him up top, throw him in a suite to where he can't get down low, can't get on the court because the guy isn't controlling his emotions. That was a great video, him in the bar. Right, that was a cool video, him in the bar watching the game. But yeah, the suite is fine. The suite life is fine for him.
I don't know if day after he should have been in the suite. He got right in the face of one of the nicest, most universally loved superstars, to the point that superstar was ready to punch him in the face. So, like, yeah, I'm fine with him being removed. I kind of wondered if, like, does putting him back in, like allowing him back in, because I mean, I know Charles Barkley had said something to Adam Silver about it, like, hey, when are you going to let Tyrese's dad back in, and all those different things. But I kind of wondered, like, people have moved past this, and I thought pretty much forgotten about it. It was something that happened, and this is the new reality. I had wondered if, like, do you put him back in here, and now it actually causes some other sort of, like, storyline that's unnecessary, or some other focus point heading into Game 4 that you didn't need.
Is skinny Luka back?
It's a tale as old as time. It is a story that happens every single year. The Luka looks slim down photos. They are out. The annual tradition. We see it again every year. Nothing changes. He looks slim down in street clothes, standing next to other NARPs, non-athletic, regular people. And you put him next to some absolute NBA Adonis, he looks a little pudgy. He just does. But, here's the photo of Luka. He's at a Real Madrid game. He's got like a cream-colored short sleeve shirt on, and he's sitting down, and his face looks a little thin. Maybe it was a fresh shave. I don't know. Like a trim up on the beard. But, you don't see no pooch in the belly. So that's good. And so when he's sitting, there's no pooch. But 2 things, all of this is pointless to me. A, it's pool season. Barely. The moment he gets in the pool, the alcohol, and then the after alcohol chicken nuggets or whatever that you have, he's gonna blow right up. And 2, he's in Europe. The food's healthier over there. They don't even allow half the stuff that we put in our food. So, I mean, I got to see him stateside. I got to see this photo stateside before I can make any judgments.
You know what I've realized about Luka Fitness Watch is that whether he's 270 or he's 220 or whatever else, he is still going to go out there and he's going to be 33-9-9 next year. That's what I know is that, and I've just accepted that. All right, whether he's pudgy or he's not, that's what he's gonna put that up next year.
All right, well, I'll counter you since you and I fight about Luka a little bit. If Luka Doncic doesn't do it this offseason, he never will. Yep. And he should. With J.J. Redick saying we need to get in championship shape.
And LeBron.
New organization. Yeah, having LeBron next to you. Man, is that DJ Khaled that people are putting out there saying LeBron and Luka training and it's Khaled running with his shirt off next to this jack dude? So that's number one. If Luka doesn't do it, the picture's up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. That's actually not even one of the better ones. He looks even slimmer than that, but either way, Aiden got it. And the other thing is, I felt like Luka in L.A. was turning into too much of a jump shooter. Someone has to sit him down and say, yo, man, you get the easiest, he gets the easiest in-paint buckets in the NBA for someone that's 6'7" or 6'8". A couple back downs, a couple drives. It's so easy. He was the ultimate mismatch, still is to a great degree, but we need some quickness. We need you to be able to dunk again, and we need you in the paint and not just settling for 8 threes a night.
Dude, like there are two things. What you're absolutely right. He was turning into way too much of a jump shooter. He was playing off the ball, in my opinion, way too much as well. Now, I don't know how much of that was he was still new with the system and didn't know. It just felt more comfortable if LeBron
and not wanting to have as much wear and tear on.
Right, or Reeves would do it. But the other thing is, man, just go watch, and they're all over social media, the videos of him first year out, rookie year, second year. How much more athletic he looked.
I thought that they were speeding it up. I thought the internet was editing the video like Bobby would do.
Now, he's a cheat code. Like he is. He's an offensive cheat code, but defensively, I mean, he's a sieve. And he looks slower, like a lot slower. Even though he was never like super fast, he was quick enough.
Can I feel okay saying it's fine if we don't have Brunson and Luka together because they just would have been targeted. It would have been a defensive hole in the backcourt that Tom Thibodeau is saying shouldn't be out there. So you couldn't have Brunson or Luka. That's how I'm going to try to justify it and reconcile as a Mavs fan.
No, because they got you to the Western Conference Finals together. That was before they had both peaked.
Yeah.
Hey, we got Cooper Flagg now, though.
Yeah, hopefully
Not yet.
Hopefully he hits.
Not yet. Caitlin Clark will be out a minimum of 2 weeks with a left quad strain. And the numbers also coming in that she was responsible for 26% of all WNBA economic activity last year, including revenue from merchandise, ticket sales, and television.
You like that?
It's your league, Angel. You're up. You got 2 weeks.
Kelsey Plum's league.
It's Kelsey Plum's league. You got 2 weeks. Because if the ratings drop a little bit or whatever, you got 2 weeks to make this your league. But see, this is Caitlin's own fault. I mean, if she didn't try to get stronger in the offseason, she wouldn't have had a quad to tear. That's how you got to look at it.
You think she was doing the Michael Jordan versus Pistons weight training regime?
I mean, that was the whole point of the offseason. I mean, like, people talked about
routine,
how much she looked like she had put on some size.
Any other word but the one I used.
Some strength. And, because she was trying to get and be prepared for a more physical game than there was in college. And, I mean, she looked like she put on some size, but obviously now she got a little quad injury.
I will say this. I know it turned into a war, which Ryan Clark apologized to RG3's wife. He did come out and say I should have kept her out of it. But the internet has turned on Angel Reese. The amount of double-double stuff, the amount of self-rebounding, the meme that I posted this morning, counting on Julius Randle, and it's Angel Reese in a Wolves jersey. She's been turned on, and I think it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, TikTok, Twitter, everywhere else, they are loaded down with just Angel Reese memes all over the place now. And it's there was a little bit of a rivalry last year that I think you had like an equal kind of split of like, oh, I'm Team Angel, I'm Team Caitlin. It is flipped this year. That whole interaction and then the fallout and the discussion about it afterwards really kind of seemed to push it to Caitlin's side.
Chalpy and Pepe were both in attendance for another Rangers offensive snoozer.
The 0-1 pitch, that swung on, that's hit deep to right. Hooking in the corner, and it's gone. He ripped a slider in the middle of the zone. And that is the 9th home run allowed by Jacob deGrom. They have all been hit by left-handed batters. Toronto leads 1-0 in the first.
Was anyone there?
Yeah, it was a great crowd.
It didn't look that sparse the way it's sounding.
No, it was not sparse at all. It was a really solid crowd at this game. And
33,766.
Dude, like there was a little bit, there was open sections in the top part of right field, right? The upper deck and right. And then you had several suites that were open with nobody in them. But for the most part, this was a really well-attended game. And it's Memorial Day, and there generally are well-attended games on Memorial Day, but it was dead. It was dead. I felt so bad I felt bad for the fans having to watch this offense. I felt bad for the players. They've given the fans nothing to cheer about, so they're not getting that energy on the backside. But that was a bad game.
No, great crowd. They're great crowd. I mean, for a Monday, obviously Memorial Day, but man, and I knock on wood here, but it feels like we're going to go through an entire season of Jacob deGrom, and this team's going to find a way to fumble the bag and miss the playoffs.
Right?
Like, it's just like you finally get a full year. Like, this was the World Series year. You know, you get a full year of Jacob deGrom. You have Nathan Eovaldi, and then the Adolis Garcia base running mistake that isn't seen because there were two outs, thankfully.
Yep.
But him trying to steal second and then sprinting back to first base, thinking there was less than 2 outs. You know, it would have just been on par.
He had no idea.
If they had dropped the ball in center field and that's how you get out of the inning. Like, that would have been the highlight because no one sees it. TV doesn't show it. No one knows unless you're actually at the game. But, man, it's unfortunate to watch this team now.
He had no idea how many outs there were. None. It's all over. Now, it's all over the stadium. Like, especially you're at home. Like, if you're on the road and you don't know the place very well, not knowing the outs, it can maybe get confused. At home, I mean, there's no excuse. There's no excuse.
The offense has been terrible. One of the good things, though, recently that we found is the ability to clone voices on AI. And Eric Chiafalo asked me last week, he's like, hey, I need you to clone Nadell's voice because I need him to really be honest about this Rangers offense. Then I want to play it for Eric. So I said, okay, all right, I got you set up. And they did just that on Friday.
Just a simple true or false question for you. At any point this season, has this thought crossed your mind?
I'll be honest, I'd rather watch Matt Hicks prance around in his Tommy John underwear and his compression socks with that shit-eating grin of his than watch another 2025 Texas Rangers plate appearance.
Oh, those are two pretty unattractive prospects. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'd watch the Rangers.
He sure was proud of those Tommy Johns.
I'm not having nightmares about the Rangers.
So that was fake Nadell to real Nadell.
Yep, fake Nadell to real Nadell, and it's a solid bit. Choppy's not going to think so clearly, but
no. I'm just so we are not living in the society where it's a simulation that we're in right now that you can have fake somebody asking real somebody a question.
A brand new Cowboy says, I am back. Are you believing him? And the Jalen Ramsey rumor, we have some authorities giving the answer on whether that's a Cowboy possibility. We go inside the Star on the home of America's team with another Lil Baby ticket giveaway. We go commercial free with the Expressway and Ask Reddit next.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
We are officially commercial-free up until 8 o'clock on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. Here with Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. 100 days till kickoff. 100.
And man, it's gotten more and more like this. I don't know. I don't know if it's just because we're in it and we cover it now, or if it really has kicked up since like I was a teenager or whatever. But more than ever, it feels like there's only maybe 4 to 6 weeks where we get a real break from the NFL. So like mid-June to end of July, it really feels like is the only time that it's like we're NFL free. Otherwise, I mean, it's still the offseason is just as news making as the middle of the year.
Little baby ticket giveaway coming up here. Ask Reddit at 7:40, and then the color analyst for the Edmonton Oilers will join us on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube to talk about whether this thing feels like it's already over. That will be at 8 o'clock, so a jam-packed Tolo Tuesday. Thanks for starting off your week with us. Bobby, what's up with this Jalen Ramsey stuff?
So Jalen, this has become more and more of a talking point in recent days. People wanting to know if the Jalen Ramsey trade could be on the table for the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think that they would have any interest in doing anything with Ramsey.
Well, Jeremy Fowler kind of started this, and I think he was right in mentioning Pickens, so I wanted to give him his credit there. But he said a number of teams are engaged on a Ramsey trade. We know that Miami is going to deal him. Got the Rams, us, and supposedly the Commanders as potential suitors.
Yeah, and so here's the only thing is that Dallas, I think, is an easy one to connect the dots on because of their corner need right now. Like they could stand to have an extra corner. They would, I think if he wasn't hurt, they would like to find a way to move off of the Diggs deal. And so Ramsey makes sense in a vacuum from that standpoint. From the perspective of his age, how much money he's already making, how much more money he wants, the fact that, I mean, I know they just made a trade for Pickens and he's represented, but I mean, you're talking about another Mulugeta client that you'd be bringing in here negotiating across from. I'd have a really hard time seeing them say, we're willing to stand in front of this and make this happen. If they did that, if they were to go out and get Jalen Ramsey, then what that signals to me is they 100% think our window is closing, it's about to slam shut, and it needs to happen now.
I mean, look, that would be all in. That's all in.
Yep.
No doubt about it. But man, it does make the feeling that this team is kind of witness. They're seeing that they're at that crossroads where he's talking about. San Francisco might be at it now, where they're trying to kind of fork. But because if you go get Ramsey, you don't get him for 2-3 years down the road. You're getting it for today.
Well, Broadus said, not happening. He's hearing that it's not really a possibility, so Broadus is squashing the Jalen Ramsey possibility, and I'm fine with that. Ramsey's one of these guys. I'm not watching Miami games, especially when Tua's not playing and that offense isn't fun. He's one of those guys that's very difficult for me to figure out because I can't erase the noise from him. I can't separate the noise, I should say. In terms of bringing the attitude, the sass, does he still make number one corner type plays? Am I putting too much when I see him beat badly on a route? And I'm like, well, that's Jalen. It's like a deGrom thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like Jalen Ramsey should not be getting torched to that level, but that still doesn't mean he may not be a very good player, but I'm not watching Miami that close.
Yeah, I mean, I think, he's definitely leaked more in recent years than he previously did in coverage. He's still, the NFL over the last decade, the last 15 years, it's become a little bipolar with its cornerback play. Like, you don't really have a Deion Sanders or a Darrelle Revis or somebody like that who's like year in, year out, that person's going to shut somebody down. Like, it's more like a major league bullpen where it's like, all right, 2 years, they're a stud, and all of a sudden, Jair Alexander can't cover anybody. And it's like, oh, Jair's back to being good this year for some reason.
Yeah.
No injury involved, just he's good now. And so,
Diggs.
Given that, Diggs is another example of that. Given that, it's pretty impressive to me that Ramsey's had the run that he has. I think now what you're starting to see, though, is age is catching up to him. He's about to be 31.
Ramsey's PFF RJ was a 77. That was 16th best out of the corners last year.
That's really good still, 77.
16th best. And then his run defense was 10th best and an 85.7. That's from PFF.
Now, to be fair, I had him at a 71 on my grading scale, which is also arbitrary like there.
So,
well, his coverage grade was a 71.9. Smart.
Damn it!
So there you go. You agree with PFF?
Do you have his previous years, like how much of a drop off he has had year to year?
No, man, I'm not subscribing to this.
I don't either. I used to. What?
I do.
You do?
You do it for real?
I may have to Netflix your password.
Yeah, look, I still gotta use stuff for it. Okay, let me look at previous years. So 24, yeah, he was the 76.9. 2023, he was the 66.4. His coverage was 66.3. 2022, he was 86 overall grade. His coverage grade was 78. And then 2021, he was an 84th and 86 coverage grade. So he is trending down a little bit. He's not quite where he once was.
And he's 30. I thought he was actually a little bit older than that.
Yeah, it was Zeke's draft, right? Picked the pick right after. It's going to happen. He's going to fall off.
This is a guy to me that could play safety eventually too with the way he hits.
Man,
Cowboys would have played him there if they drafted him there day one.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Positional value?
They weren't going to play him at corner. Well, that's part of the reason why they didn't take him, I don't think. Although they did take a running back at 4 in that draft. So, but no, they were.
Well, they still had Byron, right?
They did have Byron at that time, but the indication was Byron had not been switched to corner full time. It was Byron's second season.
Gosh.
They were planning on the indication that they had gotten. They didn't pick him, so it could have flipped. But the thought process at that point was there were a lot of people who thought they were going to play him at safety.
I don't know why more teams don't do that. The Charles Woodson route, where they move you to safety as you get older.
The Rod Woodson route. Come on, I know you don't want to give him credit, but that's really his route first.
Well, you also have to have a
fair.
corner who wants to tackle that well and can get bigger and fill out.
Right. I mean, but there are corners that don't mind getting dirty, and you still have coverage skills. I just don't know why it doesn't happen more often, but maybe it's just that they don't want to.
Javonte Williams says no need for Nick Chubb. That's really me talking, not Javonte. Forget about Breece Hall. I'm back.
Yeah, he says he's feeling more like himself. So in 2022, Javonte Williams suffered a knee injury. He injured his ACL and a couple other ligaments there in his knee, and it saw his production take a serious decline. And some people have wondered, all right, is this just Javonte Williams now? Because it's 2 years now. He's played 2 full seasons removed from this injury, and he's not been nearly as effective as he once was. In fact, some of the numbers here, before the knee injury, he was, 12 carries a game, 3 catches per game. He would average 4.5 yards per carry. He was good for about 7 yards a catch on swing passes out of the backfield. After the knee injury, his receiving yards, or his yards per reception and his yards per rush both went down by a full yard. He had 6 plays over 20 yards on his first 165 career touches. In 599 career touches since, he has 1. And so, I mean, the explosiveness has not been there. But Javonte Williams says everybody heals differently. Everybody is different when it comes to knee injuries and recovering from ligament issues. He says, I feel completely like myself. This is what he told DallasCowboys.com. He said, I probably can get more flexible and things like that. But as far as healing up, I feel like that is done. He says that it depends on who you are and it depends on your body in terms of the type of recovery that you have. So are we buying the reality that it could take him potentially 2.5 years, 3 years almost, to fully recover from an ACL tear? Or is this new guy coming to town trying to sell himself a little bit and maybe being a little sunshine and lollipops?
Sunshine. Whenever these guys say this, I guarantee you can find the exact same quotes basically from Javonte last year. Everyone says, I'm back. No one says, it's going to take me another year.
Yeah, best shape of my life.
Yep.
No one's ever come into camp say, you know what, I really was lazy this offseason.
Yeah.
Maybe Luka. He would say something like that.
It does make me... So OTAs are happening again this week. We'll be out there Thursday is when practice is open. It does make me want to keep a closer eye on him in the running back rotation. Because last week, it's all about Pickens. Like, Brian's calling me after practice, and he's like, hey, what did you see with this or with this? And I'm like, I didn't see it. I was watching George Pickens. I was watching to see, I saw a few things, but I was focused on Pickens trying to see how he was working in. So specifically, that's one of the things I've got on my checklist of what I need to watch this week is how is he moving? How does Javonte Williams look?
Mike Tannenbaum, the former GM, friend of the show from the Combine in Indy on ESPN, gave his George Pickens expectations in year 1 here.
Big factor, Green. If you go back to those good Jet teams, Santonio Holmes, Braylon Edwards, those were guys that either had 1 or 2 years left on their deal. You're going to get the best of whatever they have. And going back to what Harry said as well, Greeny, George Pickens is going to be a point scorer. It's really hard to double both CeeDee Lamb, Jake Ferguson, who's a really good tight end, and George Pickens. So I think he'll have an exceptionally good year and be productive, especially in the red zone. So that would be a good problem for Dallas to have in terms of trying to lock him up for a long-term deal. I think he will be a meaningful addition to their team.
You can't double 2. You can double, or you can't double 3. You can double 2 guys if you're saying we can beat you just with 6 defenders in the box on the run game. So at that point, the assumption that, well, you can't double Jake Ferguson as well. Yeah, so the guy they would leave open, or the guy they would leave in single, is Ferguson, which means this is a big year for Ferguson to show, all right, last year I was banged up. I'm still the guy that I was, a couple of years ago.
It's like, let's say he does have a monster year. Now you've got another problem on your hands. Is like, what do you do with him as a player? Are you going to give $30 million a la the Bengals to 2 wideouts?
Yeah, that's a good problem to have.
It's a good problem to have. That's something you worry about then. That's tomorrow's problem. It's not today's problem.
RJ Choppy has taken a deeper dive into the Cowboys' 2025 schedule and come up with where they have to be.
After the Vegas game, they have to be 7-3.
7-3 after Vegas.
After Vegas. So here, because after Vegas, you go to, obviously the gauntlet of Philly, KC, at Detroit, Minnesota, the Chargers at Washington.
Dub.
It's a lot of games. That's a lot of good teams right there. I've already given them in those first 10 games. I got a win against the Giants, booked. A win against the Jets, booked. A win against Carolina, and a win against the Raiders.
So that's improvement.
All they got to do is go 3-3 against Philly on the road, Chicago on the road, Green Bay at home, Washington at home, Denver on the road, and Arizona. 3-3. If you're not 7-3, that 6-game stretch. Best case scenario, we're saying that 6-game stretch is what, 3-3 at the end of the year?
I don't know. Like, on paper right now, that's how it looks.
Right.
Yeah.
Everything could change. Denver could stink. Washington could have a down year.
Kansas City has tougher travel for that Thanksgiving Day game than you do.
Right.
Philly, you're generally going to split with Philly. If you lose the road game, are you going to win the home game before that? So, I mean, there's an opening. We don't know what J.J. McCarthy looks like. Does Minnesota come back?
No,
so,
we don't know.
Yeah, they're 3-3 on paper right now. 3-3 would be great.
Because, you might get a loss or a win in the first 10 games that you're not expecting.
Mm-hmm.
Likelihood is that you're going to lose a game you should win, and then you're going to win a game that you shouldn't win. But best case scenario right now on paper is probably 3-3. So if you're not 7-3, you're really putting yourself in a real tough spot to make a division winning season or a playoff. I mean, now you're staring 10-7 in the face. 10-7 isn't guaranteed a playoff spot.
No.
Most of the time it is, but it's not guaranteed a playoff spot. And if it is, you're staring into going to go on the road to the 2 seed, or you're going to go on the road to the 3 seed. It's just a tougher road to hoe, as they say.
Yeah, because I mean, what was 10-7 as a team that doesn't win their division doesn't get you in the playoffs last year in the
Seattle,
NFC.
right? Seattle missed.
Yeah, because it was 12-5 Washington, 14-3 Minnesota, and 11-6 Green Bay were the wild cards.
So, I mean, you got to be there. You got to find a way to get to 11 wins. I don't know that you get to 11 wins if you have more than 3 losses after the Vegas game.
There it is, RJ Choppy with the schedule dissection on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. This is the commercial-free Expressway on DFW Sports Station, and it is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano. I know TR has been hounding Pepe for these tickets. We got him every single hour today and all week long. Let's do it again.
Yeah, made it out the trenches. This type of life I can't get used to.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lil Baby at the American Airlines Center Thursday, June 5th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
The color analyst for the Edmonton Oilers, Bob Stafer, will join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Is this an absolute must-win for the Dallas Stars? And should the hints / have led to a much harsher consequence? Edmonton feels like they're up 3-1.
It really does. Even though there's only been 3 games, it does feel like they're up 3-1 in this series. It feels like it's a much more of a stranglehold than 2-1.
877-881-1053. Not only to call to win the concert tickets, but to text your answers for Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
We do Ask Reddit every Tuesday right around 7:40 here on Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. This is where we grab the most viral questions being asked over on the Ask Reddit forum from the last week. Kick them around the studio and get your thoughts on the Franklin Frankel injury attorneys. Fan text 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. We'll also get your thoughts over on the YouTube. So Dwayne Sweetney, Camo, get your answers ready over on the Twitch. Mike X Cowboy, Shoot Brown 78, get your answers in here for Ask Reddit, and we'll lead off with RJ Choppy. Chop, this feels like one that I feel like you've given us these in the breaks before, a couple of these. So what are some male stereotypes that absolutely grind your gears?
Oh God, where do I even start? I don't like the whole stereotype that it's not even a stereotype. I hate the guys who are at a bar and their girl gets hit on and they go after the guy, like they bow up to the dude. It's like, what are you doing? Like, don't be a loser. Like if she's either going to say no or she's not. And if she doesn't do it in front of you, she's just going to do it behind your back. So what are you worried about? Like, stop. Like, that's one that just boggles the mind.
Now, what if you're sitting there? What if the person comes up to her knowing you guys are together?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
Is he buying her a drink?
Yes.
Fine. That's one I don't have to buy. Or one that she doesn't have to pay for either, right? It's like, it doesn't bother. It's like, I don't care.
No, that one's
it's emasculating. It's emasculating.
It's disrespectful.
Have you ever had something like that happen? Where somebody walked up and was like, I know you're with her, I don't care. I'm going to be this brazen about it.
No. But if someone tries to flirt with her or is checking her out and she walks by and I'm like not next to her, I'd take it as a compliment.
Yeah, if somebody's looking or just thinks like, oh, that's a single individual here. Yeah. Now if they know, like you say, I'm right there with them, and they're just like, yeah, but I mean, let's cut this off. I can handle this. Don't love that.
Have you ever had that happen?
No.
Wait,
No.
someone knows you're together?
Not since Papacitos. No, it's been a minute there.
No, because like at that point, if you're at the same table, especially now with a ring, we both have a ring on our finger. It's like, yeah, that's
It'd have to be standing at the bar,
right?
You know, when or sitting at the bar when you're sitting there next to her, and someone sidles up next to her, like, what are you drinking? Oh man. Like, yo, man, are you serious? What about you, Pepe? Has that ever happened to you? Someone hitting on your current girlfriend while you're right next to her? No.
Maybe it was it was a waiter that was like he played the game all right. You know, she was on Snapchat and he goes, oh, like, you're not gonna take a selfie with me? And she was like, oh no, I'm just enjoying my meal here. And then so she turned him away. You know, thank
you were
goodness.
sitting there?
I was sitting right there. Now we were like, holding hands. I guess you can't assume everyone's dating nowadays. And it was with a group, so I guess you maybe that didn't give it away. But
I like how Peyton goes, you know what? That's pretty good. I give me a high five.
I respect. Look, he played the game right. You know, he took 2 and 2 to put it together. So, respect the game. But come on, dude, you got to back off. You're a waiter. Get out of here.
I hate the
Peyton. You guys just missed. You can never tune out of a Peyton sentence.
Yeah,
it's shots fired at the service industry. You're a waiter. Get out of here.
Peyton will always take a random side swipe on somebody. This is the one I hate, and it's in advertising, it's in television, like shows, everything else, is just the like, dad is an idiot, mom knows all, but like, dad basically, if like mom was not there, these children would like starve to death or not be able to like get to a doctor or like that's.
And you have a problem with that? I mean, I feel like that applies to your home the most.
I hate it. No, it doesn't. I know I am on top of the kids when Kristen's out. And I know exactly where they need to be and at what times and everything else. And so I did it yesterday. Kristen was gone all day. I made him dinner. I was running him around. It's the whole little like basically like dad's an idiot, like, or just the dad of the family has always got to be the dummy. And usually the smart, sassy 6-year-old is even smarter than dad. I hate that one.
That's
Sean,
a good
you got
one. No, Peyton.
What was the question again?
It's what are some male stereotypes that grind your gears?
That we can fix everything. That's like something's broken, and this happened a couple weeks ago. There was an outlet outside that wasn't working, no power in it. Mackenzie goes, well, can't you just replace it? And I go, oh yeah, let me just put on my electrician hat, and connect the gold wire and the silver wire. Yeah, let me just, fix it real quick. And so, but her dad was able to come over. He had all the stuff, so he's the handyman there.
I was expecting RJ to say that we don't have any emotion.
It's another one. That's another one. We don't
have any feels, don't have any emotion.
Yeah, the whole idea is that we don't have any, and we can't talk about it.
We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Sean, you're old. This is a good one for you. When did you realize, I'm not young anymore?
Yesterday. Yesterday was a miserable day. Friday, Stars game. I didn't sit there and get wasted, but you're still running around and you're getting up at 5, 6, 7 with the baby, and then all day swimming with the in-laws. I feel like handling my kids in the pool. I'd rather run the stairs here at the station. Yesterday, I woke up with aches and pains. I used to think like I was getting ready to have pulmonary embolism, if that's the way you pronounce it. I was getting ready to have a heart attack. No, it's just the strains and the aches and the pains of handling my children in the pool and all day long. Yesterday was probably the least amount of words said in our house collectively that I can ever remember because my wife was tired. The allergies kicking in from the outside, being out there 2 days straight in the pool. Yesterday was misery of we are freaking too old for this. It's just a rate till 6:30. It's like, when can 6:30 get here and these children go to sleep?
Or go to bed at 6:30 that early.
The baby does.
Okay.
Baby gets fed at 6:30.
Yeah.
And then probably asleep at 7. Ollie's up till probably like 9:30, 10.
Yeah.
DFW Dad on the Twitch says, when I heard the word skibbity for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
Chop, what's your answer to this?
This is, it's every time about 11 o'clock rolls around on a weekend. And I'm sitting there and I can be standing up in the kitchen and I'm like, I am fading. And Sarah is wide awake. And I'm like, I can't stay up as late as I used to.
Or like I finally get the time to ourselves and you want to watch a show or two, and then you're 40 minutes into the show and it's like, I'm not focusing on this.
Right.
I got to turn it off.
Yeah, the amount of times that we've put a movie on. We can't get through a movie. We put a movie on. She's never seen Back to the Future. So I put it on for her on Friday. Within 10 minutes she was out, or 20 minutes she was out.
You wanted to see what things were like when you were growing up.
Right, back in the day.
Hoverboard, what's that hover thing?
Yeah. So I was just like, and I was the same way. I was dozing off. There's only so much Doc Brown I could take at that hour, I guess. But
Marty.
It was can't do it. Can't stay up as late as I wanted to.
40 years old. That movie is 40 years old this year.
40?
40 years old
Holy
this year.
Crap.
214, when I learned what TikTok was. Peyton, have you had a moment yet where you've thought, I'm not young anymore?
Yeah, I don't have as many aches and, back problems as maybe y'all have, but I mean, it's when I see a celebrity or pro athlete's like birthday on like the Jumbotron and it's like says 2005 and I'm like, aren't these kids like in third grade? Why are these guys pro athletes? They're supposed to be in third grade, and people's birthdays are now after 2010. It's ridiculous.
There's two different answers for this. So there's somebody making you feel old with the thing they say, and then you physically feeling old. The moment I knew I was physically old and I was like, I'm not young anymore, we rode Titan. I took Jacob on Titan like 8 years ago at Six Flags. And when it stopped, I was like, I feel like I'm going to get sick. I used to ride that thing all the time. Then we were like, all right, go to the next ride. Any ride now makes me feel sick. And so that's when I knew that was old. And then
Amanda has developed like car sickness. Like this just came out of the last year. It's in the back of the car. So if we take a ride share, she's always getting sick. And I'm like, how is this developing?
My dad was like that. He got that. And then you know what happened? When he got dementia, he stopped getting car sick.
Because he forgot he was in the back.
Because he forgot he was getting car. It's all mental.
You think?
I think for him it was. There obviously are some like inner ear situations that happen. But for him, like he would get car sick driving. It didn't matter. He couldn't get in the car. As soon as he got dementia, cured.
The making me feel personally young was Troy Pride, who's now a cornerback with the Dallas Cowboys. And I've mentioned this before. When he was coming out of the draft, somebody walked him over to me and I was doing an interview at MJP and he puts out his hand and he goes, Mr. Belt. And he goes, because I got introduced as Bobby. And he goes, Mr. Belt. He goes, I was going to call you Bobby, but then I looked at you and you looked more like a Mr. Belt to me. It's like, damn, that hurts.
And whenever someone wants to do, even a few years ago, 9 p.m. dinners, I could do it and everything, go out and about. And now if anyone does anything past 7 p.m., I cringe. Mm-hmm. I'm like, really, 8?
Yeah.
8? Like, I don't even want to go.
I won't be able to make it.
8 o'clock dinner? That's when you fall asleep in the bathroom.
Yeah, I fell asleep in the bathroom. I did. I had to go in there, take a quick nap.
Ask right here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, no matter how beloved they are in public, what celebrity do you think is up to no good?
Kim Kardashian. Look, you don't go through a marriage with Kanye West and something's not messed up. I don't think you can just go away from that and just be all sunshine and rainbows afterwards. Something's got to be going on, so I have my doubts about her.
This is a good question.
Bill Gates.
Yeah.
What?
Oh yeah.
Because like it's just it's too like so much of the stuff. It's too pure when it's so clean and like
Did he cheat on his wife?
I don't know. I mean, he doesn't look like he'd be able to.
Right.
But
have you seen his wallet?
yeah, that's true. No, but when I look at it, I go like, okay, you gave the world Microsoft, and now you're just like, I'm basically giving away all my money to just helping people get better from illness and just donating all of it. It's like, okay, but what's really going on? What do you really have going on? There's something here with you. There's got to be.
Yeah, that was a good answer. That was a good answer. I mean, anyone that has been rumored to be connected to the Illuminati in the
Jay-Z?
I mean, like Madonna, Jay-Z, just anyone in the entertainment industry that's like Illuminati. I just assume, they're doing stuff. They're doing something untoward behind the scenes.
Jay-Z's a good answer because Jay-Z keeps like he's around too many people that get in trouble. Like even if he's gotten in his own trouble before for like just weapons charges or whatever, but like the fact that when people go down, it seems like Jay-Z's somehow on the periphery of it. I'm like, what are you doing here? What's the company you keep?
She's too good looking for him. It's the same thing with Bill Gates. I know the wallet, but her wallet's big too.
Yeah.
So she's just way too good looking for him.
214 Mark Zuckerberg, 915 Tom Hanks.
What? Tom Hanks looks so innocent.
But I think that's why you say, what are you up to? Nobody's that squeaky clean. 214 Tom Cruise. Sean, you got one for this?
Mine was just being unfairly stereotypical, and he already does get in trouble, but like Morgan Wallen looks like a punk.
Yeah.
He looks like he is up to no good. He's got this punchable face. He looks like a little snot. His answers, hearing him in interviews, I know he already is up to no good, but he looks like he's up to no good.
Jamie T23 on the Twitch says, I need Garth to tell us where the bodies are. Shout out to your mom's house, Tom Segura. That's an old Tom Segura bit about Garth Brooks. Garth Brooks
was involved in some scandal recently.
I think, was he?
I think, was it his wife?
Yeah.
Was it a breakup?
Oh, Trisha. What did Trisha Yearwood do? I'll tell Garth, I think to this day, you can't comment on his Instagram posts because Tom Segura, the comedian, had started this running joke series of just, Garth Brooks is crazy. Like, he's not a normal human being. And so he would always say on his podcast, Garth, where are the bodies? And people just, every time he'd post it, inundated with, Garth, I know you, where are you hiding bodies? And so they shut off. I still don't think they're open over there. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Chop, what person have you been a fan of and now dislike or hate?
Morgan Wallen.
You're out on him?
You dislike him?
Oh, I love his music. But I just, he's just a jerk. He's just a jerk. Like, he's the bad guy. I don't like him, but I mean, I've never subscribed to the I can only listen to the music or watch the shows of people I like. Like, I separate craft from person.
Is there any limit to it?
No. I'm not going to sacrifice my entertainment because somebody's a bad guy or a bad girl. Okay, I don't care about that. So I care about my entertainment first.
Okay, just then let's say like Morgan Wallen and his music was being made by like Jeffrey Epstein. Like, you're still not divorcing that, going like, I just can't listen to this dude, or basically stream him and put money in his pockets.
No, that doesn't matter. I like, to me, I just like, do I like to listen to it by the pool? Yes, that's my threshold.
Yep. I have an entertainer and an athlete. My athlete is LeBron.
I go through waves with him.
Yeah, he's cringy. It's just he's just nowhere near as cool. Look, I firmly believe that Michael Jordan is an a-hole.
Yeah.
All right, but like, Michael was still really cool with the public facade that he had back when he was playing. But LeBron, it's just nothing he does reminds me. I never respond like, man, that's cool. That's badass. I give him credit for the charities and the schools and all that stuff. And LeBron has always stayed out of trouble. But just in his commentary and every other thing he does, I roll my eyes towards. My entertainer is Will Smith.
That's a good one.
Will Smith has never and probably is never going to recover from that. Right?
Yeah, he had, like, when we mentioned Tom Hanks a second ago, he had like Tom Hanks' reputation.
Yes.
And he just destroyed it.
Beloved. Just lovable and beloved. And I felt like he could have done a better job of like getting out of that and explaining his whole marriage thing is weird. But I don't think anyone could go from likable, lovable to the opposite more than Will Smith.
There's a lot of answers on here saying Kanye West, 214 Stephen A. Smith. So the first name that came to mind for me was...
I'm an opposite on Stephen A. from dislike to more like.
I've got a lot more people that can come to mind when I think of who's somebody I didn't like that I've come around on. But the first person that came to mind here was Dane Cook. I used to think Dane Cook was funny, and then it's like, gosh, this is irritating.
Yeah.
But then I came up with an even better one because I remembered there was a time where I liked this guy. It was very brief. Dan Orlovsky. I liked Dan Orlovsky when he first got into the analyst game. He wasn't trying to hot take it. He was just talking about football. He was trying to educate. And then he went, oh, wait, there's a quicker way to the top. And it's like, flip on him. Peyton, what's your answer to this? The question of what person have you been a fan of and now dislike or hate?
Nathaniel Lowe is mine. No, I'm joking.
You never liked who?
Nico Harrison. I'll be generic and say it.
Nico.
I had him number 1 as GM in DFW, and now he's not even top 10.
That's a great answer. All right, we got time for probably one more here.
You got text?
Oh, yeah. People saying Kanye, Dylan Brooks, Dwayne Wade, bad take, RJ, R. Kelly. You can't listen to him.
Who liked Dylan Brooks to start off?
I like Dylan Brooks early on where it was like, all right, you're an agitator. I could have you on my team. Now I wouldn't want D-Mavs 4131 on the YouTube. Brett Favre.
Oh, that's a great one.
Favre has had a big fall from grace. DFW Dad on the Twitch. Oh, Opie World on the Twitch. Hulk Hogan. DFW Dad on the Twitch says Jimmy Kimmel. And then last one here. Chop, if all humans suddenly lost the ability to lie, what industry would collapse first?
The easy answer is politics, but the this is not an industry, but parenting would collapse. You cannot parent children without lying to them.
I agree.
You lie to them about so many things till the age of about 15. My kids are still under the impression they're allergic to alcohol.
Yeah, the legal system, just in general, lawyers, like lawyers and everything else. Like, I mean, they've got to fluff it up a little bit. They got to change it. Obviously, you're right. The answer is the federal government. But Peyton, what's your answer to this one?
Marketing, advertisers.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I feel like it's all lies from here. You know, nothing. No product is that perfect. You know.
Well, except all the ones we do.
Right.
Sean, what's your answer?
I'm not going to give any answers. Get something else canceled here. Well, you said attorneys, except for Franklin Frankel, so I'm not going to answer. The color analyst for the Edmonton Oilers. Is this series basically over? We get you set for Game 4 tonight with Bob Stafer from Edmonton next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What are you, Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Club?
The Fan.
18,347 in collective ecstasy as the Oilers put the finishing touches on a 6-1 victory over the Dallas Stars, who fired 37 shots against Stuart Skinner and were repelled on all but one occasion. The only man to beat him was Liam Bishop.
And the Oilers color analyst tweeted, "This is Stuart Skinner's best start in at least 3 to 4 months. Oilers radio with the call. And tonight, game 4 in what feels like here, a must-win situation." It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, joined by Bob Stauffer here on DFW Sports Station. Did we get the last name correct, Bob?
You got it. How you doing, Sean?
Awesome. Thank you for waking up and joining us. We feel like this feels like a 3-1 series lead instead of a 2-1 series lead. What were you thinking after game 1? Did you wake up the next morning, Bob, and say, Edmonton's still a better team, or you weren't thinking like that because of the Stars' comeback?
Oh, I have a healthy amount of respect for Dallas, Sean. So first of all, let's establish this is, thanks for having me on. One of my first cognitive memories of the NFL was watching Roger Staubach hit Drew Pearson on the Hail Mary back in 75. I think it was just after Christmas, like 27th, 28th, something like that. And I know you guys are the rights holders for the Cowboys. I was a Cowboys fan until I got into fantasy football. And now I'm a fan of I'm a sellout. I'm a fan of the players on my team, and I only draft guys from Alabama. I'm in a heritage pool. So I've got all Alabama starters in the skill positions.
Did you go to Bama?
What part of it?
Did you go to Bama?
I did not go to. No, I'm actually the former SID at the University of Alberta. I'm in year 17 doing the Oilers, but I worked at the U of A. In fact, I did Chris Knobloch, our head coach. I did his games when he played at the U of A, and I played against Ken Hitchcock, who of course is your former head coach. Wow. He coached midget AAA, in Edmonton here in Sherwood Park. And I played against his team in the first midget AAA game in the province back in the early 80s. There's a long history between Alberta and Texas. I'm sure some of your listeners know the oil and gas exploration of which has made Alberta the wealthiest province in Canada. That exploration was not started. The funding did not come from central Canada and the banks. It came from Texas and Colorado-based wildcatters. So there's always been this connectivity. For one of my best friends, actually, his dad used to be the chairman of the board of the Oilers. He now lives in Dallas, so I see him every time we go down there. So I always kind of chuckle because I've been going to Dallas since 2001, since the Oilers played the Stars then. To answer your question, it's a best of 7. Okay? It is a best of 7. When Dallas won game 1, frustrating loss for the Oilers, some dumb penalties, undisciplined. Dallas capitalized on the power play. But the reality of the situation is the Stars are a top flight organization. They're well managed. They're well coached. They're always in the mix. To go 3 rounds in the Stanley Cup playoffs is, I don't have to tell the guys that are involved in the Cowboys broadcast what's that. You guys said 3 years in a row. I think at like 12-5. And, I don't know if you made it to a conference final in any of those years.
We don't have to talk about that.
It's hard to win. It's hard to win, right? Like, And I think people need to understand that. And, so Edmonton's up 2-1. I would say they've been the better team in 7 of the 9 periods of the series, but that doesn't mean they're going to win the series. Last year, the Oilers were down 2-1 to Dallas and down 2-0 in Game 4, and it looked like they were on the ropes at that point. So, what's the old saying about don't count your chickens before they're hatched? I think everybody's got a healthy amount of respect for how good both sides of the equation are in these two teams. And I hate to say it, but it's just one game at a time.
Do you feel it's still going to come down to the goalies?
I think for Dallas to win, there's no chance they're winning if Jake Ottinger's at an .842 save percentage the rest of the way in the series, because that's what he's at right now. It's staggering. Like, Jake Ottinger is general consensus considered a top 6 or 8 goaltender in the NHL. No one's got Stuart Skinner in that. Now, the one thing I will say about Stuart Skinner is he's from Edmonton. He played for the same athletic club that I did. So he understands the pressure of playing here, and it's not easy. Like, the Cowboys get a lot of attention in the NFL. They're the Cowboys. The Oilers have McDavid and Draisaitl. We take a lot of oxygen out of the league, around the league, right? Because we've got the way I would describe Connor is he's the most advanced hockey player that has ever lived. Okay? He has a chance to be the greatest player that's ever played. If you look at score adjusted, error adjusted scoring and things like that, he's right there. And then they have Draisaitl, who's probably in the playoffs has been at least as good as Connor guys. So the reality is, I think Dallas has to win the goaltending. But Skinner might have the perfect temperament to play in Edmonton because he's from here and he understands the pressure of being here. And he seems to get better as the playoffs go on. Last year he got pulled out of the Vancouver series. That was round 2 before the Oilers played the Stars. This year, Calvin Prickard came in, won 6 straight games and got hurt. So, Stewart started to put it together here. I think Dallas has to win the goaltending matchup if they want to come back and win the series.
Oilers radio analyst Bob Stauffer joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, you mentioned Stuart Skinner there, and the last 2 years that's kind of been the focus, it felt like, for a lot of the analysis heading into the series was like, well, okay, Dallas has the goaltending advantage. They've got that advantage over Edmonton. But both years now, Skinner's been really good. He was good last year. He's been great to start this series. Is the thought with him is that he's more of just kind of a gamer and somebody who elevates in these big moments, or is he just a streakier type of goaltender who he's in a hot run right now?
Bobby, he's a streaker goaltender. Okay, like Ottinger is superior athletically. Ottinger may end up being the U.S.'s goalie for the Olympic Games. He's that good. Skinner is he's from the Lyle Mass School, which is a head placement, puck tracking, let the puck hit you. He's a little less athletic, but his mental, and I hate going down this path, but unfortunately it's part of sport today. He's getting better on the mental side of the game, and that's part of the reason why he seems to be able to get. I mean, the Oilers lost the Stanley Cup final last year to Dallas and dominated them in the last 4 games of the series, and Skinner only gave up 7 goals. Like, I think they outscored Florida 19-7 in the final 4 games. So he played well enough for Edmonton to win. They lost 2-1 in the final. It was a one-shot game. Just like last year, frankly, you can make an argument the Stars are unlucky not to have won the series. They maybe should have won Game 1, and they certainly should have won Game 6.
Bob, the Hintz call, did you think they got the Hintz penalty call right? And do you agree with DeBoer that if this was McDavid, it would have been a major?
Well, I disagree with DeBoer. Pete was a lawyer, and and I don't want to badmouth lawyers because I'm sure you got a couple guys advertising on your show. Everybody hates lawyers until they need them. So one of my former roommates when I was in university is a divorce lawyer, so I got all my buddies hooked up with him here. but with all it's been a remarkable run over the last 6 months. Back to DeBoer.
He's having the real guys' nights.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I watched Connor McDavid get a 3-game suspension for having to defend himself against Vancouver back in January. Right, he cross-checked Connor Garland, and I personally think they don't call enough stuff on McDavid. Again, I just said he's the most advanced player. Nobody's been this fast, this skilled. Like, I grew up in Edmonton. I watched Wayne Gretzky and Mark Messier play in the 1980s when the Oilers won 5 cups in 7 years. And, it'd be akin to what you guys sort of maybe grew up watching the Cowboys of the early 90s. When they rang off the 3 Super Bowls in 4 years. And different style of teams, but the Oilers had a lot of, they could score and they were tough. And toughness is part of the game. So I don't think McDavid gets a lot of calls. I think if I was a Dallas partisan, I'd be like, that probably should be a major penalty.
Mm-hmm.
But in following the game as closely as I have for the last 5 decades, I would tell you guys that that's a part of playoff hockey. Sometimes there's some cheap stuff that happens. It's a little greasy, a little dirty, and guys get whacked and they're sticking, and it's not really a suspension isn't supposed to be tied into the length of how long a guy's out for. Like, I was surprised that Rope Hintz took the warm up, and then 5 minutes in, he's off the ice. I knew at that point he wasn't playing. I can understand Pete's frustration, but I disagree with his sentiment that McDavid would be an automatic major penalty, because that hasn't been the modus operandi for the NHL over the last several years.
Bob, there's a lot of talk about Edmonton's special teams coming into the series. I know McDavid had talked about it. And when you look at the first game, the power play goals were huge. Last 2 games, Edmonton's been really good on the penalty kill and those opportunities. Is that, an area where if Dallas wants the potential to come back here, they need to execute those a little more, perfectly? Because if Edmonton's going to be killing penalties at a higher rate, then Dallas is going to have trouble.
The Oilers are just, let's see, they are at 65%. Last year, they were at 94% on the PK. So it's a significant drop off. Again, they've gotten better as series have gone on. Connor was specifically talking about his own power play, because now he's on the power play in the PK. He didn't play in the PK basically the last year and a half. The Oilers' power play has gone through a 5-year run where it was the best power play in NHL history. Wow. 5 years in a row, over 25%. A couple years ago, it was at like 34. It has not been great in the playoffs and has let the Stars off the hook a couple times here, including in Sunday afternoon. Like, they had a 2-man advantage and they didn't score. You got to score at a 2-man advantage. That's a freebie. So I think that Edmonton's power play is going to have to improve. To be honest with you, what Dallas did in Game 3 in the second period is what they got to do. They got to be better 5-on-5, and they dominated, stretches of that game. That's why DeBoer said I liked a lot of what we did. I agree with him. Like, I was concerned watching the Oilers, seeing them. Edmonton's been a pretty good 5-on-5 team in the playoffs, vastly improved from where they were even a year ago on their run. So this, again, guys, it's one game at a time. When you have teams this good, this 3rd year in a row, Dallas is in the conference final, and this is the Oilers, the 3rd time in 4 years Edmonton's been there. Edmonton's won 8 playoff series in the last 4 years. Like, the Stars have done that once. They've had one 4-year window back when they won the Cup in '99, and then they went to the final again in 2000, where they won 8 playoff series in a 4-year run. There's organizations in the league that have never done that. Vancouver's been in the NHL for 54 years. They've never had 8 series victories in a 4-year window. Like, you got to be good to do what Dallas has done 3 straight years. You got to be good like what Edmonton's done. And the problem is only one team wins out of 32. And so it's not, it's sort of an extended metaphor for what you guys are experiencing. Look at the 3 years that the Cowboys had and they didn't win, right? And it's frustrating, and it fuels what we do as broadcasters, right? Like, I got a 2-hour show, 49 out of 52 weeks, about the Edmonton Oilers. So if the Oilers don't win the Cup at the end of this year, everybody be freaking out. Oh, McDavid still hasn't won a Stanley. Do you know how good you have to be to win? That's my response. There's 1 of 32 teams win. It's not a cop-out. It's just the reality of the situation.
Bob, we were running out of things to say about Mikko Rantanen before this series, and now we're barely talking about him. Are you surprised he's been so quiet, and are they doing anything specific against Mikko? What do you make of his series so far?
Well, he hasn't had a lot of offensive contribution, but I thought he had a great start to Game 3. They played him at center for a lot of the shifts early. Hey, Edmonton was trying to get on Mikko Rantanen in that trade with Carolina, too. The Oilers got in late. Okay, but Dallas was always in the driver's seat. That's why Jim Nill, the general manager's vote on the GM of the Year award, it gets voted after round 2, and I think Jim Nill is going to win again.
Wow.
So I mean, and not to mention the Stars farm teams in the AHL Calder Cup conference finals. Like, not only are they good at the NHL level, they're good at the AHL level. Take a look at how many, good late first round and early second round picks the Stars have in their lineup. Like, you get a top 3 pick like McDavid or Draisaitl, those guys are always good.
Yeah.
But when you're hitting on guys at 26 like Ottinger and second rounders like Hintz and Robertson, Thomas Harley, I did his dad Brian's games at the University of Alberta. Brian Harley's a doctor in Syracuse. So, I mean, they hit on all these picks. And so they could afford to move the capital that they moved in Logan Stankoven to get around it. It was a great trade. Great trade. It's early in the series. Seriously, I can't reiterate this point more. It is a best of 7. It's not I wish it was a best of 3 because that would have mean that Edmonton's advanced, but they haven't. There's lots more work to be done yet, and there's a lot more time for Mikko Rantanen to enter the chat.
Bob, well done. No matter what happens in the West, are you viewing Florida as the favorite to win it all again?
I think of the 2 teams out of the West, Edmonton's a little better equipped to face the Panthers are bullies, right? They are. So have you guys heard of the Broad Street Bullies in Philadelphia back in the 1970s? They were the toughest team in NHL history. Stan Bowman, who's the Oilers GM, his dad, Scotty Bowman, scheduled a preseason game at the start of 1975. Last preseason game, had their 11 toughest guys in the Canadiens organization, went into the Spectrum in Philadelphia and beat the wheels out of the Flyers. And because that's how you deal with a bully, right? You stand up. And I think Edmonton, of the 2 teams, and again, this series is far from over, I think Edmonton's better equipped with the likes of Evander Kane, Trent Frederick, Darnell Nurse to deal with some of what Florida does. Frankly, Florida was lucky to have won Game 7. They were. The Oilers had the better chances in the back half of the game last year in the final. I think it's a pick'em series, regardless if it's Dallas or Edmonton. I do think Florida's good. They're tough. They're a little bit banged up. They lost Sam Reinhart. He scored 50 goals last year. Not sure in his availability. That was a nasty hit by Sebastian Aho. Florida's another exceptionally well-run team. Strong analytics department, good scouting. They do a great job in free agency. But they'll probably be a marginal favorite on a betting line against either Dallas or Edmonton. But personally, from my perspective, I think it's a pick 'em.
Bob, this was absolutely tremendous, man. Thank you so much for the time. We appreciate it. Love the DFW history lesson, and have a great call tonight and the rest of the series.
All right, if you're stuck and need somebody, call again.
Oh, absolutely.
There we go.
Bam.
Let's do it.
Hopefully we can get a Game 7 preview. Bob Stauffer from Edmonton. Absolutely fantastic. Nice get pay here on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it's Tuesday, and I had forgotten. It is time for PP in the morning. Is Bob off? I don't want this classy individual on here for us teasing. PP in the morning. Are you calling and telling your boys good night? Next.
After we get you over to QC.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to contract attorneys in Dallas.
Well, congrats to Peyton Manning. He has found himself on the most toxic show on The Fan, and there's no number two.
He put together the single worst 30 minutes in live radio history.
That is right. Tuesday morning, 8:20. Time for a little PP in the morning. Payload Thursday, but PP in the morning on Tuesday, of course. And guys, you know, I just got done with the trip with the homies. Do you really love your homies? If you don't, tell them goodnight. It's another TikTok trend, but it's gone viral, and an NFL player within the NFC East has taken over. Do you tell your homies goodnight?
No.
Oh.
No. This is amazing. I could not get enough of these calls. The longest I've watched TikTok probably in a long time. This had me rolling. This is awesome.
It's a great trend. The responses have varied. You get a lot of people who are just like, the hell are you calling me for? What are you doing? The one that I think I would do if somebody called me into this, and it seems to be a pretty common response I see, is just like, you okay? Like, are you? I would start thinking in my head like, oh, there's concern, or they're like saying their goodbyes right now to people.
Right.
This is where the internet is. This is what the internet's designed for. Mm-hmm. This is what social media is for. This is very wholesome. It's wholesome fun. It's a wholesome prank. And I love this.
Yeah, I mean, for those people who aren't familiar with this is where you call up your homies, your closest friends, randomly at night, and just tell them goodnight. You know, you have them answer the phone, you tell them goodnight, and you record yourself along with their reactions, which is hilarious. This was a trend tried out by Commanders cornerback Mike Sanderstill. He called his teammates, told them goodnight, and here's the reaction of the audio, and then also on the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube.
Yo, this is ZB. ZB, yeah. I'm gonna just see you tomorrow, bro. I was just kind of say goodnight. Bro, what the You straight, dog? Huh? Bro, you good? What you mean? You usually call to say goodnight. Bro, good, bro, I can't tell my homies, like, sleep well, bro. Get good rest. Bro, I don't know what type of shenanigans you're on right now, bro. But you're acting real bonkers right now. What's happening, fool? Nah, bro. Come on, bro. I was just calling to say goodnight, though. Good night. All right, man. I'm gonna see you tomorrow. What you got going on? It's probably sleeping. Yo. Steez. What's up, bro? What's the word, my boy? Just laying in bed, man. Going to bed. Nah, yeah. I'm getting ready for bed too. I was just calling to say goodnight, bro. Bro, you didn't take that.
He gets caught there at the end, but yeah, it's just one of those things, man. You randomly catch them off guard. Because in case unless someone actually does it every night, you kind of get a weird vibe with it. You're thinking, why is this guy real? What do you want? You want money? What do you want here?
This is you and the Los Hombres. I can see you all doing this since you FaceTime call already.
Right. This is all just audio call. We would have FaceTime, face-to-face conversation. Yeah. That means more than just the audio. But he was going, for those radio folks, he was going down the list of just teammates and just randomly good night, man, and then hanging up on them.
Yeah. Just imagine doing that with your friend group. Is there anyone that would accept it and be like, okay, good night?
Yes.
Chiafalo?
Eric Chiafalo.
Yeah.
If you called Eric and said, hey, Cheech, I was saying good night, and be like, oh, hey, all right, good night, bro. I'm going to see you tomorrow. All right, love you, see you.
Oh, man,
that'd be Eric.
Night.
That's Eric. Eric wouldn't even blink at it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even be a thought.
That's the only one.
I can't imagine. I don't know who.
The guy, your male friend you were calling baby at the firehouse, maybe.
Sean, yeah, Sean.
Oh, yeah, Sean. I would say good night, sweetie.
Yeah.
He would take two. We would take well to it together.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't know. But that's just our back and forth.
See, that was the thing. I don't think a lot of friends of mine would necessarily they would just be like, all right, he's doing a bit, and they wouldn't even give me a reaction because they would just assume I'm doing a bit. Because simply, whenever I hang up the phone with Eric, Zach, anybody, I'll usually say, all right, hugs and kisses, and then I hang up the phone. And so, saying goodnight then wouldn't seem too far out of left field, probably.
I don't know. I was thinking, I might have to try this, either with my friends or just at the station. Just randomly call up 5 hosts, someone that works here late at night and just, say goodnight and just see what the reaction is.
Hose.
Hose.
Oh, hose.
I heard that too.
Did I put the ST at the end of
You
STS?
did. I just, yeah. No, this is hilarious. I could not, because there's no way I would have anyone in my friend group who would not cuss me out or call the authorities to figure out what was wrong.
It's our top.
Wellness check.
Because I was thinking, I was like, okay, what are my top 5 Cowboys players that would actually try this? Whether they mean it or like to just go along with the trend. And so, number 1, I have Dak. Friendly guy, he's a leader, he's all about the homies. I have Dak calling it, he's going to call people and tell them good night here, whether it's a trend or not. Deuce Vaughn as well. Not a whole lot of playing time, but he wants people to like him. So I have Deuce Vaughn up there. Number 2, Jake Ferguson. You guys had him out there. Oxnard, great guy, friendly guy. I don't know if he would answer Choppy's call after the Wisconsin diss last July, but Jake Ferguson there. I have DeMarvion Overshone as well. Super nice guy. And then Tyler Smith as their at number 5.
That's a good list.
That's my top 5.
Yes.
And text in yours, 877-881-1053, or if you don't think any Cowboys are going to say goodnight to the homies, I understand. But all right, it's PP in the morning every Tuesday at this time.
You like the name?
I do. I giggle every time.
It's going to get shut down one of these days. I'm going to have to create a new intro or something, or just name it something else.
Hey, Corey's got your backup name. It's really strong. So
What is it?
PR crisis.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's really solid.
Maybe that'll be a Friday segment in a couple of years whenever I get a third segment.
We'll just change it like G-Bag of the day.
Guys, all right, we have a controversy here. Checkers employee shot a man. Now, have you guys been to Checkers? It's not a local place, I don't think, around here. I've seen like some frozen items, but I've never actually been to one.
The frozen fries.
Frozen fries.
Yes, my kids love them.
Yeah, I don't think I've been to one. Are they waffle? Are they curly?
The fries?
Yeah.
No. The ones that, I think they have others, but the ones that they want are just the straight, non-crinkle regular fries.
I don't think I've been to a Checkers
I
ever.
have no idea what this is. I'm looking it up right now. I've never seen
You
this
never
place.
heard of a Checkers?
Never seen this place.
I've seen like the popcorn chicken, I think, now at like Kroger, Walmart as well. It's super good. And the fries as well. But this is a man that worked at a Checkers in Florida, shot and killed a man that threw the drive-thru over a missing packet of mayonnaise. We always go through lines and are like, all right, don't be so stingy on the sauces. Give me more sauces. And this guy, didn't throw the mayo or thought he did. And, whatever the case may be, but it's a 23-year-old man who was arrested after he shot and killed a customer because there was a dispute over missing mayonnaise packets, which led to shots being fired. The employee that killed the man did flee the scene and was eventually found by the police, but this is one of the dumbest reasons to throw away your life right here.
I will say, it probably was not no mayo, bang. Like, I'm sure it turned into your mama and stuff like that from the mayo.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't a pull out the gun because you didn't have a packet of Hellmann's on you.
Okay.
Or Dukes.
What is the fast food that you order that is almost ruined for you if you don't get the sauce? Because these fast food places that give you 2 packets of ketchup and they're not even going to give you ketchup, I want to fight. I do want to fight, and it doesn't ruin the fries for me, but I'm a ketchup on fries person. But I can't eat the. I mean, I could. I don't want to eat the chicken nuggets without sauce.
It's the Whataburger ketchup. I don't do sauce on my nuggets.
You don't?
No, I don't.
Wow.
But the I have to have ketchup on my fries. And look, I can get away if I go home and if I get whatever fry it is. I have ketchup in my house, that's fine. But I have to have Whataburger ketchup with Whataburger fries. It's something about eating the burger with the right amount of onions, the thick onions they have, with the mustard. I've got to pair that with the Whataburger ketchup.
You can't just get some Heinz or something and throw it on there.
As much as I love Heinz, the Heinz doesn't work with Whataburger fries. It has to be Whataburger ketchup.
They've created art. That's what Whataburger does with every meal they serve up, is create art. So no, I would say on this one, I can't eat Chick-fil-A if they don't give me the sriracha sauce for the nuggets. If I don't have, I literally will just not eat them at that point.
So I'm the guy that I will, once I get my food, I go through because it's happened too many times where I drive off and then there's no ketchup, no sauce in there. I'll sit there and I'll go through, make sure I have enough for me.
Oh,
you are the like get your bag and look through it before you even pull off.
I do that sometimes.
No, you grab, you go.
Food's a gamble.
If you're gonna look at it,
no, it's not a gamble. It's like I paid for it.
If you're gonna look at it, then just at least pull around and sit at the front and then go in if you need to. But don't just sit at the window and look through
that defeats the purpose of the drive-through. I might as well just go sit down in there.
It takes 8 seconds.
It's not about you, Peyton.
It is about me. Only
for a large order.
It's about me.
It's about me.
Only for a large order.
This is something Kristen and I fight about all the time. All the time. I will not, like, I will pull up to the front of the store and do it, but I will not sit there at the window and hold up somebody else.
This is Lethal Weapon 2. They blank you at the drive-thru. That's what they do. Joe Pesci line. They blank you at the drive-thru. They do it every time.
All right, one more story here, guys. Look, the Rockies. We talk about them. They're awful.
The Rockies?
The Rockies, Colorado Rockies.
I like the mountain range. I think it's a good mountain range.
It's a good place to visit. Good place to visit, with the homies. But the Colorado Rockies are so bad, they're getting sued by their own fans for simply just being boring. Man has sued the Rockies for negligence after he was struck in the face with a foul ball while sitting in a Coors Field luxury box. And he was blaming the team's poor performance for the injury here. Basically just said they're hard to pay attention to, so that's why I get hit in the face with the foul ball. And it's like at this point, you can sue for anything. You had the whole McDonald's thing years ago, and she actually won that case. And now you have people actually suing a professional sports team because they're quote unquote boring.
I mean, look, why stop there? Why not just sue Apple for the iPhone? Because if they didn't make the iPhone, your eyes would be on the game. You'd have nothing else to look at. That's how I would go about it. Just why stop with the Rockies? The Rockies are obviously too cheap to put a real team on the floor or field. So go with somebody with actual money.
Okay, so I really respect the side swipe of the Rockies to say if they were more interesting, I would have been looking out for the foul ball. It is a two-pronged approach. That's the backup argument. The primary argument this guy has is he says, I was sitting in a suite, and he said the design of the suite and the way the thing jots out, apparently, as he says, it's the angle of the ball makes it to where you can't see it until the ball's on top of you. And so he's like, the design of the suite is negligent, and if I may have been paying a little more attention too. So he's coming at it two-pronged, but it's a great way to get your lawsuit in the headlines is to claim they're terrible, and that's why I got hit.
PP in the morning with the strong return after the bachelor party in Vegas and Utah here on DFW Sports Station. Did you place a Cowboy bet? I didn't get any text from you saying, "Hey, Sharif, you want me to do this for you?" Crickets. That's silence.
I thought I was shunned from that. We made fun of me on Tuesday for asking too many questions, so I just let it go.
Okay,
but I did not make any sports.
You were shunned for it. All right, we have D-Bell on the home of America's team. Cowboys back out at OTAs this week. What is Bobby on the lookout for in Frisco? That's next.
After we get you over to Platinum Ford in Texas.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Oh, is Micah going to be on the field? What kind of rotations are we going to see at different positions? Are guys looking healthier than they did last week? Are there guys who just don't look totally happy to be there? Are there attendance issues? These are some of the things that we're going to be on the lookout for at OTAs this week as we talk about it here in Below the Belt, sponsored by D&M Leasing. You can check them out at dmautoleasing.com. So I was getting ready with prep yesterday and looking over, various off-season NFL articles that, NFL.com, PFF, other places like that. They're trying to fill space with just, all right, we're in that point of the season where right now we're just coming up with content, looking ahead and trying to gauge things. So through all that and reading a lot of that different stuff and looking ahead to OTAs, I was trying to think, all right, what are we really focused on? Because last week was going to be easy. We were just getting a look at George Pickens. What does George Pickens look like? How does Dak Prescott look? Does he look healthy? But outside of that, it was just kind of I
was disappointed in the Joe Milton recap. I don't think we got to that enough.
So and Milton's on this list. In fact, I'll just start off with the Milton part of it because I wrote down 5 things that I wanted to make sure to remind myself to watch for at OTAs this week. And we'll start here with the Joe Milton angle, which is how comfortable is Joe Milton out there? So watching Joe Milton out at practice. And this has kind of been the book on him while he was at Tennessee. There was chatter about this when he was in New England last year. But Joe Milton obviously is a physical marvel at the quarterback position. He has so many different things that check the boxes of just like, hey, if you were building a quarterback in a lab, you'd want that. Like the size, the arm strength.
He's Josh Allen if Josh Allen was an athlete.
Josh Allen is an athlete. Come on.
Yes, but he's not Joe Milton.
He's not
Joe Milton's like the Chuck Norris of football.
Exactly. Like in terms of if you talk about like the physical tools, it's all right there of just like, that's the perfect type of quarterback for the modern NFL. That's a guy who you can drop him in any era and that physique plays. That plays with the pocket passers in the 90s. That plays with mobile quarterbacks today. Like, Joe Milton checks all these boxes. The problem for Joe Milton is the processing, the mental processing. And when things are happening in front of him, you can see it sometimes in the way that he played at Tennessee. And I think you saw it a little bit at practices last week. It's all happening really quickly for him. The game seems to move faster than he's processing it all the time, or than he's able to get through his progression. So you'll see him panic a little bit. You'll see some of the pitter-patter feet set in, and maybe he'll break the pocket too early, or maybe he'll kind of just go, I got to get rid of the ball earlier than he should. That's something that I'm going to be interested to see if that improves over time at all. Because I think if you can get that cleaned up, you've got a really intriguing potential at quarterback for the next generation of quarterback for the Cowboys. The biggest thing is that's not an easy feat to be able to improve the processing and how fast the game is going.
So it's almost like his athleticism and arm strength work against him. He's so physically gifted that he hasn't necessarily had to process things at an elite rate because he knows that, I can just extend the play.
Right. It's like a super athletic pass rusher that doesn't need to learn how to pass rush because I'll just beat the guy in college.
Or his arm is so strong that he just overthrows guys. There's back in the old days. I say the old days. I mean like the 90s.
30 years ago.
They would tell like sinker ball pitchers like over warm up in the bullpen, tire yourself out because your two seamer or your sinker will move more if it's there's a little bit something off of it. And it's almost like Joe needs a reduction in arm strength.
So what happened when he threw it?
So he was picked off a couple of different times. There were other times where it looked like, all right, you're starting to scramble before you need to, or man, you didn't see this open up quick enough because you got kind of stuck in the read a little bit.
But when we go out there and watch them do throwing drills and throw into the net, will we say, that by far is the strongest arm? Is it a wow factor?
I don't. It's not going to probably show up in the drills into the net. Where it's going to show up is probably when you see them in team period and he's throwing to the sideline because the ball gets there fast. It's almost like a Nerf ball at times. Like it'll whistle.
And
when
he
throws it
off platform, off schedule throws, like he can throw off his back foot if he has to, and have just as much zip on it as a regular human would have on a, stepping into one of the up in the pocket.
Yeah, I mean, the raw arm strength, it's not just, he's got the raw arm strength to be able to deliver it 80 yards down the field if he needs to, or 20 yards into the stands. But he's also got, it's like the zip on it. So Brian and I talked about this when we've watched quarterbacks before. There's some quarterbacks who you feel like they have the arm strength to get it down the field, 60 yards down the field, but do they have the arm strength to get the ball there like in a hurry on a line drive? Like, you know what? It's almost like when it gets 60 yards down the field, it's kind of like a big pop fly. Like you can get it there, but does it have the zip? Is it quick? Milton's got all that. And so it's just about the processing. So I'll be interested to see if that picks up a little bit and specifically to see if Brian Schottenheimer's spending a lot of time with him. Next item on the list here as we take a look forward to OTAs. We'll be out there Thursday when media is loud out there for practices. We still remain on Micah Parsons' watch. I don't think we're going to see Micah Parsons take part in anything on the field while we go through OTAs. Minicamp will be a new question. Does he decide to hold out from that? I would guess if he doesn't have something done, he won't be here for minicamp, would be my guess. Or he'll be kind of in and out like he has been. But I don't think we're going to see Micah Parsons on the field actually doing anything while we're out at OTAs. Next one here, and we had referenced this a little bit earlier with Javonte Williams.
Bassick just texted, by the way. He had to get in his subtle Bobby shot. Nobody is as good at throwing a football as Dak Prescott.
There you go.
There you go. Look, from your lips to God's ears, Mike.
From his chipped tooth to God's ears.
Do they tip their hand at running back at all?
Did you know that Dak finished second in MVP voting a few years ago?
I've heard it.
I see him giggling right now. I see him going up and down with his red cheek. Giggling.
Mike, let us know if you think they're going to tip their hand at running back at all. So when we were out there last week, it looked like a lot of different guys were just rotating in to running back drills. So, I mean, you're talking about you'd look up there and go, okay, that's Miles Sanders coming down the field while they're doing stuff. Then it's like, oh, okay, well, that looks like Phil Maffa, the 6th round pick. He's out here right now. Oh, okay, there's Deuce Vaughn. There's this guy here. And so they've got this heavy rotation. I'll be interested to see, does any of this start to settle into place at all? I know it's super early, and this is an open competition for a reason. And they're probably going to try and get everybody's feet wet, specifically Jaden Blue, Phil Maffa, just within the scheme and trying to do what they're, get them ahead of, get them up to speed, basically. But I think that when you get to training camp, I don't know that we're going to have a point this season where we feel like that guy's the starter, whoever it is. Like, I don't think we're going to, they reached a point last year where we're like, all right, it's Dowdle. Dowdle settled into it, and it kind of cleared itself up. I think there's a good chance the Cowboys just say, we're operating as tandem or committee or whatever else for the rest of the way. And I don't know that it's going to consistently be this guy starting here or this guy starting here. I think a lot of the time you're just going to see the Cowboys approaching it from, hey, whoever's active on the roster, you might get some carries here because we're committed to running back by committee, which can be effective. Dallas was effective with it here when they had Felix Jones, Marion Barber, Shard Choice. But those are all guys that I think you'd take right down your roster over what you currently have.
Well, yeah, I mean, but like, it's how good is the offensive line?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, if the offensive line is good, I know it's an arrogant thing to say, but if the offensive line is good, generally, you'll be decent. You'll be at least serviceable.
I'm not as worried about the predicament after we went through the same thing last year before Rico. Rico had a nice season.
Yeah.
Now, the running game was not great. It wasn't even middle of the league, but I'm more focused on the O-line.
All right, let's take a look. We're going over the things that we're looking ahead to with Cowboys OTAs this week, and the final two.
By the way, real quick, all I care about is who's got the most juice. That's it. That's all I look for in a running back. Who's got the least amount of tread on the tire? Yeah. Javonte Williams look explosive. What does Jaden Blue look like? Who has the burst? Who's got the juice? That's how I judge running backs. Individual athletic ability while kind of in pads.
Which I think Javonte Williams this offseason was the youngest running back, I think, available on the market in terms of a guy who was an unrestricted free agent. So, I mean, he's not somebody who's
24.
He is 25 years old. He just turned 25 in April. In fact, he's like 3 years older than Jaden Blue. Javonte Williams is somebody who, if you can get him going, would be a nice asset here, because the first 2 years he was in Denver before he got hurt in that second season, he looked like somebody who's on his way to a good career. The next question here, do we see continued improvement in Dak Prescott's rehab? So Dak had said a couple weeks back, I could play today if I needed to. I was like, okay, sure. Yeah, I get it. Like, literally, there's not going to be a moment where that claim has to be challenged. So you can say that all day long, and you're putting people's concerns to rest. I was impressed with how he physically looked. He didn't look like he was struggling or laboring or anything else last week. So my thing is going to be, all right, does it look the same over these next couple weeks? Is he plateaued? Is this just kind of what he looks like right now? Because then I'd obviously have a little bit more concern, because there's still some limitations there. But if he were to, I want to keep an eye on, like, does he look like the movements are getting smoother? Does he look more comfortable? Is he standing in there and looking like, all right, I'm back, I'm physically comfortable in where I'm at? And then the final note here that I'm taking a look at, I really want to keep an eye on Dak and George Pickens' interactions. Not just how they're working with each other on the field, how they're working off the side when they're talking to each other. They had a couple brief conversations in between reps last week where you could tell they were just kind of going over, okay, hey, I need you to do this, or I need you here, I need you to do that. But throughout the team period, there wasn't a lot that the ball was worked over to Pickens. I think he got 2 throws from Dak the entire time, and they were just quick little comeback routes. So you didn't get to see, all right, is this chemistry really clicking? And I think that's because they're just, as Schottenheimer said, they're trying to get George Pickens up to speed right now. And so they're just, hey, figure out the steps first. Figure this out, and then we'll worry about getting things going in terms of the Dak yard or getting into chemistry and extra stuff like that. But I think that it's important to see them continue to talk through things. That was one of the things you noticed really early on after the Amari Cooper trade. Amari and Dak were talking all the time between plays at practice when he first got here, because it's like, all right, let me see where you're at, what you're thinking, what you're seeing, because that kind of trust and that sort of, the foresight to be able to tell where somebody's going to break on an option route or how their feel is with something, and when they're covered, when they're not. All of that's going to be really important in terms of making sure that Pickens is playing at the level that warranted the kind of trade compensation they had for him. But I'm going to be interested to see how quickly that comes around, because I think it's probably going to be till training camp before we really see any of that.
There it is. Practice picked back up again on Thursday here on DFW Sports Station. No one will have you covered more so than 105.3 The Fan, the official home of America's team. We have another Lil Baby ticket giveaway to hook you up with right now, next hour as well. And Choppy and Peyton were both in Arlington to see the Rangers stink it up again offensively. Does anyone think they can still be a contender? And how far have they fallen in the power rankings? Choppy with some Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers after we hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lil Baby at the American Airlines Center Thursday, June 5th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, let's talk about Twin Peaks. It is
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Hoffman at the belt. Kicks and fires. Swung on and sky to center. This should end it. Varsho ranging over toward right. He's there. He's got it. And the ball game's over. The Blue Jays have beaten the Rangers in the opener by the score of 2-1.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about that offense? Man, just romanticizing about the glory days of 2023, of the first 60 games of that year and the final, 15 games of that season as well.
What did you compare this start to a couple of years ago?
23, the year they won the World Series. 23 through 55 games was the most runs they'd ever scored in their history. This is the fewest runs they've ever scored in their history. It's about half. Through 55 games, they've scored about half of what they had scored through 55 and 23.
Well, they waste Jake deGrom, who did not pitch. It was not his best outing, but certainly not his worst. He was pretty good. Went into the sixth inning, allowed the 2 runs, took him out at 81 pitches. I was at the game. Pate was at the game. Pate, I didn't know that he was dealing with a finger thingy. We couldn't tell that, obviously, at the game, but because we were surprised they took him out at 81 pitches into the sixth.
How deep has he gone into these games, though, with his pitch count anyway?
I mean, he had the previous 3 starts, he had been over 90. He had been at 96. He had been at 100 and something. So, I mean, this was early. This was early. They at least, I think, could have gotten him out of the sixth, outside of the fact that, like you guys said, that there was some concern.
And this was the. Did they say which finger was it?
I don't know. But
he's had issues with a couple, like before with the Mets. He had gotten pulled out of games with a nerve issue in his finger.
Yeah, Sandler has nothing on it. Evan Grant has nothing on it. So I'm taking that as a good sign.
Yeah,
that it's not something serious.
That's a great sign.
Jacob deGrom acknowledged after the game that he had a, quote, hot spot on one of his fingers, but said it is not a blister.
Okay. A hot spot.
I love a good hot spot. I don't know what that means, but sure, I got a hot spot all over the place. So the Rangers do blow it. They get another real, performance for their staff where they only are, all they need is 3 runs to win, and they can't do it.
If I want to bet on them as a team, run scoring wise, what would I get odds wise in terms of unders? Like, their under is set at what compared to everyone else? Because rather than bet on individual at bats through underdog and all that stuff, with Kevin Hagelin's promo, I'm like, why don't I just bet on them scoring less than 3 runs every single night, and I'll be rich.
All right, so let me go here. Let me look at
because that's like a lock, especially against a decent pitcher. Like you were talking about the pitch count yesterday with Gossman. You're looking up at the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, it was in the 4th inning, top 4. He had thrown. It was like 25 pitches. He had thrown 3 balls.
They showed his pitches per inning, and it was like 6, 12. It was comically low.
Just hacking, just going up there with no plan.
Oh,
so today,
Brett Boone tomorrow, 9:20.
Today, that actually probably was their plan. Hack early, like that was pretty clear, right? They were going up there. So the Rangers today, their over under on runs is actually higher than Toronto's. It's 4.5. Toronto's is 3.5. The over-under on runs today, just for today's game.
Under.
And it's at 3.5? What's the over-under at?
Rangers is 4.5. Now, to bet the under, in order to win $100, you got to bet 145. So the under is the favorite. And if you bet the over, if you bet 100, you win 110. So it's the favorite is the under.
Evaldi against Francis, and
that's why the Rangers have a higher than Toronto.
Francis has a 5.54.
I was just looking at
it shouldn't affect.
Well, Evaldi will affect Toronto's. Right, so Toronto's will be low.
I just want to bet on the Rangers under.
Yeah.
That has no effect on the Blue Jays. Have no effect on that.
Yeah, the starting pitcher does.
Oh, the starting pitcher, but not Evaldi.
No, not Evaldi, but that's why Toronto's is lower is because of Evaldi.
If you take 2023, the Rangers offense, if you just take the first 29 games of that season and the runs they scored there, if Texas would have gotten shut out in the next 26 games after that, they still would have scored more through their first 55 games than this
Oh, my God. It's bad. It's bad right now. And we have reached that point of the season, Memorial Day, where everyone really starts to look at the standings for the first time. Like, you just kind of poking your eye at them and, run differential. These stats start to really matter now because now you're about 60 games in. You are more than a third of the way through the season. You're closer to you're basically halfway between the halfway point and a quarter of the way in. So it's at a really good spot to start looking at these things. First of all, a couple of things pop. The American League, there are 15 teams in the AL, and 11 of them have at least a 25% chance to make the playoffs right now, including the Rangers, who are almost a 30% chance to make the postseason on Fangraphs. They're at like 28.3.
Third in the West, 4.5 games back, along with the Angels. Seattle leading the way, a game and a half up on the armpit.
So I found this article on ESPN about Memorial Day standings check, and a couple of the points that are made about the Rangers in here is they believe that 2 of the Rangers, Astros, Red Sox will make the postseason. So 2 of them they believe will make the playoffs. Now, whether or not they're making it as the division winner or what, they don't specify. Obviously, it doesn't look like it would be the division winner, but only 4.5 out. That doesn't really matter. There are so many teams that are within 3 games in the American League of the playoffs. So you've got like half a dozen teams, 8 teams that are within 3 games of the wild card. And 6 of them are outside the playoffs looking in.
That's why you got to figure out really quickly if this is a team worth investing in or not. Because there's going to be a lot of people wanting to buy because it's so close.
You are going to see, like we saw last year, the Rays just decided, hey, look, we're just going to sell. There's an opportunity for us to sell, so we're just going to sell. There's a lack of parity at the bottom. There's a ton of parity in baseball. The Rockies, the White Sox, the Pirates, and the Marlins, you can basically pick any year you want, pencil them in for the bottom, and it's going to hit. What those 4 teams have done is a disgrace. It is a disgrace to the game. The Pirates are going to wind up trading Paul Skeens. And they should just force them to sell. O'Neal Cruz over the weekend hit a ball 122.9 miles an hour. It's the fastest ever recorded. He's an electric player. They have 2 of the most electric young players in the game. They can't buy a win. Nobody's going to the games. Unless Skeens is playing, no one's going to the games. It's a disaster. And they've got to figure out something about it. So that's a little Memorial Day check at the standings. By the way, big miss, I thought, yesterday by Major League Baseball. There were 12 games in the schedule. That means 6 teams have one of the 3 days that everyone in America has off to go to these games. And they were not playing. There were 3 games that should have played yesterday that didn't happen. Everybody should play every Memorial Day, every 4th of July, and every Labor Day. You should, without question, have a game on those days.
And where do the Rangers fall to in the power rankings?
So in the power rankings on CBS, after their 6-game losing skid that they had, they just snapped. They dropped 5 spots. They went all the way down to number 20.
20.
Yep. And that says these Rangers are just so inconsistent, it's difficult to trust, but they are still just 4 games out.
That's the problem. You're just gonna
big buy.
Yeah,
buy signal.
You're gonna go buy.
I'm going B-U-Y.
Buy at the deadline, you mean?
Not B-Y-E, B-U-Y. And I'm going to get 2 bats. This staff is too good to sell on.
It's definitely too good to sell on. My question is, who's selling? That's the problem they're going to run into. There's no bats. Are they going to get Brett Rooker? I mean, sure, I'm in on that, but I don't know that they're going to trade him.
You're probably like paying through the nose for it is the problem. So you're probably not going to get guys that like really are the type of impact bats you would normally expect at a deadline. And then you're going to pay like probably impact bat prices.
Yeah,
and that's where it's
right
like, I'd rather take advantage of that.
It's 53 games in, all right? There will be some more separation, I'm going to assume. There's always people available. All right, it's not no one is going to sell, everyone's going to buy. There will be no one available. That's never happened in the history of any deadline ever. Someone will be available. It's a question of whether you want to pay and how high the price is and what do you want to give up.
Yeah.
I just think you cannot waste this staff. It's criminal to waste this staff.
It's a great staff. Is Baltimore going to be a seller?
Already fired their manager.
Right, they fired their manager, but they've got young players that are relatively inexpensive, but they're coming up on contracts. So is that a team that you could poach from? Like, is Baltimore really going to get rid of some of the young guns?
Right.
I mean, they are like a massive disappointment. They've been floundering in a big way because they were looked at as like the team where it's when they started having success, people were like, all right, that's the next juggernaut for the next probably 6-7 years, and they're starting to spiral towards 100 losses again. How many games do you think the Rangers have lost this season where they only allowed 3 runs or fewer?
12,
11, pretty close. So I mean, you're talking about. If you're just scoring a reasonable amount, a normal amount, like this is a team that should be closer to probably being 37-18 or something like that.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ, Choppy and Peyton, both at the Globe yesterday, right here on the Fan.
You want Jack Leiter or the early submission for worst take of the week?
Does it have to do with the Rangers, the take?
Yes.
That.
All right. This is Xavier Scruggs on ESPN. Now, a couple of weeks ago, we had the Cy Young article where Nathan Eovaldi was not mentioned as a top 10 candidate for Cy Young. This is Xavier Scruggs, who does MLB and ESPN, MLB Network and ESPN, talking about his top candidates for the American League Cy Young.
There's no doubt Scooble is going to be great, but I think Max Fried has been a little bit different this year since coming over to the Yankees. I like him a little bit more because of the wins, but also he's starting to rack up more strikeouts. I think he'll continue to get more as well because he's got such a great arsenal. I pick him a little bit ahead of Tarek Scooble on the American League side.
All right, so I was really proud that ESPN dusted up their Baseball Tonight set. They took it out of the fourth basement storage closet to roll these guys out of bed to give a take that no one's going to remember. And look, to be fair, Max Fried leads all starters in baseball with a 1.29. I have no problem with Max Fried being there. But to have Eovaldi behind Scooble, he's almost a full run better than Scooble in the ERA. Oh, you don't like ERA? That's fine. Nate also has the best whip in Major League Baseball. Oh, are you not a fan of whip? Well, he's got a better WAR than Scooble does as well. So if you want to put Fried at number 1, I've got no issue with that.
Yeah, but how many parades does Eovaldi have? Because baseball threw Scooble a parade for throwing a complete game the other day. You throw a complete game,
I know,
and now all of a sudden it's like you hit 5 homers in a single night.
Yeah, it's a good point.
It's ridiculous.
The complete game is a dying thing, but that doesn't discount the fact that Nathan Eovaldi has been, I would say, the second best pitcher in the American League as a whole throughout the entire year. You can make a case he's been the best. The only thing that Fried has over him really is the ERA. But Nate's strikeouts, his whip, I mean, he's there. He's there at the top of basically every single category.
And Nate's got a complete game, too.
And you can't have Eovaldi, I believe, anything lower than 2.
Scooble, to be fair, like if you just look at, because obviously all those numbers are higher for Eovaldi. If you look at Scooble, nobody in the American League out of qualifying pitchers has more strikeouts or fewer walks. Like in terms of just like the peripheral efficiency, he's been the most dominant.
So just for the record, am I getting the sense from you that you want them to sell?
Yes. I don't believe the offense is going to turn around.
I'm not believing the offense is going to turn around either. I need to acquire offense.
Right. So
this group is cooked.
Yeah, so I don't think you can acquire enough offense that makes sense to give away the capital that it would cost.
And you?
I'm going to buy with this pitching staff. I'm going to buy. Now, I guess if you do not believe in Mahle, right, that's fine. If you not believe in the health of deGrom, I'm not going to fight you on that one. As it sits right now, though, there's been no indication, knock on all this Corian, that deGrom is anything but healthy. And, yeah, while I don't trust Mahle, I will take my chances with Nate and Jake to start game 1 and 2.
Diamond Cavs with RJ Choppy on the home of your favorite baseball team, as frustrating as they are. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock tonight as they try to get even with the Jays. Do we have our Aaron Rodgers decision finally? And Choppy says there are reasons to feel positive about the Dallas Stars before game 4 tonight. We got some red zone for your football fix next on The Fan.
Farm score?
There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone every single day at this time here on your home of the Cowboys. It's 105 through the Fan. Sean Trafe, RJ Choppy. We got our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pay back from the bachelor party and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. If the Pittsburgh Steelers get tired of waiting on Aaron Rodgers, apparently they have a backup plan.
They do. This, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler, who says their fallback plan, Kirk Cousins. Now, I mean, this is so Steelers. Is this not so Steelers? They are the new Indianapolis Colts, who went from decrepit old Phillip Rivers to even more decrepit old Matt Ryan and Joe Flacco, and now they'd be going from Russ to maybe Rodgers to Kirk Cousins. It's like the Steelers are allergic to solving the actual problem, which is a long-term solution at quarterback. They are so buried in this idea of never resetting. They refuse to actually do the right thing. But, maybe they'll luck into Ben again. They lucked into Ben at the mid to late first, 17th pick or something like that. And, they never really try. So, sure, go ahead. Fall back from Aaron Rodgers to get Kirk Cousins.
I'm gonna cover the Steelers a little here, like defend them a little with the quarterback approach. So they did try to draft Pickett a couple of years ago. That just didn't work out. After that, they bought on Justin Fields, who a lot of people thought still had a turnaround potential, and that was after like a 20-year run with Roethlisberger. They had Roethlisberger, and then as soon as he ran out, they went and tried to draft somebody, didn't work out, and then they tried to get somebody who they thought was a buy low and really, really boom kind of player.
Yeah, but then they wound up playing Russ.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that it worked out for him, but I'm saying I don't think the actual process has been totally awful for them.
What is he waiting for?
Rodgers?
Is he trying to skip all the OTAs and mini off seasons?
Yeah, he'll be there for training.
What has he claimed? He told McAfee or somebody that he had a personal issue going on that everybody knows about and that he wasn't going to address or something like that.
Egypt. I'm sure it's just he's going to go get stoned between the pyramids.
I'm more interested in smearing him in terms of the tabloids. Danica Patrick said that her relationship with Aaron was emotionally abusive, so that wore me down to nothing. Quote, people could never imagine that I would lack in confidence or belief in the simple things about who I am. Yeah, everything was torn to bits. He leaves a trail of blood. We should have actually got the audio of this. She sat down with Sage Steele. I don't think I'm saying too much earth-shattering stuff. There's been enough out there. I ignored it, but in real life, I would just say all the time, I'm built for hard things. I can handle hard things, so I saw it as a hard thing, and my nature is to try harder and do more. He leaves a trail of blood.
He doesn't.
It almost makes me like him more that it's that was against Danica.
I was gonna say he doesn't strike me as like when I hear he's emotionally abusive or whatever the line is. Like I think of somebody who's like using manipulative tactics. I just think Aaron has a general air about him that's like, you're dumber than me, like with everybody. And I don't know that
I
it's
can
like,
read.
Yeah,
I can
exactly.
Read. That's what he says. I can read.
It's uncomebackwittable. But he strikes me as more just he's super arrogant and thinks everybody's dumber than him. And I don't know that that's abusive now, just as much as just like he's kind of a snot.
He went to Cal. I mean, let's be fair.
It's true.
877-881-1053, Franklin injury attorney text line. We move on to a relationship we failed in trying to break up. Travis Hunter.
I'm so disappointed. I'm so sad. We had all tried, all of society really had tried for several months now to warn Travis Hunter about the numerous red flags that his fiance was displaying in public, whether it be the worst of these stories out of all of them was the one where she's like, yeah, Travis just drives me to the party and I go inside and freak dance with people and then he just waits in the car for me. And it's perfect setup, healthy relationship setup. Let him canceling all of his social media accounts for a while, shutting those down because he just couldn't stand it. Well, he is officially married. He got married to the woman over the weekend, Leanna Line. He married her and he bought her a G-Wagon for a gift right out of the gate.
Minimum $200K.
My gosh. And so Travis Hunter, he seems like such a great guy.
Yes.
I hate that this so predictable relationship ending, it feels like.
Who stays longer together, Travis or Belichick?
Travis.
Man. Yeah, well,
probably.
I mean, yeah, Travis.
There's still time for us to rescue Belichick. We haven't lost that one yet.
Man, this is unfortunately one of those situations where you just got to let it happen, and you got to let him learn.
Yeah,
he'll learn.
You got to touch the stove.
You got.
Are you totally convinced?
Yeah, you just got to learn. Like, I don't try to talk my friends out of things. Like, you got to learn. Now, maybe that makes me a bad friend. I think it makes me a good friend.
Have you ever?
You just got to learn. You got to learn the hard way.
You think
sometimes.
us trying to talk you out of past stuff made us bad friends?
No. I don't think it made you bad friends at all. But I had to learn. You got to learn. Because, by the way, even if you try to talk him out of it, so guys, when it comes to that, are just like dogs when they see another dog. You can't. If my dog sees a dog, there's no talking to him for that 5-minute stretch until he gets his barks out and whatever they say. Hey, Ezekiel. Hey, Tony. Whatever they say across the street to each other. There's no getting through to him. You just got to let it play out. And that's the same thing here. He's got to learn. He's got to learn. We got to step back and let the kid learn. He'll figure it out.
I believe you have. Chop, have you ever given anyone the advice of you can't get married? Like leading up to a wedding?
Don't marry that person?
Yeah, like this, you can't get
Was
married.
I invited to the wedding?
Yeah.
Was there an open bar?
I've done this twice. I've twice told people
Was there
you
an
can't
open
get
bar?
married. Yeah.
Then why would I sacrifice an open bar?
I will say this is the most troubling fact of this is he got married on Saturday, which means I now share a wedding anniversary with Travis Hunter's awful relationship. So I'm now wondering, is that a bad omen for my future?
Probably.
I love a wedding. That would never try to touch
Jordan Hudson put up a post and then erased it. Pablo Torre, the one who has broken open all the Belichick stories over the past few weeks, she said Pablo Torre's findings have been nothing short of factually incorrect, slanderous, defamatory, and targeted. Can y'all please stop giving credibility to this reporter? And she erased it. And then Sunday morning, Torre responded, I find it bizarrely appropriate at this point that Jordan Hudson would post this and then very quickly delete it. But to be perfectly clear, I stand by our reporting in the episodes we publish. So there you go. Jordan Hudson trying to disparage the credibility of Pablo Torre.
I've reached such a negative, just default opinion with her that almost anything she says I'm just going to be like, probably not true. Probably making it up.
The fact that this, like they were seeing him seeing her in his seats in 2021, to the fact that she's in charge of she has $8 million real estate portfolio now. That Bill's buying his ex-girlfriend a house. I mean, there are mounds of stories here.
I have some flag football odds from Bet Online for the future Team USA.
Oh, the USA is the favorite.
Good job.
Okay.
USA, rest of the world, though. Rest of the world is plus 200. Team USA is minus 300.
I'll say this. Because it's flag football, that obviously
think France
changes.
and someone else has beaten some type of USA team in some of this stuff.
I mean, it would not surprise me if, because it's flag and it's, there's no offensive line.
Yeah.
It's all skill stuff and
NFL Network, we saw this. They knew all the tricks and ins and outs of flag football.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So if you were to take a flag football team, a really good flag football team, and put them up against NFL players that aren't flag football players, the flag football team's going to win that game.
I was going to say, what do you think, do you think other sports have this too? In terms of just ice hockey versus roller hockey or baseball versus wiffle ball? If you had MLB players play guys who play wiffle ball all the time.
I bet you the wiffle ball guys destroy MLB players. Because you don't know how to throw those goofy pitches that they use and how to use the holes in the wiffle ball.
Justin Jefferson already said that this would be a dream, so Minnesota holding their breath. But it's 3 years from now. Starting quarterback for 2028 Team USA in the Olympics.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson, the favorite at 2-1. Then
Kyler Murray.
He's fourth.
Ooh. Josh Allen.
He's third.
Mahomes.
He's fifth.
Oh, wow. Jalen Hurts.
No, he's sixth. You guys got the entire.
Jaden Daniels.
Jaden Daniels is 3-1. And then will a current college player be the starting quarterback? No is minus 400. Yes is plus 250. So you would take someone now that, makes it on out into the pros in a year or two. So those are some of the Team USA odds that I have.
It'd be funny if they went with a Pure drop back passer. Just old school.
They throw Scott Mitchell out there.
Tom Brady off and bring him out there.
Yeah.
It's the Red Zone every day at this time here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Stars. Game 4 tonight feels like a must-win. And RJ Choppy came up with some Stars positives after Game 3 and that drubbing where they've lost 9-1 combined in the last 2 games. Positives?
Yeah, can you make them uncomfortable at all? Can you take anything from that? And the Stars do. There are a couple of things that you can take from that. For one, in Game 3, they did really dominate in Game 3 in the second period. Okay. They were plus 14 in shot attempts, plus 11 in scoring chances, and a 10-1 advantage in high danger shot attempts. But they were digging out of that 2-0 hole, and they managed to get the 1 goal of their own. And then, handful of seconds before the end of the period, McDavid scores another one.
Yeah, Bob Stauffer was very, very positive about some of the stuff they did in Game 3.
Now, one other thing
color
is,
analyst.
and what's that?
Oilers color analyst.
Mark Messier made this point between one of the periods of Game 3. The Stars haven't gotten McDavid and Draisaitl off their games. But again, that 1-3 power play goal in the third period of Game 1, there have been precious few instances with the Stars carrying play for long stretches or putting a scare into Edmonton in the 5-on-5. But the Stars need to get kind of a lead going, a rush going. Skinner had nearly a 90% save percentage on shots off the rush entering that game. There's a couple of positives that you can take from it. Again, the 5-on-5, they started getting better in the 5-on-5, and maybe you get hints. That's the other one. A lot of the analysts are chalking up Game 3's performance to a deflation, especially early on, the first period. You're deflated, you lose Rope. You get him out there skating, you wonder if he's going to play, and then all of a sudden, 5 or 6 minutes on to the warm-ups, he leaves the ice and he can't go. They're saying that has to be deflating to a team because he's so important on your faceoffs, on your power play, that you lose him and all of a sudden, it changes everything. He's one of the most important players. He's one of the guys. Look, he's not Mikko.
But 3:45 left, third period, Game 2.
3:45 left, third period, game. Okay.
That game was over.
Yeah.
Deflated for the beginning of Game 3?
Yeah, because you're thinking, all right, maybe we have him back.
I could see him between periods.
Yeah. Maybe you have him back, and then, all of a sudden, it takes a little bit of air out of you, and then you go in there, and you kind of come out flat in the first period of Game 3.
There's a lot of video of him skating yesterday, by the way, where he looked pretty smooth, and he said he feels good. He's doing everything he can to get back.
Where's Mikko?
Well, that's kind of a wonder. It's a question, because he has not had... he's been great throughout the course of the playoffs, but in this series, they've done a good job neutralizing him, where the Stars have not done the same job trying to neutralize.
So
McDavid and Draisaitl.
You were right about sitting up top at the AAC for hockey. Like it's incredible.
Yeah, it's great, right? Were you guys in the end zone or like on the side?
We're in the corner, basically, like diagonal.
Okay.
And watching McDavid skate and watching the Stars like back up and give him space, it's like someone being afraid of being crossed up in basketball. Like I'm like just watching that when McDavid has it, I'm like, he wasn't challenged. He wasn't given, tight airspace. It felt like people were backing up, just letting him continue to do wizardry out there while skating around.
So I saw this stat.
It felt like a fear factor.
I saw this stat that, and this was like a game or two ago, so I don't remember I don't know if it's if it's still updated. But at the time, he had 31 instances of him reaching 22.5 miles an hour on skates in this postseason. And no other player had more than 18 in the entire postseason.
Back with a full recap tomorrow morning. Jake Riepma in studio with the Stars trying to even things up. Let's hook you up for the final time this morning with these tickets. Then crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece.
Yeah, made it out the treasure. This type of life I can't get used
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Lil Baby at the American Airlines Center in Dallas on Thursday, June 5th. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
RJ.
very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Now he'll backhand one up Stankoven. Stankoven with a shot. He scores! Logan Stankoven! And for the first time in this series, the Canes have a lead. It's 1-0.
And the Canes actually stay alive.
Good for them. First time in 16 conference finals games they won one.
It's Crosstalk with the K and C masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Is this what you were worried about in the Stars series with what has developed?
Yes, definitely. And it feels like, we'll get into it, I'm sure, later in the show, but it kind of feels like you're going to need Ottinger to stand on his head if you're going to take this thing down.
It feels like 3-1.
It does.
Is it because they got so outworked in the first two periods of game one?
Yeah.
Okay, I could see that.
Yeah. All right, explain to me, because I rely on your hockey knowledge more than others. The hint slash. Is that, what's the right call there?
Yeah.
And I know you'll be objective.
I probably would have given it a major. I don't think I would have suspended, but I think that I get DeBoer's point. He was like, hey, if that was on McDavid, your golden boy, obviously you would have given it at least a major. I probably think it deserved a major instead of a minor.
Did either of you change your mind after we had on the Oilers color analyst and his interpretation or explanation?
No, because it's obviously he's looking at it from the other side. And he did say, like, if I was a Stars fan, I would probably want a major out of it.
Yeah. So when you do that in hockey, and I take my stick and I try to chop your foot off,
yep,
that cannot be a 5-minute major.
Depending on how good you are.
Yeah, I mean, that's right, too. But it happens a lot more than, like, it's a play that happens frequently. But this one just happened to be that one small area where he got jammed on the body instead of on the pad.
Yeah, it's an intent. Is there an intent to injure? Like
Yes.
that's they take that. I don't know how you can ever judge somebody's intent, but
I can judge it with a stick pretty well.
yeah, with a stick. You know, it's like the old. It's like I always go back to baseball. I always laugh about this. Umpires, like when they're judging a check swing. What was his intent to swing? Of course it was. His bat
started to move
his
the
bat
bat,
literally
yeah,
left
yeah.
his shoulder.
Yeah.
Of course there's an intent to swing. Let's not judge the intent there.
His intent to stop was the situation.
Yeah, this was retaliatory, and I believe it was intentional.
That was impressive that you said that word.
I don't even know what that word.
I can't say it easily.
Retaliatory?
I just leave out a few letters.
Retaliatory.
Retaliative.
Yeah.
Retaliatory.
Retaliative.
Is it retaliatory?
That was pretty close.
Retaliatory. Retaliatory.
Got it.
Yeah, I think I have an extra syllable in it than the way Corey was saying.
Yeah, I say retaliatory. I just
Yeah,
leave
you say
out the
retaliatory.
I.
I say
I leave out the
retaliatory.
IA.
Retaliatory.
Yeah, is that right? I don't even know if that's
Ironically,
right.
when I say realtor, people get mad because I add an extra syllable.
Realtor.
How many
Yeah.
syllables
Realtor.
is
Feels wrong.
retaliatory?
Feels wrong.
Realtor seems wrong.
Yeah, I don't like it.
No, they're realtors. I call them realtors.
Yeah.
It's not realty. It's realty.
Oh, here's the answer.
Retaliatory.
Retaliatory.
Yeah, so there's the E in it.
5 syllables.
In your face, Corey. That's the homeschool
Retaliatory.
coming out, baby.
Yeah, I do 5. Retaliatory.
Peyton, let's hear you say it.
Retaliatory.
Ooh, very
He
good.
didn't say
UNT
right.
education.
It's one of those you just run,
You just run through it like unprecedented.
How often do you think if somebody just says it with fast and with confidence that you're like, yeah, okay.
I mean,
A
it
lot.
just happened. Choppy literally just said it wrong, and
Yeah.
he said, hey, I'm proud of you for that.
Listen, if you're just confident in things you do, it's just going to happen.
Corey,
Walk right into that section.
what's coming up?
Seriously, what the hell happened to the Stars? We do that at 10 o'clock right out of the gate. And then, is this Cowboys player underappreciated? We do that at 11 o'clock today.
It's about Dak.
Yep, it's always about that.
Yeah,
Just
it
kidding.
is.
It's not.
Underappreciated. That's what they call
Well,
him.
that should be why. That's probably why it should be about him, because you don't think that's a joke. You think he's overappreciated.
I think he's appreciated the right way.
That's good.
Is that...
No. I'm
See, the thing that I get tired of is people are like, he was a 4th-round draft pick. Not anymore.
We're past
No,
that.
Like,
not anymore.
we're 2 contracts beyond that.
now he's the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Yeah,
That's how he
he's
gets
got to play better.
coached.
Mhm.
Phil Robertson passed away.
All right.
Duck Dynasty.
So I knew that because that's what everyone put in the headlines. I've never actually seen Duck Dynasty.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? Is it just about?
It's a hokey kind of. Bobby, you described it.
It's awful. So it's
I
like
liked it.
It's campy, scripted, like wholesome. Look how wacky their interactions are, and they're these like woodsmen and stuff like that.
Then why did you write all this praise for him last
No,
night?
I wrote that the show I didn't like. I liked him. His story is really fascinating. Like him walking. He was gonna be the starting quarterback at Louisiana Tech.
Ahead of Bradshaw.
Bradshaw. He and Bradshaw were teammates. He was going to be the starter, and he left to just go. He's like, I want to be in a duck blind. And he left school and was like, I just want to go build my family over here. So he was starting ahead of Bradshaw at Louisiana Tech. Ended up going back to Louisiana, starting the Duck Commander company, built it from the ground up.
He didn't create the duck call.
Those duck calls, those specific ones that sell are his. Those are the ones that are like really popular. So I mean, the way he built everything from the ground up, he's super family committed, and
He's super into Jesus too, right?
he is that as well.
He has a lot of kids. That's what I thought I knew. He has a lot of kids.
Like 4, I think.
Oh,
and then a lot of grandkids.
Okay, maybe that's.
I guess he used to be a bad guy, and then he converted, and then preached.
History is full of people.
Do you equate a lot of kids with really into Jesus?
No, those are two separate things. I just remember thinking that I heard all his kids were into Jesus, and he had I thought he had 18 kids, but y'all are saying he's got a bunch of grandkids.
Yes.
Okay, that I did not know.
We don't talk about them.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the show, Corey?
I saw 2 episods, and they seemed crazy. I was like, man, those dudes are loose cannons.
Not enough to get you to 3.
No, not 3. Not 3. No.
This is crazy. I'm done here.
I mean,
I'm done it too.
Sometimes you've seen enough crazy in your life, and this goes back to Roseanne. Roseanne was very it hit home for me, so I didn't watch it.
So?
I was like, that kind of reminds me of my home a little bit. Not really.
Same couch.
Kind of poor. We have one of those great grandmother knitted things hanging over the couch and stuff like that. So it just hit a little home.
So you stayed away from Roseanne.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kristen won't watch what's that show with William H. Macy? He's the dead
Shameless.
Shameless. She won't watch Shameless. She watched the very first scene and she's like, this reminds me too much of growing up. Turn this off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, Duck Dynasty, I will say this. It's weird that it became
Shameless.
Showtime. Good show.
It's
Didn't
weird
the
that
dude
it
keep a pill in his tooth all the time or something like that. Never mind.
I don't know.
Back to you guys.
Like a cyanide pill?
No,
That's what I was
like a
thinking.
Xanax, like a Xanax or something.
It is weird that Duck Dynasty became such a pop culture phenomenon though, because it is one of the few things that blew up in pop culture strictly just for being wholesome.
And
there was really nothing super out of the way, controversial, like a lot of the reality stuff that blows up does.
Yeah,
they were just
it's a hokey scripted.
Yeah, which is just weird to me that it had such broad appeal, because most people look at it and go that's corny.
Well, everybody loves Raymond. What's the show? There was one right after that. Kevin James. What's
King
that?
of Queens.
Yeah, all those things are.
But as a
hokey
reality
like
show,
that.
for them to take over pop culture, they took over pop culture for about a year, where they were the nice Christian Kardashian or something, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, did he just die because he was older?
He had Alzheimer's.
Like I'm about to have.
Me too. I don't want to keep.
about as relative.
But I guess I could keep saying it. You don't remember.
Oh.
Corey, did you cook anything?
It's a race, man. It's a race.
We actually, I do have a.
I think, by the way, this is going to be a Seinfeld accusation. I think you're using Alzheimer's to justify spacing out.
Oh,
not the jokes.
Oh yeah,
you can. Yeah,
using dementia just strictly for the jokes.
Yeah, was that Seinfeld
to Alzheimer's?
It's Watley. He converted to Judaism for the jokes.
Using Alzheimer's for the out.
It's like
early dementia.
When
using
somebody
your
asks
dad's
you to help move, you're like, oh, the back injury I've had for many years.
Yeah.
You're like,
It's
I can't.
I can't get kids.
Yeah, exactly.
What are they
That's
going to
smart.
fire you? They're going to put you in the office and be like,
Yeah.
Well, you have early stages of
Listen,
dementia.
I've already planned this. I've been getting the long-term disability for a few years now on the insurance, paying for it. I mean, I'm ready. Let's go.
You are paying for it?
Oh, I've been paying for years. Yeah.
Oh.
When did your dad first get Alzheimer's, you think?
Let's see. I think I first noticed it when he put the eggs in the oven after he got back from the grocery store. I was like, this is not normal.
Because they go on top of the oven in a pan, obviously. That's how
They
you
go in
make
the
eggs.
fridge.
They go in
I
the
thought.
fridge.
Oh, okay.
So
Like
that's
that.
when
Gotcha.
so I would say he was about 68, 69. So I got a good 23 years.
Okay.
24
How
years.
far ahead do you need to be really paying into this thing to make it worth your while?
On the long term?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's you just pay into it. But it's just I'm just doing it just for. My dad always said always get the long term. It's like it's a tax deduction, I think, whatever.
You think?
I don't really know how that works.
He just got his tax return back.
I don't even know what a write off actually is.
This one or the one from like a couple years
No,
ago?
I got that one. They just sent me a check out of nowhere. I was like, yeah, I'm whole again. Now I got this one.
All right.
Wait, you're waiting for 2024?
Well, it's direct deposit, right? They do the direct deposit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're not waiting on any tax returns currently. What's open?
Well, they haven't directly deposited the money yet.
Okay.
Takes a couple of days.
Okay.
So I just did it last week.
Hey.
But no, I'm not waiting for anything else. I am caught up, baby.
No more identity theft?
It's like finding $10 in your pocket.
It is.
Nice.
It is like finding $10.
Are you sure you're getting money back? Because I thought you said you were still doing the monthly payment thing, and doesn't that just apply to your balance?
No, that's
all squared away
that's
now?
all squared away.
Oh, man.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
Neat. Does it make you want to?
It is neat.
Does it make
Kevin,
you
he's
want
already got his done.
do them on time? Like for a change?
No, my guy says they get their money when they get their money. That's what he says.
Okay.
You know,
Is your guy like a legitimate accountant or?
I look, he's Eastern European.
It's Joey from Queens.
I said I wanted an Eastern European accountant.
Why is
because
that?
I think those like Soviet bloc countries are just shady enough to
like
where they
30
might
years
take some
ago.
risks. Well, he's old. I mean, he's like 60.
Does he still refer to it as the Soviet bloc?
I don't know. I kind of talked to him about that.
We're back tomorrow with.
I hope it is more of this.
We're back tomorrow with Jake Riepma recapping the Stars at 7 and Brett Boone at 9:20. It's the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Lola feed products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And the famous, I have cards now, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how we doing this morning? Welcome to the program.
I am, my wife just texted me.
Oh, no.
But also, UPS just texted me and said my shipment's on its way. I haven't ordered anything.
Scam.
So do I click on this and say yes? Is this how I got my Netflix password stolen?
I think it is.
Constantly clicking on things and like, sure, I'll check this out. See what it's all about.
Especially if it's like, hey, you just got to pay 87 cents to get your package fully delivered. Then you're like, hold on. That doesn't sound legit.
I'm still waiting for my millions of dollars from overseas. I got a message from a king, and he was like, hey, I know this is your email address. Congratulations. I need somewhere to store this money for a while.
And you still haven't gotten it?
Still haven't gotten it yet, but I'm waiting. I think I can just collect interest on that.
You know, I think maybe this time if you click on the UPS thing and give them some of your information, that'll help get the money in.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll get started there and see if that's probably what they were talking about. Hey, your money's here. It's going to be delivered by UPS.
Does that sound right to you, Alec?
We need you to confirm.
Is that how money works? We just, put it all in an envelope and say, hey, U.S. mail system.
Not that amount of money, Alec. Obviously, it's going to be in a large box, not just an envelope.
Yeah.
This is a lot of money we're talking about.
Is it like one of those bubble mailers like we get our sports cards in,
Oh, yeah.
It's just a couple stack of hundreds in there.
Exactly,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
I'd love that.
So, yeah, Kevin, everything's going well.
Okay. Sure what?
It's Tuesday, baby. That's what Dawson would tell me, and I love it.
Okay. Do you have any more nonsense in your system to start, or?
We got a whole day's worth of it, buddy.
Oh, my God.
Let's get rolling.
All right. Well, you know what? I actually kind of prefer the nonsense to
I know. I was here last week.
Have to talk about otherwise, because you know what? Alec, I'm going to let you pick. It could be 3, 4, 5, 6. Pick one of them. We'll talk about the Stars.
2.5 to go. Draisaitl ran out of room as he was pursued by Blackwell. Klingberg scores! John Klingberg, a power play goal. Everybody in the act. And it's 6-1 Edmonton.
Now, I'm going to admit I kind of fell asleep a couple of times during that Stars game. Every time I woke up from an 8-minute micro nap, the score was different. And it was never different for the Stars. Right. It was already Hey, it's 3-1, 4, 5, 6. You're like,
It's
the hell
just
is
getting
happening?
worse and worse and worse.
How are you going to fix this, Corey? Actually, what I want to know first is what the hell happened?
Honestly, I mean, the good players for their team stepped up. Number one.
Do you think Connor McDavid heard you saying that he wasn't scoring any goals?
Did I say that?
Yes.
Then yes, I think that's clearly what happened.
I think you probably would have scored either.
But I mean, clearly they've gotten they're a good team. This is what we were discussing before the series. A lot of people were like, "Oh yes, Edmonton, finally we're past Winnipeg and Colorado." No, this is a really good team. They were in the Cup last year for a reason, and they're even more well equipped now with some of the talent they have on this team. So they're an even more difficult team to get past. And Kevin, I think not winning game 2 in Dallas is going to be the thing that haunts them for this reason. When you go on the road to Edmonton, that line change, that's all in favor of Edmonton now. And anytime he wants to get Connor McDavid out on the ice without Miro Heiskanen on the ice, he can. And that's going to be a problem not only in Sunday's game, but it's going to be a problem in tonight's game as well whenever they're doing their line changes, and you can't get Miro out there to match McDavid, and now he's kind of free to run around and do what he wants.
From the 903, Kevin, this is your fault for not doing the prediction tease. Do we need to bring the prediction tease back, but do it for our own show?
Maybe so.
Sean and RJ already recorded their tease, unless you want to just totally take over that.
And tomorrow's hump day, so I think we all know that.
We know exactly how to do that tease. I am still hopeful that they can get back into this series. However, Corey, I've got some information for you in the short term. From the 716, I'm a driver and delivery person for UPS. Send me your info, and I'll see what I can do.
Okay, all right.
From the 940, I know a king in Zimbabwe that is sending me $6.3 million.
He must have had multiple $6.3 million to shed out, because that's the exact number I was getting.
He's a king. Yeah. All right? He has more than $6.3 million. He's got plenty of money. All right. Now, we need to talk about a player. You're right. The skill position players are driving you crazy.
And from the 254, DeBoer's never going to win a cup if he doesn't stop changing lines. There's no continuity. He's trying to make adjustments a lot of times. And when he sees something get defeated or something get beat, he's like, all right, what else can I do? And he's also trying to get some other guys going.
Yeah.
Like there are some of these guys that just aren't going, and it's like, okay, well, does Robertson need to be on a better line? Does he need to be with Rope? You know, there's a lot of different questions there.
They did try that out. The other thing, I hear that person, but how often does a playoff team get two of their best players back in the second round?
Right, yeah.
You know, and that's obviously going to necessitate some line changes. You saw a little bit of a line change because you wanted to go with Randon. You're like, let's ride that thing as far as we can and get him on the fourth line. And then you had Robo come back, you had Miro come back, and obviously you're going to have to make some adjustments with that. But Corey, you just brought up the last part, is you had to figure out a way to jumpstart Robo.
Yes.
Like more than anything else, I think that's why they made one of those moves.
And honestly, Kevin, the other factor in the series, and it's going to be this way until the Stars stand up, is physicality is not in the Stars' favor yet again.
So let's talk about Zach Hyman. He has been a wrecking ball in this series.
I have lots of jokes, but I'm not going to say them.
About the song Wrecking Ball?
Nope.
Interesting. You want to throw one of them out there?
I don't want to throw any Hyman jokes out there. No.
Because he's a quality player.
He's a quality player.
I get what you're saying.
That's right.
So he is going into game 4, leading the NHL in hits. He has 109 hits in 14 games during the playoffs.
Jeez, man.
You know who's next on that list? Or at least they were going into last night's game? Sam Bennett, who has 78. I'm going to say that one more time. The second place guy going into last night's game had 78 hits. Hyman has 109. The record for most hits in a playoff run is 126. Hell, he might get that tonight with the 17, not all the way to 126. But my point is, he is wrecking folks at an almost unprecedented rate. And to your point about how the Stars, they hung in there physically in the back half of the Colorado series. I think we agree in the front half, you're like, ooh, this is problematic. They hung in there in the back half of the Colorado series. They did just fine. physicality-wise against Winnipeg. Now you've found yourself at a potential deficit again. And by the way, it ain't going to get any easier because if you win this series and go to the Stanley Cup final, you're going to go up against uber physical Florida.
Oh, yeah,
one
for sure.
would assume. And so do you believe that they can turn up the heat like they did against Colorado? One of the reasons I do is because I felt like we sat in the same spot after Game 4 of the Colorado series. Dallas lost that game, didn't have an opportunity to put the series potentially away, and everybody was worried about their physicality. Here we are against Edmonton. Now you're down 2-1. Do you think they can step up their physicality, not to outwork Edmonton, but at least be on a somewhat similar level?
You have to. I think they can because we have seen it before. We saw it in the Colorado series. And it did seem like it came on later in the series, too. Like, it didn't start that way in the Colorado series. It seemed like we were every day coming in here going, Colorado's just so much more physical than this team. And that is the Stars. That's the reality, is they are a finesse team at most of the time. Go back and look at the regular season and look at their hits.
Does Robertson epitomize that for you?
The finesse part of things? Yeah, Duchesne's kind of in there too, but Duchesne's shown an ability to go in there and be tough. And Robertson's tried. I've seen him try to go be tough. It's not natural for him.
Yeah.
So it comes off as like he'll trip and fall. Marchment is another, he's just stumbling all over the ice sometimes. It looks like a Charlie Chaplin film where just everything goes wrong and somehow and then the puck gets in the net. But that's where I am with this physicality of this team. It seems like it takes somebody waking them up and calling them to do it. And that's not going to be helpful whenever that's what you have to match at this point in the season. That's just what it is. Playoffs become this way.
Somebody brought this up about Wyatt Johnston, and this is fair, and I think we're going to get into that a little bit later in the show. He has by far the worst plus minus of the playoffs. Now, sometimes that can be deceptive, but here's the fact. The Stars have 3 regular players who have a positive plus minus.
Okay.
That's never going to work, especially this deep in the playoffs.
I will say he's the only one in the last game he was 9-3 on faceoffs in the last game, and in the last game we weren't very great at it.
And that is weird too, because Connor McDavid at times has struggled on the faceoff in this series. From the 6-4-1, I just don't agree with this, but feel free to have obviously your own opinions. Otter is the new Hellebuck, not being good in big games. I don't know how that is your takeaway.
He just beat Hellebuck.
I don't know how that's the takeaway thus far in this series. He gave up 2 goals in Game 7 that you obviously do or die for both teams, and he outplayed Colorado's goaltender. He outplayed the best goaltender in the world, at least in the regular season, in the second round. And so I know they're down 2-1, and this last game was awful. And
Edmonton's a different team than both Colorado. Colorado's that team that they're flying with speed, and they move really well with a couple of different guys on the out. McKinnon, when he's out there, when McCarr's doing his thing, they're a very good team. Edmonton's deeper beyond that. Winnipeg, the Stars had them figured out pretty well on what they were trying to do offensively. Offensively for Edmonton, this is a completely different animal. And so again, this goes back to Miro not being on the ice whenever McDavid is, because of the way the line changes are built. And so what happens there is then Otter's left out. He's hanging in the wind when he has a couple of guys out of position because their best players are going up against not the Stars' best players. So this is a uniquely different and creative offensive team that the Stars have to figure out throughout this thing, and now they're down 2-1. That's a problem for them.
And this is a fair point. Why can't we just put one guy on Connor McDavid to lock him down and they put the puck in other players' hands?
That would be Miro at home.
Yes.
With the Stars at home on their ice, Miro would be it. Other than that, it's because the line change is built so that he gets to change and put McDavid on the ice whenever he wants, and you can't match it that way.
And on the flip side, if you do that, the unfortunate thing, as Corey brought up before the series, is the annoyingness, Alec, of Draisaitl, because he'll be right there. If you want to, if you think you can counteract Connor McDavid, here's the issue with that. You could try to lock him down all you want. He's also a magician passer.
Yeah.
He is the Luka of passing in hockey, and we don't need to get into anything else. But Alec, my general sense is, if you want to do that, if you want to make your focus to lock down on McDavid, I think Draisaitl is the next logical candidate to make you pay.
It's Batman and Robin for them because they're both a scoring threat, but they're both so good at maneuvering and distributing the puck at the same time to where it's exactly what you're saying. If you try to eliminate one side of the ice, the other side is going to haunt you.
Yeah.
And you've already seen it from both of them that if you make mistakes as the Dallas Stars, because that was the theme of the conversation a lot after Game 3, it felt like, was the Stars outplayed them in a lot of different ways in terms of...
Especially in the second period. They dominated the second
Exactly.
period.
Whether it's shots on goal, just positioning on the ice, it felt like they were doing everything they needed to win, but it was those, 3 or 4 mistakes that they ended up absolutely paying for. You can't afford to do that with, of course, Connor McDavid being the best player on the face of the earth, but Leon Draisaitl is equally as incredible and dangerous. It makes it tough, you start thinking about your defensive keys, and it's like, well, if we take away one, we still got 2 others we got to worry about.
And there is a fine line, because I saw a couple of people talk about Bischel and Ben and their physicality. There's a fine line between being physical and getting put in the box. And at this point, that could be problematic. Although I think the bigger issue for the Stars is their 5-on-5 hockey has not been acceptable in this series. Like, we've talked about it going into this. You felt good about their special teams. 5-on-5 hockey, this level, it ain't going to cut it. Whether it's tonight, whether it's hopefully over the next 10 games or so, that's not going to cut it. And so I'm here for some more physicality. I don't want us to slash anybody in a response to Rope.
But you wear them out.
Yes.
And you need to wear them out early because Edmonton will hop on you early. And that's how they play. They hop on you really fast, and then they're like, chase us. Good luck. And then you get caught up not doing the physical things. You beat up on them a little early in the game. By that third period, I mean, just think about any time you've ever been, worn out by something. Over time, because it kept happening, you were like, I'm exhausted from this. And that's where you got to do. Those guys are going to skate fast in the third period if you're not beating them up a little bit early.
For the 469, can you explain the benefits of the line change? So I'll use Robertson as an example. The thought was getting him back together with Hintz was a combination that just had like a natural rapport because you'd seen it so much. And so even though like maybe a player doesn't earn a movement up the line, you're like, hey, let's put him up there because they know each other, and that might be what you need to spark him.
And somebody asked that line change on the road question too. Last advantage is what it's called. So the road team puts their guys out there, and then the home team gets to go, oh, I see that they're missing this, sends out their line, and that takes advantage of what the road team has out there. So it's a matchup. It's mismatches. It's trying to find those, and whenever you're in Edmonton, McDavid gets to be on the ice with lesser defenders.
And if you want a short shift or go long shift or continually be chasing, you can.
Yeah. And Miro will be out there for the most minutes of anybody out there. Like, that's going to happen. But this is an advantage for them, and they've been using it absolutely to their advantage so far.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Guys, that was a real downer. All right.
I know, man. Jeez.
So we need to pick it up. Are you ready?
Yes.
Are you ready? Is this the lowest DFW sports fans have felt in a couple of months?
What the crap, dude?
Next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's a 3-on-1. McDavid has it back and scores. McDavid from Nugent Hopkins.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 469. I'm already tired of hearing McEffin David's name.
I'm serious, man. Last year it was Draisaitl.
Yeah,
because I knew McDavid. I would hear that over and over, and now it's like, okay, like all the names are just starting to wear you out a little bit, man.
And this is fair from the 806. Come back from an awesome long weekend to repeatedly get kicked in the nuts by my favorite radio show. What
You're
the
welcome.
hell, guys?
Yeah.
So that's partially on us. I'll admit that. But it's also partially on DFW Sports, right?
Yeah.
Because
Won't listen to us when we say to do things.
that's true. And like when the Stars are down 2-1. Hopefully they tie up the series tonight. All right. So who are you going to go with? The Rangers, we'll talk about that just in a second. Or who are you going to go with? The Dallas Wings? They're 0-4 right now. So we got struggling happening all across the place.
There was so much excitement, right, when the Wings were getting started, too.
Yes.
Like, we were
to
like,
be fair,
okay.
I warned you they'd start 0-3.
To be fair. Why did you warn us that?
Because they had to play Minnesota twice in their first 3 games.
Minnesota's good. I thought that Paige being from Minnesota would, really ramp it up.
Okay.
But hey, against the Sun, that team's in chaos right now, Kevin. I got all sorts of wild, illicit stuff happening on that team.
I'm going to point out this is not about the Luka trade, okay? But
Luka trade happened.
Is this the lowest DFW sports fans have felt since the Luka trade?
Because of the 2 losses?
It could turn quickly because of the Stars being in a hole and it looking like maybe they're playing up against a better team, to the fact that the Rangers changing hitting coaches doesn't really seem to have solved anything. Yet.
I'm still kind of riding high off the number 1 overall pick, potentially being Cooper Flagg.
Okay.
We don't know that it's going to be Cooper Flagg.
If they traded it today for Kevin Durant, with that officially, you'd be like, all right.
No, I just
rock
wouldn't be
bottom.
surprised. I'd be like, yeah, this is I'm no surprise at all. And if you're 100% certain that they're drafting Flagg, text him. And
okay, what's the number?
Go ahead and do it. You know what's going to end up happening. Your phone's going to explode because you're lying. All right, that's going to happen. And do you want that to happen?
No,
because God will smite you, is what I've been told.
Oh,
he will strike your phone with lightning.
Holy moly!
That's just, hey. Sometimes you got to know.
It got so intense.
So
I am
still dealing with that. Like, I'm loving that the Mavericks potentially have that on the way.
Oh, here's a positive time. You know who isn't struggling? Cowboys at OTAs. Everybody's in the best shape of their life and looks great.
Well, except for, like, Diggs is still working to get in the best shape of his life too. His
Dak's not cleared for contact.
Michael, I'm sure he'll be out there for more stuff soon. But everything's going to be there. You're right though. This is the time when everybody's in the best shape of their lives and getting ready to rock. The Rangers, you're getting fun pitching outings. Like,
yes.
You're getting some fun.
True.
If you like to watch pitching and not scoring, this is your bag. And then the Stars are actually in the playoff. They're in the Western Conference Finals,
right,
Kevin. I can't let 2 losses get me down too much right now. So I'm not going to let you try and do this. Look at the weather outside. Not a cloud. Well, there's a few clouds. Too many clouds in the sky. All right. And it was rainy yesterday. So today we're positive, Kevin. It's Tuesday.
Wouldn't you rather it be rainy than like 95?
I love 95. I'll take
Same.
I'll take 103. I love hot weather.
You'll take 103 over rain?
I was born in Texas and bred. Kevin,
gross.
I'm a July baby, dude. I am a July child.
I'm a June.
See, we love the heat. When are you born? September. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, because it's just a bastion of cool breeze in September. All right. So, Corey, this is not for you. For other people like me who might be concerned, you could point out that this was the first start of Jacob deGrom's career in which he didn't have a strikeout. But that's fine. They still won, right? No, they didn't, because the Rangers are 1-7 in their last 8 games. Oh, surely the offense has kind of picked it up. All right, let's take a look. In those 8 games, they're averaging 2.5 runs per game. Oh, well, maybe they did great in some of the games.
Well, if your pitchers are holding everybody to 0 or 1, then you're doing pretty good.
We've held them to 1 and still lost those games.
You said 2.5 runs.
That's an average. We've scored more than 3 runs, which is not a lot. Twice in the last 8 games. Twice in the last 8 games. And that's why you're 1-7. And then right when you get Robo and Miro back, Edmonton goes out there, has some potentially not dirty play, but on the border. And then you lose hints and you're like, hey, I hope he can play tonight. But then you go back to what DeBoer said before game 3, and he's like, yeah, it didn't look like he was very close.
Yeah. No. All right. So you kind of laid out a bunch of stuff there that makes me believe that things are pretty bad right now.
So I'm kind of down, Corey.
I'm trying to figure out the positives, though. I mean,
all you gotta do is win tonight.
From the 469, me too. 103 instead of rain all day. From the 817, I'm with Corey and Alec, baby. August, baby. Give me 100 all day, and I work outside too.
Okay. This is shocking to me. I could see like 90, because the 90 is not that bad, especially if you're from here. I remember
100's the new 90, though, in Texas. I don't know if you've noticed, Kevin. It seems to be hotter every year, from what I'm told.
I have no
I did a
thoughts
study
about
on
that.
this. There's a
Did
movie
you?
out there, a documentary that a friend of mine did, so you might want to check it out.
Did you?
About how it gets hotter on the planet.
Is Al Gore a friend of yours? That'd be kind of neat.
Hey, look, I'm not supposed to bring that up.
Oh, okay, my bad. All right, so 103 over rain is surprising, but it appears as though that's how people are going.
It did stink over the weekend, Kevin. This Sunday stunk.
It did.
And you know what? After Friday, I told my buddy, I was like, we can't watch this game together.
Yes.
But then we watched the game together Sunday. And so that was partially my fault. Yeah, the friend who I have a 0, we've never won anything together. We watched it on Sunday and lost. So, and that was the worst loss.
Yeah.
So Kevin, I don't think it's going to get any worse. Is what I'm saying. I feel like it's just going to get better from here, starting tonight. And you said all they have to do is win, and it lifts your spirits.
Exactly. So here are the things that are working against us, and can we turn them all around with a win tonight by the Stars? I would take a win by the Rangers, of course, too. You lost 2 straight to Edmonton, and you've been outscored 9-1 in that process.
Okay.
You designated Kevin Pillar for assignment. Jack Peterson went on the 10-day injured list when it looked like he was kind of starting to pick it up. But on the flip side, that clears the way for my guy. Alejandro Osuna is here. So here are the positives. Osuna's here. Cooper Flagg hopefully is going to be here. And if you win tonight for the Stars, the series is tied up and you've regained home ice advantage to potentially push it to hopefully eventually a Game 7 in which DeBoer never loses, especially when he gets the bulk of those games at home. So all you need is one Stars win tonight to turn it all around.
By the way, Alejandro Osuna's outing, Kevin.
Already
2 for 3.
Stud.
You liking this?
And he made a diving catch in right field.
Yeah, he's everything.
Which he did like 5 times in spring training.
He's everything that they've been asking for. Kevin, on the Stars front, Rope Hintz.
Give it to me.
Is a game time decision for Game 4, according to Pete DeBoer.
And I hope that works out our way. It's just he skated before Game 3, and that's when DeBoer goes, oh, yeah. He didn't look like he was close. So, and that's
that is true. You got to go see.
That's the amazing thing of like how tough hockey players are, or how like kind of secretive that the coaches are. You're like, hey, 2 days ago you said it looked like he wasn't even close.
Yeah,
now
then he
like,
stepped on the ice, and I saw that he was fantastic. Everything was good.
Game time decision. We'll see what happens. All right, Alec, Corey, do you believe we can turn it all around with the Stars Game 4 win tonight?
I think so. Because
Hold on. You believe it can be turned around with a win, or that they will win tonight? Those are 2 different questions, and I think Kevin kind of confused us on this one.
Both questions for you then.
All right.
Ooh, I think that a win would turn it around.
Okay.
I don't think they're going to win.
Oh, my gosh.
I swear, I feel like the biggest idiot, too, because for my combo platter on Friday, I was like, yeah, Stars in 5. This thing's over. And now I see all the sloppy mistakes that we're making, and we just talked about it in the open, that when you make those mistakes, they've got too many talented players that will make you pay for it. So, yes, it would, in turn, make me confident again, because it's the most important thing happening in DFW sports right now. You know, it's a playoff race.
Mm-hmm.
We're one step away from getting to the championship series. So,
changes everything. Yeah,
it changes everything for me. You know, the Rangers, if they got hot and everything, I would be happy. If the offense started scoring 5 runs a game for 10 games straight, yeah, I'd be excited. But the playoff race has my heart right now.
Ooh, let me ask you a quick question, because I know Corey's going to hate this, and he's going to be like, why can't we just have all of the nice things? And that's fair. The Rangers...
He's about to do this to you, Tolos. Y'all just be aware. He's about to force you into this situation.
So I'll argue this is a positive. The Rangers go 6-11 in the next 17 games. Now, I know that's bad, but they're 1-7 in their last 8. So that would actually be an improvement. The Rangers go 6-11 in their next 17 games, and the Dallas Stars, for the first time in 26 years, win the Stanley Cup. Would you accept that bargain?
Sure, because that still gives you time to turn things around in the back half of this season.
There you go.
Like, I still have plenty of time. So, yes, give me that opportunity with the Stars because I need some good, some really, really good if I'm going to have some of this bad.
And now you probably guessed this is the direction this was going from the 214. Kevin wants to sacrifice a Rangers victory tonight for a Stars victory. Yes.
It's true.
Yes, I do.
That's the way he operates.
Would I have the guts to tell Boch that tomorrow? Probably not. But if you tell me that the Rangers losing tonight guarantees the Stars win, of course I'm doing that.
Yeah, you're not taking away my fandom with this one, though. Like, this is definitely one of those, hey, I'll sacrifice it because that still has... Even Boch has said that a few times. He's like, there's still plenty of time.
Yes.
We think that if we get everybody healthy for an extended period of time, we can go on a bit of a run. Like, he believes those things, that those things can happen. It's just they're in a tough spot right now.
And now, from the 817, why isn't anyone talking about the liability that is Jamie Benn? I'm assuming that you mean anybody else.
He had a 14.6% face-off percentage the other night.
And we have talked quite a bit throughout the playoffs.
Dude. It's been really tough.
About the slide of Jamie Benn and how physicality seems to be the number one thing that he has been able to bring to this team in this playoff run. All right, Alec, will the Stars win tonight? Because I really do think, even if the Rangers lost, though hopefully they win, a Stars win that puts you back level and puts you 6 wins away from the Cup does change a lot of the outlook.
You know what? I'm going to go against my better judgment. And I'm going to hopelessly say that, yes, the Stars are going to win this game. And the reason that I think they are is because Jake Ottinger has been fantastic. I think it's just been a lot of the defense in front of him has been getting screened out in front of him. It's a lot of unlucky shots. And then, of course, Connor McDavid is just that much better than anybody on the face of the earth. Yeah. So I'm not going to get mad at his scoring opportunities, but everybody else's I probably will. I think the Stars defense steps up a little bit more and they don't make those sloppy mistakes.
See, you'd love to take the elements of, and look, I know you don't get to cherry pick in sports like this. You'd love to take the offensive elements of the third period of game 1 and the defensive elements of the second period of game 3. And you're like, if you could put that together for a game, I absolutely think you're going to win. Now it is not as easy as that.
I have Stars, Kevin, tonight winning 4-3 or 4-2, but the fourth goal is going to be an empty net goal. They're going to be up 3-2.
Okay.
They're going to be slid one of those empty net opportunities, and Essa Lindell's going to put that one home too. So that's where I have them tonight. It's not going to be an easy game by any means. Score's going to be that's high. That's a high score.
Yeah.
And I think that it's going to take a monumental effort from them tonight.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, the tease about furries that Corey didn't want you to hear.
You don't, yeah.
We'll dive into it next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
2-1 to Osuna, who stands up in the box. He's not on the back line like most hitters. And the pitch to him is swung on, blooped in the air center field. It's a base hit. Also off the end of the bat. As he reached for a splitter and got it, they'll take that baseball out of play. That is the first big league hit for Alejandro Osuna. And the Rangers have runners at first and second and nobody out for Adolis Garcia.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, are you afraid to use curse words in front of somebody that you don't know?
I mean, oh man, it's interesting because somebody said the R word in my house the other day.
Oh, dear.
And do you think that went over well with my wife?
No, I don't.
And so, like, that is it is kind of, you need to know your audience, know the people that you're dealing with sometimes. Sometimes you don't, and you just kind of feel it out. I'm one of those that I just try to feel it out. So yes, Kevin, I would say that I am one of those people that will not cuss until I've heard you cuss. Ooh. And then but that being said, I will drop an F-bomb all the time in a little conference room, no matter who's in there. So I think people, Alec, he's heard it.
Alec, are you averse to using salty language around people you don't know?
I'm with Corey. They need to break the ice for me. And then I've got that kind of comfort level that, like, okay, we're cool, you know, so just let everything fly. But no, whenever I first meet people, I keep it PG, keep it clean, keep it professional, and try to make a good first impression.
I will say around ladies, I don't know why I feel around ladies, I just don't cuss as much.
You just said ladies weirds me out for some reason.
What do you mean?
I don't know.
Ladies is a word.
That's true.
Describe ladies.
You know how women are.
Thank you, PJ Washington. I
PJ
appreciate
Washington,
that.
not the time. Not the
Always
time. Right now, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. It's time for baseball nuggets. Yeah, not the time, PJ Washington.
What do you mean? That was perfect on PJ.
Okay, you know what? Just because of that, let's talk furries.
All right.
So I'm going to take you to the New York Mets broadcast, and I'm going to set this up. I believe it's Gary Cohen and Keith Hernandez. So one of them spots a group in the crowd. They're in the outfield. It looks like they're in the first row. And it clearly, look, if you see a whole bunch of people dressed up like animals, that's probably going to catch your attention.
Probably so.
And so what you'll hear here is them noticing it and then being like, ooh, but I don't really know if I want to talk about this. So take it away, guys.
Oh. Is that a convention? There's a lot of stuff going on here other than a quality baseball game. Seems a little warm for,
And that was the pitch that you can hear. So Keith Hernandez pushes it along just a little bit. He's like, oh, there's a lot going on here besides quality baseball game. Then Cohen fires back, yeah, it's a little warm for what? He didn't want to say their furry costume. He already made reference to the convention.
Mm-hmm. Was there a convention?
I have no idea.
I was watching an interview on Fallon, I believe, or maybe it was Kimmel, and it was one of the girls from one of the Star Wars shows that they have out now. And she said that she had, like, I don't know, maybe she was on drugs, but she'd walk downstairs from her hotel and there were just a bunch of furries dancing in the park right out in front of the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, well, these are my people. So she ran over there and started dancing and had it. She was like, I had the best time, but then I got thirsty and I went to go get a bottle of water. And when I came back, they were gone. And she was in her mind, she was like, did I actually see that? Or so she asked somebody and somebody pointed down the street. And so she walked down the street. She said she found all the furry people sitting on the stoop, just drinking water and hanging out. And they were just sitting there chilling, just like any normal other people do, just hanging out and chilling. Get over it. People used to be upset that people wore leather jackets and slicked back their hair for a long time.
Was it like the 50s?
Those are the worst.
Okay.
And then it was the kids with their white hats, and it's just there's. Weird,
I'm sorry, I don't know that reference.
We're all weird. We all do weird things.
Okay. But sometimes do you just wish that you didn't know those weird things about other people, including yourself? There are weird things about myself I wish I didn't know.
I'm not going to choose a hobby that's going to put me in 100-degree weather with a costume on ever.
Good point.
That's just not my plan. So that's where I stand on that. And it did seem a little warm for that. I'm presuming. So do you strip down, even more and just have a couple of furry
I don't think
things?
so. I think part of the appeal is you're dressed like an animal.
Do you grow body hair to be closer to it?
I've had enough of this. All right, let's go. It's too far.
That's too far.
Let's go to the Red Sox.
All right.
Now, this is Rob Refsnyder with the Red Sox, cut number 18. But what I want you to do is imagine that this person plays for the Rangers.
All right.
And see if you can feel everything that he's saying right now.
Yeah, we just got to figure out. Like you said, there's some good at-bats here and there, and then, but we're just not getting the job done. It's not for lack of effort or, work ethic, game planning. It's just, we're not doing it. We suck right now. We got to just be better.
I know.
You have to say it at some point. When you say it, though, does it turn things around? If you go out there and you go, we stink, does it turn everything around for you?
I think it can, but I think probably at that level, you need somebody like Boch or Simeon or whoever. Although maybe Simeon is not the person I want to hear the message from, and maybe Wyatt Langford is too young. And so, yeah, I'm definitely not him.
He was 2 for 3, dude.
But I think you need somebody that message. Like we talked with Bochy a couple weeks ago. Like, do you need to walk out there and remind everybody who the hell you are? And I'd just be like, all right, so do you guys want to prove everybody right that 2023 was the biggest fluke World Series in history?
Dude, that was Rudy's Rudy Tomjanovich. That was his speech to the Houston Rockets on year 2. He was like, everybody said last year was a fluke. Everybody said that we couldn't do it. And now here we are back in it. Let's go prove that last year. I love that idea. And every once in a while, your team does need it. It does sound like Boch is like, I've given the speeches. I've said the things that I can say. I can only do so much. And then they got to go on the field and they got to do the things to win.
From the 214, this is a fair question, and we can ask Boch this tomorrow. What's going to happen to Osuna when Carter returns and Seager returns? Was that you don't know when Evan Carter's coming back, maybe?
I don't have a clue.
Seager, it sounds like we're going to see this week. At least that's what Bochy said. But I think that Osuna has an opportunity to show that he stays up here.
I absolutely agree with you. I feel like Evan Carter is he's going to have a little more time to deal with this than you think. Like, even if he comes back sooner, I think he'll be gone sooner as well, because I think this is something that's going to plague him for a long time.
I gotcha.
Not just that it's going to come in.
It seems as though there's a feature in there that where the ball actually crosses the plate might not be where it gets located.
Oh, really?
Which is obviously problematic because you could see it register as like, well, it's a ball because it was here, and you're like, that's not where it actually crossed the plate.
All right, so they just need to recalibrate it is what you're saying.
You know what? You'd think that would be the case, but a rep for one of the major league teams told The Athletic that margin of error is close to half an inch, which means that it could take a pitch that was 1/10 of an inch inside the strike zone and put it 4/10 of an inch outside the strike zone. So it goes from, ooh, I think that's a strike, to, no, that's definitely outside.
How much is 4/10 of an inch?
2/5.
Alec, I don't know if
0.4.
Kevin really understood what I was asking here.
No.
Can you show me with your fingers?
This is an audio medium.
I need to know how much is.
Except for the fan cam and the.
We have the YouTube. We have the Twitch. That's Kevin's trying to figure out on.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna go something like this.
All right, and that's outside, right? And inside is how much?
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it can move half an inch either way,
and up and down too.
Yes, exactly.
That's a really small, it's a very small line.
That's what we think. But as a hitter, don't you think you could tell the difference?
It's a mile outside. That's way too far outside. That being said, if you know that going into it, you know that it's that much of a difference. You know to either cover that part of the plate or give up that part of the plate, like we talk about with Piazza a lot of times. And so, if you know that going into it, that's a good thing. And they should know that if they're going to be using it. The players should absolutely know that that's the case. But it is a little weird. It's like, is that really that much for a pitcher? They're just like, no, it was right on the corner. It was right there. And I made my pitch.
Now, a couple more notes for you. Shohei Ohtani hit his 19th home run of the season. That now gives him the major league lead. Francisco Lindor and the Mets got a walk-off win over the White Sox. Wow, must be really difficult to beat the White Sox. And then there's Freddie Freeman. So Freddie Freeman and his wife donated $1 million to the Children's Hospital of Orange County, where their kiddo Maximus was there, and they helped care for him. And they were like, you know what? Here's $1 million. You guys are doing great work. We believe in your cause. And I just think that's really neat.
Dude, the Freeman family is awesome. Like everything I've ever seen of Freddie Freeman has been just awesome. You guys see him on Halloween and he's walking around. He sees a kid in a Freddie Freeman uniform.
Yes.
And he's like, hey, kid, who's your favorite player? And he's like, Freddie Freeman. And he's like, me. Actually, I don't even think he told him. I think he just said, hey, I'll take a picture with you. And the kid was like, sweet. Everything about him has been really cool. And I got so much appreciation for that, too.
Absolutely. Co-sign all of that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, is this Cowboys player underappreciated? Plus, the MLB all-quarter century team. Do you think any Rangers do or should have made the cut? Next on The Fan.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. In our next break, we will get a Ginger dating update report. But in the meantime, you're in on that, right, Corey?
Both of them are redheaded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all both have no souls.
Oh. That
Carter gave us a thumbs up. Alec was a little
What are we
offended.
talking about here, Kevin?
Hey, is this Cowboys player underappreciated? Now, I want to point out that this list we're going to go to, and Corey, you could tell me if you interpreted it this way. They're not necessarily saying this Cowboys player is currently underappreciated,
right?
But with some of the move-ins and the shake-ins that they're going to start to move into underappreciated territory. Give me cut number 13, and it's not Cooper Rush. Is this Dallas Cowboys player underappreciated?
In the Tampa red zone. Snap back, standing, time, thrown in the end zone. That's a touchdown right to the post. Jalen Tolbert got free, and Rush dimed him.
All right,
He had
so
7 touchdowns.
That's really damn good.
7 touchdowns. I don't even think I noticed that he had 7 touchdowns this year.
Do you think right now then?
Man, he's underappreciated.
He's underappreciated.
No. I think he hasn't lived up. Like the expectation was for him to be a number 2 receiver on this team, and he hasn't lived up. George Pickens has been traded for because of that.
Yeah.
And so no, I don't think that he's underappreciated because we didn't know what to appreciate from him because there never was anything, in my opinion. Now, that being said, 7 touchdowns isn't anything to sneeze at for last year. That's pretty impressive.
I don't know how much you do this, but one of the things I think about a lot in terms of like, did you get an opportunity? Are you underappreciated? Is the need at your position. And Jalen Tolbert's a great example for that. The Cowboys were desperately wanting, hoping, needing that somebody could be their second wide receiver.
Yeah.
And to your point, didn't work out. So they had to go get George Pickens. So this article kind of discusses, this is from NFL.com.
Yep.
Top candidate for each NFC team entering 2025 season to be most underappreciated. And I would love it if we got to that point where Jalen Tolbert again had 7 touchdowns and you're like, oh yeah, crap. He was really good.
I guess the other thing regarding Jalen Tolbert, though, is he your 3rd receiver?
I think so. By default, for now.
All right, and because
although, you know what, 7 touchdowns, and he did have like 50 catches or something. That does seem to lend itself to your competent number 3 wide receiver.
Yeah, and I mean, I know a lot of people. They're like, "What about Turpin?" Turpin is a gadget guy in a lot of respects. I don't think he's like an elite receiver. I think that you get him the ball in space, he can do some special things. He's not your typical slot receiver. CeeDee Lamb can play anywhere on the field. CeeDee Lamb, you can line him up in the slot. You can line him up outside. You can line him up in the backfield. You can make him the quarterback. You can probably play tackle. He's one of those guys that you just kind of put anywhere on the field. We don't know about Mingo. We don't know about Jalen Brooks. Ryan Floyd is supposed to take those steps. So the most we know is that Jalen Tolbert is somebody that they've wanted to succeed for a while, and when the Cowboys want them to succeed, they give them every possible chance.
That point right there, because wouldn't you love to see a more realistic competition for wide receiver behind Lamb and Pickens in training camp? But what I think is actually going to happen is you're going to be like, well, obviously Tolbert's our number 3. Obviously? Yep, obviously. So we're not even messing around with that. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, don't you want to give some of these other guys some opportunities? Well, if they do prove it, maybe they can make the practice squad.
From the 469, does QB play count some in Tolbert's inconsistency? I could see that, and I know some people argued. I know Mickey was big on this going back to his rookie year. Coming out of South Alabama, maybe you had a bigger learning curve than some of the other players. One thing I will say is you can look at his numbers, and honestly, I think look on the field and say he's gotten better every single season. And if he is as good, if not better again this upcoming season, I think you'd feel really good about him as a number 3 wide receiver.
And again, I'm still kind of in this other boat, Kevin, where underappreciated in a lot of respects is, man, that guy's been here for so long and we didn't know all the work that he put in.
Right.
Or your team is very, very good and there's a guy who doesn't get enough love, this is a team where it's just like everybody's they haven't done what they're supposed to do. And so is anybody really underappreciated because we expect more out of the whole thing. So that's where I get kind of caught up in the underappreciated moniker a little bit, because I don't think anybody on this team is underappreciated right now because they haven't been good enough to be appreciated the right way.
Okay, I'm gonna ask,
and I'm hoping more and better from them.
Sure, I'm gonna ask the question then, even though you just kind of answered it from your perspective.
Ask the question
that Bobby asked in crosstalk. I can't remember if we said that on air or off air. Kind of the joke about, is Dak Prescott underappreciated? And my answer is definitely not. He's appreciated by the Cowboys because they made him the top paid player in all of football at a time where you've seen that not every quarterback gets paid more than the next one. Josh Allen and Brock Purdy are perfect examples of that. And I know he gets a lot of loud hate, but I think there's
a huge contingent of Cowboy fans that love him.
Absolutely. And they're just,
for sure.
They're maybe not always as loud. There is a group of them that is. I think the haters are a little bit louder. I think Dak Prescott is appreciated exactly correctly.
I am right there with you. If he was super successful, the love for him would be immeasurable.
Sure.
Just imagine, this is the Cowboys we're talking about. You're the quarterback for the Cowboys and you've been super successful.
Yep.
More than just, regular season stats, playoff success, Super Bowl success. You're in that mix. He would be the most beloved. We had the most beloved conversation last week at CeeDee Lamb.
Yep.
Dak wasn't anywhere really in that conversation because it is a divisive thing. Now, that was the same way with Romo. That was the same way. I mean, that's how it's been, is you either love Dak or you hate him. You love Romo or you hate him. It's a very enigmatic place to be.
And I think they followed similar trajectories, because I'll argue in 2006 when you brought Romo in, then everyone was like, oh my gosh, I might start to love this guy. And then 2007, you're like, I know we should have won in the playoffs and it didn't work out, but 2008's our year. Watch out, rest of the NFL.
And you just kept doing it with Romo. You just kept feeling like, hey, man, I like this guy as my guy. I love that he wears the hat backwards.
And then 2008 didn't work out. So year 3. And then that's when people were like, okay, well, plus it probably didn't help that if this is the worst thing that ever happens to me, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, that one hurt people.
That didn't help. But it was after that I think people really turned on him. I think people forget, like, Tony Romo mania was running wild. And that's the same thing now. I know we're removed from it, but in 2016, when we did Peace-a-thon, and this is when we didn't have anywhere near as many items, the number one item that people were tripping over themselves to try to get was the combo signed football of Dak and Zeke. So much so that somebody called in from Vegas and they're like, oh man, I really wanted that football, and Broadus did a great job. And he's like, you know what? You pay that money, I'll get another one.
Yeah.
And so it followed the same trajectory of 2016. People fell in love with Dak Prescott. 2017 was a problem because of a variety of different things. And then back to 2018, when you lost in the playoffs in 2018, then I think that's when people made their decision. Is it fair to only give a quarterback 3 years? Not necessarily. For some reason, Justin Herbert has avoided that same level of scrutiny, and I can't understand that for the life of me.
Because nobody cares about the Chargers.
You know what? That's a great point. That actually is a really good point.
That's what I've decided.
Same thing about why people don't complain more about Trevor Lawrence. Because they're like, Jacksonville.
It's Jacksonville.
Either way, in your face, Will. And so I think that is what's happened, is for whatever reason, you appear to get a 3-year window. And
if you don't do it in that time, then people are going to say you're a bum, you're washed, you're not capable of it. And a lot of times, Kevin, in year 1, people pick a side. And with Dak Prescott, that absolutely happened, was people picked a side. They either loved Tony Romo or they hated Tony Romo. And if they hated Tony Romo, they were rooting for Dak.
Which, and it's so weird.
Rather than us, when we were just like, we're just winning right now and we're happy with that. Let's just enjoy that.
I absolutely remember a conversation that we had with Fish, and it was like, what if the Cowboys are 5-1 when Romo's healthy? And he goes, obviously you put Romo back in. And we're like, what do you mean, obviously? If you're 5-1, why do you not stick with what's working? And that's the same thing that we still run into today. How many people right now are, whether you're pro Dak, anti Dak, whatever, are more rooting for their side to be right than for them to win? Like me personally, I'll tell you right now, I do not think that Dak Prescott is good enough to win a championship.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, sorry.
I can't believe you.
But you know what? Here's the other reason I don't think he's good enough to win a championship, because I don't think this organization is anywhere near good enough at maneuvering the salary cap to add enough talent to put Dak over the top. Because how many quarterbacks have actually won a Super Bowl more or less by themselves? A handful at best. It takes an organization to build it up. And I don't think we have the organizational knowledge or capability with the salary cap to make it happen, okay?
We haven't proven it so far.
Yes, absolutely. So I've said that. That is my opinion on the record. You know what I would love to happen? For the Cowboys to win the Super Bowl and make me look like an idiot. I would much, much, much rather the Cowboys win the Super Bowl, make me look like a chump, than come on here and be like, I told you, I was right. I'd rather be at the victory parade telling everyone what a dumbass I was.
Would you sit on a float that had one of those
100%
the dunk things, and Dak just gets to dunk you over and
100%.
over and over, and you just have to keep getting back up there and getting dunked by Dak?
Now, I'll have to get somebody to help me out with this, but I'll guarantee you, if they can get my float into the parade, we'll put Dak was right on the side of the float. I will just keep walking up and getting dunked again and again, because the Cowboys would have won the Super Bowl. And I am a Cowboys fan. We were all born and raised in the Metroplex. I would much rather see the Cowboys win the Super Bowl than be right about whatever. And don't you think most Cowboys fans should be on that?
I think so.
But they're not.
Because people want to be right about their opinion. And which I've always said on this show, we've decided a long time ago, I'd rather be entertaining than right. And so, like, clearly, I get things wrong all the time.
Sure.
But no, like, I'm not trying to argue to win an argument. I'm trying to have a discussion because it's an entertaining thing that I do. Like, I enjoy conversation. So, yes,
Yeah.
I agree. A lot of people want to be right with their argument and can't admit when they're wrong. You know, if they get proven wrong by something, they're just like, well, I'll find another reason. I'll move the goalposts a little bit so that I still look right in this.
I'll admit, for a long part of my life, I was that person. I have gotten better at accepting the times that I was wrong instead of trying to argue about how I could maybe
Sometimes
still
you're
be right.
checkmate. Sometimes you're checkmate.
Yeah.
That's just the way that it is. Sometimes you're just check and you got to figure something out.
I've gotten a lot better at just knocking the king over and being like, all right.
Throw
and
this
say,
and flip over the whole board
Yeah.
and then be like, I'm going to play Monopoly. It's a lot more fun for all of us.
Instead of that game of checkers where you just keep moving back and forth to the same spots and you're like, just let this be
That being
over.
said, who on this team do you think is is there aside from Tolbert, is there somebody else that's underappreciated, or does Tyler Guyton have a lot to prove? Does Cooper Beebe have a year 2 on his way, and he hasn't really quite earned that yet? Tyler Smith might be the one that goes underappreciated to me because of what he had to deal with on that offensive line last year as the one who was like, I don't even know if I'm going to play tackle today or not.
Yeah.
And so I would say that there's a lot of guys on this team that have more to prove than they are underappreciated. And by the way, Kevin, it does look like Rope Hintz did not skate in the optional skate this morning. He did skate on his off day, but not today.
Ooh, which is potentially good?
I don't know the answer to that
think it
question.
is,
So
maybe.
I'm just giving the information.
By the way, I can't tell you how many people have texted in. Frankel and Frankel Andrew, attorney text line 877-881-1053 and said they'll ride on that float with me.
Dude.
So we might need a couple of floats. Cowboys make it happen by winning the Super Bowl.
And do you think Zeke could get up there and do the thing too? Or does he have to win?
We might need to monitor him at the parade.
All right. Okay. I understand what you're saying there.
All right. Couple of quick side notes for you. Did you see that Team USA won the Men's World Championship in hockey? It was the first time in 92 years they have won the IIHF Men's World Championship, and that is an annual international hockey tournament which usually features NHL players who aren't in the Stanley Cup playoffs or non-NHL players. And when they were celebrating and they did their big team picture and everything, they hung a Johnny Gaudreau jersey. I just thought that was super neat.
That is, his memory will live on forever, it seems,
Absolutely.
especially in the hockey world. Oh, I got it, Kevin. Brian Anger is underappreciated.
I could see that.
There you go. Yet again. Most beloved, Brandon Aubrey. Most underappreciated, Brian Anger. because special teams is what we're best at.
I'm glad we're good at special teams, but I don't want that to be the only thing we excel at.
Kavonte Turpin?
Yes.
Awesome.
We might have the best returner, one of the best punters, and the best kicker in football. That's great. Like, can we have some of that on offense and defense?
Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus how would you react to getting a chair thrown at you? Next on The Fan.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, wait, what's it? It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean that this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
KWSecurity.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Football hypothesis. Corey has told us that Kirk Cousins is not at voluntary workout.
Can you believe that?
Yes.
Oh, no.
I definitely can. Stop that. Do you think he could make his way to Pittsburgh, thus making sad Aaron Rodgers, who will then retire, and we never have to talk about that again?
Well, so I did see a note that Aaron Rodgers was like considering retirement now, and the Pittsburgh Steelers are considering bringing on Kirk Cousins if he retires. And it sounds like Aaron Rodgers is only going to retire if the Packers come to him and say that they'll like throw him a huge party and all these things. Yeah, it was a kind of a weird like, hey, you know, like it would be nice if they make a big deal. You know?
So he would play football to spite them?
Yeah, he's like, you know what? I'm going to keep doing. He wants to be in the Ring of Honor. He wants to be celebrated, Kevin. And that's what he really wants more than anything else, I believe.
I kind of want to talk about a segment at some point. What's the most outrageous thing you've done out of spite? I'll tell you my answer off air. I think you're going to like it. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time, 4 a.m. on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, 877-881-1053. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. Kevin, you are staring at me.
Alec, I'm just saying, if you dated somebody...
Oh, no.
Or maybe you were engaged to them and they decided they wanted to go hook up with somebody else and then still had their birth control sent to your house, you would not be wrong to throw it in the trash, right?
Was their name on it?
Theoretically.
Was their name on it?
That I don't remember.
I'm always confused about this. I have somebody used to live in my house. All right, Alec, deal with it. It happened.
I feel like that's pretty common.
Am I supposed to be offended?
Occasionally, I still get mail for them, and I just throw it instead of sending it back. Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
So what's the difference? She didn't live there anymore?
Yeah, if it was a check, at least I didn't spend it.
It's the same basic concept.
Yeah, we still get the child support letters from the guy that used to live at our house.
Oh, man. Do you ever want to find that person and, like, try to help him fix up his life?
Kinda, because I have met him one time, and he seemed like a pretty nice guy whenever we talked, but yeah, I'm like, this is annoying because, you know, it's the nature that we live in now where we're ordering a bunch of stuff off of Amazon. And, you know, Kevin and I are ordering a bunch of cards that we probably shouldn't be buying. So I'm like, I get excited to check the mail every day because I probably have a package coming. And then it ends up just being child support letters for somebody that lives in a different state.
See, and the people are asking about federal offense for tampering with mail. I thought that's like if you went into someone else's mailbox or stole someone's mail. Like if it just comes to your house and I don't know.
Yeah, we just
that was a hypothetical scenario I told you anyway. So
yeah, I think we just end up shredding anything that either is ours and we don't want, or that isn't ours that still gets sent here. It's weird, but
at the old house that I lived at, one of Adrian's coworkers moved into the house. So anytime any of that stuff came, they just bring it up to work and just give it to Adrian. And at one point, she was like, "We're kind of getting tired of this thing."
Ooh, okay. One more mail question then. Return to sender or trash bin. Never open it. Felony. I hear you. But like, if you're just opening a stack of mail that you just assume is all yours because it comes to your house, do you make sure and like read the front of it every single time?
I know for a fact that if Kevin saw on the front of it super secret documents inside, he would be like, "Oh, I feel like I need to open this. I want to know the secret documents."
Here, they might not being dispersed properly.
A lot of those places love doing that too, just to get your attention. It'll be like super important, time-sensitive document enclosed, and then it's just some car dealership saying, "You want to trade in your car?"
Yeah,
and it's
or you haven't donated yet this year, and you're like, "It's May."
Yeah, It's like I got plenty of time to be a good person. Jeez, leave me alone. I'll decide when I want to be nice. The question of the day coming up, plus, is this a fair reaction to getting a chair thrown at you? We'll listen to some audio here in just a little bit. But the question of the day is going to be inspired just a little bit by a topic you guys talked about during Crosstalk. Duck Dynasty's Phil Robertson dead at 79 over the weekend after some different health issues I know were covered over the past couple of years. But I grew up watching that show, and whenever it was at its peak, it was when I was around, probably like 9, 10 years old. Reality TV, I didn't understand that it was so totally stupid and so thought out and planned and scripted.
What?
Yeah. I didn't know that about wrestling either, and Bobby still likes to make that joke to me that, it's not real, whatever. Still real to me, damn it.
But you need it to
fake,
be...
it's just scripted.
Yeah, you need it to be scripted, right? Because, Henry Rollins always had this joke, and he said, you wouldn't want real reality TV. Are you going to watch a show called Factory? And, every 10 seconds, a guy just puts his hand on his hip and goes... that's not entertaining.
Yeah, well, because imagine even for something like what we do, it would be cool during the process of it.
Sure.
But do you want to watch me go pick up my groceries after the show today? No.
Yeah. Do you want to watch me go to the restroom 3 or 4 times?
Oh.
No.
Sounds like a healthy average adult there.
In 2013, the 4th season premiere, Till Duck Do Us Part, drew 11.8 million viewers, the most watched nonfiction cable series in history at the time.
So the question is going to be, since I grew up watching this and I thought it was the funniest thing ever, the most entertaining thing ever, and then I kind of watched some older reruns over the past couple years, I'm like, why did I like this? What's the show that's synonymous to your childhood? 877-881-1053, because that's one of them. SpongeBob is obviously a big part of my generation, and I saw that Nicktoons has switched their entire format to SpongeBob only for the summer.
Which is really great because little Noah is kind of getting into SpongeBob.
Yes.
So, you can always put it on.
Yes, and I'm probably going to have it on in the background whenever there's no local sports on. Just because, that little hint of nostalgia, makes me smile, gives me a good reason to have a good day. And then Lilo and Stitch is another one that I think of because me and my sister were absolutely obsessed with it. Just saw the movie 2 days ago. I thought it was great.
Did you see all of the movie?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, you liked it?
Yes.
Good.
Yeah. What are you doing there, Kevin?
I'm just asking follow-up questions like a good listener.
You're a smart guy. I know what you're trying to do, trying to draw me off sides there. But
Saved by the Bell. For me,
that's a good one.
It was Saved by the Bell. Whenever Zach and Slater would be in a fight, it was devastating.
Yeah.
They tried that unfortunate thing where Zach and Lisa were going to date and broke poor Screech's heart. Yeah. Plus, go take a look. That show was called Good Morning Miss Bliss, and then they moved 3 or 4 of the main characters all moved to the same high school from Indiana to California. Really confusing.
They were in Indiana?
Yes.
To start that?
Yes, they were.
No wonder her skirt was so long.
Corey Majors, ladies.
If they
and
were in
gentlemen.
California, the weather's different.
Mm-hmm.
Makes more sense now. Saved by the Bell definitely is on the list. I think the Cosby Show will always be one of those that I watched every episode.
Yeah.
All the time. Then there was
Because we didn't know.
No, and I wouldn't have thought anything like that at the time. Full House was, and again, what a perfect example. Bob Saget, maybe the dirtiest comedian out there. He was the best father you've ever seen in your life. So that was, and when he would break too, you hear the stories. But Full House was another one of them. Boy Meets World definitely lines up. So those are kind of the 3 that I do remember. And Saved by the Bell, obviously.
Did you ever watch Girl Meets World?
I tried. It wasn't for me.
See, I liked Girl Meets World. I did not know that her friend would end up becoming the biggest pop star in the world. I didn't watch the show and be like, that blonde girl, she's going to take over society.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Good for her, though.
There was a couple that came through that were a bit older than my time, but I still grew up watching because my dad has this super old Alf doll that he has kept in immaculate shape.
No way.
Yeah, and somehow it survived Texas summers in our attic. It looks brand new.
Does it eat cats?
I hope
All
not,
right.
because we've had a bunch of cats.
So
Maybe that's where they went.
Alec, I'm going to request about 45 seconds of your time, please. All right. If you're not familiar with the TV show Alf,
What in the show?
it came out in the 80s, and it stood for alien life form, and they called him Alf, and basically it was just a puppet behind the counter in the kitchen that came from the planet Melmac, and he got taken in by this family, but what he loved to eat was cats.
They were
And
delicious.
Yes, exactly. And so he would eat cats that they had at the house, and then they realized, we got to change it up. That was the show. That was the whole thing.
And then all the hilarious Alf things.
Yeah.
Who played his voice? Do we know? Did we ever know? Did they keep it hidden like Daft Punk?
I don't know, but there was a movie that came out called Permanent Midnight, I'm pretty sure, with Ben Stiller, that was about the guy who wrote Alf.
Really?
Back to you, Alec.
Another one for me is Home Improvement. That was always on in the house. Yeah, I loved Home Improvement. There was a lot of older shows that I loved because my mom would always put those on. Anything from the 90s was always on in the house.
That was, I think it was Jonathan Taylor Thomas's room that he had. Maybe it was the brothers. They had the beds that kind of were not bunk beds, but they were, I was always jealous of some of these rooms.
Yeah.
Some of these rooms and some of these shows, I was like, dude, they got so much cool stuff in that house. Everything's so cool in that kid's room.
Somebody told me to look up Zach Morris's Trash, and apparently this was a TV show.
You haven't watched Zach Morris's Trash? Dude, you got to watch a few episodes.
Okay.
Of this. It is hilarious.
Look, I get it. I remember he stopped dating that lady wrestler because they were like, oh, did she protect you? And he's like, my fragile ego is broken.
And don't forget about the time that he was dating the girl in the wheelchair until he found out she was in a wheelchair. And he was like, I don't know how to do this. Guys,
oh, man, I don't know if I remember that one.
Yeah, he was like, hey, guys, this is Emily. She's in a wheelchair. And everybody was like, yeah, we didn't have to bring that up.
Okay. See, this is up my alley, and this actually goes to your point, Corey, from the 214. Drake and Josh and Zoe 101. That's my era, but Drake and Josh goes to your point, Corey, because they set an unreasonable expectation for what some 15-year-old's rooms should look like.
They had everything in there.
My bedroom as a 23-year-old man is a third of the size of theirs. They had a whole balcony that they could go on and everything. It was the coolest bedroom ever. So much space. It's does every kid get a room like that? Why does mine feel like a cubicle compared to theirs?
Did one of the Drakes or the Joshes get in trouble later in life? Or am I imagining
Drake did. He had some situations that came up that are kind of evading me right now, but he's been on this redemption arc, and I know that Drake and Josh actually made up with each other.
That's nice.
And they've done some podcasts together and some sit-down interviews.
Which one was the larger one that lost all the weight?
Josh.
That was Josh?
Josh Peck.
I recently saw him in The Last of Us. He was in it for a very short period of time, but he was in The Last of Us.
Sounds like me when it comes to season 3 of The Last of Us. You know what I'm saying?
Does
it ever make you sad when you find out those people aren't really friends?
Yes. That makes me really sad because that's what happened with Drake and Josh was they had a big falling out after the show ended.
That makes me sad.
And I think it was stemmed because Josh didn't invite Drake to his wedding. And so there was an online beef kind of thing that went on. And then the whole, the documentary series about the Nickelodeon stuff and the dirty behind the scenes stuff came out. And we found out that Drake went through a lot of really bad stuff, and a lot of people were like, we should probably give this guy a chance to be a good human. But let's see, I want to play some sound for you from the AHL because there was a hockey game going on, and it was with the Canucks local broadcast for the AHL. The play-by-play man's name is Brandon, and then his last name is Astle. How would you pronounce that?
Azel.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
Yeah.
I get what you're doing.
And I tried to listen to the broadcast to see if I could find the open where he introduces himself. Couldn't find it, so I'm just going to call him Brandon. And during the game, a drunken fan approached the booth and took his chair from him and threw the chair at him. And this is how it sounded on air.
Got some Yahoo chap chirping at me from behind. Get out of here. What was he doing? Security. Try that again. I'm fired up. He threw my chair at me. Hit me right in the back of the leg. What was he doing here? Unreal.
We need to
have another beer.
And you could hear the chirping in the back, right?
That's still the guy who threw the chair. He's still there?
Yeah,
Man,
and he's still angry.
Dude, but we don't know why?
We don't know why. It ended up being like a 5-0 rout, right? So there was a lot going on, I guess, and he was probably very emotional. And he said, "Hey, have another beer, why don't you?" So definitely seemed like a drunken fan situation. And yeah, he had to get security to escort him out. They never really got a real explanation as to why that happened.
I'm sure we've talked about this before. There was a playoff soccer game I was at, and there were folks sitting in the press box, and this parent came up and was mad that they didn't stop the clock. He started pounding on the glass for the press box. So he goes, "Stop the clock!" And we're like, "Dude, the timekeeper is like a few rooms
this is the wrong
over.
people, buddy.
It's not us." We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Does Brandon Cooks know what the word fun actually means? Next on The Fan.
Brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Back to throw on 3rd and short, looking around, left side, got a man, Brandon Cooks, crossing right to left, into the corner, touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Once again, asking the questions that matter. Like, how old does a person have to be before you're like, yeah, well, what are you going to do?
When you see an old person driving and they make the mistake, I don't know, maybe they just feel like the whole highway's theirs, you know? And I know young people do this too. But my grandmother at one point, I remember she turned out in front of somebody. And I was like, holy crap, Grandma. And she goes, I don't need to worry about them. They need to worry about me. And I was like, oh, my gosh, this isn't a good way for you to drive.
Yeah, unless they, like, T-bone your car, and then it feels like you do have to worry.
So yeah, man, sometimes whenever I'm driving, I'm like, who is this idiot in front of me? And then I pull up and I see that it's an old person. I'm like, well, what are you going to do?
Let me just fight old people.
Yeah, I'm not going to just fight old people.
Is that Chris Jericho?
No, that was Zach Wolchuk.
Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought it. By the way, for the young people, let's hop out the old people and the young people. We've now confirmed through multiple sources, if you just like a handful of Instagram posts, that can be the key for them to reach out in your DM.
Well, I just did that. I just went on Instagram and I liked every picture my wife's posts. And so we'll see.
That's great.
If that pays off for me.
Are they family pictures?
Some of them are my dead dog, Kevin.
Oh my God.
And my live dog.
Well,
right now it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
That didn't go the way you thought it would, did you?
No, it didn't, because he knows I was going to ask him why he didn't like his family pictures before. So he threw his dead dog in there to try to deflect. There. It worked.
Dip it and rip it.
Rest in peace, Landry. Now, Corey, this is going to be shocking news that you never could have imagined. Joey Bosa has a calf injury.
Oh, can't believe it.
He is likely out until training camp. On a scale of 1 to 10, how shocked are you?
I'm not shocked at all. I can't believe it was actually sarcasm from me, which is very rare. This guy, when he was drafted, I think he got hurt walking onto the stage, didn't he?
Yeah.
This dude has just he hasn't gone. Has he played a single full season? I don't think Joey Bosa's played.
He played 14 games last year.
Again, is that a full season? 14 games for the Chargers, I guess, is a full season. But yeah, look at this. 12 in his rookie year, so he got 16 year 2.
Oh, hell yeah.
7 in year 3.
Oh.
16 in year 4.
Hey, in year
12, 16 again, so 3 years he's played 16 games. Year after that, 5, 9, and 14. The dude is never healthy.
No, I get what you're saying.
Now, that being said, when he's on the field, he's really good. Like, he can wreck up some plans for somebody. But here it is, Buffalo, hoping that they can really, amp up their defense, and he's not going to be available until later on.
So you do not believe?
I don't believe.
We talked about this earlier, but I love the way coaches say this. So Raheem Morris was asked about Kirk Cousins, and he said, "Ooh, I did not see Kirk Cousins today." Now, that doesn't necessarily mean...
Oh, he said the ooh part? Ooh.
No, I added that.
As a matter of fact,
I added that for him.
I just realized we didn't see him out there.
My bad. He said, I did not see Kirk Cousins today, which could be a defense mechanism. So then, like, later on, you work it out and you're like, oh, turns out he was in the meeting rooms all day. I don't know why I missed it, but he was there. All right, let's go from that to Brandon Cooks. Do you think Brandon Cooks knows what the word fun means?
I don't.
Here's why I ask. Because the quarterback competition in New Orleans is between Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler, and Jake Haener. And he said, quote, "It's fun seeing those guys compete. All three of them are having a great spring, so it's going to be fun to watch that competition." Do you think Brandon Cooks has the same definition of fun that you or I do.
You don't think it's going to be fun to see a quarterback competition in New Orleans?
Hell no. With those three?
You don't know what Tyler Shuck is at
Fair.
this age. He could be one of those people I was talking about driving on the highway. He's old. He is an old player at this point. But you don't know what he is yet. They drafted him for a reason, Kevin. I'm sure it's going to all work out.
Mm-hmm.
Brandon Cooks, hey, he flies airplanes. That's kind of fun.
I would much rather do that than watch the Saints quarterback competition.
I bet he would too. I bet Brandon Cooks would much rather be flying an airplane than watching that competition.
Fair.
Back in New Orleans again.
Fair.
But those are some bad quarterbacks.
Now, has Travis Hunter set the bar too high for Alec? Now, you, Corey, you're already married. Me, I'm already married, so we're off the hook. But someday,
you're not married.
When Alec gets married, or Carter gets married, Travis Hunter surprised his wife. There was like a big sheet over it, and they cut a ribbon and everything like that, with a brand new black Mercedes-Benz AMG G63. Now, depending on how you modify the car, big range, but between $300,000 and $600,000.
That's a bit, well, I mean, not for him though. You know, like that's just pocket change still. On the contracts he's going to get.
But do you think that ups the ante for Carter and Alec to get a six-figure present for their wife when they get married?
Well, as we all know, it is a 3-year salary for the wedding ring. That's always been the case. So you have to.
That is not correct.
You either have the 3 years already made, or you got to earn it. You know,
3-year salary.
Hey, which
People
is great.
never be getting engaged.
Which is great with Adrian, because I was like, yeah, this is all I can afford. You know my salary and all those jobs that I worked back in the day. It was very low.
You're giving me free game here. I'm totally going to use that excuse. I saw Tim was here. I might have to talk to him. And if you want to sponsor AM on the FM, Alec on the radio, because it sounds like I'm going to have a lot of work to do here. So thanks, Travis. Like, don't you just hate people like that? Like, God, you're just great at everything you do, and you look like you're just an incredible now husband.
Yeah.
Like, go away, dude.
Yeah.
Stop.
Did that put pressure on the wife to be like, what did you give me?
Ooh.
Also,
That's a great question.
I didn't even know this was a thing when we had Noah. I learned about a push
You gotta
present.
give your present.
I didn't. We didn't do that with Brandon. I didn't know what that was.
I was told to. I think that they just tell us, and then we're like,
yeah, well,
we don't know any
guess
better.
what? I didn't have to push the baby out of my body, so I bought her a present.
I did too.
I thought that felt fair.
I did too. I got her. I had to buy 3 presents with all those kids.
That's too many.
There's a lot of kids. So many presents.
Now, from the 806, Tyler Shuck shouldn't win the job because he pronounces his name stupid.
That's true. I'm
Is it?
very with you on that. It's Shao. Everybody knows that. Or shoe.
But it's not. Okay.
Because through is said that way and it's spelled weird.
Ooh, yeah.
But then again, my last name's spelled stupid too. I mean, look at my last name. Most people can't figure it out. I have to tell them.
Yeah.
And then there's Kevin Hoagland over here.
That's not how you say it.
That's how Coach said
Verhage.
it once.
That is
It's
true.
Verhage.
All right. Let's go to punters. We talked about Brian Anger earlier in the day. The Raiders have made A.J. Cole the NFL's top punter.
For now.
Yeah, for now.
Until Jerry hears about that.
4 years, $15.8 million extension, so about $4 million per year, 3.95, with $11 million guaranteed.
The Raiders are a little weird with this. They always seem to be paying their kickers a lot, like Janikowski and Janikowski. And who was their punter?
Shane Leckler.
Shane Leckler, the dude who kicked 97 yards.
He was awesome.
It was awesome. But yeah, they do like to do that. Are they trying to set the market for punters now? Is this the new?
I don't. That's a good question. I'm not sure. All right, Javonte Williams says, I feel completely like myself for the first time since the 2022 knee injury. I hope he is right, of course. But do you feel like this is a different version of I'm in the best shape of my life?
Yeah. Which is still one of the easiest things to say every year.
Yeah.
That's the easiest thing to say. This one, though, is starting to make its way up the chart pretty fast, and I like it.
All right.
I'll use it more often.
Okay. You're starting to feel like yourself.
I'm starting to feel like myself.
I like
starting
that.
to feel like me, and that's what I want.
All right, let's go from that to your guy, Ben Johnson. Have you heard even at OTAs, he has kind of lit into Caleb Williams Even on a complete pass, he was like, that crap's never going to fly.
Are you serious?
In a regular season game.
Whoa, I like it.
I know, and I know you like Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Are you excited about the idea that you want coaching? Here's some coaching. Don't throw that stupid pass in a regular season game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a guy who's complained about what the coaching staff was for him. So if he really wants that, and you want to be challenged, you definitely want to be challenged, especially if you were the number 1 overall pick, were relatively successful in college, and you go to an organization that's struggled a lot. You don't want to just show up there and then be like, all right, man, good luck. You want somebody that's there that's challenging you every day and holding you accountable, because what's going to happen? Everybody else then is held accountable too. And then you're going to win. I think that's a positive.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, will the Stars scoring pick up this series, or is Ottinger going to have to steal it for us? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Heck yeah, these guys are the North Texas Baseball Show of Record. Are you kidding me? Thanks for
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have it. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. Oh, man, Corey Majors and the famous Alec Medford. Do you guys believe the Stars scoring will pick up, or is Ottinger going to have to steal this series? You know, like randomly, just give me cuts 3, 4, or 5. I'll let you pick, and maybe it'll be a Stars goal.
Bouchard steps into one that got deflected and wound up in the net. A power play goal for Edmonton. Looked like Ryan Nugent-Hopkins had the last touch of that one. And a 1-0 Oilers lead, less than 6 minutes gone by.
There aren't any Stars goals on our sheet today,
You
Kevin.
know why? Because in games 2 and 3, you got outscored 9-1.
It's a lot of,
and I'm not going to play that one goal when you got outscored 9-1.
What about the empty netter? You going to play that one? Those hurt, dude. I know, like, it just hurts because you're sitting there battling as best you can. What is the percentage on that, by the way? Does anybody have a number on percentage of, like, how often it works versus how often it fails? And
like
you
8 to 10%. I don't know.
Kick a 70-yard field goal.
Yeah,
you know, and what's the percentage of that working versus the percentage of that thing, you know, missing, or a Hail Mary?
Right.
You know, like do that instead of a Hail Mary. I'd like to know the numbers.
Okay,
it's on you.
I'll me.
I'll wait.
I need to go look into that. All right, I'll see what I can.
You and numbers have a great relationship. Everybody knows that.
I do like numbers. So my question, and let's assume these are the two logical spin-offs in this series. Do you think that the Stars can pick up their scoring, or are you viewing this as a Rangers style offense right now, and you're going to need Ottinger to steal a series?
I mean, we've seen them light up the scoreboard. We have seen them do that, and they are probably. Sometimes I want to say conservative, but at the same time, I watch them play, and they're not the fastest team. So a lot of times when I'm like, oh, that should have been a breakout, like that should have been. They didn't have the skates to actually do that,
right,
or the ability to get away on that one. So. Sometimes I do think that they're just a team that you need to rely on to play good, steady defense, have good net minding, and you're probably going to give up a goal or two, and they are opportunistic offensively. They've been that way all season long. You lose the puck in front of the net, the Stars have been putting it home.
Yeah.
And that was, one of the things going in late there was the scores always looked good, but as Heike told us and Brian Ray, they were like, but it is because they have good finishers. So whenever this happens in the regular season, it will happen more often. Well, then everything tightens up whenever you get in the playoffs. I think they can not be that team and outscore, but I don't want to be in a race like that against Edmonton. I want to keep the score low against them.
So the Stars have 15 skaters with a negative plus minus. The only 3 with a positive are Liam Bichel, Rupe Hintz, and Sam Steele. They're all a +1.
Okay.
And then let's go to the opposite side. Wyatt Johnston is -17. The next closest is Matt Duchene at -13. And here's the part that really hurts. No one else in all of the NHL is in negative double digits in the playoffs. So
you got 2 players.
Yeah, and it's both of your players who lead by a wide margin. All right, so that's problematic.
That's tough.
But we talked in the opening or the second segment about your 5-on-5 hockey. Dallas has been outscored 31-23 in the playoffs thus far in 5-on-5 hockey.
All right.
And so while we have loved most of the elements of the power play, most of the elements of the penalty kill, obviously logic would let you know that the majority of play in pretty much every single game is going to be 5-on-5, and that is not working in the Stars' advantage thus far.
Yeah, and I mean, how did they win the one game where they came back? It was lots of penalties, lots of power plays were put in their favor, and so they got that advantage. And you can't rely on that. Like I mean, hell, go back to Game 7. 1 penalty was called the whole game, so you can't rely on, hey, we're going to get these 5-on-4 situations. And you also can't put yourself in 5-on-3 situations against Edmonton. Like, that's just not a good, that's not going to work out for you in any way, shape, or form. I can't tell you that we're just going to magically fix the 5-on-5 here this late in the season in the playoffs. I can't say that DeBoer's like, no, I got it all figured out like for this one. But they are going to have to find ways to limit the amount of goals. So when the occasions do come up and they are on a power play, they can take advantage of that because that's what they're good at.
So then the question must be asked. Will this have to be in a series that Ottinger is going to steal? All right, obviously last game did not go particularly well, especially in that last period a little bit and change. But Ottinger, go back to how he's progressed, even inside each playoff series. In the first 2 rounds, Ottinger had a league-high 8 wins with a .919 save percentage and a 2.47 goals against average. But what you really hope you see is the Ottinger step up from the Winnipeg series, all right? Games 1 through 3 against Winnipeg, save percentage, .914. Games 4 through 6, .944. So that is a major jump up. Goals against average, 2.36. That'll still usually get it done for you. Games 4 through 6, 1.68.
It's not good.
No,
that's really good.
Yes, I was about to say, wow,
yeah.
Corey, you do have high standards. I like it.
Okay, I need a 0.1.
So you saw him progress significantly in the back half of the Winnipeg series, and obviously you're hoping you're going to see the same thing here. And then if you need just a little bit of extra confidence for tonight. All right, Ottinger, 26 years old. He's already played 60 playoff games.
That's a lot.
It is. It really is.
Especially when, hitting on him as a draft pick is pretty special.
Yes.
That's a pretty awesome thing, but knowing that he got into the game so early in his career that you have that number right there on this competitive of a team is a pretty significant deal.
And so potentially really positive news for people after a loss in the playoffs, although I know you could argue, hey, isn't that what happened in game 3? Fair point. After a loss in the playoffs, Otter is 18-7. So a lot of positives from that perspective. Somebody asked this question, and I have wanted to talk about this for a couple of weeks now. What has happened to Rantanen? He was a beast in the first rounds, and now he's basically non-existent.
Can I touch on Otter first?
Sure.
I think tonight he has to steal it. Now the series, okay. I don't think that he has to steal the series, but I think he has to steal one from them tonight. They need home ice back.
Yeah.
And he needs to go out there and shut the door and say it's not happening tonight, because there are going to be, as I've been talking about all day, there are going to be a lot of opportunities for McDavid to come right at him and have a little bit of a different look at him. So I think tonight he's going to have to be as sharp as he's ever been for this game specifically, because his team needs him to put them in a better position for when they come back home. And so that's one. When it comes to Rantanen and Kevin, I'm with you. I think that Edmonton's done a really good job. They've done a really good job of making sure that they're not giving him easy opportunities. And that being said, some of the shots have just missed, and that's frustrating too. But it doesn't feel like this team is. There are two things that are consistent with the Stars. One, they're not physical enough until called upon, and they don't put up enough shots for whatever reason to make you feel very good.
Now, for Rantanen, and I'm glad somebody texted this question in to ask it, the whole reason that he's not on Connor McDavid's level is he will disappear in a game on you.
Yep.
And he will disappear in multiple games. And that is that's just what comes along with the Mikko Rantanen experience.
He does, you watch him, he's doing the small things.
Sure.
It's just not the game-changing net thing that you are expecting of him.
And so you'll get that run of game 6, game 7, and then going into the Winnipeg series, game 1, where you're just like, obviously this is the best player in the world. And then I know in game 3, he was phenomenal as well. But you'll also see plenty of games where he disappears. And that's just part of the deal that comes along with Rantanen. Now, you said he'll need to, but my question for you guys now is, will it happen? Do you believe that the Stars are going to win tonight? It's not a must win, but obviously being at a 3-1 deficit, not so great.
Pivotal is the word I would use.
All right.
I'm serious when I say that, too, because I really do not want to go down another game. that would be terrifying against the talent and really just Connor McDavid alone, let alone the 3 or 4 other, incredible playmakers that they have. I do think that they have a chance, but it's going to require somebody like Mikko Rantanen stepping up, which it felt like the one time he really went off and exploded for you in this playoff run so far, you really needed it. You were down a couple of your big playmakers. You were dealing
all
with
hope was lost, right?
It felt like things were just going every which way away from the way that you wanted it to go as a Dallas Stars fan, but he said, you know what, I'll do it myself. I don't care. And he was otherworldly. If we get some sort of performance like that, it doesn't have to be him. It could be Liam Bichel if he wants to show up and just dominate on the boards and then say, hey, I'll score 3 times myself and we'll win the game.
Yeah.
It seems like one person is going to have to do the heavy lifting, which that's what scares me here.
Otter's doing that tonight, Kevin. I believe Otter is going to go in there and he's going to have his eyes locked in on this sucker. And I do believe that they're going to have a different plan for tonight, based on what they learned from the line change last night and the last couple of games. They just haven't been themselves. Like, I think that they're all looking at themselves right now saying, we didn't play our hockey. We let them push us around and we're not going to do that tonight. And also they got to go in there and really stick Corey Perry in the throat at some point. I'm not saying, injure this guy, but get him to fight you and get kicked out, do something like that.
Now, I see a couple of people singling out Jamie Benn and Jason Robertson. So I'm more in the Jason Robertson needs to step it up crew, because I think Jamie Benn is doing the best he can with his diminished skill set. I hope that doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. I think we're just looking at what it is the biggest contribution he can truly bring to this team is upping their physical presence. Not saying he can't score now and again, but you've already seen lengthy scoreless streaks from him this season, and I think it's his physicality that the Stars need more than his ability to help set up a goal.
Yeah, finish his checks, man. Go in there and actually do that part of it, and be that guy that everybody knows he's coming into this corner. I'm going to get hit right now. Kevin, when it comes to Robertson,
that's a totally different deal.
I feel like I've told you for 2.5 years what he is as a player and what the reality of him is in the postseason. Until he takes another step there, I can't wait for him to be like, oh man, I need Robertson, because at this point he's a guy on the team. The rest of there are some other guys that are far superior players to what he is in the playoffs. They need to do their thing. They gotta be whistling and doing all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Robertson is what he is until there's something new that shows up for him in the playoffs, and that is a guy who's got a really good brain, but not the legs or the body to fight in the playoffs.
See, and it's such a shame too, because I think 2 years ago he showed he can be way more than just a guy in the playoffs. Like, he was helping lead the charge against Vegas that obviously didn't turn out to be super helpful, but last year, outside of I think he had a hat trick against Edmonton. Outside of that, this is fairly run-of-the-mill, and it does feel like it's trending in that direction where his game does not translate as well to the playoffs, and that's unfortunate. Whether you think it's Austin Matthews syndrome or whatever else, it's unfortunate that that's been the case. Because 2 years ago, I really thought you had seen the playoff breakout for him.
He was going to become that. It just seemed like he gets in there and you see it. You see the reality with him.
Yeah, and you're like, hey, maybe now is the time.
But I'm hoping.
Right, I'll put in the call one more time. Tonight's night. Robo going to score 2 goals.
2
goals.
So if you're looking to make a play on underdog today,
that's right.
Kevin is saying if it's at 1.5, take the over.
Yeah. By the way,
Robertson.
I can guarantee you, at best, it's at half. So yeah, go ahead and you know what? I think I'm going to make that play right now.
Look at that.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which one of the next DFW champions do you think will affect you more and that team longer? Plus, wanker of the holiday weekend, and maybe we talk some college sports. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Spores kicks and fires. He struck him out looking. It's over. It's over. The Rangers have won the World Series. Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
God, I will never,
Good times.
ever get tired of hearing that.
Me either. Thank you, Eric Nadell, for giving us that glorious moment.
And fighting so much for mental health.
Yeah.
Go check out his concert for the Grant Halliburton Foundation. All right, so Corey, you asked this question off air a little bit ago, and we've been meaning to dive into it. So there's a couple of different parts to this. Which one of the next DFW team championships do you think will affect you personally more, affect the team and their fan base more? So there's a few different directions with this. Obviously, we hope we'll find out in, 3 weeks when the Stars have the cup. And you're like, hey, that's great.
And we're partying and drinking out of it.
Exactly. So this is also the time when I give you the conference finals appearances since 2000 for our DFW teams.
Okay, hold on. What team's first?
Cowboys.
Cowboys, conference final appearance last time?
0 since 2000. None since 2000.
So we're 25 years in a row.
Yeah, and there's extra 5 before that.
All right.
The Rangers, though, they've been to the conference finals or better 3 times. The Mavs, 5 times. And the Stars, 6 times.
Stars are the best team in DFW.
I mean, the evidence in front of you would argue that.
So what you're telling me then is Cowboys fans need it. Cowboys fans deserve to have a conference final championship game. Maybe not even host it, just be in one.
So
Cowboys fans deserve it because they have 0 in all this time.
Yes, that's true. So I thought about your question.
Yeah.
And I broke it down 3 different ways. Which team needs it the most? Which fan base would benefit from it the longest? And what do I want? All right?
Okay.
So the team that would benefit it from it the most, like you said, it's obviously the Cowboys.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, the Stars. I mean, if you can win a championship, that's a different deal. Because while we talk about this, Stars, Mavs, and Rangers, 14 times since 2000, they've been in the conference finals. Each team has 1 title. Or I guess the Stars have no titles, actually.
With the Stars, Kevin, a championship would definitely, I'm not saying it turns it into a hockey town, but it definitely would sit well with, dude, they're also going to be good next year. And they're also going to be good probably for the next 5 years. They're going to be a competitive team right there. So having the cup and then knowing that your team's in this conversation every year for the next 5 years feels like they would benefit huge from this.
Would you see the possibility, Alec, I want to get your thoughts on this as well. Would you see the possibility for the Stars to long-term surpass the Mavs as the number 3 option here? In the DFW,
if they won one championship?
If they win at least one,
Okay.
and then we'll see what happens after that.
They are neck and neck, aren't they?
I think they've gotten a lot closer with the Mavs.
And this year obviously changed that a lot.
Yes.
For
sure.
But now the Cooper Flag thing is going to intrigue people again. If they select him. Again, I do not have faith that they are going to make the right selection. Okay? I just don't. But if they select him, I think the intrigue in the Mavericks will be back, but can they be in the competitive? That's where everybody really, clings on to these teams, is if they're competitive in the playoffs. And the Mavericks, that's a long season. A lot of things could happen. Anthony Davis could be out for 60 games.
Right.
Kyrie could be out for 60 games. We're really looking at something like that. So I think that the Stars could usurp them.
I'm glad that you said that, because I'm intrigued by this, Alec, because I think for a minute, the hierarchy has been pretty defined in DFW in terms of Cowboys 1, Rangers 2, Mavericks 3, Stars 4. Now, keep in mind, this has nothing to do with team success, because you could argue it might be the exact opposite of that, just in terms of the fan base and what moves the city. So could you see, let's say the Stars win this cup, and then as Corey said, they'll be in the mix, you'd think, for
Brandon's
a while.
here for the next 8 years?
Yeah, that's correct.
Wyatt's young, Otter's young.
Exactly.
I think the Stars were on that trajectory, and then it got ruined by the Mavericks winning the draft lottery.
Yeah.
I seriously think that ruined it. Whether or not they make the pick, whether or not they keep the pick, I think that ruined it for the short-term future, because I 100% believe they are going to take Cooper Flag. But, in a world where they did trade it for a Giannis or they did trade it for a Kevin Durant, it would still be big enough news to where people are going to say, hold on, I got to see how this mess ends up working out or not working out. I think people would just be naturally more interested in that because it's sexier. Movement and headline moves like that, in a weird way, are more intriguing than any kind of championship run for a lower tier team, putting it respectfully, because I'm more intrigued in the Dallas Stars right now than I am the Mavericks, but I don't think the rest of the market is. So, I think getting that pick really ruined it for the Stars.
From the 817, see, I don't agree with this at all. Cowboys fans don't deserve S. Man, I know that there is a small faction of Cowboys fans that is by far the loudest about how the Cowboys are still the best because they have 5 championships and blah, 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 blah. I think there's a lot of Cowboys fans, like maybe all 3 of us, that have put up with a lot of crap and have supported the team because you love the Cowboys growing up and you desperately want them to be good, but you don't go around telling everybody how they're the best at football, because obviously that would be...
But if they won, we would.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if they won, I would be obnoxious. Yeah. You would not want to be around me, Eagles fans.
Yeah, because Eagles fans did everything so right. Like, take this, police horse, like, that's a real thing that happened, and they had to grease up the poles because they knew a bunch of morons were going to try to climb up them. So let's not pretend that people who win championships aren't intolerable as well. I know there is a section of the Cowboys fan base that is the worst because they just want to tell you how good they used to be at football. It's kind of like the University of Texas. Like, hey, we used to win. What about now? Well, you know what? Don't worry about it. We're really close sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas
Texas Tech has never been good.
Exactly, except at college softball.
Yeah, they're very
and then
good
they're
at
going to
that.
go to the World Series for the first time and in your face. Whereas A&M, our coping mechanism was to make up some championships, and then most of us just realize our place in life. Like, as an A&M person, I realize where we sit in the hierarchy. And I am not one of those vocal people who is like, we run this state. And I'm like, at what?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So
somebody did say, speaking of names that I'm starting to hate, Nugent Hopkins, pick a name. And I agree with you. Just go with the last one. That's the last name, Hopkins.
Okay. I did not expect to
I get it, man.
that, but
Shay.
all right.
Like, just Shay. Like, do we call him Alexander or just Shay? We call him Shay.
What?
So
Okay, but
too many names.
All right.
Gilgis Alex. It's a lot of names.
All right.
Take that, Dorian Finney-Smith.
Yeah.
If
what did we call him? Dodo. And he hated that.
You asked Adrian to marry you. And
Uh-huh.
she said yes, but she said, I'm going to hyphenate my name.
No, you're not.
Oh, I like it. What if she said that I'm not marrying you?
Okay.
Oh, man.
See how your life is without me.
Oh, my God. I like the idea.
It probably would have been a lot better.
I like the idea that every person Corey ever broke up with, he ended it by saying, let's see how your life is without me.
Good luck to you.
My wife is stupid.
Hey, all right, we got to. I do have a conversation about that one, by the way.
Oh, now
there's a request that's been asked.
The fan base that I think would benefit from it the most.
If you say the Rangers, I'm going to lose it because
I don't think it's
the Rangers fans got the World Series, loved it, and then the next year, it was kind of like the Mavericks after they won. We were just like, this isn't the same team.
Yes,
but they do deserve it. Rangers fans definitely do need more of that because it was such a weird thing to pop up out of nowhere like it did.
But I think it would impact the Mavs as an organization longer because, like you just said, Cowboys
They'd
fans
collect a lot of new fans.
You know what? You're right. Because Cowboys fans, it kind of feels like you know the deal. I know that I'm one of these Cowboys fans. You get treated like garbage, but you hope your hometown team just turns it around and magically we end up winning. But even if you don't, we're probably still here. The Stars, they've consistently been good enough to overcome that stigma of not having won a cup in 26 years. By the way, that's what the number is. It's been 26 years since the Stars won a cup, but they're always actually close as opposed to the Cowboys, who are make-believe close. And then there's the Mavericks. So you got your championship. You had your all-time iconic DFW player. He retired, and immediately, and there was a season of crossover, you had his replacement. He was your guy, Luka, all-time.
Torch pass.
I think if Cooper Flagg came in and you were able to win a championship, all of those lovey-dovey feelings would immediately be back, not for everyone, but for most Mavs fans, because they'd be like, here's another guy. Who cares if the NBA rigged it? We won. Our guy. You know, Luka was your guy, but he's not anymore. He's never going to be again. He said he doesn't even want to live in Texas. But if Cooper Flagg came here and you won a championship, then I think a lot of people in the Mavs fan base would be like, all right, I'm back in for good because we lost Luka, but we got Cooper, and that's my guy that I can root for 12 years or whatever.
And I know a lot of people are, because Luka's gone, they're out on the Mavericks and everything.
Sure.
But that team right there might be the closest to it. I know the Stars are like literally closer to it right now. But for Cooper Flagg, he doesn't have to walk into a franchise and save it.
Sure.
He's walking into a franchise that has a lot of veteran talent on it. And all he really has to do is fit in. Just fit in and just be one of those dudes that balls.
Yeah.
And that team can be very successful. They have a championship caliber coach. They have a couple of different guys that have won championships, and they have a very good defense built, but it's just not there yet. He doesn't have to come in and do anything wild. He can just come in and grow and develop, and then again, he can win that championship. And then those guys, those veterans around him don't have to be around forever. But Cooper Flagg is now the tent pole that you put everything else around. He's the one, and he's got the championship plus. Now he gets to go chase one with another. I see what you're saying there, man. That the Mavericks definitely, their fan base would be regrown, because I don't think you're going to get some of those people back, but you're going to get new fans along the way.
And then my personal preference, it would be for the Cowboys to win it all. Like, that would be the next championship I want to see after we win the Stanley Cup. No, but seriously, that's been the longest one. Like, there was a long time in my life I thought I would never get to see the Mavs win the title. And then you saw it, and it was freaking magical. And it's the same thing with the Rangers. An even longer time, I really thought we might not ever get to see that championship. And you're seeing more and more like kind of what a one-off that might have been. The Stars and the Cowboys have the longest droughts here in DFW in terms of actually winning it all. People would be so pumped about the Stars. I don't think people understand how this whole Metroplex would just be taken over by the Cowboys in the Super Bowl, by the Cowboys winning the Super Bowl. Like, it's a different level. The Stars could be up 3-0 in the Stanley Cup final and 5-0 in the third period, and I would be so stoked, and people would be so excited. If the Cowboys made it to the Super Bowl, that would be all that controlled this Metroplex, and that's a fact.
There wouldn't be another topic on this station for the entire 2 weeks that lead up to the Super Bowl at all. There would be no other conversation from anybody, and nobody would want anything else. There wouldn't be a single person that would hop on the fan text and go, "Can we talk about something else, please?" No. They would only want to talk about what is happening with the Cowboys. Who's KNC interviewing today? Because that would be that part of the conversation too. No, you're right, man. It would be the big. I don't know if the city's ready for it. I don't know if DFW honestly would be ready for something like that, because it would be out of nowhere for one. For this team, that would be a very big surprise.
Sure.
But Kevin, if you were watching them and you're like, oh man, they're really building something right now, and it's not just a one-off. Like, this thing could be a contender. That would gain even more steam for the Cowboys too.
I think that's a great point too, because for the Stars, hey, let's say the Stars win the Stanley Cup. Could you see that? Yeah, I could. Because they were in the Stanley Cup final in 2020 and the last 3 years, and they were in the Western Conference final. The Cowboys haven't even gotten to the game that gets you to the Super Bowl. And so if you were there, there's an entire generation, even more than that, of people listening to our show right now that are like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Whenever people run their mouths about how great the Cowboys used to be, I have no idea what you're saying. Because that context, I've never seen it. And so that's kind of how I would break it down. What do you guys think in terms of, like, Do you think it is the Cowboys that obviously would make the biggest impact if they won the championship?
Because they have more fans than anybody.
Yeah.
Like the most amount of people are going to be excited. And then there's the people that hate the Cowboys that would also be excited because now they can continue to hate it at a different level.
Sure.
And again, move the goalposts just a little bit. I saw 700,000 fans show up for the Rangers championship.
Yeah.
Parade.
That was one of the greatest days of my life.
Alec was there. We got him in there as well. That place was packed. Kevin, if it was the Cowboys, it would be over 700,000.
It would be at least 1.5 million. I'd be willing to wager.
For me, I want another Rangers World Series. That's the one that I want. I think would not only affect my personal life because we have the Rangers on the station, and that would be awesome.
For sure.
We're interviewing Bochy. Like, that's a personal thing there too. But just because right now you have something special pitching wise, they've invested in it. They did that. Like, there's a lot of things that I'd like to see happen again. And I just don't know, with baseball being the way that it is, already fickle. I just don't know when we might get another shot at it. So I'd absolutely love that. For the team impact, I'm with you. I think the Stars, though, Kevin, I think the Stars would be impacted even more team-wise.
I'm intrigued by the idea that they could move up in the hierarchy of DFW sports.
I think that because they are going to be good for a while, like they are built to be good for a little bit.
Now, obviously, he said if they win. Quick Stars question. Hopefully they win tonight and they win
Joseph
the next
Randall
two.
Story for you.
Doesn't even matter. Do you think there's going to be any, Stars pushback? Let's say if they get wiped out in this round, do you think the regular season is going to get to a point for a lot of Stars fans where they're like, neat, don't care? Hit me in the playoffs.
Man,
I'm just asking.
It should happen. It does happen every team.
For sure.
Well, you guys, look at Buffalo.
For sure.
As intense as Buffalo fans are, the fact that Buffalo doesn't win is frustrating the hell out of them up there.
If you ever saw the Four Falls of Buffalo, outstanding 30 for 30. They get to that fourth straight Super Bowl and that rematch with the Cowboys. It is so weird listening to all of the talking heads and the fans being like, we just knew we were going to lose anyway. And I was like, they were in the Super Bowl. And they're like, well, we're obviously not going to win.
Yeah, so they definitely could take that perspective. I know some people were frustrated the last couple seasons already at this point, and I get excited every time. I will say, I think though, Kevin, there are so many casual Stars fans that join in at playoff time that they just kind of bounce away from it, and they're like, "Oh man, that was a fun 4 weeks, a fun couple months that I spent watching this team," and then they come back the next year round for playoffs. Regular season-wise, though, that's season ticket holders. They're intense. They're packed at it. They're going to be there no matter what. But I think the Stars have more casuals because of their success in the playoffs.
For sure. Now, oh man, this is a tough question. What's the better bet? Cowboys make the NFC Championship or Luka returns to the Mavericks?
Jesus comes back. Hold on.
That might be my vote. I guess the Cowboys.
Luka's not coming back.
Yeah, and that's the thing. But I also sometimes feel like the Cowboys aren't making it to that game. Well, they could.
I just don't.
Maybe.
Man, the
Possibly.
only way I could see Luka coming back is if he got traded back here. That's in my mind. There's his brain is no. I'm just going to spend the rest of my career trying to embarrass that team. That's what he did on the court.
Yeah, he did.
Tried to embarrass everybody. That was the most fun thing to watch him. He was trying to embarrass you on the court, make you feel bad about the way you play basketball, and usually he did.
Yeah, absolutely.
It felt good.
With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we got Wanker of the holiday weekend coming up in just a minute. But
let's get something away.
877-881-1053. Caller number 9 or 10. Just today.
Okay.
We'll win a pair of tickets to go see Stick Figure at the Dos Equis Pavilion on June 27th. Of course, you can go buy tickets or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. Caller 9 or 10 today because of the holiday. And we'll be doing this giveaway all week long. Now. Holiday Wanker of the holiday weekend. I want to start with Texas A&M, unfortunately.
What did they do this time?
Well, it's what they didn't do, and the writing was on the wall about this for a few days. Texas A&M became the first baseball preseason #1 team to miss the NCAA tournament entirely since 1991. And you're like, whoa, that's a long time. Of course, not to be outdone, we already talked about the softball team, which became the first number 1 overall seed to not even make it out of their regional ever. So,
y'all were both number 1 overall ranked teams?
At different points.
Okay.
When the season ended, A&M in softball was number 1. And they're like, nah, we'll just stay in College Station and we won't even finish that first round. Meanwhile, Texas Tech, for the first time ever, made the softball World Series. And Texas is back. And Oklahoma's trying to win like their 17,000th title in a row, or 5th. And then Texas A&M baseball was number 1 at the beginning of the year, and it fell off a cliff pretty quickly.
I wonder if we can have a catchphrase for this segment, Kevin. Like if there could be a good catchphrase.
They Aggied it?
But it's Wanker of the Weekend, so
Sure.
maybe a little bit different word.
I'm not sure what you're getting at.
Can I say it on air?
I don't know. I really don't know where you're going with this.
Well, Alec is currently on the phone, so I don't want to have to dump myself like you did.
From the 214, Blake is the Wanker of the Weekend since he forgot he had to work yesterday.
Oh no, that really happened?
I did not totally know that, although I will say I have also been the victim of Blake forgetting that he was going to do something that he said he would do.
Kevin, I'm sorry about your A&M people. That being said, they were supposed to be good before the season because they brought so many of those players back.
Yeah.
It was just the coach was the situation, I guess.
But the only reason you got all those players back is because they hired the coach that everybody wanted. And maybe you're like,
maybe he wasn't a good coach.
Yeah. Hey, look.
Compared to the other guy.
I'll tell you this. Unlike many A&M fans, I have reasonable expectations for my sports team. Do I sometimes get too hyped up not knowing that we're going to do what we do? Yeah, that's fair.
Sorry about that for you, man. That's definitely a tough one, especially since I know your huge passion for A&M softball.
That's right. They were number 1 in the country. Whatever. All right, let's go to the Premier League. This one is not a joking matter and is pretty stunning that nearly 50 people were injured at the Liverpool Premier League parade because they won the English Premier League, and nearly 50 people were injured after a man drove his car into the crowd. Now, unlike the situation that happened a few months ago, the government there has said they do not believe this was a terrorism thing, but the person who was driving the car, it looks like charges of attempted murder are going to be brought up.
Dude, it's
terrifying, right?
You know, I mean, yeah, when we were just down in New Orleans, and everything we saw there,
for sure,
that stinks. And I don't know the other backstory on this, like what his decision was, or was it an accident? If they're saying it wasn't a terrorist attack, was it an accident or was it just isolated is what they're saying?
I mean, that's a whole lot of accident. But so 27 people went to the hospital, including 2 kids.
Oh, man.
And they were categorized as having serious injuries. Like I imagine, usually if you're going to go to the hospital, it's probably pretty scary. I feel like as of now, no one has died, and it's looking like that will remain the case. But that is still really, really terrifying.
For sure.
All right, let's go to cut number 17. It's not this driver, but do some Indianapolis 500 drivers need to be wankers of the weekend?
And the caution is out. Yellow. Caution is out. Pillow will win for validation, vindication for Alex Pillow. He has won the Indianapolis 500.
So Alex Pillow, or Pillow if you're more casual, did in fact win the Indianapolis 500. Here's where it gets tricky, though. Do you know who was the runner-up? Because at first, it was Marcus Ericsson.
Jeff Gordon.
That's not... No, it was not Jeff Gordon for
Kyle Busch.
A variety of reasons. Who did you say?
Said Kyle Busch.
No, it was not Kyle Busch.
Jimmy Johnson.
It wasn't the Green Hornet or Lightning McQueen or whatever you're going to say after that. So Marcus Ericsson was the runner-up.
Of course.
Until...
That was our next guess.
There's no way in hell that was going to be your
just
guess.
Didn't give us the time that we needed.
Okay. All right. You know what? Tell me who the runner-up was.
I mean, we went through our first three options.
Okay, well, tell me who the runner-up that I just said
We're
was.
going to say Marcus Erickson.
Okay.
Is who we were
I
gonna
really
say.
thought there was
Yeah.
a chance you did not remember that.
That was
already,
the next one on
though
our I just told you that was the name on our list.
All right. Well,
Ricky Bobby.
he was. That's not even the right. Okay. Never mind. He was dropped to 31st after they inspected the cars, and it was found that he had, as well as another driver, had unapproved modifications. There we go. In the post-race inspection that could have helped their aerodynamic efficiency. I know we're always looking to improve our aerodynamic efficiency,
right?
But in the race car world, you have to follow certain rules.
I learned in Cool Runnings you can just put weights in the front of your bobsled, and that makes you go faster.
That's right.
Wasn't that shown that like most of that is not really the way that happened at all? But that's
Don't worry
fine
about that.
because when you see a movie like Cool Runnings, you're thinking it might not be the most factually accurate thing I've ever seen. When you watch Braveheart for the first time and you're like, oh my God, most of this stuff
Had
didn't
to have
happen.
happened, yeah.
Then it kind of changes your perspective. All right, so he went from second to 31st, and then the dude Kyle Kirkwood, who finished sixth, went to 32nd. Are they the wankers of the weekend? They were both at the top.
Oh, they were both the cheaters? It was those are the two
both
guys?
cheated.
Yeah, see, I thought Danica Patrick would be involved in that.
I don't.
Yeah, I mean, you can't cheat,
When's
dude.
the last time she was relevant in racing?
You can't cheat, Kevin. That's the point. Is you're not supposed to do those things. Dude, when they do stuff like this, I often am like, did they think they were going to defeat the inspection?
Yes.
Like they thought, you know what?
They did.
Nobody's going to inspect this.
Yeah.
Why would they? You just need to play it right. Why are you trying to cheat like that? This was in the Monaco one?
This is at the Indianapolis 500.
Those are two different events.
Yes, they are. I feel like this one is very well known.
Well, that's, obviously, I was thinking Monaco. That's why I was saying all those wrong names.
No, Danica Patrick wasn't winning in Monaco.
You don't
Ricky
know
Bobby
that.
is a fictitious character.
You don't know that wasn't the case. Did you pay attention to the Monaco race?
They didn't win. As long as you don't have any follow-up questions. All right.
Who
now
won?
I said as long as you don't have any follow-up questions. Now let's talk about the Indianapolis 500. How many people do you think watch this thing?
I'm going to say 12 million.
Okay. Alec?
I was going to say 15.
Ooh, 7 million people.
Ooh.
But
I was closer, but I went over.
I thought this race was a little bit more popular, I guess. 7 million people watched it, which is the most in 17 years, which I was really impressed. But then it was up 40% from last year. Then I remembered the Kentucky Derby was watched by like 20 million people in America.
Really?
So you're telling me the Kentucky Derby is about 3 times as popular as the Indianapolis 500?
That is because of the horse racing.
Do you think it's because you
can
only have
fix
to
the
invest
horses.
a few minutes?
Maybe so.
You can invest
Do they
in
just measure that 2 minutes? Is that what they measure, or do they measure the whole thing?
I think it was the whole thing, and they talked about when it peaked, like during the actual race.
Okay.
Which is always weird when they're like, hey, coverage peaked during the race. And you're like, yeah, that makes sense.
What about the Monaco Grand Prix, though? Do you know what the ratings were of
I
that?
do not have
Did you see
viewership number for that?
I bet Broadus knows. Did you see the ships, the yachts? Have you seen the graphic on that?
I have
All
not.
the yachts that completely filled the bay, but then there were 5,000 other yachts floating out in the little ocean area just outside of the bay, just waiting, like hoping that they could get in. That's how, dude, that thing is so intense, and everybody brings their yachts.
Okay. I was not aware. I'll have to look. Last year, it was a big hit. 1.9 million people watched it. And it was that was the third highest.
That's because everybody's on their yachts there.
F1 race in the history of America.
The third highest?
Highest rated was 1.9. But Brad Pitt's coming out with that movie. So maybe that'll increase the popularity even another level.
What's it called?
F1.
It's going to be a good one.
It really worked
Watch
hard
Ford
on that
versus
title.
Ferrari, dude. That's one of my favorite movies.
Now, we didn't get a chance to talk about this last week. And I'm really sad about that. Have you heard about the new enhanced games? So there's
the performance enhancing drugs, and you can get out there and just play.
So they're going to have Olympic style sports, and their first competition is next May. So in a year in Vegas, and they're outright encouraging PED usage, testosterone, growth hormone.
Let's see what humans are really capable of.
That actually, you know what? That is actually not that far off from Aaron D'Souza, who's the company's founder and president. This is an actual quote that I swear I didn't make up. I really need to stress that because you're going to think I did. Quote, "We are here to move humanity forward. The old rules didn't just hold back athletes, they have held back humanity."
Wow.
That's a real quote that I swear I did not change.
Because we could be bigger and stronger and faster.
True.
And we don't know. So here's the thing. For the time being, I'm perfectly okay with this version and the version we have of sports, where they're like, the rules are you can't take these drugs.
Mm-hmm.
They hope that they level the playing field by doing that, right?
Yeah.
With this one, they're saying we're leveling the playing field by giving everybody the opportunity to do them anyway.
I take roids now.
Well, yeah, and that being the case, I hope this thing is relatively successful. Like I really do. But that we see the real results of some of the performance-enhancing drugs and kind of get that out there all along the way. Because if you're just out there going, hey, man, look at how flashy and shiny this is, and you don't put out the other parts of it, that's not the reality of it.
Yeah, no, you're right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Guys, the top 50 barbecue joints in DFW in Texas has been listed.
We're doing all of them?
Not all 50. We'll get to it next on The Fan, though.
Call those. Join us as we celebrate an all-time favorite tech.
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for what is sure to be a controversial edition of the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you for saying that. The controversy will come at the end of this segment.
Also, if you want to send in tips for making Alec more ripped.
I don't know, dude. He sent me a workout that's pretty good, and
Yeah.
I've enjoyed that workout so far.
I'm glad you have. It's working for everything but my core right now.
There's no ab work in it.
Yeah, because I just kind of freestyle it, and it's clearly not working. Yeah.
So you're saying you need a different plan there. Gotcha. Somebody texted an ab plan for Alec. I think he looks great, too. I didn't say it. Sorry, Alec. I should have said that. It's
You
him.
should slide
but
into
it's
his
him.
DMs.
It's him that thinks that he doesn't look great. That's not us.
We need to help with his self-esteem.
All right. We'll slide into your DMs later then, is what he's saying. Speaking of, nope, that didn't have any.
I really wanted to hear that
Where is this
transition.
going?
I was going to be like, Corey, who's the last DMs you slid into?
Guys, Kamar Rocker. This is a conversation that I think has been taking place a lot, obviously, with like John Gray, Cody Bradford, the way that the pitching staff is doing starting wise right now. Why mess with any of it?
Sure.
Like this is the okay, but you have all these other arms. What are you going to do with all these other arms? And we've talked about making John Gray a closer for about 3 years now because he has the best stuff to be a closer.
Sure.
He is a starting pitcher when he's healthy, which is always kind of rough. And look, man, people have asked this question a lot of times. When you know these players personally, is it difficult to talk about them? No. But it also it hurts a little more to see what their struggles.
I agree.
But I think that we've always been, Derek knows. Derek, when we would talk about him whenever he was doing bad. And he was like, look, man, I didn't do good today. The reality is I wasn't good today. So if y'all are being honest and you're being truthful, I got to deal with it and suck it up. John Gray, health-wise, would love him to be better, but he's not. So a lot of whispers started happening around this weekend. And I got it, Kevin, I don't know if you got it too. I got so many questions of Rocker, like last Wednesday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Is he going to be a closer? It's in my DMs. And I was like, I don't know where this is coming from.
Is it weird that this whole conversation was make-believe? And people just imagined it happened?
It is. It is weird because Chris Young said we see him as an MLB starter in the short and long term.
Yeah.
Is there a way we need him in capacity in the bullpen? Perhaps. But that is neither the focus nor the plan. We've not talked about it. And honestly, listen to what he says. We have not talked about it. They haven't talked to Corey Seager about playing first base. Everything that involves probably comes from Mike initially bringing it up as an idea and everybody else going, that's actually a great idea, Mike.
Yeah.
And the rest of the world just kind of latched onto it. At some point, it's going to happen. They want to talk to these guys, talk to their agents, and make sure that the conversation is approachable and feasible. Kamar Rocker and his agent feel like he is a starting pitcher. They want him to have the opportunities to start. Guess what? His agent probably has a couple other clients that the Rangers are working with too. So having good relationships with the agent is very important. You see that all the time. Jason Kidd and Nico being tight with Clutch Sports.
Yep.
I think that's important for a reason. But the other part on Rocker is when this season started, a lot of people were oh, where is he going to be? We heard he was going to be in the starting rotation no matter what.
Yeah.
They believe it. They were going to give him opportunities to go up and fail and come back and do all these things. And for the most part, he did pretty good sometimes and pretty bad other times.
Yeah.
So they got to see the reality of what's going on there. But then saying, okay, we're going to roll with closer. That's not what I think he wants to do. And the Rangers, honestly, Kevin, is their situation, their bullpen the problem? Or is it... I know we brought it up.
It has become a problem.
We brought it up and we've had the conversation. It's still the bats.
Yeah.
The bats is number one. A close... Actually, I want to say it's a more distant number two than anything else because the bats
closer
are
in the
so
last
far
week
away.
and a half, but you're right.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess that because the bats have been the way they've been all season long and it hasn't changed. So, and that's where that is. So I guess if you're going to, fire the hitting coach for that, you got to give Mike Maddox all sorts of money now, right? Isn't that good gosh, this guy deserves everything for what he's done with our starting rotation. But I think the idea is, if you've been listening to our show for a while, when it comes to Kumar Rocker, the Rangers have no desire, from what we understand, to make him a bullpen piece. They think he's a starter, and he's going to be that way for most of his career, as long as he's a Texas Ranger.
I'm with you on that.
Kevin, I really like that this dude took a shot at his team for being bad.
Oh.
A Rockies fan is suing the team
favorite story.
After he was hit in the eye by a foul ball, claiming the product on the field is so poor that fans were not paying attention to the game, and that is why he was hit in the eye.
What
by
a
a baseball.
savage burn. Your team is so terrible. I couldn't pay attention. Nobody else could pay attention, and that's why I got hit.
Quote, defendant's long-standing poor performance on the field has contributed to a game day environment in which spectators, particularly those in luxury suites, are less engaged
now I
with
lost
the action
a little
on
bit
the
of
field.
respect for it.
The cultural shift is not incidental, but rather encouraged by the Rockies' own marketing and design choices, which emphasize hospitality and off-field amenities over fan vigilance. So basically, he was saying the socializing, dining, and networking and all that's going on in the suites is really the cultural part of it. But because of all that, hey, I got to go get myself a drink and another hot dog, and hey, let's have some fun eating these cookies together. He wasn't paying attention to the game because if the product was better on the field, he would have been turning around watching them instead. Good sideswipe.
Love this argument. Now, I wish he wouldn't have been in the luxury suites, because then I felt like it didn't make me want to not root for him quite as much.
You want him to be like,
yeah, you got plenty of money.
Cheap seat somewhere, maybe nosebleeds, if you will.
Yeah, man of the people who's like, I have worked extra jobs to be able to afford these Rockies season tickets and something like that. I think that would be
just
amazing.
left the mine. That's why I look like I do right now.
And he's got like his cage bird with him or whatever. I don't know what year this story took place in, but I would love that. And like then I would say, I really hope this guy wins. But I want there to be a trial. And in the trial, I want them to just dive into how terrible the Rockies have been now, and it's no longer even about the actual lawsuit. And you'd be like, they're on pace for historically bad run differential as well as a history. And you're like, what does this have to do with the case? And you're like, I'm just trying to establish how terrible they are and how they lost my attention.
Oh, man, from the 972, that Rockies guy didn't pay for his ticket, though. So no disclaimer he was aware of. So as a guest, does he have a case?
Oh, man. All right, so he got in the luxury suite for free as well, huh?
And he doesn't have the ticket that on the back of it says, hey, if you get hit in the face.
Yeah, I've always wondered about like the legality of that. I think about that sometimes when there's a truck that's like, you can't drive within 200 feet. And I'm like, yeah, if all that stuff falls off your truck and hits me, I'm not sure if that's going to hold up in a court of law, but maybe it does.
Kevin, the top 50 best barbecue in DFW, according to Texas Monthly, has been released.
Hurtado. Oh, probably Dickies.
Oh, man, I didn't see Dickies on there. Oh, man. I'll have to look further down the list, I believe.
You do that.
I have the top 10. And I know the selection of restaurants named in the top 50 from the DFW area.
Show me your meat.
This is all about Texas. Number 1, Burnt Bean Company in Seguin, Texas. Kevin, you know where Seguin, Texas is?
I do. I don't think I've ever been to that place.
That is the number 1 place, they say.
Man.
Number 2, Leroy and Lewis Barbecue in Austin. Number 3, in Fort Worth, baby, Goldie's, which is very, very good barbecue. Redbird Barbecue in Port Neches is one of them. San Juan, GW's Barbecue. Interstellar Barbecue in Austin. Dane's Craft Barbecue in Aledo. So if you know any people near the Aledo area, I've seen so much about Dane's. By the way, if you want to go check Meat Church Matt Pittman on his Twitter, he said, I'm guessing these 5 will be in the top 5, and he nailed it. Like he absolutely got it. He was like, I kind of know this. But Dane's and Aledo's really good. Lavaca Barbecue in Port Lavaca, Truth Barbecue in Houston, and Evie Mae's Pit Barbecue in Wolforth. So there you go. That's your top 10 right there, Kevin. Unfortunately, our buddy at Hurtado was given honorable mention this year. And
outside of the top 10?
Yeah, and I think that's just absolutely ridiculous for one. All right, I just want to throw that out there. Cadillac Barbecue was also named in there. And Kevin, in Panther City, our friends in Fort Worth.
Oh, yeah.
Our buddy at Sunbird Barbecue, Brian Bingham and his group, they got put in the top 50. So congratulations to them. I just saw him post about that. Slowbone in Dallas is another one that's on the list as well. So lots of different options there.
Somebody asked if the McRib from McDonald's made the cut. Probably not. I'm not asking
so
that.
So the thing about the McRib, though, is it's only on occasion. You know, it's not always available.
That's why.
Good point.
So,
like the Shamrock Shake.
Yeah.
I don't know if they still do that.
The Grimace Shake.
So Hurtado isn't even in the top 50? What the hell is happening here?
And so, again, some really good stuff. Somebody just said, this one's not worth the 3-hour wait. Their bread and banana pudding is fire, though, at Goldie's.
Oh.
And it's tough, man, to wait 3 hours for barbecue and for it to live up. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Is any place. I don't know that I've been in some pretty long lines, and the barbecue is usually very, very good wherever I go.
I don't know if people will judge me for this. Terry Black's in Austin, I thought was fantastic.
Terry Black's is really good barbecue. I mean, the one in Dallas is very good too. Black's Barbecue down in Lockhart, Texas. I know that's a little bit of a different conversation there, and he was with the family, and then he broke off and did his own thing. But I went down there, and I waited for a period of time. And it was great. Snow's Barbecue, really good. Long wait. You got to be there early for it. But we are spoiled in DFW in Texas by the amount of really, really good barbecue that they have here. You can go anywhere else in the country and it's going to be a little different. But what we have here is eclectic and really, I mean, the way that they make the meat is just different and better. So congratulations to all the ones that made it and to the ones that didn't. What's your deal? Get better.
See, I go back to what my mother-in-law told Brandon once when he made cookies, and he said that it wasn't his best batch of cookies, and she looked at him and goes, "Did you try your hardest?" And so I always thought that was the most devastating holiday burn. So, like, did you try your hardest? And by the way, for people who are like, you need to try this one, you need to try this one, you can always reach out if you want to bring us that food. And we'll gladly facilitate a visit to the studio for you.
Oh, really?
Right? That feels like a fair trade. You can visit the studio, but what are you going to bring?
Yeah, no, that's always been the case. What are you going to bring? And if you bring something good, you might be invited back.
Oh, neat.
Kevin, do you know who Caleb Downs is?
No.
Caleb Downs, Ohio State.
Oh, yes.
All right. Evidently, and this is just from the headline, all right?
I thought he was a barbecue person.
Apparently, Caleb Downs told Ryan Day, that's the coach.
Yes.
For Ohio State, who everybody wanted fired. Weird.
Is it because he looks too red?
I think it's because he didn't beat Michigan. You know, I think, or
makes sense.
I feel like that's usually the case.
Somebody had that sign at WrestleMania this many days since Ohio State beat Michigan.
Apparently, he told Ryan Day to take down some of the national championship signs at the facility because this Ohio State team hasn't won S yet. And so I'm always curious about that. You want the legacy up.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones, like the Cowboys live off those 5 trophies.
For sure.
Like they highlight them, they
do
send them places.
For sure.
But at some point when you walk into the building, you have to look up and go, what have I done to contribute to that?
Right.
And sometimes maybe not having that You know, like that was a big thing with Parcells. I'm not putting a star on their helmet until they earn it. But you walk into a facility where you're just like, oh, we got 10 championships. The expectation is we're going to be here to win championships. Sometimes, though, people walk in and they don't realize, well, this is just how it is.
Yeah.
Because I'm with this team that they won a lot of stuff, and now I haven't actually earned anything. So hearing Caleb Downs say that, I kind of like that, dude.
Interesting. With a KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, should the Rangers consider easing up on their starting pitching staff? Plus, we might have time for a random sports report. Next on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Here's the pitch and a swing at a two-hopper right back to deGrom. He's got it, rifles aside on third to first, and there are 2 outs.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You have a couple of options here. Should the Rangers consider easing up on their starting pitching? Would you like to start with that or go directly to the random sports report?
Let's start with that. I do want to hear, because they haven't been very offensive lately.
Yes, I know Mike is
what our friend Mike
yucking it up, listening to the show, which I appreciate. All right. So this was something that Evan Grant kind of floated out there. And at first I was like, that is absolute madness.
Okay.
But then I read the whole thing, considered, and I think I might be on board. All right. Consider this. Jacob deGrom right now is on pace for 32 starts and 185 innings.
All right.
He hasn't pitched 100 innings in 6 years.
So, and you said 185? So that'll be a lot.
So we'll probably have to kind of scale back a little bit at some point. Next.
And still somehow win games.
Yes.
To try to get to the playoffs.
You know what? And we're going to get to that part of it. Nathan Eovaldi is on pace for 196 innings.
I'm sorry, Kevin. I have to go back to deGrom real quick. Because you said he hasn't pitched 100 innings since whatever. In 19, he pitched 204 innings.
Yeah.
68, 92, 64, 30, 10, and 63. That's what it's been since then.
Yeah.
204, not just, it hasn't over 100. You dropped that far from it.
Because of all the injuries.
That stinks.
So the idea of going right back up to that number, troublesome. Nathan Eovaldi, he's on pace for 196 innings pitched. That would be the second most of his career. Tyler Mahle, he's on pace for 175 innings. He's pitched as many as 130 innings once in his 9-year career. So my point is right now, Jacob deGrom's on pace for a 6-year high. Tyler Mahle is on pace for matching a number he's only done once before, and Nathan Eovaldi, the second most innings of his career. And we're continuing to use all of those starts right now when you know our offense can't do jack S.
Yeah.
Would you consider now is actually the time to perhaps skip a start here and there for these players? Because look, if the offense magically fixes itself tonight and we go, then hooray, we're going to be just fine. But what in the world leads anybody on this show to believe that? They're 1-7 in their last 8, averaging 2.5 runs per game. All right, so if you're going to lose, why not lose 7-1 instead of 2-1 and save some of these starts for when hopefully you're at least competent offensively again?
Well, and I guess that's the... Bochy doesn't go into any of these games thinking they're going to lose.
Which is probably smart, but maybe he should.
His mindset is every day, I'm trying to figure out a way to win today. And you recently saw him say, do I think whenever we get these guys back and healthy, I'd just like to be healthy for a period of time.
Yeah.
Is what he said. I just would love to see a lineup where it's not me constantly having to change it, because I'd like to see them healthy. And the idea of that is he thinks that they can go on a little bit of run. So, yeah, if they're going to scale that back and still figure out how to win games and then say at the end of the season it's going to help us go on a run, then I see that. But at the moment, they haven't been able to prove that they can get wins.
And so I don't know if it's a plan. I'm sure they've had multiple plans.
It makes sense.
This year.
It makes sense. That goes to my sandbagging concept, that I always try to go.
I would love it if you just found out the offense was like, ha, just kidding, we're fine. It would be the greatest thing that could possibly happen besides the Stars winning tonight. But, I'm not saying that there hasn't been plan after plan after plan. But let's say you come up with a new plan, I don't know, at this point, J. And you're like, we feel comfortable that over the next 3 weeks, we're really going to show offensive improvement. All right, well, then maybe in the next 3 weeks is when you cycle some off days for some of these people. So instead of losing that start that you might get in September or hopefully October, you skip it in May, you skip it in June.
Yeah.
I
like what you're saying here. Cycling in baseball.
Okay, not like that.
Okay.
But it feels very counterintuitive because these are the pitchers, the starting pitchers, the only thing keeping you in these games. But on the flip side, how frustrating is it every time you see one of these ridiculous losses? Like yesterday, couldn't you have just about written it down? The Rangers will lose that game 2-1.
No.
And so you could have pitched whoever, and maybe you lost 7-1. Doesn't matter, still counts all the same. But you look at some of these losses, like you're just a few days removed from a 1-0 loss. You go back to the end of that Boston series, a 2-1 loss, another 2-1 loss to end the Seattle series. Like you've seen it again and again and again. Starting pitching performances, especially from those three guys that don't have unlimited innings on their arms this year.
Yeah.
And you have wasted those starts.
And you're right, you wasted those. And going into each one of those games, your manager is thinking this gives us a chance to win today because he's on the mound.
Yeah.
Right? Like he's my best chance to keep this score 1-0 right now because I know what he's capable of. And that's the way that Boch has approached this entire he approaches it all the way. Hell, Lou Piniella, what was that conversation with Randy Johnson? Hey, I don't have anybody in my bullpen as good as you, so go those extra innings. But if it is kind of wasting them, but Boch does also with pitchers, he understands guys like Nate, guys like deGrom, they want to prove things. They're tough. I'm trying to get my numbers also, and
you're right. And what I would argue for those guys is
and Boch is old school when it comes to like, hey, man, if they're having a good game, I might as well just keep throwing them out there.
Well, I mean, deGrom was a great example. In his last two starts before this previous one, he had 2 starts for 199 pitches. I'm not saying that's crazy and pitchers can't do that, but you're also somebody who's coming off of multiple arm injuries. Same thing with Tyler Mahle. And so when you hear that deGrom's on pace for 185 innings and Mally's 175 innings, I'm like, but what if you could scale it down to 165 and 155?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you'd be talking about skipping like 3 or 4 starts for each of them over this run of time. If I can get that 20 innings back or have it available in September or October, doesn't that feel like the far smarter play?
I would hope so. If that was the decision they decided to make. Or
we can maybe ask Bochy that tomorrow, and he'll be like, "Are you kidding me?
You guys,
have you seen this?
Do you
offense?
not have trust in our offense?"
No, I would be like, first of all, I don't have trust in your offense. Secondly, this is as well as the pitching staff could conceivably be going, and you have a losing record.
And that being said, he wouldn't say he's a pretty straight shooter. He's pretty realistic with what his team is.
Absolutely, I understand all of that. All right, now, if you can go ahead and give me cut number 9, are you ready for some random sports report?
Let's do it.
Kicks left wing Dub open. Snaps off a rainbow 3. In there! Cha-chinga J-Dub authored money ball. Oh, baby! 34 for Dub, a playoff career high. Shea's got 10 assists. Thunder back up 7.
Now, I know you might be thinking, well, wait just a damn minute. NBA is not random sport.
You read my mind.
All right. Language. But because I considered that, let's start with competitive eating.
Okay.
Did you see that Joey Chestnut once again shattered his own world record? He ate 42 servings of popcorn in 8 minutes. How much is in a serving? So it's 24 ounces in a serving of popcorn. I need to like view this more or think it through, because in my brain that doesn't make any sense.
Like 3 cups.
Okay. Because that's 1,008 ounces of popcorn. And I'm like, you can't eat that much popcorn or you would like explode. But
only if the kernels weren't pre-popped.
So when you pop them,
they get into
all right.
the
Okay, I got you.
stomach acid and they pop.
But yeah, so let's just say medium bag of popcorn.
Okay.
He ate, that's probably a large. He ate 24 of those in 8 minutes. That means every 20 seconds, he finished a medium popcorn. Actually, it's even less than that because I was thinking 24 bags of popcorn. I meant 42 bags of popcorn. So he was eating 5 of those bags every minute. So we're talking about 12 seconds per bag of popcorn.
Did he just funnel it into his mouth? Because when you reach in and grab, you're not getting the whole handful. It's going to fall out. It's going to fall all over the place. It's getting everywhere. I know that I can sit down and eat a bag. Like we watched Oppenheimer. Sure. That movie just as long as Master and Commander, but it feels shorter.
But better.
Yeah, and a lot better. I had a whole bag of popcorn. Almost ate the whole thing. You're telling me he did 42 of these? That was a 3-hour movie.
That's right. He did it in 8 minutes.
The worst thing about popcorn. I like popcorn.
All of it.
I really do like popcorn.
Not all of it, just the regular popcorn.
It slides between your gum and your teeth.
Yes.
It's the worst. It gets in there, and then you're like trying to pluck it out for the next 2 hours until you can get home and get your water pick or maybe some floss or a toothpick of some toothpick isn't going to work.
Nope.
Sometimes you brush your teeth, it doesn't even get it out of there. Popcorn, that's the one thing I hate about popcorn. If we could eliminate that, it might be the best snack on the planet.
I like that.
Except it can't stand by itself.
What are you doing?
Can it?
Yeah.
No, it can't.
Yeah, it can.
You're just going to eat popcorn?
Yes.
With nothing on it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Shut up. No, you're not.
I do it for like the guilt-free snack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It tastes like popcorn.
Great source of fiber too.
Now, is it better with butter and salt? Yes. Or caramel?
Or cheddar?
Or throw in some M&Ms?
I'll stand by this. Regular popcorn is trash. It's a garbage food.
Oh.
I just don't know why you would want to do that to yourself with all the amount of corn that's going to get stuck in your teeth is what I'm saying.
Okay.
That's going to be miserable. And you never really own corn. You're only renting it. Is that the same with popcorn too? Or is that just with corn kernels?
Hey, Caitlin Clark is going to be out for the next 2 weeks. How disappointed do you think all those fans are going to be at the United Center? So they bought tickets to see Caitlin Clark against Chicago Sky and Angel Reese. Do you think Angel Reese thinks that there's no difference because she's the one who sold all those tickets?
Probably so. And that's part of the her bit and her character is being, she's upset a lot about these things.
Getting her own rebounds.
I think a lot of people are going to be upset that they bought tickets for that and she's not there. That's the draw. She's the draw for a lot of the WNBA for, just look at the ticket sales whenever she's on the road.
The TV ratings.
Yeah, that's what it is. So I think now she can't stay healthy forever. That's just a reality. That's just a reality of everything.
You know what's crazy about that? She did not miss a single game at Iowa.
Or in high school. I think in high school, I think I just saw a note this is the first time since high school she'll miss a regular season game. So that's wild.
Also, to start the regular season, Angel Reese is shooting a robust 30% from the field. Not from 3, from anywhere on the basketball court. That is down, but not as much as you would think from last year when she shot 39% and 18%.
Making baskets is hard.
No, I get that. But if you're a basketball player, it feels like you should be able to do that.
Yeah.
You're going to close the series out probably tomorrow, but I'm going to get to the story you really care about. The Indiana Pacers lead the New York Knicks 2-1. Tonight is game 4 in Indianapolis. Tonight will also mark the return of Tyrese Halliburton's dad.
I know.
He has been allowed to return after he had to miss, 4 whole home games? Really strenuous punishment that they put him through.
They were all playoff games, though. That had to be
don't
stressful.
go on the court and confront a player. That doesn't feel like
it was Giannis.
Yeah. Does that make it better?
I don't know.
Yeah, just imagine.
Felt like
you went to an FC Dallas match, and afterwards you ran on the field and confronted one of the players.
Is my kid on the team?
Yes. I don't think they would say you can come back in a couple weeks.
We'll have to ask FC Dallas.
Okay.
We'll ask him tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do about that. All right, and then, by the way, the Carolina Hurricanes, they were victorious. First time in their last 16 Eastern Conference Finals games, they've won one, so now they won't get eliminated until tomorrow.
Okay.
instead of last night.
From the 806, I love that I've listened to y'all for so long that I could cook a 4-course meal for Kevin with and without specific items he loves and hates.
Spoiler alert, if you put onions on it, pass.
You have to hide the onions.
Yeah. We're like, oh, they're in the sauce and you don't even taste them. Just don't even tell me they're there.
Yeah.
Because then that's the mental block part of it.
Yeah, that's like when you're got your kid eating something weird for the first time. I don't know, gator toes or something like that.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. And they're like, "What is this?" You don't tell them it's gator. You just go, "Yeah, it could be chicken or something." Enjoy. And then after they're done, then you go, "You just ate that," and you laugh at them.
Do you taunt your children
all the
after
time,
you?
dude?
Oh.
I love taunting those kids. What are they going to do? Leave?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Avery's
Coming
gonna
up
leave me
next,
soon, dude. I'm going to be so sad.
probably crosstalk with nobody because G-Bag's going to still be eating. We'll
really
find
good.
out next right here on The Fan.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you know. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
To upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Bouchard steps into one. That got deflected and wound up in the net. A power play goal for Edmonton. Looked like Ryan Nugent-Hopkins had the last touch of that one. And a 1-0 Oilers lead. Less than 6 minutes gone by.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leeson, it's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm a little nervous about this game tonight. I know technically it's not must-win. It feels kind of must-win for the Stars after they lost back-to-back playoff games for the first time all year. How are you guys feeling going into this evening?
That's must win. I mean, I guess you could say technically it's not, but it's must win. You're not going down 3-1, in my opinion. I know we've seen other teams come back from 3-0 down. Last year, certainly Edmonton came back from 3-0 down in the Cup final and was able to force a Game 7. But they've got to be able to steal one on the road. And tonight is the night that they hadn't lost back-to-back games in the postseason. Now they damn sure better not lose 3 in a row. And I think this is going to have to be Jake Ottinger standing on his head in a vintage Otter performance. And that's probably what it's going to take. And then you need Miko Rantanen and Wyatt Johnston and some of your other big guns to finally show up for you.
We're worried about, with Draisaitl and others there, McDavid and all. They're secondary players. If you want to call them secondary
Bouchard,
players. Bouchard, Hyman, Nugent Hopkins.
Nugent Hopkins
they are playing so well right now.
Hyman is on pace to shatter the record for most playoff hits.
The only thing I can equate it to when I watch like with McDavid with the puck is like imagine the best wide receiver you've ever seen with speed and quickness and all these things, and how it just affects defensive backs when you play them, how you can't backpedal fast enough to make up for how fast they're going forward, and it terrifies people.
Yeah.
But I feel like the Stars, they made the point the other day that, it was Mark Messier made the point about, hey, you've got to get bodies on these guys. Even if it's miss, it's better than just keep retreating, and then letting him have a snapshot. Right, just the wrister that he's so accurate with.
So you got to slow him down and neutralize one way or another.
Agreed.
You got to make him turn.
There's got to be something. You got to make him start, restart, all those things. And Dallas just is not. But it really, it's the secondary players. I still think Dallas has the best goalie. Skinner, he was
great last game for sure.
He's blessed to have those dudes in front of him. They block shots.
They're playing great, but they're playing way better than normal. You haven't played your A game. You haven't shot your A game, especially the other night. But I think there's plenty of time for momentum to shift and for Edmonton to cool down. Like, good Lord, they're playing great.
Man, I don't know about Edmonton cooling off, though.
Well, that's not who they are out there right now, Brian.
You make a mistake, they're making you pay for it.
No, absolutely.
You're turning the puck over in neutral ice. They're turning it into a goal. The play up against the boards with Rantanen right before the end of the 19 seconds left.
Yeah.
In the second period, you completely dominated them. It's 2-1. You're feeling good. And then all of a sudden, here's your best player with an unforgivable turnover, and now the best player in the world is going to go ahead and make you pay for it. It's 3-1. And the game was over from that point on.
Yeah.
Any confidence over here?
I can't say I'm super confident, but I do appreciate the fact that every time we've wanted to count them out this season, they've had a resurgence. Let's not forget about the way they limped into the postseason.
Yes.
So I do think that there is a battle-tested nature to this team. I think Otter will have a much better performance, but you've got to have some of these other guys. Like you had the stat earlier. What was it, Johnston and Duchesne?
Yeah, they're the only players with double-digit negative plus minuses, and Johnson's at 17 and Duchesne's at 13.
Johnston's been bad. Duchesne he's been having some good looks in this series. I really think it might be tonight. I mean, that guy's got to break through for you because he's been close.
It was good to see Robinson get the tip.
Yes,
the credit.
Yeah, I mean, we need some more of that from him. I could say, but your best player, the guy that helped you get to this point, has to play like your best player.
Where's the moose, man?
He will disappear at times.
I just feel like that it's very either I'm not going to sit there and act like I know exactly what Edmonton's doing to him, but it just does not seem like they are giving him any space.
Well, and that's part of the reason why you're looking at these other guys. Like, dude, you do have to do something here because defensively, it's very easy to be like, hey, let's just take out Rantanen and then dare anybody else to beat us. And right now, no one's proving that they can do that consistently.
I'll tell you why I'm confident, Heggie.
Ooh, please do.
You like that for engaging?
Yes, I do.
Has this been a hit or a miss?
Oh man, we'll break that down next.
We're due for a good whistle tonight. Okay, we've been screwed. You're facing elimination. If you don't win this game, the series is effectively over. The refs owe it to you, and they know it. They're sending in the Pro Star refs tonight. Tim Donaghy theory.
Okay, I like it.
The extender's sliding in tonight.
It's Scott Foster, isn't it?
Scott Foster
the
extender.
Yeah, there we go.
Credit that man.
Yeah, you made reference to something that I've talked about a couple of times, and I said it with Sean and RJ last week. Sometimes crosstalk with y'all can be hit or miss. Yeah. Do you think that is a fair assessment, depending on how dialed in y'all are?
I think it's probably on the host that runs it.
Okay, we get an immediate lash out. Yeah,
I'll own my part of it, Heggie.
It's a team effort.
In honor of Wolchuk, I will own my part in it as well.
I feel like I'm a warm up guy.
Okay.
So this first 15, 20 minutes or so, I might be misfiring. I'm trying to get there. Trust me. I'm trying to get there.
Yeah.
We're just doing calisthenics. Oh, you better.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, are you guys outside eating people? Because we were just having this conversation. Whenever anyone's like, let's go sit on the patio at a restaurant, I'm like, they have inside, right? If you're on a lake, I get it.
The bigger you are, Heggy, the worse the outside seating is for you.
Oh,
is it the heat factor?
Yes, big man sitting outside.
Factor.
Bennett made me sit outside the other day. I didn't have a dry spot on my shirt.
Yeah, see,
I'm not doing that anymore.
You do the outside eating when we were in Oxnard and you have an opportunity to kind of sit on a patio.
Gorgeous
it is
there.
freaking beautiful outside.
It is
It's
glorious.
totally worth it. Here it's either too hot or too windy.
Yeah.
Or too mosquito-y.
We were at the pizza place in Oxnard that we go
Toppers.
to?
Toppers.
We were at Toppers. We sat out on the marina.
Because it's by the marina. I'm with you on that. But otherwise, what is the appeal of let's go outside and eat with the bugs?
Well, for you, you're also someone that doesn't drink, and I do think there is something nice about, hey, we're kind of grabbing a drink or two, and we're just kind of
drinking
hanging
outside
out.
is better.
Yeah, but on a spring day, not the humidity days that we've had. I mean, my
weather
gosh.
matters less.
Anytime that's true. And then anytime it is the summer months here in Texas, though, it is always like, no, let's sit inside. I need the air conditioning.
I just want to tell those people, when they ask me, would you like to sit outside? I'm like, look at me. You think I need to sit outside?
Yeah.
Stereotype me, please. Okay?
Yeah, I'm a big guy. I don't need to sweat into my meal.
Yes.
No, I don't want to sit outside.
Well, Corey brought up the fans, and I was like, that's neat. They have air conditioning inside.
Yeah, there's fans out there. They have the little misters. They blow a little mister on you.
I love when that gets all over my food.
You ever
Like
been sitting there and all of a sudden that thing just it's pouring. It's just dripping down on your back. That's
You got a little mister on you?
Yeah.
Did you say on your back?
Funny thing about my back is
I got a mister on it. It's like Corey's laying out on you now. What happened there?
I just wanted him to feel at home in this segment.
Maybe you need to ask him about the crosstalk question.
I think between 68 and 77, low winds. It's a lock, right?
Yeah.
But that might be less than 5% of the time.
Sunglasses, cool breeze. Anything else is a no.
But indoors, you can get a loud table next to you.
Oh.
Okay.
Whereas it's mitigated outside because there's
outdoors.
Yeah, I got you.
You're not as cramped. You're not as crowded. There's a lot of factors.
Interesting.
That I enjoy. So I want to eat outside, but it's rare that you hit that combination.
Did we all eat outside when Eric had the 6-patty hamburger? Was that an outside venue? That's Arizona outside.
That was nice. It was nice because it was,
nice.
68 degrees.
I was battling the elements outside when I took that burger down.
That's when the cook came out from the back and they're like,
he'd never seen anything like it.
Yeah, we were like, we want to give you a free dessert.
Compliments.
Because that's amazing.
Michelin star chef had never seen anything like that in his
probably
life.
my proudest moment.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. I did see Rich Rice is attempting to get Alejandro Osuna for us at 3:20.
Oh, yes.
That's not confirmed. That's not confirmed, but I wanted to throw out there because it's exciting. But we do have Greg Wyshynski at 4. And the Rangers player show will be at 3:20.
All right. Let's see if you guys can get the only player on this team that can hit right now.
33.
Roll home.
Dawson wanted to bring him up. He was right.
Yeah.
he's got the baseball eye. Scout's eye, Dawson there.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow when the Stars have tied the series 2-2 right here on 105 through the Fan.
Hey, let's go Stars, Kevin.
Let's go Stars.
Racing Studios.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 1, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It is a game for NHL Stanley Cup playoff Western Conference final night, and we need the Stars to play well. And I know Brian's ready over there in his Stars cap, and we're ready to go 4.5 hours of sports with you. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. There is Broadus, former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here today. 75 and fit too, keeping the Gators down best he can. Okay, G-Bag today is coming up at 5:30. We'll replay the champ for you coming up at 2:25. Went to a vote off last time at G-Bag Nation. Follow us all when you get there. Wolchuk and Chia follow in the house, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube, Brian. You have a good weekend?
I've had a great weekend, Doss.
Nice.
I'd just like to start this show off with a thought. I don't always read the text, but I like this one. The 469 said, just hit their fastest skater in the effing ankle and have him sit out a few games. F Edmonton. I like what we're doing here. I like that kind of. I like that kind of attitude right off the jump. Okay, now back to not
Especially if you don't get Rope Hintz back tonight. It's going eye for an eye, boys.
That play by itself, I think, really got under the skin in the context of all the officiating decisions that have gone against the Stars here through 3 games. It stings. And when you can clearly read his lips, as he might have broken the guy's foot and says, "Get up, you P word," that's worth at least a 1-game suspension to me. I don't know how you're letting people get away with this. And they say, well, we penalized the action, not the result. Yeah. Well, the action was a blade directly to the part of the foot that's highly sensitive.
Yeah.
Right? And he was swinging in that area. So what is intent? You know, that sure looked like intent to me.
The 469's got it right. Let's go. Let's just go.
It was intent.
Hammurabi's code, an eye for an eye here. Let's do this.
And the officiating so bad in Game 3. I mean, we got Jamie Benn with a cut over.
We didn't play with the damn either.
Come on.
We didn't play with the damn.
You didn't get helped. I mean, not only when you're playing against a good hockey team and the officials. Yeah. I mean, come on now. That second period they played with the damn. If they can carry that second period, and they will tonight. This is going to be an Otter shutout tonight. He's due for one.
I like it.
This is going to be your Stars' best effort. It's the desperate team theory you're talking about there. I'm calling for a Duchesne goal tonight. He needs to get one, just like he did in Game 1. And I think that it is the night that Mikko Rantanen puts you up 1-0 and you don't look back.
Please let that happen. But this is the thing when you were kind of thinking about the Stars always have the bounce back game, and then they go back-to-back losses. Man, that's the thing that shook me a little bit. That the fact that they usually play really well when they get beat up in a game, and then they come back and they usually win, and everybody feels good again. But you lose this one. This is as good as church.
Edmonton was so energized at the beginning of that game, and then you recover from that Game 2, and right as you're thinking, well, maybe we've survived the storm here. Then the things start to fall apart, and it gets worse as the game goes on. You don't even score in that one, and then 1 goal in Game 3. Yeah. If you're out there in the audience and you're thinking you guys are hitting the hopium pipe right now, I can't rule you out. Right? Yeah. Because either they've outplayed you or outscored you. Right? And you can talk
less
about
than 2 goals a game on the road. You got to do something. You got to do something.
We see that the stat. You outshot him. You had more high danger chances.
Sure.
I guess at times in the second period it felt like the Stars were outplaying them, but for the balance of the series, Edmonton is kicking your ass, literally and on the scoreboard. And we need the series to change in a big way. I think Edmonton is playing way better than who they are. They're on fire, and that happens. Sometimes you have a week where you play out of your skin. That just happened, right? The Pacers did it last week too. Now they've cooled off, and going into Game 4 tonight, New York's thinking, all right, it's time for us to get back in the series and for us to play our best ball. Edmonton's not that much better than the Stars, right? We're in this thing at 877-881-1053.
I still think Colorado's the best team they played, though. That might be silly on my part.
Well, I think that they're the top. I'd take McDavid over McKinnon. I think as a complete team, you're right. I would go Colorado. I think they also had the better goaltending. It is annoying, though, that it seems like all of a sudden Stuart Skinner sees Victory Green, and here he goes playing his best hockey. Yeah. What he did in Game 3 was absolutely unbelievable. It was one of the best goal lead games of the entire Stanley Cup playoffs.
He just doesn't see the puck sometimes.
He was unreal. But you need to get to him early. The Stars keep falling down 1-0, and then the turnovers. When you
13 out of 18 or something like that. I hear some crazy number.
Yes. I think there's 3 games maybe that they've gotten up 1-0, and they've only won 2 on the road. But granted, you've only got to win 1 per series on the road when you've got home ice back in your favor. And that's tonight. They need to get this one tonight in Edmonton. It is a must-win. They've got to show up, and this is when you got to have your moose. I mean, Mikko Rantanen's got to bring his A game. You saw him put the team on his back in Game 7 in that third period. Where is that guy? Because Connor McDavid's done that for them.
Yeah. He's spectacular at that moment that something spectacular needs to happen. I think the Stars have some guys that play their position well and have all the fundamentals and see the ice well. You needed a Rantanen last year when the Oilers were doing a tremendous job holding you to, 14 goals in 6 games? You needed a Rantanen to be the difference, and nothing has changed. Nothing has changed with that, Wolchuk.
No.
So we will continue to discuss this and take a look at your text at 877-881-1053. The 214 says they do penalize the result at times, 2 extra minutes for blood.
Yeah.
And I guess maybe because there's no blood, you don't want to possibly reward flopping.
But how could you not see that was a clear chop to the ankle?
I mean, they called it a major and then reviewed it and then changed it.
How?
And
then that referee guy that's their rules official guy, his name's Jacobson. I don't know what his name is, but I don't know. I really, I'm like, dude, he got chopped. How could you not call that? How could you not think that's not intent in a major? Hockey, it's a tough sport, but maybe I'm bitching because it's my team that's getting the raw end.
For sure. That's part of it.
That's probably it. That's probably
warranted. And hey, if that's the way you do it and the NHL rules expert is on TV saying it, I get it,
Yeah, well,
but in the context of also not getting any power plays to speak of, it really hurt. Like this Stars team is not playing well 5-on-5.
No.
I think they're down 9-3 in this series, 5-on-5. You need power plays, and it's like after that third period flurry, the refs just decided Edmonton could do no wrong.
Yeah, they have not gotten the benefit of the whistle. There's no
Edmonton
question.
has been better. I'm not going to lie about that, right?
7 of the 9
Give
periods.
them credit for their part.
Yeah, I'm not going to. I know
game.
me. Yeah, it is. And
they're
like
a good team.
That, and Mark Messier, and who is an Edmonton legend, like Dallas needs to finish checks.
Yeah.
I think he's right. I think he's absolutely
you saw
right.
that jump in that second period, which is why it was so annoying. They battled their ass off. They get it 2-1. They were quicker to the puck. They were winning wall battles. They had the cross check working. It wasn't just dump and chase. They were getting into the across the blue line without much contestedness because their speed was working for them. And then what happens? You have a turnover along the wall, and their best player makes you pay for it. Our guys, unfortunately, have not been reciprocating when they get an opportunity on an odd-man rush. I mean, I think it was Edmonton had 9-0 on odd-man rushes.
Sagan had the one, though. Sagan had the one breakaway.
Yes, he did, and that helped tilt everything in Game 1.
Yeah.
But that's exactly it. Little plays like that, right?
Too, unfortunately, they had an opportunity for a breakaway, but it was Ben who, was out front.
And he couldn't quite get there.
He just,
he doesn't have his offensive game anymore.
Well, he doesn't have that speed. He doesn't, anybody else, it's a jump and it's a go and it's probably a goal. But, it's Ben and hey, he tried, but, they've had some unfortunate bounces that way.
As far as the type of game I want them to play, I think Game 3 showed you what happens against this team when you get too aggressive offensively. Outshooting them is a trap. Do we see that? Do we agree?
Because they're not built for that.
They're not built for that. If you're throwing guys forward, yes, you need to sit and wait, right? And take advantage of great opportunities and then get into the offensive zone and hold it there. But when the ice stretches out and your formation is long and now maybe you only have one guy back, that's the problem. You got to have 2 guys back or it's counterattack goals like crazy.
Okay, so you don't want your D-men pinching is what it is. Yeah. That's the case because you'll get Esselindell, you get Miro, you get some of your defensemen that now are going to join the rush on offense. So unable to try and keep it in, what they're doing is they're pinching down the wall and they're being uber aggressive. You want them to stay more back towards the blue line. I don't have an issue with the shots. I think you have to. I think the shots you got to keep flurrying because that's where this guy starts to get a little shaky. That's where you'll get maybe a bounce go in your favor. But I get what you're saying in terms of you don't want your D-men, even though the Stars do have some guys that have good shots in terms of Haskin and Harley, that can benefit you. You don't want them to be over pursuing with their pinch there. And Pete DeBoer did turn to that in the second period.
Well, I'll tell you what, to me, there was a couple of times, and I think we've seen it in the last couple of games, the Edmonton victories, they throw the clock up ozone time. Like they've got the puck in your end like for a minute. Yeah. And it just seems like Dallas, it's the one thing that Edmonton, I think, is better than you when they do pinch. they keep the puck in the zone. They don't allow it to escape. They're able to like pin it along the boards, jump up in the air, knock it down with a stick.
They own the possession.
Knock it down with their hand. They keep it in the zone, and now it's like, and then it forces ESPN to put up their puck's been in the Dallas zone for a minute now. And you're just like, okay, here we go. This thing's going to tick-tock around.
When you're exhausted, you can't get a change.
And you can't get a change. So to me, Dallas needs some of those times where it's a minute in Edmonton's zone and make them scramble a little bit. And I'm about the aggressiveness. I guess I'm a guy that would rather die a quick death than a slow death.
Yeah.
I just if I'm going to get beat because the speed of their team, then so be it. But I have got to keep the puck in their end of the ice.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think you can win high-scoring games, but right now...
Not right now, I don't think. You might be right about that, though. I just see Edmonton keep the puck, their defensemen keeping the puck in, which they cycle and they get chances. And you're just like, okay, well, here it goes. They're about to, it's about to be a tip in or someone's going to be wide open on the other side of the net and they're not going to get across fast enough. So, I don't know. I guess I'm about the quick death if that's what it's going to be.
Well, your fortune favors the bold, and it's hard to justify trying to grind out a game when you've only scored one goal the last two.
Yeah.
Cowboys OTAs continue. This will culminate mandatory minicamp coming up June 10th through 12th. Availability this week is Thursday.
Yeah.
So we're looking forward to the next batch of reports and updates on the storylines and quotes. I mean, last week's 1 or 2 media sessions was just so fruitful. Cowboys Twitter, Cowboys Google News, headlines everywhere right now. So it's a fun time to be covering this Cowboys team.
So much energy quotes going around. It's crazy.
Yeah.
The amount of
all the energy,
I've
man.
never felt an energy like this. What an energy. Just it's all about the big culture.
Guys
energy
like
right now.
Elam talking about even playing for a
big shoddy energy.
Yeah, you're talking about playing a team at Buffalo that's been so productive the last few years. Yeah.
The best post I saw over the weekend about the energy and the culture was Jay Tuck grabbing screenshots from December when they were all talking about how McCarthy and the culture and everybody's working hard, And I just wonder. I'm sure it's better because you got a new coach. I wonder if also like Mike Zimmer not being there makes it more fun because how much of a
Zimmer's a hard ass, but I don't think he was the hard ass we saw at Cincinnati and Minnesota and those things.
He might not be a hard ass anymore, but he is kind of a grumpy old man.
He's demanding, and he is a grumpy guy. No question about that. I think a very telling post that I saw was Wyatt Thomas and what was it? Fun again? Yeah, and he's with a picture of him and Shoddy. So
and Overshown retweeted that.
Yeah, well, if it's going to be fun, let's find a way to win. Let's not be fun and getting our ass kicked every week.
Have fun. That's awesome, guys.
I think it might just be that the players know if anybody asks you about the coaching staff, come up with a way of saying they're awesome.
Yeah.
Because if they like you and Jerry likes you, you can stay around here for a long time. Yeah. You don't want to be one of the players the coaching staff doesn't like. That can be more important than how well you play. How comfortable do you make your coach?
Do you want to get playing time? That's also a good way there, especially if Jerry likes you.
Rangers need to get some more runs. They are.
This is hard to watch.
They're wasting amazing starts. The pitching is great, right? I'll just watch the 4.5 innings of pitching.
I think they've lost 11 games where they've given up 3 or less runs.
Correct, sir.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Did I hit that right?
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Wow.
Yeah. And so now it's like.
I thought I heard that on the broadcast yesterday.
Now I think the excitement is what's CY going to do? It's not moving Kamar Rocker to the closer role as we found out yesterday. He said, I don't know where that report came from. But they are only 4.5 games back of the Mariners because as good as the M's played in April, they couldn't follow that up. They're back to being who they are. The clock struck midnight. So we're in this thing. And maybe that drags out our death, but before too long, you're going to have to do something else than put Marcus Semien out there who's hitting 175. Corey Seager is going to be back maybe this weekend.
Throwing the rookie out there was a good call on your part, Dawson.
Osuna.
Yeah.
And through 2 games, he's getting some hits.
Made some plays too out in the outfield for you as well.
That was a great catch coming in.
That was great.
Yeah.
The Thunder are a lot better than the Wolves. They're now up 3-1. Incredible Game 4 effort by Minnesota. Too much Jalen Williams, though. Career high 34.
Jeez.
6 of 9 from 3. Shea nearly had a 40-point triple-double, had the 9 boards. And OKC's defense, they took away Edwards, and he only got 13 shots after scoring 38 or whatever he had in Game 3.
We talked about the way that Oklahoma City plays defense. They don't get caught in switches. They avoid screens. They play out front. They play high. They're long. Yeah,
they can all defend their guy and help on the ball.
Yeah,
because of their length and speed and awareness.
Absolutely,
and their basketball IQ just off the charts on defense. Yeah. The Ducks laid an egg at my pool this morning.
Oh,
went out with Remy to take her. Well, she thought she was going to swim, and then she put her foot in it. And it was cold, but then she looked over and saw the egg. I thought at first it was a toy of some kind. Well, we went over there. It was an actual duck egg.
Wow. Okay.
Right, sitting there right on the patio.
Did you touch it or anything?
I did.
You did? Okay. Are you going to cook it?
Well, no.
You're going to cook it?
We're gonna try to incubate it to get a baby duck.
Okay.
Right. So for the whole science experiment of the house.
Right.
So we got it in a heated area.
Wait, so that's your duck egg now?
Yeah, that's our duck egg.
It's not the mom's?
Mom's going to have to lay a new one.
I think once you touch it, they might not be into it anymore, right?
Yes.
That's
because I picked it up thinking it was a toy, and then I was like, holy crap, this is a real egg. And I was like, oh, wow, this is a duck egg.
Shells are pretty hard.
Yeah, pretty solid egg. And but after I touched it, I thought about that exact same thing because I did that when I was a kid.
Okay.
Are we going on the chat to kind of figure out how to incubate this thing? I didn't know it when you got the DR period in front of your name as veterinarian.
We got to keep it through between 99 and 100 degrees.
So you got a heat lamp on it?
Yeah, we got a heat lamp, and then we got a hot water heating pad.
Oh wow!
Underneath
Wrapped it. Oh wow!
Nice, dude.
So
what's the time frame?
Well, it says 28 days, but we can't tell if it's been fertilized yet.
Right.
Because it's day one. So maybe in the next couple of days, if we can see signs of development, there's a little light check that you put up there. You put it up against a light, and then you can kind
of see. This is the all-time great project I've ever seen. This might be.
This is fun.
Your own pet duck, dude.
I hope so.
Especially going right into summer.
Yeah.
Kind of keep the learning going.
This would be great. If
we got to come up with a good duck name.
That's right. Yeah. So.
Or if it doesn't work out, what are we going to do?
Daffy. Well, then you eat it.
Yeah, you probably throw it away because
how do you explain? Do you tell the daughter? She's really excited right now, right?
She is.
She's super excited. She's probably checking on it every day.
Yes.
If this thing goes south, do we have an exit strategy?
Yeah, I'll just tell her it wasn't fertilized. Maybe we'll have a birds and the bees discussion. Maybe that'd be a good starting point for that. I love it. I don't know. But she is obsessed with it right now. It's already caused her to cry twice.
Oh wow!
As you know how those things can go.
Yeah.
Because she wants to play with it now.
Oh yeah,
and it's got to sit there. Okay, we got the G Bag of the Day champ coming up on the other side. Went to a vote off last time we did it, and then the top 10 at 220. Well, Chuck, where are you taking us?
Well, we're going to have to bring in college football Carter for this. The Athletics got a new article out. Who are the top 10 college football teams since 2000? Let's debate. That's next in the nation.
Product? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We'll replay the G-Bag of the Day champion for you here in just a moment. And then get to Wolchuk's Top 10. I think he's got some college football content coming in here. I guess that's why Carter Freeman is over my left shoulder. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win the Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Into the Pimp Cup. Have a good weekend.
Yeah, bro, fantastic. Fantastic. Goes by so fast, even if you get an extra day.
Yes.
Goes by so fast.
It was beautiful. Who's our champ?
All right, looks like a gentleman from Dayton. I assume Florida. How the video turned out. I assume it's Florida and not Ohio right here. He was pulled over by the fuzz. He was allegedly drunk. He drank so much that he lost his hearing. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook.
Can you please tell me why you stopping me?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Huh?
I'm about to.
What?
I'm about to tell you.
Stop sign?
No, I said I'm.
What stop sign, man?
I said I'm about to tell you.
Huh? You say stop sign?
No, I said stop sign by you.
Why are you stopping me?
You made an improper right hand turn. What are you trying to do? You're
Stop
turn that closest lane. So.
Let me get my ID out for you, partner.
I appreciate you, man.
Okay.
Man. What are you doing, bro?
Sir.
What?
Why did you stop me in the beginning? What's the proper call?
You made an improper right-hand turn.
What is the proper call?
You had to turn into the closest lane provided.
I want you to say that right here.
I did multiple times.
What? What? Right-hand turn?
Yes, that's why you're being stopped.
Are you for real? Right. You for real?
And then you also have a beer.
I was at a house.
Oh, he's got a beer
and y'all
too.
got a warrant to arrest me.
I did?
About an improper turn.
No,
Are you kidding me?
No one got a warrant to arrest you. You just traffic.
Piss me off, man.
How much you have to drink tonight?
Sir?
How much did you drink tonight?
Who?
How much did you drink tonight?
I don't really drink.
That was the beer you were just trying to grab out of my hand.
I ain't finna lie to you, I don't drink.
What? You don't drunk?
I swear to God, I don't drink.
I swear to God. I've never seen a drink in my life. Yeah. Not liquor anymore anyway. Just,
I know.
Just beer.
What?
About 12, 14 of them.
Oh, stop sign.
Man, it sounds like a drunk foghorn leghorn almost. What a character. It is time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 2:20. Here he is, the Wooly Bully.
Let's talk some college football. There has been some news lately. Greg Sankey, there's more traction on a 16-team college football playoff format than anticipated. They were thinking maybe they'd go to 14. Hey, maybe they expand this. We're just going to go all the way to 16. And then we got the stud wide receivers, Ryan Williams from Bama, Jeremiah Smith from Ohio State. They're going to be on the EA Sports College Football 26 cover. So shout out to them. They deserve it. Those two are absolutely phenomenal. But I saw our buddy, friend of the show, friend of the station, Stuart Mandel of The Athletic. He pumped out the best college football teams of the 2000s. Now, he ranked 25 of them. We're focusing here on the top 10, and we do have college football Carter Freeman, who usually is behind the scenes running your Twitch and your YouTube. But we do have Carter's Corner every Sunday in Bet Nation. If you're interested, 2 to 7 p.m. the BetMGM network, and Carter mans that exceptionally well.
Yep, we talked college football. Carter's Corner. This last Sunday, I went on basically a 15-minute rant. I didn't really let you guys talk that much because I was so upset with some of these automatic qualifier things going on, potentially with the college football playoff. And if we go to 16 teams in the playoff, which seems inevitable, let's just do the top 16 ranked teams. It doesn't need to be any more complicated than that.
I'm with you.
Yeah, open shut case.
877-881-1053. Who is the best college football team since 2000? And put this out on the X, formerly known as Twitter, but it'll always be Twitter to me.
I can name one.
2001 Hurricanes. I know you're going to be rooting for your 2019 LSU Tigers.
It should be number one.
It should be?
Yeah.
All right, so we got a lot of love for the 01 Hurricanes. 19 LSU did get some votes here on the timeline as well.
Don't tell me they're an honorable mention.
They'll be in the top 10. They'll be in the top 10.
Firmly in the top 3.
We just shut the Athletic down if that 2019 team was an honorable mention.
05 Texas also getting a ton of love.
Really good team.
And the 2013 Florida State Seminoles got a vote as well. But I mean, the 01 Miami, I think, got the most amount of votes for people that responded to this. So here's your honorable mentions. We'll do the top 3, just looking in on the outside. 2005 USC.
who did not win the title.
They lost to number 1 Texas. Their signature wins, they beat Notre Dame on the road. They were 9th in the country. They beat Oregon, 12th in the country. They beat UCLA and Cal that year, all big, except for that Notre Dame game. You got Florida State.
Wait a minute. Did they have a title in 2004?
In 2004.
But it got vacated? Is that what happened to that?
Did that one get vacated?
I'm sorry, I'm asking.
2005 was the year that the Reggie Bush Heisman got taken away.
I don't think the title got vacated.
Okay.
I think they still got that 2004 title.
Okay. Thank you.
These
Sorry
are just best teams, period. Even if they didn't necessarily win the national championship, they got mentioned on the list. 12 is the 2013 Florida State Seminoles, undefeated, beat Auburn in the national championship game. That was Jameis Winston. You had Timmy Jernigan, LaMarcus Joyner,
I
Cam
thought Timmy
Irving.
Jernigan was going to be a really good player.
They were pretty freaking loaded. I mean, Kelvin Benjamin, who was a really good college player, didn't translate to the NFL, but they were pretty damn good. And number 11, just on the outside looking in, is the 2023 Michigan Wolverines. First team to go 15-0. They beat Washington, Alabama, Ohio State, Penn State.
That's a tough one. They should have been the top 10.
Man, yeah, Blake Corum, Chris Jenkins. We'll see how many of those translate to the pros, but that was a loaded team. I mean, even this year they just had a
the
bunch
victories
of guys
to get to where they needed to be.
Beating Washington and Bama and Ohio State that year was really good.
Yeah. I think that 2013 Florida State team's better than that Michigan team.
And the Michigan team,
I would put that. I think that you look at the teams that Florida State played in 2013. The ACC was not as strong.
Yeah.
But I mean, they beat all of them by 40. And until that Auburn game, I mean, they were just plowing through everyone on their schedule.
All right, here's your top 10. And I know, Dutch, you're like, Michigan's got to make this. Well, they were in 11, all right, I'm sorry. 2000, Miami. That should have been in the national championship over Florida State. They beat Florida State 27-24 that year. They beat number 6 Virginia Tech. They also beat Florida in the Sugar Bowl that year.
Okay, this is Ed Reed? Is this Ed Reed?
Santana Moss, Dan Morgan, Ed Reed.
Sean Taylor?
Butch Davis was there. I don't know if Sean Taylor was playing in the 01 team. He probably was there for 2000.
Okay.
I don't know how, but, I mean, they had
Clinton Portis,
Reggie Wayne.
Willis McGahee up there, right?
Willis McGahee was a little bit later, but he might have been a backup on this team. He might not have been playing a ton.
Yeah.
But yeah, their studs. I mean, their receivers. You had Santana Moss and Reggie Wayne.
Yeah.
I mean, unbelievable right there. But they had the loss at number 15 Washington, 34-29. That kept him out of the Natty, and what was Florida State and Oklahoma. That was the last time the Sooners won the Natty there.
It was, and I wasn't, I was 6 years old when OU won this title, so I don't know the debate back and forth, but,
you don't know what it feels like. You don't know what it really tasted like.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for it. Kind of hurts, but this Miami team beat the Florida State team that ended up going to the national championship game. So I wonder, was it the Big East was just viewed as weaker and Florida State won the ACC and that was just better for them at the time? I don't know. Oklahoma was undefeated. They were going to make it no matter what. And then you look at Washington, I believe they had one loss as well, and they beat Miami.
Yeah.
So
they were 15th in the country when they beat Miami. 09 is number 9 is the 09 Alabama Crimson Tide. 14-0. This was the team that defeated Texas in the Rose Bowl.
That made the second Saban team or third Saban team? I'm asking a lot of questions today. Sorry about that.
That might have been his first one at Alabama that won the national championship.
It was his first title. I think it was his third year. I think you're right, Broadus.
Yeah.
Because 07, his first year, they lost to ULM.
Yeah.
And then 2 years later,
they were
won
bad
the title.
for a couple years. Well, Alabama.
How about this? Out of his 7 national championships, this was one of the only 2 to do it while going undefeated. Pretty impressive for Saban there. But this team had Mark Ingram. You had Rolando McClain, Javier Arenas, who was a stud in college. If you remember him also as a kick returner. Mark Barron, who ended up being a top 10 pick. And they beat Texas 37-21. Also beat up Florida really big in that SEC title game. 8 is the 2016 Alabama Crimson Tide with O.J. Howard. That's when he went off. You also had Reuben Foster, Jonathan Allen, Minka Fitzpatrick, Cam Robinson, the offensive tackle on that team. 7, we've got Georgia of 2022. This is when they were eating chicken wings because they beat TCU so
they
damn
crushed
bad.
TCU that day. My God.
Yeah,
and
man,
Oregon
really
to
bad.
start that season.
All-time clowning.
Really
National championship game. Basically the entire fourth quarter, their players were just consuming refreshments like chicken wings and lemonades. I think they're having cocktails out there.
They were.
The celebration started at the end of the third quarter.
And they drilled
They
Oregon
didn't put
that
four
year.
fingers up, did they? You know, like
no,
four
they
fingers.
did, but they all had like wing sauce.
Wing
on
sauce all
they had
over.
ranch on their faces in the championship celebrations.
Wearing ranch for eye black.
Yeah, they got blue cheese on the trophy.
That 58-point natty win against TCU, largest ever against an opponent ranked in the top 3 of the AP poll at the time.
Wow.
2018 Clemson comes in at number 6.
This is
that Deshaun?
This is Trevor Lawrence. This was his first season because it was Kelly Bryant started this year. They barely beat A&M in College Station. Trevor Lawrence takes over, and then they just truck stick everyone on their schedule. I think they allowed less than 20 points in their 2 college football playoff games because they whooped Notre Dame, who was undefeated.
Beat
but it
the
was
crap out of Alabama.
Weak Notre Dame team. And then that was an undefeated Alabama team as well that they destroyed.
Yeah, they really did. I mean, their defensive line, you had Christian Wilkins, Dexter Lawrence, Cleveland Farrell, who didn't work out in the NFL but was amazing in college.
Hey, don't tell that to Mike Mayock and John Gruden.
Yeah, T-Law,
he was worth the number 4 overall pick in
ETN,
the draft.
T. Higgins, and Hunter Renfrow all on that team. That was a pretty damn loaded team. Your top 5, here's 04 USC. 04 USC at 13-0 with Matt Leinart, Reggie Bush. They beat Oklahoma in the BCS championship 55-19. That was Steve Smith, who ended up being a New York Giant wide receiver. Had an unbelievable game in that one.
How much do you remember that loss, Carter?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Remember what that one feels like and tastes like?
You know what I actually remember about that year is Auburn was undefeated that year too, and you had 3 undefeated teams. You can only have 2 in the national championship game. Auburn might have been was probably better than Oklahoma that year.
Probably.
2003 was the better OU team. This 2014 went undefeated, great, and then lose by 30 points in the national championship game. That Auburn team from that same year was awesome. I think they're around 20 on this list.
Was that like Carlos Rogers, the corner? They went to Jason Campbell was their quarterback that ended up going to Washington.
Maybe so.
And they won the Sugar Bowl.
Look.
Yeah,
yes,
that Auburn team was awesome.
Because they beat, Virginia Tech or something like that?
Yes, that's exactly the team I'm thinking of. They were that was the last team to go wire to wire as the number 1 in the AP poll.
That was the
04 USC team.
Ronnie Brown and
Cadillac Williams.
Cadillac Williams.
2020 Alabama comes in at number 4. That was Mac Jones, Najee Harris, Devontae Smith.
That 2020 Alabama team, I think, because it was the COVID year, people don't think about it as much. But given how loaded the team was and how they beat, I mean, all these teams beat most of their schedule by 40, 50 points, it seems like. But to do that against an SEC-only schedule, and they beat the number 2, 4, and 5 teams in the final college football playoff ranking by
and then number 7 Georgia, they beat the crap out of too.
Yes, they did.
What Auburn team was that again?
2004.
Number 3. Here's your top 3 college football teams since 2000, and this is per the Athletic. Stuart Mandel. Number 3 is 05 Texas, 13-0.
Oh, Texas fans are about to be upset.
Texas coming in at number 3.
They don't want to hear anything other than number 1.
Justin Blaylock, Plano East Zone, Aaron Harris. Michael Huff, the play that Michael Huff made in that game. David Thomas, who went on to have a great career. Sergio
Jason
Kindle.
Campbell, you're absolutely right about that.
And he went to Washington. And I think that corner went to Washington too, Rogers.
Yeah.
Man, I mean, that was. And that
Tommy Tuberville was the coach.
Tommy Tuberville.
Yeah.
Wow.
Senator now.
Senator.
Yeah, that's right.
Beating number 2 USC. I mean, that's still the greatest game ever. Number 2, though, Brian brought us is the 2019 LSU Tigers. At 15-0. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, Grant Delpit, Derek Stingley, not to mention Justin Jefferson thrown in there as well. Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Their defense got lit up a couple of games, though.
Yeah, they allowed. They were number 31 in points allowed. They were not elite, but offensively they were.
They had some rough games they had to fight through. It's just the fact the offense was so good.
But the 2 close games for that LSU team were in week 2 against Texas and week 10 or 11 against Alabama. They were ahead the entirety of both of those games. Like the defense did keep letting points, but the offense was so good that it didn't matter. Where as you just watched them, you're like, they're going to go down and score, and they did every single time.
It just seemed like we had a bad game against Auburn too. That kind of
24-20. It was a close 23-20. They got past number 14 Auburn.
Yeah,
but number 1 is indeed the 2001 Miami Hurricanes with Clinton Portis, Jeremy Shockey, Ken Dorsey at quarterback. You had Philip Buchanan,
2 live crew.
I mean, it was this was a who's who. I mean, your backfield was Clinton Portis, Willis McGahee, Frank Gore, Najee Davenport. And then you had Andre Johnson, Jeremy Shockey, and then your offensive tackle with McKinney, who was a longtime Viking, Bryant McKinney.
Bryant McKinney.
He was like 6'8", just a total monster.
Just a freaking
And on
savage.
defense, they had like Antrell Roll, and they had wasn't Vince Wilfork on that team?
Yes, he was.
John Beeson might have been on that team.
Jonathan Vilma.
Oh, that was the Jonathan Vilma era. Okay.
To your point about the defense,
Ridiculous.
12 games, they allowed 10 or more points in 4 of them. and they had 3
Frank
shutouts.
Gore, Vince Wilfork.
Yeah, I believe they would have had a winning record that year if their offense never scored a touchdown.
I think you're right. Yeah.
They had, how about this? They had 38 players from that 2001 team selected in the subsequent NFL drafts.
38?
17 of them were being first-round picks.
17?
Definitely.
DJ Williams.
Oh, at one point or another?
Yeah, at one point or another, yeah.
It's probably the greatest team ever.
Holy cow.
It's
I'd say
loaded.
so. Thanks for that stroll down memory lane, old Chuck. Okay, Sands is coming up in about 2 hours, 4:40. He'll preview Rangers, Blue Jays. Rangers Player Show coming up at 3:20. What are we doing next, Eric?
Restroom revelations. We have to address the weekend sports pee next year in the nation.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
To remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. We got reaction to the Rangers weekend. Look ahead to Toronto coming up in 3 o'clock. In that segment, we'll talk about that. Then at 3:20, the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. Right now, here's Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Among other things, we have a sports P to address. Let's go ahead and hit it.
Who does number 2 work for?
That's right, buddy. You show that turd who's boss. Hey, just grab a hold of something, bite your lip, and give it hell. Come on. We're going to get through this.
All right, boys and girls. The Indy 500 has come and gone. I'm sure Broadus, who was in there cleaning up the ever-delicious Shell Shack lunch right now, I'm sure he is fiending to talk about and give some analysis of the Indy 500. But what I'm here to give you is the story from the 8th place finisher, 33-year-old Indiana native, Mr. Connor Daly, who was actually leading the race for 13 laps. There was a thunderstorm situation that delayed the proceedings by about 45 minutes. And
the worst.
And so he's sitting there in what he describes as the nicest car he's ever been in. Nature called, and he had to do what he had to do. Here he is at the microphone.
I want to thank my mechanics specifically because there's been a lot of talk tonight, and I saw on the internet as well, a lot of toilet talk and maybe some using of the bathroom, and because we had to wait a long time before the race, right? Never in my life have I urinated in my race car until Sunday. I was sitting on the grid and I was like, this is the best car I've ever been in my whole life. Like I'm gonna have to pee in this thing. I kid you not.
Oh my God.
I legitimately urinated in my race car before the race even started. Before the race even started. People asked me like, when did you do it? I was like, we didn't even start. We sat in there for 30 minutes.
Was it because you had to go, or was it excitement?
No, I had to go really bad. It was, I don't know if it's the diabetes or I'm just getting older, but Elio should know he's like halfway to 100. I don't know if that happens to him a lot. But
Elio?
Man, I don't know. Maybe it is getting older, but I literally did the entire race sitting in my own pee. So that's a tough one. I felt like we're in a trust tree here. We don't have to show that on Fox. Maybe you guys can just keep that to yourselves.
They can just edit that part of live out.
Tough. So thank you, mechanics, for dealing with that.
No one's got to know.
The trust tree of P.
Whew. So he's open wheel guy. This Indy guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe you can dry out then as the race goes on, but I don't know.
The sweat factor, right?
Okay, the sweat factor. That just sounds so uncomfortable. I think
It's a
before
long
I
day.
did that, at the beginning of the race, is what, a 3-4 hour race?
Yeah,
I'm going to get
exactly.
up and say, hey, we're going to have to hold this up a few minutes.
Well, I mean, I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often. He's talking about the delay, but usually it's still, this is a marathon of sorts.
I think there's a lot of these racers that are peeing in the car.
These guys are probably peeing in the car left and right.
But at the beginning of the race?
No, at the beginning, that's awful. When you're in the heat of the moment, you're driving, the adrenaline's going, you may not even feel the pee come out. You're too locked in. But pre-race, now you're sitting there in the discomfort. That's an extra layer of adversity you have to overcome.
But as a father of young children, you know how irritating the urine on the skin can be.
Yeah,
I mean that's going to be. Is it going to be a rash? Is it going to be? It's going to be.
No, that's true. But yeah, maybe
irritating.
eventually the sweat just kind of takes over, and now the sweat is taking over where the urine was. You're probably dehydrated.
The posterior glute itch that had to have been just overwhelming
And it's sitting
by
in
the
that
end of that.
suit. I mean, is that suit drying
It's
out?
going to stink.
Is that wicking fabric?
It's gonna
Is
get
that
musty.
absorbent? I don't know. But it sounds disgusting to me. And I just have a rule, I don't want to keep anybody waiting, right? But once you've created any sort of delay, that's open season for me. I'm waiting for you. You'll have no problem returning that favor, or we got a problem. So I'm going to get up and hit the restroom here while we're waiting in this delay.
I mean, all the money that goes into racing, we can't, we got pea suits. Can't figure out a way to just kind of make this happen.
Broadus is in the building now. Okay, yeah. How often are these guys, you think, urinating on themselves throughout the course of a 3+ hour event?
Quite a bit.
Yeah, okay, so it does happen.
Yeah, it does happen, yeah.
But it's not something that really gets talked
These dudes get super dehydrated, so
They're losing like 10 pounds, I read.
pee problem is not one of the things you have to deal with. And you'll see guys before a race jump out before they strap in, because once you strap in,
it's over.
You mean it takes a good bit to get you hooked up with your radio, your cooling unit, all those stuff. So yeah, you don't just like, hey, I'm going to pull over and go to the men's room kind of a thing. You just go in your suit.
But we're stopped. This is before the race. I got a monster pee to take.
Yeah, you've got to get that before you get strapped in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Once you're strapped, you're just
Once you're
you gotta go
strapped,
all over
you're
yourself.
pretty much in the car, and you got to pee on yourself. Yeah.
That's a long afternoon. He
Pee on
ends up
yourself moment.
finishing 8th.
A top 10 finish.
But gosh, I bet he was just beelining for the showers.
Oh,
after
yeah.
that.
Oh, that'd be a glorious shower.
Some of those guys, though, they get right on their plane and go home. They take the suit off and just change clothes and go.
They don't even shower?
There's not a shower there, no.
If you peed before, though, you would shower.
If they went, you could go back to, if guys have mobile homes on site, like in the competitor lot, they could go and change clothes there. But there's a lot of guys. It's hilarious how some of these teams don't, they all fly together on like one big charter service. And it's funny, they'll have these summertime races and the crews won't even shower. They'll just put on their clothes and get on the plane.
That's ridiculous.
And fly back to Charlotte.
That's ridiculous.
And my crew chief is like, you will not believe the smell on those airplanes.
That's
they're
horrible.
racing in these places that, hot Midwestern races and stuff, Kansas, whatever. And then everybody just gets on the plane and they're all just smelling
like pee and BO.
Yeah.
That's great combo.
Rough. Not a place you want to find yourself.
No. Not gonna get that cleaning deposit back.
Yeah. What percentage, speaking of urination, there was a survey done, 2,000 general population Americans, on the frequency of peeing in the shower. What percentage of Americans do you think
75%
voted yes that at any point over the course of a year they will pee? Maybe they're not frequent shower
75%.
Wow. Okay, that's a big number.
Yep.
65.
39%.
Oh, okay. Only
going 100% of men and about 1 in 3
And if
ladies.
it's anything less than 75%, they're lying.
maybe these. Okay, then that's what's happening.
I'm calling you a liar if you.
So you're a peer in the shower.
We have a bunch
You
of
nailed it.
we have a
People
bunch
do.
of liars.
I mean, yeah, you do.
people do that.
I can't. No, I'm saying 75%. I do not want that to get on my feet.
Yeah, so you don't. I don't.
But I'm just saying that there's people that don't give a damn
for
about
sure.
that. They don't
Absolutely.
give a damn. So
Yeah.
I'm saying there is a very high number of this.
Well, the shower's self-cleaning. You know,
Yeah,
with all that
it
soap
goes
and
down
water.
the drain. Yeah.
I mean, if it's an emergency, I can't say I've never done it in my life. But
you
it's,
would rather
it's not
pee in
something
the
I try and
shower
do.
than waste water by flushing a commode. How about that?
100%. And I just don't want that feeling of discomfort. Now I'm having to dry off and having to
Yeah.
go stand at the toilet naked.
Yeah.
You know, it's just weird and unnecessary. Now the bathroom floor might be wet, you know. we're just going to let this go. It's going to the same place. It goes to the same pipe.
12% of Americans say
liars.
they pee
12%,
daily.
really?
There's
24% total said that they do from time to time. So 24% of Americans are admitting that they pee at least sometimes in the shower. Now, what do you think by gender? You said 100% of men.
Yes, sir.
30% of men said they do so regularly. What do you think the number is for women that regularly urinate in the shower?
15.
I'm going to go
19.
I'm going to go, I was going to go 21.
20% of women. Now, apparently the millennials are peeing in the shower at a much more rapid rate than, say, the Gen Xers or the baby boomers.
Aren't they conserving water? Aren't those people?
Free thinkers.
They're attributing it to the day and age that we're in now, which is everything is about multitasking, tasking, and like you're trying to go two birds, one stone with everything. So they're like, it's just more efficient. The younger generation feels like it's more efficient for me to just pee in my shower.
Yeah.
So I'll put my hand up and say, absolutely it is. Confirmed.
100%. Yeah. Sometimes when you turn on that shower, the sound of it hitting the floor makes you have to pee instantly.
Right.
Yeah.
The sound of water.
Everything. Yeah. You're in an environment now that connotes I kind of got to pee.
That's what they say. If you're ever at the doctor's office and you have to fill up the cup or put some in the cup, then you just turn on that water and it makes you go to the men's room.
I love it. That's a veteran move right there.
All righty. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I'm asking my sources, is everything cool with Jacob deGrom? He didn't strike anybody out yesterday, only threw 81 pitches. He was going pretty good, but I'll have the answer to that question and everything else happening in the local sports scene coming up next here in the 3-piece. It's The Nation.
Chiafalo back here, though, on behalf of my friends at Greystone Roofing and Construction. You can visit them at greystone-roofing.com.
Rich Rice has been trying to confirm we were going to get Alejandro Osuna throughout the day, but there was no confirmation yet. So the Rangers Player Show coming up in 20 minutes. Still don't know who we're chatting with.
TBD.
But I'm willing to float this for Osuna. You know, if he wants to go, if he wants to not go, whenever he wants to do this. From the moment I saw the ball jump off his bat in spring training and watch him flying around first base, the helmet came off, the hair was flowing, and then he attacked second base with a head-first slide like he was Pete Rose, you know?
Yeah.
So this is my guy.
Yeah, the scout's eye for Gavin Dawson lit up in that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen you that baseball excited.
Yeah.
It was like, oh my gosh, guys, we found one. This is the next great.
And then I was watching a video from Sandler over the weekend, and he said dude can play center field really well. So I know we were wondering about that. Usually you don't see a shorter guy, but the speed, the instincts, and apparently enough arm. You saw that he can certainly dive on a ball coming in. That's no problem at all. So we're standing by. Rangers Player Show coming up in 20 minutes. I did ask Sands as well. I was pretending that I was talking to my sources, but I just wanted to check in with him. He's going to join us at 4:40. And I said, is everything cool with deGrom? And he said, yeah, everything's fine. You know, just 81 pitches. He'd gone deep the last two starts.
103 pitches last time out. They thought maybe that might have had some play into it.
So, I mean, he's 36 years old. He's coming off another Tommy John. I think the Rangers are being smart. I mean, this is just, you know, they're doing it right. And unfortunately, you know, he couldn't get the win despite giving up just 2 runs. I know he had a guy on when he came out. But, you know, really nice job by Jacob deGrom. But no injury concern or anything like that. Didn't strike anybody out. I guess Sandler's explanation for that, the mechanics maybe not where he'd like.
His location was really unlike him. Normally. And what he usually could do is if he misses just off the plate, he could get people to swing. And it wasn't close enough where he was getting people to swing. So, you know, sometimes he's got this chase. You know, it's ability like, oh, they think the ball's in the zone and now it's 2 inches outside off the corner and now they're chasing. Got him. You know, that kind of thing. And the misses that he had yesterday, as you're watching it, it was like they weren't even close. Yeah. Like his misses are usually like, whoa, you know, and then they put the box up and it's right on the edge and you're like going, you know, damn umpire. You know,
might have caused a lot of those high stress pitches. You know, they say there's the regular pitches and then you're in trouble and maybe 81 feels like 110 right now.
I give the Blue Jays a lot of credit, and the Blue Jays haven't been playing great.
They don't strike out though. They're the third lowest strikeout team in the bigs.
And they made deGrom throw a lot of pitches yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, couldn't win like that. Tonight you have another sub-2 ERA guy in Evaldi going out there, and we'll see if they can get some runs going. We are a third of the way into the season now. Yeah. Some fans are deciding it's time to stop believing. Did I detect that a little bit of that in you, Wolchuk? Like you still love the Rangers, you're still watching for signs, but until further notice, we're just kind of like, yeah, it's probably what they are.
I watched Wolchuk pull the belief card out of his pocket and turn it in.
I saw that too. I know.
Yeah, I mean on Friday,
it was jarring.
I felt like that White Sox series was it. Like you need to go in there and you need to sweep them. Their team that was 20 games under 500. You swept the Rockies; they were bad. You got to take care of business against the bad teams, and to drop 2 of 3 and almost you get swept yourself. We've seen enough sample size where it's been like hope since the World Series. This offense was going to figure it out. They're not figuring it out. They're just not good enough. Marcus Semien, I said it before the season started. He was never going to be the same offensive player. Like that part of his game, but unfortunately, it's a contract that's not movable.
I mean, could he just be average, not the worst?
Right, I don't know.
Exactly.
Crazy.
It doesn't have to be this bad. Marcus.
Garcia's just hasn't had that. We talked about him being streaky. It's just been all bad. He hasn't even had that 2-week stretch yet where you've seen him be able to carry a lineup. That hasn't been there. Jonah Heim, it was clearly a career year in 2023 for him offensively. And, I mean, he is still a really good framing defensive catcher. But, yeah, I'm all out of hopium. Hope isn't a strategy. And for a year and a half, I think we know what this team is, and that's a 500 baseball team.
I think, you know, the hope really comes in your pitching is great. You have enough good hitters that CY could maybe make something happen here, you know, and until they do something, I'm with you. I'm not going to expect this offense to come together as is, but Corey Seager's going to get healthy. They did have a couple of weeks stretch where I think they had the 12th best offense in baseball, and they could not sustain that. As Brian said, they've lost 11 times while giving up 3 runs or less this season. But Seager is loosely targeting Friday, according to Sean McFarland. Could be back earlier. He's been running and fielding, and I think took some live BP over the 3-day weekend. And Evan Carter could be headed for a rehab start this weekend. But I think you really need to get resolution at second base. And, then after that, like, who are the guys individually that you'd be look at, like, you're actively preventing us from winning? I don't know if there's anybody else out there. I think this is one big unfortunate problem. I don't know how you handle it. Like, do you make a superstar at 34 years old a utility player? Do you just buy it out and say, hey, good luck going somewhere else? I don't know how this is going to end, but it's got to end at some point. You can't have that much of an anchor dragging you down. I don't know when you do that. Is that after the trade deadline? Do you try to make something happen until the end of July with Simeon? And then if you can't like eat some of the salary and have a team take him, but you can no longer, convince me that this is going to resolve itself after, what are we looking at now? 8 months of baseball post World Series, and Marcus Simeon just not good enough. Okay, you want some Cowboys hope though? The Commanders faced these quarterbacks in consecutive weeks to close the year. This is off the Twitter account of Warren Sharp. He's doing a lot of prep for his annual publication every year before training camps. He releases like these unbelievable reports on, what's going on with teams and individuals and what they could do to get better. But here's how they close. Backup Cooper Rush, Will Levis, Jake Haener, Spencer Rattler, Kenny Pickett, Michael Penix Jr., who was a rookie, Trey Lance. It was the number one easiest quarterback schedule of 2024. And, the topic is that a little bit of fool's gold? I maybe, but they sure did look good in the playoffs, Wolchuk.
Yeah, like they made the NFC Championship game. So what are we doing looking at the last 5 weeks of their regular season? They made the NFC Championship game. How'd they do in the playoffs? In the most important games? I don't really care what Warren Sharp is saying there with the quarterbacks they played at the end. That doesn't mean a damn bit of difference to me. They went into Detroit, they killed them. They've got a quarterback now that's really good and really scary. If he stays healthy, they're going to be a problem. They've got a lot of money. Can they keep the coaching staff together? I don't know. The offensive line, I think, is one that they've always got a question about. But there is, I think your best hope is the sophomore slump. That's the best hope I think you've got. Then maybe the NFL kind of catches up to what Jaden Daniels likes to do. Maybe they watch a little bit of those 2 games that Mike Zimmer kind of gave him fits, and the NFL starts to do a little copycat there, and you see Jaden Daniels kind of come back to earth a little bit. But their roster, it's only going to keep getting better and better if they use their funds and sign the right players correctly and continue to draft well. So I don't know. I mean, what they did in the postseason was clearly a problem. They're a good football team.
I don't want to take anything away from your magnificent prediction from last year, picking Washington to have a good year. That was good. But I also think that Lions game was kind of a one-off. I think it was horribly coached by the Lions. For some reason, they didn't run it, and Jared Goff became the absolute worst version of Jared Goff. Beyond that, they beat the Buccaneers 23-20, and then they got crushed by the Eagles. So I don't know. I think there is some hope maybe that Washington isn't that monster that they might be evolving to, and that Philly takes a step back. Okay, up next here, of course, it's a Game 4 of the Western Finals tonight. What do the Stars need to do to get the win tonight, boys?
Oh, man, I think it's Miko and Otter just got to be really at the height of their powers. Hopefully you get some guys, some other dudes to step up, but you got to have your best players being their best, because McDavid and the best players for the Oilers, they're stepping up. They're getting it done. Your big guys got to do it as well.
Yeah, and maybe Rantanen isn't on the same level as McDavid, but he's on the same level of Draisaitl.
Yeah, he's a top 10 player.
Yeah, we were hopeful. And still, the ability, but that Hyman and those guys, I mean, they're guys down the line are just so much better than what you're playing with right now, and that's they're creating opportunities, they're creating chances, they're scoring goals, they're assisting on goals. I think the one thing for Dallas tonight, for once, try and be the team that's up 2-0. Don't be the team that's down 1-0 with 8 minutes left in the first.
I think they've only scored twice.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, maybe
they can't even score at all on the road.
Well,
it's like, what are we doing?
I'm just asking. Let's have a period where you're not down 2-0.
Come out with the energy like you did in the second period on Sunday.
Yeah, they're 6 and 7 when the other team scores first. I mean, they have to play a lot of games like that, and that is it's a tough strategy there.
I just feel like that if that crowd at Edmonton is very similar to the crowd you have here. Edmonton, those players feed on that. And McDavid said that out. He goes, I can't imagine a better arena in the league to play it than what we have here. So you keep that fan base down if you can, but don't just immediately all of a sudden be down on the scoreboard like 2-0 going in to the second, and all of a sudden it turns into desperation hockey.
Well, I'm desperate to see them play well. After these first 3 games where you feel like, man, really only one period has gone our way. And then you reflect on what happened against Colorado, what happened against Winnipeg there with the unbelievable historic run from Rantanen, the hat trick from Granlund. And then they have a situation with their goalie where he's, complete garbage on the road. So, I do think like my confidence in the Stars right now is taking a hit. Like they've had breaks to get here, and now maybe the breaks are drying up.
I just wonder if we're making Skinner look better than he is.
With poor shooting. We're not finding the corners.
Because one of these things, like when he gave up those goals, all those power play goals and stuff, we were talking about he didn't see the puck, screens were a problem. He was struggling with all that. Mm-hmm. I still think that same guy's there.
That guy is absolutely there. I think he was really damn good in Game 3. I think that he was. I don't think he can consistently do that though.
But look at so hit and miss though.
Look at the Oilers' positioning around him and how the Stars cannot get somebody out of position. You're not only shooting against him. The entire team is back there and blocking well.
Block shots.
How many times has a Stars player gotten within about 10 feet of goal and he's sitting there for a half second like, where do I go with this right now? It's because their positioning and awareness is amazing. Their team defense is making Skinner this good.
They had a couple of pucks. He slid over one time and made a save. I forgot who it was.
It was Sagan.
Sagan had a right
chance. Ran in, hit a post.
But all of a sudden the puck is like just a little bit of hesitation allows him to slide all the way across. Where if that puck is right on the tape, you're controlling it, and now it's just a shot instead of having to double clutch it a little bit. That thing's in the goal. They bury those, but they need to get back onto just the screens. I think are important. I'd say make this guy. He's a tall goalie, but make him have to try and find the puck. I just see that's to me. I've seen shots where the puck has gone past him. And he's still on the right side of the cage, but the puck's on the left side, and he hasn't moved.
He can't. He's not the athletic goalie that Otter is. He's to stand in front and, I'm going to block with my body. If you get it going side to side there, and they've had some good opportunities, that's where he's not going to be able to kick slide from left to right quite like you've seen Otter make some pretty tantalizing saves this postseason. I do think you just need to keep peppering it. I think the Stars found their game in the second period there. You can't turn the puck over and neutral ice. And they've had their forwards do that, which is a problem. They've put their D-men in terrible positions. Rope Hintz did it in Game 2. Mikko Rantanen did it in Game 3. These are plays that make you feel like when you're really not these are evenly matched teams. Edmonton's not worlds ahead of the Dallas Stars here. No. Do they have the best player? Yes. I think it's panicking in the moment if you're going to say, okay, Edmonton's way better than Dallas here. I think the scoreboard's absolutely been one that's ballooned, and it hasn't been an indicator of how close these games have been. But the Stars have not helped themselves when it comes to them capitalizing on Edmonton's mistakes, and any mistake they've made, Edmonton has made them pay for it.
We need to see it tonight, though. I think this is must win.
It is must win.
Going down 3-1, you'd feel good coming back and extending the series, but heading back up there, especially if you can't get many goals going tonight. But we have to see it. And if they don't, Wolchuk, on that note, 4-2 last year, 2-1. The same pace continues, and the games look similar with an offensive outage. I think Edmonton might just have their postseason formula a little more refined. Is that fair?
Sometimes you run into a team that's got your number. Like I think Colorado and Dallas. Dallas has theirs. It might be Edmonton has ours.
Yeah, you just can't tonight because you're not going to beat them 3 straight if they win tonight.
No, sir.
It's not going to happen.
Congrats to the Aggies. Mackenzie Mbako, a projected second-round pick, will withdraw from the draft, return for his junior season. Decided to withdraw, focus on becoming a first-round pick next year. So that's a nice little win as basketball players are making their final decisions. Do they want to stay into the draft or do they want to come on back to college? I think college looks better than ever. You know, I don't want to go hang around with a bunch of grumpy old men worried about their money. Let's hang out here in college, maybe go to a Final Four and still get a nice check, especially if I'm a second rounder.
Right.
It's easy. Let's keep this train going as long as possible. Okay, well, step aside. Rangers Player Show coming up next here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan.
Let's chat some Trajan wealth, though, shall we? And were you aware that May is Military Appreciation Month? Did you also know Trajan wealth?
product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
Get something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
What were the cinnamon sisters?
Hazel Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
at dfwsecurity.com.
dfwsecurity.com.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show here on your home of the Rangers. Standing by for Alejandro Osuna. One of my favorite Rangers I put on Twitter over the weekend. My favorite Ranger is now a Ranger. As soon as we saw him play in the minor league, or in Surprise, I started asking, well, CY and Jared almost on a daily basis. Found out he was going to debut in Double-A. So I started asking him, when's he going to get to Triple-A? And then within 3 weeks after he got there, he's in the big leagues, debuted over the weekend, had a hell of a catch, had 2 hits yesterday, and his parents and his entire family were there watching.
That was cool, man.
So
they were looking like they were having a great time. Everybody high-fiving everybody. I thought that was a lot of fun. He's a heck of a player. You did. I remember, I think it was between cocktails that you were like, yeah, this Osuna. And I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever. But you had the scout's eye on him. You sure did.
The ball jumped off the bat, went into the gap, and he was flying.
He was flying.
You can tell those high hustle baseball players when you see one, and they won't be denied.
Well, I think he made the final out in the 9th as far as made the defensive play. And they showed him jogging off the field, and his uniform was completely dirty.
Love it.
And you're like going, okay, that baseball player, eye black, completely dirty uniform right there. So hopefully he can carry on, man. He's done a hell of a job so far.
Well, they need a spark, and we'll ask him if he feels up to that challenge. I mean, that's a lot of pressure as a rookie. Like, hey, we need a spark. How you feeling?
Yeah.
Get out there and
wow, you're on a team that doesn't hit very well right now. What are you going to do to take every at bat?
Osuna can't help himself though, but provide a spark. That's just right. Who he is and what he does.
Got electricity coursing through his veins, and beyond that, he took a walk in his first AB. Right,
the ball,
7-pitch walk.
Good eye.
Presence at the plate.
He's kind of like your Cooper Beebe, I think.
To get it done kind of guy.
Just like got it. Yeah. You just jumped on and were like, that's my guy right there. And now he's gone on to flourish.
Well, this segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. You can donate today at carsforkids.org. Yeah, the great news with these Rangers, and I mentioned it earlier, is the Mariners are not running away with this division right now.
Yeah.
So, I think CY, we didn't get to talk to him yesterday. That's usually when the Rangers general manager show is 4:20 with you on Mondays. But, for me, what this guy means to competitiveness and going for it, he sets the standard across DFW sports. And I don't think he'll be denied. Whatever it's going to take as far as freeing up payroll, using prospects, he will be exhaustive. And it's close now, isn't it? Are we close? How many players legitimately need to be traded out from this baseball team? It's Simeon for one. Who else? Who else has to go? Adolis Garcia is playing some of the best defense of his entire life.
Mentally, he's great.
I think Evan Grant wrote about that.
His knee looks healthy finally. Maybe moving around better out there. Yeah.
Doesn't that suggest he's young enough to do this? And maybe he's just cold like hitters can do. I mean, hitters can be cold for 2 months, no doubt about it. And he's still within the range of a hot month is going to pull him.
Well, he had a really nice double in that win they had in Chicago, though, right? The one off the. Right in the gap there. I mean, he's capable, but man, it seems like we just have not seen enough of those big moments from him like we did during the championship season.
What's unfortunate is he's still got the most RBIs on your team right now.
I mean, Young is within range. Langford, good. Had a great bomb. What was that, 114 miles an hour off the bat?
Yeah.
Josh Smith, within range of good. Now, you don't have anybody absolutely ripping the cover off the ball. Himes receded a little bit, but we're still at 254 with him. Berger is on fire, right? Yeah. He's making up for lost time in a big way. And I know he had the caller yesterday, but he's heating up and slugging. And since his return, he's definitely within range. I think the only players that played yesterday that have confirmed, hey, we got to move on from you, Simeon, and then maybe Haggerty slowing down after that first couple of weeks that he had. He's not seeing the ball quite as well as he was.
So hoping for a little more out of Higashioka, who's going to be in the lineup today. Thought he'd provide a little bit more pop with the bat to this point.
Yeah, a key hit, though, the other day. But you're right.
He's got 1 home run, 10 RBIs. I mean, his OPS is sub 570, 215 average. He hasn't been great. He needs to step it up. I mean, we can't. Yeah, all these guys do. The offense is bad. I don't see it really. I mean, Jock Peterson's now got the broken hand. I don't know when he's going to be coming back. I think you need to be looking to trade away some guys. I'd be open to trading Evan Carter at this point if he got back and started to get hot.
Just because of the health factor, right?
Yeah, I that's a guy that I'd maybe look to move on from. There's some issues going on in those walls right now, and I'm not going to run with like a lot of whispers here, but there might be some. We talked about culture with the Cowboys. We might have some culture problems right now.
I mean, expectations plus disappointment is going to create toxicity.
Well,
nobody can hide from it.
Well, you're just worried that the pitchers have done such a fine job of holding it up their end, and maybe it's a little bit of a frustrating factor that you're gonna sit in your locker and you're not going to say anything to anybody walking by because you go out there and you pitch your ass off, and then you get pulled from the game. It's a 2-1 game, and you find a way to, and it's a loss.
I think that other word would describe their hitting more than their pitching.
Yeah, but I mean,
but you're right. 11 losses where they've allowed 3 or less runs.
I think 58% of their games are 3 runs or less.
Yeah, I just don't know how you.
It's terrible.
It takes a really strong player to sit there and say, "Man, it's okay. The hitting will come around." Especially when you're out there doing your job every night. I mean, every time these relievers come in now in the 7th, 8th, 9th, it's a high leverage situation. Yeah. I mean, they don't have any games where they just go out there and let's close this thing out. It's nice and tidy and easy to do. Every time they go out there, they're in a 2-1 game, a 3-2 game.
I mean, the one time they did score, I guess that was Saturday's game. They had 5 runs, and they end up just getting shellacked. Yeah. Their one opportunity of the week maybe where they scored more than 3 runs and, not working out. So, okay, I don't know what happened with Osuna. I was texting with Rich Rice, and maybe I had the communication mistake. Maybe he's mad at me right now, so I have to consider that. But
been there before.
We usually do the C note, Cowboys news of the evening. Yeah, he texted me and said Osuna's coming at 3:20. I said, okay, Osuna at 3:20, bang, we're there. And then, it didn't happen. Sometimes you get called into a meeting. Yeah, right? It's just like, hey, there's more important things than talking with the guys at the Fan. Unfortunately,
barely.
I mean, there's nothing more important for me.
Right.
Getting the chance to talk to my new favorite Ranger.
Exactly. I knew how excited you were for this.
So hopefully we can link back up with him here before too long. Okay, usually we do the C note in here, the Cowboys news of the evening, and we'll do a full segment of that coming up at 4:20. But I wanted to give you some George Pickens here because Brian's buddy Mike Tannenbaum, the former GM of the Jets, current NFL analyst, ESPN, was talking about the contract year factor, Brian, and he mentioned guys that had great years for him when he was a GM in New York, Santonio Holmes, Braylon Edwards, and believes, Pickens going to score points. You can't double Lamb, Ferguson, Pickens, thinks he's going to have an exceptionally good year.
Sure.
And I love that. I
think you're going to get the best version of him.
Yeah.
I mean, when it just comes to having to deal with, now, I say that, but let's see what happens in week 7 or week 10 when things, maybe you have a tough loss and he doesn't get the ball. Are we going to, is that where you're going to start to hear? But I think you're going to get the absolute best version of him of not being a complainer, because I guarantee you David Mulugeta said, listen, you've got to hold your tongue.
It's going to make you more aware in those moments of frustration. Man, if I could just hold my tongue here, it might be worth $5 million. That's an easy tongue hold.
Exactly.
Yeah.
If you hold your tongue, we might make an extra $10 to $12 million off this. Absolutely.
And because of that, and because I don't know the next time you're going to have 2 wide receivers this good, if you've ever had 2 this good, like Alvin Harper and Michael Irvin, maybe. I would struggle to find any situation. Maybe there was a T.O. Miles Austin, a couple of games that was comparable.
Amari and CD.
You don't keep it around for long when you have this. I think you have 1 year of George Pickens. He provides answers that are going to allow you to run with a light box. You got to go for it, Jerry. Yeah. Now I understand you're not going to go for it like the Eagles. Spend just another $12 million. Get a defensive tackle. Get a veteran corner. Is it Hilton or is it Gilmore?
Mike
I don't
Hilton,
know.
Sure.
There's a number of names out there. There's 3 or 4 veteran corners that are out there.
Yeah.
Fuller, I guess, is out there still.
Fuller's out there too, yeah.
What the hell happened to him, man?
Isn't it possible they're close with all they've done? How many players away are they right now from saying, hey, they could beat the Eagles in the division?
I would probably put the number at. I'd probably put it at 4 players. I would say probably 4 players
You're
away.
probably thinking left tackle. You're thinking one technique. You're thinking corner. And are you thinking a linebacker or safety?
I'm thinking about. I mean, you could go a few different directions.
Or running
you might
back.
Need a running back.
Running back. Yeah, that's a good point.
Might need a runner.
Good point.
So Wolchuk, you don't believe? You don't believe Pickens provides the path?
I think that they could win the division this year.
Okay.
I absolutely.
Dak's getting older, right? Yeah. And the play he injured himself on last year should tell you this ain't going to hold together. If we have anything left of Dak's window, it's sooner than later. We're not going to drag this thing out till 2030 and try with a 35-year-old Dak Prescott that can't stay together at 31. Mm-hmm. We got to do this now. Mm-hmm. And George Pickens fell in our lap for $3 million. How do we maximize that?
That's true.
Because we have $80 million worth of receiver that we're getting for significantly less.
Sure.
Plus Jake Ferguson. You know, if running back doesn't work, I'd trade for a running back. But I think you can get veteran corner and one technique tackle for under $10 million of single-year payroll. You know, I couldn't imagine, because I think once you get that, now you can buy time till Diggs and Overshown get back. You have enough depth. The schedule isn't that tough for the first 8 weeks of the season, and if the running game works, I think that the dynamics could be significantly different. Otherwise, you're just going to have a year where George Pickens scores like 8 touchdowns and gets 1,100 yards and goes and wins somewhere, or goes and gets paid somewhere else, and you don't really have anything to show for it.
Yeah,
you know.
Yeah.
This is similar to having a quarterback on a rookie deal. It's about 2/3 of that impact. You got not only is it a veteran, a wide receiver, but it's a guy who's still very, very young. And NFL teams are not going to be able to match up single cornerbacks. There might only be a half dozen of them or so around the NFL that you'd be confident that can slow down George Pickens. Okay, Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, is the quarterback really this bad? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jake Riepma in studio at 7 to recap Game 4, and Brett Boone live at 9:20, plus another low baby ticket giveaway. It's a Hump Day edition. Hump Day! On the Fan.
How do you save the most money when you're trying to consolidate debts? Speed is important. The longer you go on paying your current credit card interest rates, the more money you're going to lose. Let's get done quickly with TexasLending.com, a company you can trust. Look at your options, how much money you can get, how much money can you save. We can show you today with a free quote at TexasLending.com for your cash out refinance, home equity, or second lien home equity loan. It's TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
Bully with you. Let's talk Collars and Co., shall we? Mark Cuban and Peter Jones, they just invested $1 million in this company on Shark Tank. It's Collars and Co. They're making the dress collar polo. It's a 4-way stretch comfortable polo, but the top, it's got that firm dress collar on it. I just ordered a few. I'll probably be repping one tomorrow, so you can check it out. It's awesome. They're loose, they're breathable, they're airy, they're super, super comfortable, but then indeed, you do have that collar that looks exactly like a dress shirt. It's amazing. These polos are short sleeve. They've also got long sleeve if you want. They look super sharp. You can probably just pop a blazer over them if you've got something super nice for them.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back, #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers. Alejandro Osuna is coming up in 1 hour now. Just had to reschedule that bad boy. Young guy. A lot of important stuff to do as he prepares to play his third big league game tonight. Pregame at 6:30, first pitch at 7 o'clock as the Rangers series with Toronto continues. The Nation continues. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. We do have Greg Wyshynski coming up at 4 to talk about this Stars game, Brian. A massive sports day. Here's Krusty.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. This was funny. I was looking at, the Avis rent-a-car thing that we have to get for training camp.
Now, we got to remember this time, we are not waiting for the Avis shuttle at LAX.
Well,
right?
we're going to be saved this time, right? Because, Brian, you're going to be out there before us.
I'm going to be out there.
So we actually get the VIP treatment. Brian's going to pick us up.
I'm going to pick you up.
Thank you.
But what's interesting about this, have you ever looked at all the charges? Have you ever looked at the charges they hit you up with? I see why they can build stadiums and stuff
like that. $29 a day.
Yeah.
And then it's really $129 a day.
You know what? I mean, I'm like, okay, well, this is very reasonable. And, I'm paying for it, but then I get it back. That kind of thing,
Yeah, sure.
It's expensive. But, man, I was just looking at what corporations have to pay, I guess, as expenses if you rent it or if you just rent the car.
Yeah.
There's this, it's this service fee for $80. Because I had the vehicle for a long time, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, something like that. But it's just crazy that and you see why that they're able to make build stadiums and stuff. We'll have the visitors tax and all that.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm like, cool. Okay, if I'm paying.
Yeah, service fee. You got to vacuum it for the next guy, which is called just managing your business.
It literally there's for the
you got to vacuum it for the next guy.
Like TXU, a processing fee. This is how it's supposed to go. What do you mean processing fee? I'll bring it down there to you then, buddy.
It's honestly
process D's.
It's seriously, it's crazy that you just look at him like, how much we paying for all this extra stuff that means absolutely it has nothing to do with the car, I think, being rented.
It's horrible with concert tickets and sporting event tickets because you really can't get a great understanding of what it's really going to cost you.
The other day when Zach, I got the ticket for Zach and I was looking at it and I was thinking, okay, that's a reasonably priced ticket. And then I go, okay, what's the fees? How much am I going to have to pay? Half more for the ticket for the fee and all that, but it worked out fine.
Sorry, we didn't get the win for you.
Nah, it's okay. I mean, I hope, you know what? You know what? The last time they won, I had this hat on, and I didn't wear it the last two games.
Let's get the hat. There we go. 2-0.
Problem solved.
Get the shit out
last time.
I'm surprised you're admitting that. Sounds like Stars and 6 to me.
I just, you know what? I'm sorry.
I appreciate your apology.
I kind of felt like that. I'm like, okay, I wore the hat on the radio. We got the win. And then I'm like, okay, I'm not going to, this is cool. We'll be fine. Now, after the two law, I'm like, okay, something's up there. So the hat's on today.
Hashtag do your part, man.
I'm trying, man. Seriously. I'd block shots if they let me.
Yeah.
I bet you'd be a mean goalie.
If you had to play in a game tonight, though, real quick, if you had to play in a game and you had to play as a forward or a defenseman, do you think you can block shots? Do you think
be deaf.
Not at all.
Do you think you can?
I wouldn't even be able to stay on my own two skates.
Would you be on the ground a lot and they would hit you that way?
Yes. Yeah, you got to learn to skate for 2 years before you can play hockey.
I could skate, but I don't think I could skate well enough to play.
You couldn't get down. No. You got to get down on one knee and turn to the side.
I can't skate backwards. I can skate forwards fairly well. You're talking to a guy listen to this. 1980, when the United States beat Russia in that game.
Lake Placid.
I remember like it was yesterday.
We had a ton to drink. After that. We watched it. We went out to Prestonwood, the mall, where they have an ice skating rink, and went out there and skated. And we're running into people and stuff like that.
That's what's giving you the confidence that you could skate with the big boys
I could skate. I could actually.
How many times have you ice skated in your life?
Oh,
plenty. That was the last time.
What about within the last 10 years?
Probably twice.
Okay. All right.
I know how to lace up the skates. I don't have Bauer hockey skates or anything like that.
Are these first dates or no? At what point are you deciding
at 50+ years old.
Yeah, when Bennett was a kid, like a little kid, he wanted to skate. I went out there with him.
You tore it up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have to hold on to the rail or anything. I can actually skate, push around, and now
I'll believe it when I see it.
We'll go out and skate right now.
Let's go.
Let's go right now.
Go find some
I would.
hockey
I'd
ice, huh?
absolutely go skate right
Go
now.
find a barn.
Yeah, but I was just wondering how many shots you could block.
I think I could block a shot, but it would just be because I'm in the way.
Would you have
There
a
wouldn't
better
be any
chance?
skill involved.
It would be
better
a literal
chance at
roadblock.
as a goalie or a positional player?
A goalie. I mean, with all those pads, I'm almost as big as the goal.
I'm just saying, could you be a goalie? Could you be a goalie?
I'd have a better chance than a position player.
I would give up double-digit goals. McDavid would have his way with me between the pipes.
Could I just get some regular sandpaper shoes or something though?
No, you have to be on skates. You have to be on goalie skates.
Some sandpaper
I'd be on my
shoes.
back more than I'd be on my skates.
Some golf spikes.
But you could play. I mean, you watch these goalies. A lot of them play like they're on one knee. They're kind of just sliding around.
Another thing I wouldn't be able to pull off.
Getting the butterfly.
Just
the
moving.
flexibility, getting down, getting up.
That's right.
Oh.
That's right.
McDavid's breaking speed limits.
He's
Are
got
you kidding me?
A back of like a 78-year-old
You wouldn't be
guy,
able to
right?
see the puck. You can't track it.
Here's my thing is like I don't know how these guys are out there trying to block pucks without their entire head protected. Like Jamie Benn with no visor paid the price the other night.
Yeah, took a
like,
stick.
As I'm going down for that puck could be on my jaw or the back of my head. It could hit my neck. It hit my jugular.
Guy got hit in the ear the other day. Yeah,
I don't think I can get past that mentally. You know,
I mean,
I'm dropping down here to try to get.
I'm
hit by a
trying
puck.
to avoid the puck. As I'm supposed to be blocking it, I'm going the other direction.
Yeah.
Getting the other way.
So you're just like,
I give myself 0% chance. I haven't been on ice skates since like 4th grade.
But put you in the goalie helmet. Now I just got to get in position.
I think I
it's
could
gonna
stop
hit
a
me. I'm
puck
good.
as a goalie.
I feel safe.
I
in
think
that
I
goalie.
could.
Well, you got that neck
your
dangler
body.
thing.
I mean, Broadus is big enough to.
I'm
sort
tall
of,
enough.
Yeah,
I think,
you could
and
own,
wide enough. Yeah.
I think you'd have a better chance.
Maybe
from
they
that
tie you in
standpoint.
there like Goldberg and the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah.
You'd block a couple of shots. You'd let a few in. A lot in.
I think I'm making up. I don't think I can block a shot. What am I talking about?
Thank you.
There's no way I can
Thank
block
you.
a shot. I could try.
Back to reality.
All right, Pro Football Focus. What do you think? They broke down their quarterbacks, all 32 quarterbacks. Man, I think there's some people that are going to agree with this one. I think there's some people that ain't going to agree with this.
Did they have like any criteria, or were they just going based?
Oh yeah,
They did? Okay.
Yeah, they do. They got him in tears.
Oh, tears.
Our favorite thing, the tears.
The tears.
Tears.
Love a good tear.
I hope this is a rerun.
Oh, I got a
situation.
tear here, eh?
Is this a rerun situation?
What do you mean?
Are you re-racking on the Pro Football Focus quarterback rankings?
I have heard some tears from PFF, but I wasn't sure if it was another show.
I'm not re-racking this.
No, I don't believe you are. I was just hopeful that you were, but I don't believe you are. I'm sure you have something new to the table other than saying Dak is ranked 17th.
Did I do that?
I think you did.
I think I did.
Somebody did.
I think I might have last week.
We've talked. I know the morning show. I heard them talk about this.
All right,
so
let me ask you
I
this.
was
All right, let me
confused
ask
for a moment if we had talked about this or if somebody else had talked about this.
Dawson, did you talk about this?
I think I did. Maybe last
Dawson's
Tuesday?
got my back here.
Maybe Wednesday?
Geez, it's been that long.
He might have brought it up.
It was at some point last week. It could have been Friday for all I know.
Is that fair?
Actually, I think we played the Pickens game on Friday.
Yeah, that's what I
Did
thought.
George Pickens say this?
Yeah, that's what I
We
thought.
might not have done it in Krusty's corner, but this has been discussed. I think
There is so much stuff, right? And you're doing so much stuff.
No, I'm not.
You can't tell what conversation.
Hey, by the way, bravo to the announcement, by the way, dude.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a
big
great
announcement.
Friday
Really cool
tease.
announcement.
That thing was
Appreciate it.
huge.
Thank you. I
I
appreciate
woke
it.
my
can't
wife
wait.
up out of her sleep to tell her.
I appreciate
She
that.
was hyped.
Very kind. All right, but look, did we ever talk about, is that fair for him? Is 17th fair for him? I felt like we didn't. Maybe we.
It's low.
I kind of feel like it's low for him.
Based on last season.
Based on. How about
based
just
on
based
last
on
season? That might be high.
How about just his career? I mean, is that? I mean, to me,
his career is generally a top 10 quarterback,
his
closer
career
to
is top
10,
10,
obviously, than 1. But now,
like Trevor Lawrence is a better quarterback right now than Dak Prescott.
No, sir.
I'd take Dak.
oof.
Kyler Murray right now.
Kyler Murray.
You take Kyler Murray right now.
Yeah, I would. I think the health is important. The age is important. Now, if I have to win just one game, yeah, I'd probably still going.
I wonder if they're even fair to C.J. Stroud. They got him at 14.
That was a sophomore slump, dealing with some injuries, bad offense,
Awful offensive line.
Yeah, I would rather have C.J. Stroud, though I'm confident if I'm building a team. I think for one game, Dak versus C.J. about equal.
Well, let me just walk the tiers then.
I think they've already won the same amount of playoff games.
Let me walk these tiers then. And I apologize, folks. I didn't mean to be doing that.
No, it's a good conversation. I'm always up for some Dak.
Okay, of course he's not going to be tier 1 elite, right?
No,
we're not going to be elite.
Lamar, Josh, Burrow,
He was the
Mahomes.
runner-up for MVP 2 years ago. Show him some damn respect,
I like
guys.
what you're doing, Wolchuk, over there.
You're a sick man.
Tier 2 high-end starters.
This is where he was, I think, pre-injury. But and maybe there's one of these in here that it
makes a better fit. Okay, in that high-end starters than Jalen Hurts.
I'd rather have Dak.
Jaden Daniels?
No, I'd rather have Daniels.
Matthew Stafford.
I'd rather have Stafford.
Herbert.
I'd rather have Herbert.
Herbert doesn't need to be in these.
Oh.
But he's young and healthy.
Herbert's the next one. He's going to be 17.
Herbert's like the
next year.
Rangers lineup. We keep hoping and hoping and hoping he's going to be the guy, and it just has never happened.
Dak built his reputation by being a guy that would run when you gave him the opportunity. And since he's turned that down, he does not belong in the top 10 for me.
Tier 3A, they like to say here. Solid starters who have flashed high-end play.
That's probably where he should be.
Yeah,
okay.
that makes sense.
Well, he's not going to be in that group.
Yeah, well, then they're doing him a disservice.
Jared Goff.
Yeah.
How about that? Geno Smith.
See, he's better than Geno Smith.
They got Geno Smith as the 10th best quarterback in this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, he is one of the most accurate quarterbacks in the sport. His big-time throws are off the charts. And he's not perpetually injured. I think Dak
you'd rather have Geno Smith. I'm just asking, Geno Smith.
I mean, it's like to me, it's like
it's a wash.
Either one. Yeah, no one has the quarterback advantage in that game.
They got Brock Purdy in this list. I don't think they're respecting Brock Purdy at all.
I really just don't know how good Brock Purdy is. I think he is in like the top half of the league, but I don't know if he's where. I mean, I'd probably take Dak and Purdy. Geno has some good moments, no doubt, but I think Geno's a guy that's going to win 9-10 games. Purdy might be able to eventually elevate himself past that.
Is Purdy only good because his players around him were good?
Well, because, we've seen him struggle when he hasn't had the star roster around him. It's not like he's been able to make up for the deficiencies of his team when there's an injury. And that's kind of always been the knock on Dak.
Yeah. How about this tier 3B? Solid starters, but they need more help.
Yeah, I think that's fair about Dak. Like, I don't know why the Cowboys decided we're going to try to team build without a great running game. Like, at some point they say, wow, Dak is so good, we don't need a good running game. And I'm like, what games are you watching? And they got away from that, but I think they're getting back to that. So I would say Dak belongs here, good player, but needs more help.
Okay, that's Jordan Love. Are they right about Jordan Love here?
Jordan Love's inconsistent.
Yeah, he's inconsistent.
Baker Mayfield.
Baker should be higher than this.
C.J. Stroud, I mentioned him. Kyler Murray, I mentioned him. Trevor Lawrence, I mentioned him. This is where Dak Prescott falls in at 17. He's right ahead of Tua.
Yeah, somewhere in that range of 13 to 17. Is that I mean, he's significantly better than Tua, isn't he? That's somewhat disrespectful.
When he was at his best,
Tua's a good comp. Yeah,
I have a problem with Geno Smith at 10. I'm sorry, that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, I'm putting Dak ahead of Geno. I think they both played up to about the best they could play against each other in the Thursday night game a couple of years ago, and Dak won.
And Pro Football Focus is going to give extra love to I'm accurate. My stats say I'm good. Watch a Geno Smith game, and I think there's a lot of missed
opportunities. They say, real quick, I know I got to go here. I'm sorry about this, but he protects the football and has a knack for generating big-time throws.
Okay.
That's what they're saying about Geno Smith.
Well, he's definitely done his share of winning and has had a nice career. It'll be interesting to see what happens there with his buddy Carroll there with the Raiders now. Greg Wyshynski, thank you, Brian.
Tomorrow we're going to talk about where Dak was ranked in these.
I can't wait.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning.
Senior moment that was.
I'm always up for it. I had a senior moment over the weekend. I'll have to tell you about it.
Embarrassing.
Oh, no. Greg Wyshynski joins us next here. The Puck Daddy talking Stars with you here on The Fan. I have to chat.
Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for making us part of it. We are heading for a must-win Game 4 tonight. Stars and Oilers in Edmonton coming up at 7 o'clock. And ESPN's Greg Wyshynski joins us now to talk more about this. And a good afternoon, Greg. How the heck are you?
I'm good. I'm in rainy Raleigh covering what is affectionately known as the other series amongst hockey fans.
Yes, sir. Well, we appreciate. Now, are you hearing anything about Roope Hintz and is he going to play tonight?
Just what you guys heard. Game time decision. Obviously, he takes warm-ups last game, unable to go, which is a kind of a discouraging sign. Look, given what's happening in the series, given how the Oilers play, they're not going to put him in the lineup unless he can be a more effective player than the healthier body they can put it instead. They need him back in a pretty major way. I think that would be a pretty encouraging sign for them tonight. But like you guys, I'm just waiting to see what happens after warm-ups, if he can go, and if he can go, that'd be a real boon for the Stars.
You know, when it comes to Hintz, I understand the judge the action and not the result kind of protocol here in NHL. But don't they do more if they cause blood?
Oh, dude, so there's two different discussions to have about that incident with Darnell Nurse. The first is, should there have been a penalty on the play? And then the answer is, of course. Mm-hmm. And the answer is it probably should have been a major. If you go by the rule book, there is absolutely caveats in there for the severity of the play in a lot of different situations. And so while, judging the injury is sometimes frowned upon when it comes to supplemental discipline, it's very much a part of the rule book for situations such as that. And, you have some psychotic Edmonton fans who believe that Roope was faking the injury in the game, like he would keep himself out of the third period after the team rallied in the third period the game before. I don't know what they thought after he didn't play Game 3. Maybe it's just a long con on the part of Hintz and the Stars. But there absolutely should have been a major penalty in that play, but I don't think that it should have resulted in a suspension because it is kind of a commonplace play. It was sort of a freaky accident type thing. It's underhanded for sure, but we see that type of slash a lot. And I don't think it was a suspension, but I think they really screwed up the call in the game.
It really is amazing the bias of a playoff sports series. You could have a college course about this kind of thing because, of course, here we're feeling like the refs owe us one, and there's been a lot of calls that have gone against us. Are we on solid ice there?
I don't know, man. Playoff officiating has been specious all over the place. In the series I'm covering between Carolina and Florida, you have the Hurricanes fans wondering if the referees are even watching the games with the amount of stuff that the Panthers seem to be getting away with. So I don't know. It's always tough. I mean, these referees are always very at times hesitant to try to make too much of a mark on the game. They want to let the boys play sometimes. Sometimes that can lead to stuff not getting called, and then the stuff that they do call, everybody gets very upset about. So for me, the biggest issue was I don't think they followed the rule book in that instance with Nurse and with Hintz. I think there was enough evidence there for that to be a major penalty, given that there was an injury on the play. I don't have a problem with the league not suspending, but I think they did the Stars dirty with that call in the game.
Amen, Greg. That should have been a major. Got screwed here, and they do owe us one. All right, coming into Game 4 here tonight. And just you don't have to say it. I'll say it for you there. When it comes to the special teams, we knew that would be certainly what could possibly tilt the series. But I want to ask you about how do you think the Stars have fared 5-on-5? I know Pete got a little chippy prior to Game 3 when asked about that because he said, hey, we've made it here without our two top guys. I'm throwing those out. But that second period, it seemed like the Stars kind of found their game.
They did. I mean, look, he got chippy for good reason, which is that you have to throw out a lot of the numbers from the rest of the playoff run because they didn't have Heiskanen and they didn't have Robertson. But anyone who's watched this series against Edmonton knows that they've, outside of one period last game, have been, taken to the woodshed by the Oilers at 5-on-5. And that's not anything that's going to help them win this series. The good news is that they showed in that period that they have some proof of concept. When they're playing their game, when they've got their legs, when they're executing, they can absolutely control tempo and control the puck and get the majority of shots and play the kind of hockey that we've seen the Stars play in previous rounds. The problem, though, is that and Pete mentioned this today in his media availability, you can't do that while being down 2-0. Yeah. Right? That's the real problem, is that now you're playing really well, you're feeling good about yourself, but ultimately you're just trying to dig out of a hole that you've made for yourself. And that's no way to try to beat the Oilers, because then you run into the situation they ran into last game where you're working that hard to dig out of a hole, and Connor McDavid's probably going to score at some point, right? So, they got to get a lead and then establish that kind of play. And once they do that, I think they're going to be fine in this series. But they just can't, spot the Oilers 2 goals before getting to their game.
Hey, Greg, okay, as you watch, and you've seen McDavid play a ton, does anybody slow him down? I mean, is there tactics? Is there somebody that it's like, well, hey, when he plays Toronto, he seems to have problems with this, or, he plays the Florida Panthers, they can't do this. Is there, it just seems like to me, he just scares you to death with the puck on the tape, because if you're in it's like everybody's into backpedal mode with him. Is there anybody that plays him well that they can maybe draw from that?
I mean, outside of drugs in his water bottle, no.
Sure.
Like that dude is great. That dude is on another level. He's for my money, the single most talented offensive player as far as the velocity with which he plays that I've ever seen. Other guys can make magic with the puck, like Gretzky did, Mario Lemieux did. Like others can do that, but the speed at which he does it is just something we've never seen before in hockey. So you can set up your defense any way you want. He'll slice through it.
Sure.
The only way that you can try to handle it is to, maybe just try to get your body on him, try to muck it up, try to plug the middle of the ice and hope that you can maybe, slow down the chances he gets. But again, that's the issue with playing the Oilers, is that he's going to get something in these games. And so your job is to make sure that when he does, you've already established a lead, you've already cushioned the lead, and you can kind of budget for Connor McDavid doing something in one of these games where it's not going to kill you.
Yeah, it seems like at times he gets snuck onto the ice, and you're like, whoa, wait a minute, why is he out there? And it's crazy how they're able to deploy him, put him out there to make things tough on you defensively.
Sure. But I mean, also part of that too is we're talking about the way you can slice and dice your D.
Right.
When that happens, that's when you need your last line of defense to be your last line of defense. And
right.
I don't think Jake Ottinger was to blame for the loss in Game 3. I think some of those chances, McDavid's goal, the 2 that Hyman had, are really, really tough saves to make. And I think that the team in front of him let him down a little bit. But ultimately, when you are playing one of these elite, unstoppable talents like McDavid, those are the moments in which you need Jake to step up and really make the difference when McDavid slices your defense into Swiss cheese.
Greg, what have you noticed about what Edmonton's doing to Rantanen? How can the Stars get him going again?
I mean, the easiest answer is to hope that Hintz is healthy and get the Finnish Mafia cranked up again. I don't know about Mikko. Like he's not played poorly. He's just not been as emphatic a force as he was at the end of the Colorado series and at the beginning of the Winnipeg series. And it's probably an unfair expectation to place on the guy when he had I think he set an NHL record for the number of team goals on which he had a point consecutively. Like that's an insane run. Still though, like when we're at this point in the season when his reputation is as a playoff difference maker, this is the kind of game where he needs to make a difference. This is the kind of game where he needs to use his size, his ability to shield the puck, to gain zone time for the Stars. We've been just talking about McDavid. Like, how do you limit McDavid? Well, the easiest way is to make sure that when McDavid's on the ice, he's defending. And the Hintz line with Rantanen and Granlund has that ability to kind of gain zone time and keep the puck on the attack, which is not only going to help the Stars score, but also help mitigate the offense that Edmonton can create.
Greg Wyshynski, ESPN, with us here on 105.3 The Fan. I think you had the plus-minus on Wyatt Johnston. And we've talked a lot about Mikko. I mean, Wyatt was a huge reason the Stars were able to get to the conference finals a year ago. I never had any questions about him as a playoff player, But where the hell's Wyatt been?
Well, I mean, when I put that stat out there, I had a lot of Dallas fans come back and say, well, look, I mean, in fairness, he's been deployed against some really good offensive players during the playoffs. Like maybe his role has changed a little bit from where it was in previous playoffs, but that shouldn't change the fact that this guy's like, what is he, like a minus 15 or 16 at this point in the postseason, which is just insane. And he's not made a difference offensively. I'm over on the East. I'm watching Carolina. I'm watching our old friend Logan Stankoven do some really impressive things for the Hurricanes offensively in a series where there's not a lot of room. And then you go back and look at Wyatt Johnston, and it's, I kind of link those two up as being in that next generation of Dallas player back when Logan was on the team. And Wyatt just hasn't really gotten it going in the postseason, which, again, is really shocking when, like you said, you consider how good he's been for them in the playoffs during his short career. So, this is, again, all the opportunities are there here in Game 4 for Wyatt to get off the schneid, for Robertson to continue to kind of progress forward. He scores the goal. He has a bunch of shots. He looks good last game. And then, obviously, for Rantanen and Granlund and hopefully Hintz to kind of reestablish themselves in the series. This is the moment where it has to happen, where you have a chance to get a split, get home ice back, and really make this a series. But they're going to need one or two or all these guys to step up tonight.
Greg, what do you think about Mason Marchment? He's been somebody that I think he drew 2 penalties in Game 1, which was huge, but otherwise he's also been in the penalty box a bunch this postseason and has really not provided much at all offensively for Dallas. I mean, is he a guy that you'd consider scratching and putting more speed with Maverick Bourque out there, or do you just let Marchment try and work it out?
Ultimately, you'd like him out there. I mean, there are some guys on that Edmonton team that like to bang and throw the body and get physical, and Marchment ultimately is one of the guys in the lineup that can kind of like respond to that or counteract that. But like you said, man, this guy is the most boom or bust player on the team as far as, he can draw a penalty and he's very talented at that, but then kind of just does some dumb things sometimes to give it right back. And that's where the headaches come in with Mason Marchment. But, ultimately, I think he probably offers the lineup a bit more than Bourque does. I'd love to see Bourque get in there in some way, shape, or form. I think he's a really good player, but I think maybe it shouldn't be at Marchment's expense.
What do you think of the last 2 games, Greg? My final. I don't want to get you in trouble with our listeners, but I do want to ask you a leading question. Like, after the last 2 games, how much of you feels like this is probably over and Edmonton is just the better team again?
No, I don't think so. The Stars have shown so much this postseason insofar as playing through adversity. I mean, you think back to Game 1 against Colorado, how many people thought they were cooked then? All the people picking the Avalanche in that series because they didn't have Heiskanen and they didn't have Robertson, and then they go and play Winnipeg, and they lose some of those games in Winnipeg, and you're just like, can this team even pull it together? Maybe it's my blind faith in having picked them to win the Cup and having picked them to then win this series. But I just feel like there's a little bit more for Dallas to offer than they've offered so far, and there's a whole lot of supporting characters on the Stars that have really, have yet to let their presence be known in this series. Edmonton's really hitting their stride, and I think the biggest problem for Dallas right now is that outside of an anomalous 3 power play goal performance in Game 1 and maybe parts of Game 2 where they're, already down 2-0, but they're playing well, there hasn't been a moment in this series where they've injected any doubt in Edmonton. And that's really the issue. It's like you got to have these guys get in their own heads a little bit, because Edmonton's shown them in the past that they can kind of get unraveled a little bit when you do put that doubt in their minds. And Dallas has done nothing so far to get to Stuart Skinner, to have these Oilers wondering if they're going to win the series. Like, they've got to be able to start doing that, or else it is going to be a short series.
Well, I'll drink to that, Greg. Awesome stuff as always. Enjoy the game, and we'll try to catch up with you soon.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
He's the Puck Daddy, Greg Wyshynski, ESPN senior NHL writer, with you once again here on The Fan. He's been great to us all season long, and I needed that. I needed to hear that, Wolchuk. I don't think I'm as strident and as positive as you are right now.
Clear head. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we're going to even this thing up tonight, but I still needed a little bit more positivity.
Okay, the C note and that Cowboys trade rumor, Ruski, over the weekend, is there any shot that it goes anywhere? That's coming up next year on The Fan.
Let's talk collars and coats.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blades.
Saffron Square.
Not Magnolias? No. You just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Square?
Yeah, buddies, welcome back. Let's hit the C note, Cowboys news of the evening. Now, we usually do this segment every day at 3:20, but we had plans earlier, so we'll do it right here. Alejandro Osuna, by the way, Rangers outfielder, coming up in about 15, 20 minutes here on your home of the Rangers. This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. All righty. Trade rumor Ruski over the weekend. Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, said the Cowboys were among teams that were interested in trading for Jalen Ramsey. And the story arc was fun. When the report first came out, it's a lot of money. I think it's at $21 million for Ramsey. So I thought, wow, if you're really going to go after this, then maybe they're going to get the Dolphins to eat a bunch of the salary, or maybe the Cowboys are thinking like I was thinking, like, hey, we've done a lot. Why would we do all of this and then say, hey, let's leave a big gaping hole in the middle of our defensive line and try to start the season with Kaiir Elam and an injured rookie in our nickel? Like, how could you possibly do this? I thought it made lots of sense, even though it wouldn't be consistent with how the Cowboys team build. So, I mean, would you guys do it? I mean, Ramsey's not all pro anymore, but he'd probably be in a good conversation with DeRon Bland for best corner on the team, wouldn't he?
Make your team a lot better. I mean, it would be one of those where you're still probably having to kick DeRon Bland inside. I don't know how much slot Jalen Ramsey's necessarily played. I wonder if he could also freelance and give you some help at safety.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
If you needed it.
I remember when he was coming out, the discussion was whether he'd be a safety or he'd be a corner. Yeah. And one of the reasons why I think that Rod Marinelli, I'm sorry, Mrs. Marinelli, for listening today, which you tend to do. It's crazy. Sometimes I get a text from her. But they were kind of torn. Where do you play this guy? And I'm like, damn, just draft him. As much as I love Zeke, I mean, just draft him and play him.
Why would you play him at safety though?
See, this kind of, it's weird, but that era of the Rod Marinelli evaluation period where he was head of the defense, and they Byron Jones, they couldn't find spots. Like they didn't know the evaluation, and then Chris Richard was like, Jordan Lewis is too short for me. Yeah, and you're like, well, he's a really kind of a good player.
Yeah.
And he Jordan Lewis outlasted everybody that was against him. I mean, it's like he got the last laugh.
They've been missing a lot at corner.
That's that era of where it came down to evaluating players. How about Hill? Tristan Hill.
Fell in love with him.
There's just it was player after player after player. But to your point, I agree with Wolchuk. I might consider playing him at safety.
Maybe at this point in his career,
Charles Woodson type of a deal.
Absolutely.
Leroy Butler. You could go back. Ronnie Lott. You could go back and just, there's some corners that had good careers that they all of a sudden they played safety, and then they became their longevity lasted another 2-3 years.
So maybe the Dolphins are floating it. Maybe an agent's floating it to try to drum up interest. Maybe there was a preliminary call like you used to call on behalf of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, is there any sort of framework? And the Cowboys said something that was a non-continuer, but maybe there was a little smoke out there. But
sure,
obviously by this point with what Brian tweeted, I believe Sunday morning, maybe Monday morning, there's no traction to it.
Well, anytime, like I say, sometimes the Cowboys and Jerry get tagged on things that they have no control over. And then I see people like, and I saw a post you had, and I thought your angle on it was really, really, really good about, hey, this is why. This is why I would do it. This is why I would consider it. I mean, I think you walked people through why. And then you start to think, well, man, that makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Did you see the other one I had where Jalen Ramsey's been talking bad about the Cowboys for at 18 and then 22, he said, I'd never play for them because he's still jammed up that they took Zeke instead of him. He really didn't want to go to Jacksonville.
Yeah, he was totally against all that. And I, like I said, I just, like what you were walking us through it, and I'm thinking, man, I wonder if this is really, and then I'm like, well.
I bet the Cowboys offered a sixth round pick and wanted the Dolphins to take half the salary.
I think
easily.
I could not get to the point. I got to the point of, we're not going to do anything with Ramsey. I didn't get to the point of, we asked him to take half the salary, and we asked him to swap picks, and all the things like they did with Gilmore and Cooks, and that whole whoa, that's a pretty nifty.
These are the kind of deals we're looking for.
Yeah,
we want to give basically nothing and have you take some of the salary, and we're getting a player who's not even close to the market top.
There's no question
might be a Pro Bowler.
No question. He can help you right now.
Who do you guys want them to sign right now? Are we fine with Elam, Carson, Ravel?
No.
They need something, right? No. Is it the post June 1 candidates that we're looking at, or is it Gilmore?
That's to me the best guy. Ron Guidry was a good pitcher for the Yankees. I think to me that when you look at the Cowboys, I mean, Eric named off like 4 positions. 2 of them you could probably address. With if you somehow, you just got to be ready for a June 1. You got to be ready. There might be somebody all of a sudden that teams get through the OTAs, the mini camps. The last thing they do before they hit the break for a month is to make, okay, we're going to move our roster around. That's I think the Cowboys are ready for that. It just depends on who. I think they're going to chase positions, Dawson, like when we were out there, when they were chasing defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're going to chase some positions. And try and churn a position. They get out there and it doesn't look right.
Yep.
Keep churning, and maybe you kind of get a guy here or there that ends up playing for you, maybe not at a Pro Bowl level or anything like that, but plays at a high enough level that it gets you something, that gets you through a difficult time.
We had Jaden Blue talking with Bleacher Report Gridiron over the weekend. Picked Jahdae Barron for defensive player or defensive rookie of the year, and himself for offensive rookie of the year.
That's some Texas love right there. I love Jahdae Barron myself. I think Makuba at Philadelphia is going to be a really good fit for them.
Yeah, I mean, both of them I think landed in great places. from Akuba, and then in Denver with Patrick Surtain, and he can be outside, inside. I mean, but Blue, dude, I mean, he might end up being your leading rusher at the end of the season. That would not surprise me. I do think Javonte Williams is going to end up being better than we think right now. He's going to be your RB1, especially if he's back healthy. I mean, he's a guy that can run in between the tackles, bruiser. I like that compliment with Javonte Williams and Blue. I think that's going to end up being your 1-2 running back.
I wonder if that's a churning position, that all of a sudden it's like, we could do a little bit better here, and maybe they find maybe somebody play the waiver wire a little bit.
I want to give Javonte Williams a shot here, and he said it's
Maffa.
He finally feels it. Yeah. I mean, maybe it's Maffa. I'm open-minded to any of these guys.
I'd love for them to prove me wrong about Maffa. I'd love that, because I was thinking about some other guys, Allen from Syracuse, different players, and Krosky Merritt from Arizona, New Mexico. I was thinking about him. I just hope that maybe Maffa is this guy. Maybe he comes in with, if you look at Blue, Maffa, and then Hunter Lipke as the kind of the third guy, that maybe you could have something there.
Well, hopefully, they got options, and if not, it's not the most difficult position to improve on. Now, let me ask you this, Brian.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering, with this Javonte Williams offseason edition, what would be the more likely Sean Payton involvement? I call up Jerry Jones to say, hey, I got to let this guy go because we're going young, can't afford him with the cap and all that, but you guys should get him.
Yeah.
Or I'm Sean Payton, I understand offense, and I know Javonte Williams can't play, so we're letting him go. Which one is more likely?
I think it's the latter of the two.
I was wondering that over the weekend.
I think there's no question, though, that there was probably a call placed from here to Denver, Colorado to ask. And Sean, I'm sure, was very honest, and he's like, but what did Sean do? He addressed his situation. So
we got RJ Harvey.
This draft was littered with young studs.
Yeah.
It was a good time to move on.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys didn't have a great opportunity until the 5th round.
Sean was going to tell them, hey, the guy is smart. He'll pass block. He'll catch the ball well. We just couldn't get anything in the running game going with him. That's probably what Sean will say.
So we'll check a Giants blog, or is this an actual website, put Jackson Dart ahead of Dak Prescott in their quarterback rankings?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal. That's trespass revocation.
Yeah, they tried to argue it with when you look at just how much Dak's making versus possibly if Dart hits, then you've hit the rookie quarterback contract. You got to put their situation ahead of the Cowboys situation. That was the reasoning.
And butts were candies and nuts.
I guess if you're being super hopeful and you're going full big picture, but not right now, not today. That's a ball sack report.
Yeah, their power rankings in the NFC East were Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts, Jackson Dart, or veteran, whoever starts, and then Dak.
All right, we got some Texas Rangers news. There's your C-Note Cowboys news of the evening every day at 3:20. Feels good at 4:20, though. I got to be honest with you. Maybe we'll see if we have enough for 2 different segments. But Corey Seager playing tomorrow is the report. We're confident Corey Seager playing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Could use it. Okay, Rangers, Blue Jays coming up. Pregame at 6:30, first pitch 7 o'clock. And Alejandro Osuna, the rookie, made his debut 2 days ago, and he joins us next here on 105.3 The Fan.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Welcome back, Nation. It is time now for the Rangers Player Show here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And it's brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Ranger outfielder just made his big league debut. He's 2 for 6 in 2 games played so far. Younger brother of former All-Star pitcher Roberto Osuna and the nephew of Antonio Osuna. Alejandro Osuna joins us now here.
Hold on. Wait for that hotline to bling for a second here.
Hotline's
Wait for
ring.
that hotline to bling.
And we're going to be talking with the Rangers player who the team's looking at for a spark. This team needs a spark, and I guess Corey Seager expected to play tomorrow. But really, after all the Brett Boone shakeup, and then this guy down, this guy up, Berger's back, we got 2 good weeks of offensive production. They averaged about 5 runs per game there in that 2 weeks, and now they've cooled right back off. So as soon as just the latest move, but I would imagine, if we go for this month without it, we're going to get just another round of moves and another round of moves, and hopefully we never have to break this thing up, Brian. I want to avoid that at all costs.
I think the one thing that CY is going to do is he's not going to sit back and just say, okay, things are going to be okay. He initially, when we started talking to him the first couple of weeks of the season, it was like, hey, I have a lot of faith. Let's see what happens. Got a lot of faith in these guys. Room wants to do this, that, and the other. But now it's to the point where I'm sure that Bruce Bochy, I'm sure that a lot of these guys they don't have a great answer right now. And so to sit there and just hope for the best, that's, Eric said it, that's not a plan. But to try and shake things up, move guys up and down the lineup, add a guy or two here and there, you got to try something, because this pitching is just so good, and the starting pitching has been just so good. And you can't just waste opportunities like this. I don't know if the Rangers, I've been watching the Rangers a long time. Zach, have they ever had a staff this good?
Best starting pitching they've ever had. They've got the best ERA in the American League.
Yeah.
And they're sitting 4.5 games back at first place, and they're 3 games under 500.
Yeah.
You're not good enough.
It's crazy.
Your lineup's not good enough. It's not going to magically wave a wand and all of a sudden this is going to happen. You're a third away in now. And we had this conversation.
So we're beyond the sample size, the small sample size.
Yeah, I'm past it. That White Sox series was it. That was enough that I needed to see. It's just not happening with this collective.
We all said the same thing in late 2023, Wilchuk.
Yeah, but that was after they started 40-20 and had the best offense in the American League. Ever since then, it hasn't happened.
I mean, they played 110 games horribly.
So, I mean, I hope is not a strategy. I can't continue to just be like, man, Jonah's going to get clicking here.
No, you're not wrong about that.
But understanding sample size is a strategy, isn't it? I don't know why we don't think that like Young, Smith, Langford, Berger, Seager. I mean, that's 5 guys. Yeah. Sure, and Garcia, Heim. You don't have to be grade 7, 8, 9 to have a pretty good offense, but. Out of those guys, Chuck, are you thinking all of these careers are over? And you just have like one good prospect for the future in Langford and one good player in Seager?
Well, it's not even necessarily a career. It's just like Jonah, I think we know what he is. He's an average offensive player. He's a really, really good defensive catcher. But you missed that pop that he was giving you in 2023, which is why they were awesome. He hasn't been that guy for you ever since. Marcus, I don't know. I don't think he's ever getting back to where he was.
You think the wear and tear
that's
got
the only
him?
one I'm done with.
You think the wear and tear?
And then Garcia, yes, I would move on. They should have moved on from Adolis Garcia after the World Series. You couldn't do it, though.
Oh, man,
because of what he did.
We'd have crushed them,
You couldn't
right?
have done it, because of the connection that you have with the player.
Yeah.
Because if he was the ALCS MVP, but a New England Patriot-like organization would have done just that. That was the highest he was ever going to be. You live with the streakiness. He's been awesome defensively. I get it 100%. But you haven't even seen that Adolis Garcia so far this year where he can be the offensive catalyst for a lineup. We've been searching for that guy ever since the World Series run. It hasn't come back. They've got to make some drastic changes here.
214 says put them all in the trading block.
Ooh.
The other 214 says Leody Taveras' fault. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't good. And, Pilar hasn't been good either. Evan Carter isn't good either. Maybe Asuna can be your left fielder. Maybe you got to look at right field seriously and second base. But I think if you go out and get a right fielder and a second baseman. Now, the story in the morning news today, Rangers can't move pitching for hitting. I would disagree. I think you got to be flexible and think we have youngsters. We need offense so bad that we can't look at any part of our roster and think we can't move on from this. You absolutely can. As long as you still have deGrom, Eovaldi, and Malley, your rotation's going to be fine. I got 4 dudes I'm looking at. Who wants Rocker? Who wants Leiter? Who wants Gray? Who wants Bradford? What kind of sticks am I getting?
Well, then what happens if they've got to miss starts because their arms get fatigued, which happens every year, as we've talked about with Eovaldi, or now you're like on a short leash because they're coming up on their innings count at the end of the season.
I got Patrick Corbin in a bullpen game.
And if you need a guy that can be a spot starter for you.
Yeah, I get it. I get it, right? We're finally dealing with a luxury here of having extra pitchers. But the hitting is so bad
that it's proven not to even really matter.
So you're out of balance.
Is it going to make the difference, the one bat that they're able to get, whoever it is?
I think they need 2.
Right.
I think they need 2.
Is there any chance that you do get Gray back and then Bradford before the trade deadline?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think we're in the next month or 6 weeks.
Yeah, I think sometime in June. It sounded like the last time we talked to CY, he was saying 3 or 4 weeks, so it'll be sometime next month.
Okay, so we are at least trying to hold the line. I mean, Wolchuk makes some great points, right? And maybe I'm being a little bit stubborn here, trying to believe, but I also feel like at the end of 2023, that what they did, maybe buys them just a little bit more patience. Can we get 2 more months out of them? 2 more months, hold the 4 close to 500, see what CY does. Let's talk about Game 4 of the Stanley Cup Western Conference Finals tonight with the Stars visiting Edmonton. And we just talked with Greg Wyshynski back there at the top of the hour at 4 o'clock. What's that do for your confidence? Greg strongly believes the Stars just haven't played well, and they're about to start, at any time. Is that how you feel about what you've seen so far, Chief?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this team is just a team that's going to get run for the rest of the series. This team's too good for that. So I do expect them to play much better. And I think that second period the other day is something that is encouraging, like they can sort of flip that switch a little bit. I mean, I thought it was like Greg saying like Ottery didn't feel like was that bad. Like, okay, great. His save percentage is pretty awful. And I know that's not the end all be all, but it is still, it's pretty bad. So I'm expecting the Stars to come out with a vengeance tonight, and it still might not be enough, but I expect this game to be much more in the balance, and hopefully they can go ahead and get this thing done. As soon as you want to count them out, boom, they're back and they're showing up. But also history says this is the time where they usually start to just peter out. Like they can't get over this hump, and it's always the offense.
Yeah. Well, it's, what we thought going in, we said, okay, they've got McDavid and Draisaitl, and we've got Ranton, and, we've got this, and this is going to cancel out. We got the better goalie and all that. And your best player needs to play like you're the best player. Like, he doesn't need to go stumbling around on the ice and have errant passes, and no, he needs to be that guy that when the puck's on the tape, it's at the net, and he's creating opportunities. I mean, we've seen the fear that those Edmonton when McDavid is skating, we see fear on the Dallas side.
Randon's not really that kind of player.
But what about the goals like against Colorado where he gets the puck at center ice and skates through the middle, and the next thing you know, it's in the back. He's capable of being that guy.
Yeah, he is.
He's capable of leading a rush into the offensive zone and finishing. And we see that with Edmonton with their great players. The fear that Dallas has when McDavid and Draisaitl and those guys have the puck. Dallas needs to create that for Edmonton. I don't think we're seeing that nearly enough. That keeping the puck in the offensive end, but how about a little fear? Like oh my gosh, their best player has woken up. We awoke the sleeping giant. Yeah. Here we are.
And a lot of that happening in power play situations.
Yeah.
And maybe some of the whistles, some of the Oiler discipline is taking that away. But I do feel like if you're an official watching how this series is played out, you would objectively watch how this has gone and say, man, the Stars have kind of gotten screwed here by these calls.
Definitely.
How they got down 2-0 in Game 3. And I don't know how that can't weigh on your subconscious a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know how you could just blatantly slash a guy in the top of his skate and you think, and let's be honest, if you're an Edmonton Oilers fan, you're like, oh, well, Rope, he faked it all. No, he didn't fake that. I mean, that's a legitimate injury. But
it's easy as a soccer fan to tell when they're flopping because there's a delay.
But the trade
he got
out,
hit and went straight down in excruciating.
The trade out here,
off the ice.
if you're an Edmonton fan, you're thinking, well, that's probably the best 2 minutes we could have got. If you're going to take a two-hand slash to
and then you get a
guy's
whole game,
boot,
the Stars don't have their best center.
Exactly.
Yeah,
if you're an Edmonton Oiler fan, you're like going, God, what a great 2-minute penalty that was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was awful.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
The officiating's been absolutely terrible. I'm with you on that. But the Stars, they
haven't played great
either. They can't help Edmonton, and they've done that with a lot of their turnovers. I'm absolutely with you on Mikko Rantanen. He's got to step up and play better. Game 4's been kind to the Stars in the history of their franchise. Nice. They're 39-27 all time in Game 4s. And I'll say this series flipped in this game a year ago. Dallas was up 2-1. They were up 2-0 in Game 4. All of a sudden, they take a penalty. Edmonton gets on the power play. They score. Edmonton goes on to win the next 3 games. Yeah. This series is far from over. The Stars need to put their best foot forward tonight. It starts with better defense. You can't be allowing 3-on-1 odd man rushes with 2 of the best, most skilled scorers in all of hockey against Otter. That's in a no man's land, no winner position. Otter can't do anything about that. Yeah. So they need to play better in front of him. Stop turning the damn puck over in your own zone. And you know what? Take it to them. Control the puck. Right? Try and keep it in the zone. If that means, you're a little over-aggressive, I'm with you on this in terms of like, hey, your defenseman, don't get out of position, but you can pinch a little bit to try and keep it in. Have them be a little bit tired. Work your possession a little bit. Get Robo in front of the net. He did a much better job of that. Yeah. Had 5 shots in Game 3. Maybe he's able to bounce one and get a dirty goal or 2. Stars haven't had any of that puck luck yet.
Good stuff, Wolchuk. Chief, where are we going next?
Let's hit you with a sports hodgepodge. Reports are indicating the most craziest offseason in NBA history, plus the best sports idea of the weekend next in the nation.
I'll tell you what,
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has those?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady? Laser waves.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens? No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
A&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 4, G-Bag Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day. We're 90 minutes from the Rangers pregame. Alejandro Osuna going to be hitting 5th tonight. Woohoo! Yes, sir. Big boy seat. All right. It's time now for a rim sesh. Let's talk some hoop. Here's the Chief. Or Sports Hodgepodge. My bad.
Yeah, let's hodge. You got plenty of NBA stuff to address, though. 877-881-1053. Looking forward to hearing Mr. Osuna during the Rangers pregame show today. That's going to be fantastic.
It's going to be great with Jared Sandler.
Now, we have a couple of things to address from an NBA standpoint. You have Shams Charania on Pat McAfee's show today saying, quote, this could be the most craziest offseason ever. And I don't know.
We're trading the number 1 pick, aren't we?
No, I don't.
He set me up for we're trading the number 1
God,
pick.
I know. It's one of those things where you can't fully believe that flag is a Mav until it actually
1:28 in the morning,
happens.
we're going to get that text.
Even when they draft him for like 10 minutes, you have to wait for the inevitable, but he's taking pictures in a Mavs hat, but he's not actually a Mav because they've traded the rights to the player.
I'm almost done with McMahon's book, about Luka, and it's so
Am
funny.
I next in line on the book toss?
Sure, absolutely.
Hit me with it, dude.
And so it's funny, like it's had pictures in it, and one of the pictures is Luka with the Atlanta Hawks hat on, shaking Silver's hand. Yeah, so
hilarious picture.
Yeah,
Chief, when you were out last week, what was that, Tuesday? Right,
that was Wednesday. It was a birthday / pre-K graduation. Just a huge day.
Cap and gowns,
bro. They did the whole deal. What do you want to be when you grow up? The whole 9. One kid wants to be in Minecraft. I'm excited for him.
That would be a heck of a career.
Maybe he gets to be in the movie, or she.
I was messing around with this idea based on what Jason Kidd said about Nico. He understands the business of basketball and the vision of what it takes to win a championship. I think Luka might have just been the start of teams turning down the 3rd contract Supermax extension and instead deciding to trade him. I think the Thunder might be getting ready to do something similar with Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren in the not-too-distant future, because the luxury tax threshold is so punitive that there's a trilemma involved. Can we make money and build a supporting cast while paying a Supermax deal? And I don't think it's doable unless you have so many draft picks that you can draft your entire supporting cast. I think the degree of difficulty is difficult. So when you say Shams is saying it might be the craziest NBA offseason we've ever seen, it makes me think I'll put another marble in the vase of probabilities for this theory that I'm dorking around with. Team building has changed. I think super team era is gone. Is super max tier player going to fail to launch? Because now as an owner, you have to decide, if we're going to build like this, we are going to lose money.
We're going to lose money.
We can win, and maybe that's why Mark Cuban sold the team.
Yeah.
I can't team build and make money anymore. If I pay my Supermax player, I got to put Dookie around him. The fans are going to hate me.
Yeah.
I got to sell this team, give it to Vegas.
I think
they're robbing people blind. They can afford this.
I think you're absolutely right about Mark Cuban. I don't think necessarily I think when you talk about the NBA owners, he's on the low end of the billionaire owners and that thing. And you wonder if they want to pay these contracts $70 million a year. Yeah, I don't know about that.
No. I mean, the CBA is just too strenuous now for these teams to be able to pay a bunch of players, keep a championship team together. So you're going to see Boston. That was one of the teams that Shams mentioned today. That's a team that basically, other than Jason Tatum, anyone could be moved for the right price. Even Jaylen Brown is basically what that ends up being. He's like, Jason Tatum is the face of the franchise. But outside of that, Boston, you're going to see a lot of shakeup there.
Because 60
new
is too much.
there too.
And 60 is too much for a two-way player. This is untenable for winning. We can't keep this thing together. Guy's one of the best defensive players in the league.
Yeah.
Right? So you're looking at this from Nico's perspective, I'm going to 70 for a guy that plays no defense and doesn't stay in shape, doesn't have the cardio. Not forgiving Nico in any way for that trade. It was a horrible trade. But the premise early on, if you go back through the perspective of Jason Kidd saying he understands the business and the vision of what it takes to make a contender, Nico's on the front end of this. That's why Jason's okay with it.
Yeah.
It actually kind of makes sense. You can't give your dude this much money. I'm going to lose PJ and Najee Marshall. We can't contend like that. I'm going to have to lose Gafford too. So I think the model is like, how many good players can we get around $10 to $15 million a year? And, the teams doing it right now all have superstars that are making way less than like top 15 cash, which gave them the flexibility under the luxury tax threshold to build a real supporting cast. Now, Rick Carlisle is showing, just give me one top 25 player, 20 points per game, 10 assists, Halliburton, and then give me 8 skilled dogs. And we might go win a championship.
Yeah, that's the landscape
He's done it before.
now. Yeah. By the way, Luka, did you see the photos of him looking slim?
Looked good in that white tee.
It's the it's the summer tradition of Luka crash coursing a diet that will last for I don't know how long, how many weeks.
Looks lean though. I don't know he's been this skinny since like second year maybe.
Yeah, McMahon wrote about there's a sausage dish that he likes from his country.
Is it a pork sausage?
It's like food? Yeah, it's like broad attack.
Oh man, and that's being washed down with some cold beer.
A lot of beer. Yeah, that's what McMahon's describing.
The dynamic duo of brats and beer, the demise of Luka Doncic. Yeah, I mean, like Sean mentioned this morning, if you can't get it together this offseason and sustain it, when is it going to happen? Because it's super, super loud now. You're in a new organization. The entire trade is based off the fact that you're always out of shape. If you're not going to get in shape now, you have LeBron as your running mate, then it's probably not going to happen.
Yeah, you just got called out. But I think you nailed it, that this is a crash diet. And the problem with like lifestyle decisions is it becomes so part of who you are. And like the late night eating, and a lot of us deal with this, the inability to exercise. It's like it's in your DNA. How motivated are you? How much of a grinder are you? And the idea that it's going to change significantly for a sustained period of time is fool's gold. Like, he might show up for training camp in shape. By the time we're at the All-Star break, like, he somehow plays 3 to 4 basketball games a week and gets in worse shape.
Mm-hmm. I know. That's the craziest thing to me. I don't understand how that's possible. Shams noting that Giannis, still in the process of figuring things out, has not had the meeting with the Bucks brass yet that Chris Haynes was talking about last week, so we await that. Mark Stein was saying that the Bucks are clinging on to hope that Doc Rivers can be the guy that keeps Giannis in Milwaukee. Can you imagine? They say the relationship is so good that maybe, just maybe, the presence of Doc Rivers will keep Giannis in Milwaukee. Good luck with that. The Spurs fully expect Wemby to be ready to go for the start of training camp. Mutual interest between the Spurs and Kevin Durant. At the trade deadline, there was interest there. Didn't obviously come through, but the idea of Kevin Durant to San Antonio absolutely is real. He's one of those surefire big names that's going to be on the move. Is it Houston? Is it San Antonio? But those are a couple of the nuggets there from Shams as he's alleging, quote, the most craziest NBA offseason ever.
Let's do this. I'm here for it.
Now, KD to the Spurs would be interesting. I mean, they have such a leap to make. Does KD bridge that gap? I imagine they're going to give up their 2 promising wing players, to get them. So I don't know.
Excites me. I love it. Let him go there.
Yeah, and I think the great thing that the NBA has done here is there's a lot of teams that feel like we can go win the championship next year now.
Yeah. Plenty of teams that feel like, hey, let's go be aggressive here because we could just be one player away. Absolutely. Maybe the skinniest duo of all time, Wemby and Durant.
Very much so.
Definitely the skinniest superstar duo.
Okay, now
Twin Towers.
When it comes to the USA flag football stuff, you have the quarterback of the USA national flag football team saying that the flag football players deserve their opportunity to play for Team USA. Says, we've been working our whole lives. We're the professionals when it comes to this. And
Choppy said those guys, the flag football guys, would crush an NFL team in just flag football.
Yeah, it's hard for me to just fully jump on board with that.
That was his statement.
They might if like the NFL guys just showed up. They've had no time practicing with one another or anything to kind of just get used to the game, because it is different, obviously. But I think if you were to give an NFL team a month to prepare, they'd end up being better than this squad.
Likely. I think there's a way the game flows. There's like reads.
Yeah.
And there's instincts. I don't know if 1 month is long enough. I think maybe if you played a bunch of games in that month, can we go through a season, play multiple
that's
tournaments?
The whole thing. Yeah, we're scrimmaging against other opponents. We're figuring this out. Because, there is differences.
But you take the violence out of it, right? And the violence is such a big key because where's your heart? Where's your instincts? and when you present the threat of violence and then you take that away, like a lot of the NFL guys are the ones that can make those reactions with the fear of violence happening. You take away the fear of violence, now a bunch of guys who might not have that dog trait are available. And it's crazy, like the running, the dipping, like it's just different motions than getting low to absorb a blow.
Man, I'll tell you what, though, you're going to have some motivated dudes because this is their chance for a medal.
Yeah, you're playing for the country. You don't have motivation.
I mean, again,
you shouldn't be playing.
I'm reading about Lucas in the book, and he's saying the same thing about playing for country.
All right, it's time now for the Rangers Player Show here on your home of the Rangers, 105 through the Fan. Pregame coming up at 6:30, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Yeah, Rangers rookie outfielder Alejandro Osuna made his big league debut 2 days ago. He's 2 for 6, had a heck of a catch in left field, and he's hitting fifth tonight. And a good afternoon, Alejandro. How you doing?
How you doing, guys?
Man, doing awesome. Congrats on making it to the big leagues. You having fun?
Yes, sir. Everything doing so fun.
Right on.
So far.
Well, it's a lot of fun watching you, Alejandro. We saw you play it in spring training in Surprise, and I instantly just loved watching you play. Where do you get your enthusiasm and your style of play out there?
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. I mean, my older brother playing here in the big leagues. My dad played for 20 years in Mexico, so I don't know. I got on my veins, so I play with a lot of passion. The baseball, that's everything I got. I started playing when I was 3 years old. So come here and playing a big league is a dream for me. So I play with a lot of energy.
Yeah, you do. And that's obvious. Now, the Rangers are looking for a spark, Alejandro. I'm sure you know it. Now, you do play with that energy. Do you think you're ready to give the Rangers a spark already?
Yes. That's what I try to do. I'm just trying to help the team to win. So I'm just trying to do my best to try to help the team.
What was it like getting your first big league hit? How did it feel?
I feel very happy, most because my family was watching me, my girlfriend, my cousin. So that was really fun. That's dreams come true. So I don't know how the specific words to how express how I feel.
Yeah, Alejandro, it was so neat to see your family up in the stands and how excited they were for you. I mean, I'm sure like after the game, hugs all around. Everybody was, I know the game didn't end up like you wanted to, but they just had to be so proud of you for getting this opportunity.
Yes, they are so proud of me. That was something when we was younger. We was thinking I tried to play with my older brother and my twin brother. So yesterday they was over there watching me. So that was really funny. After the game, everybody was crying with me.
I love it. Alejandro Osuna here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Your first big league appearance at bat, you had a 7-pitch walk. How do you approach at bats? What's your mindset, trying to face the big league pitcher now?
To be honest, my first pitch, I was really nervous. When that was a ball, I was like, oh, yeah. I can see what I did. And after, I just try to don't try to do much. Actually, try to do much. And for I get a walk, I was try to focus, just try to put them all in play. And I get a walk. So after my confidence was really good.
So you're in left field today, but we heard you're quite the badass center fielder as well. What is your favorite position defensively?
I like center field because I like run too much. So in the center field, I got a lot of space to run. Actually, I like every position.
Hey, Alejandro, I noticed yesterday coming off the field, you made the final defensive play there, but your uniform was completely dirty. I mean, it was when you handed that thing in. I just love, like I say, Gavin was talking about watching you play and how hard you play. That dirty uniform means a lot to a ball player, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's not something new for me.
Yeah.
I always slide for everything when I'm on the base or for a diving catch. I like play like that. So you see my uniform, there, that's like I don't play.
How fast are you, Alejandro?
To be honest, I don't know, because sometimes I can run so fast and I was like, oh my God, how do I do that? And sometimes when I try to run hard, I lose very slow. It's the adrenaline and everything when I'm running depends the play. I'm just running.
Did you pick the jersey number 19 or did they just assign it to you?
No, I started the 19.
Okay, has that always been your number?
My number is the 18. That's the number my dad used in Mexico. But when they give me the 19, that was the number I used in a fall league last year. So I feel good with the 19. Very close to the 18, so.
That's great,
like
dude.
it.
Are you pretty superstitious when it comes to like your habits and your routines?
Yes, to be honest, 100%. I'm just, don't try to crazy things, but always pray before a game. That's something help me and give me some peace, to be honest. Like, I feel, when I pray, I feel like more close to God. And I just try to get a little bit more peace I can.
I love that, dude. How much different is the quality of life just being in the bigs and compared to like minor league, what you're eating and just where you're finding yourself, the different resources that you have?
Yeah, it really is very different. Everything is like minor league. The food is really good. The gym is really big. We got a lot of things to drink, water, sparkling water, a lot of Gatorade. So I feel like a little kid right here. I eat everything, to be honest.
Okay, what's been the best thing you've eaten so far? What's your pregame meal?
Excuse me?
Well, what's the pregame meal like? What's your favorite food that you've had so far?
To be honest, I don't have it. The food they put in, I'm just take it. But like I'll tell you, I am the only kid eating some candies right here.
Alejandro Osuna, I tell you what, it's a lot of fun to watch you play. It's just as much fun to talk baseball with you. Thank you so much, and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Yes, thank you, guys. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you, sir. There he is. Alejandro Osuna, brought to you by Globe Life. For over 125 years, Globe Life has helped protect families when they need it most. Globe Life, make tomorrow better. Favorite Ranger, huh?
Man, he's fun.
Yeah, I
Good
think
job.
so.
He's fun.
It's not time to get
He did the God bit?
Oh, he did. Yeah, he did it all. He hit all the right notes.
So when I try to run, I run slow.
Can you see him
awesome,
standing
man.
there like in front of like the candy rack and just trying to
figure out
just
which
trying
one
to
he
figure
wants.
out which one he's kind of looking
putting jelly
around and
beans in
puts
his
them in his pocket. Yeah.
You know what I was thinking during that interview? This is Danny Rojas from Ted Lasso.
Exactly.
And
exactly.
somebody texted the same thing saying baseball is life.
Yeah. I was thinking the same thing. That's a good get.
That is freaking amazing. Well, congrats to the Rangers for having this guy break out. I think he signed in 2020 at 16 years old.
Crazy.
And he's not an old man yet. 21, 22 years old. And he's what the Rangers need. 2 for 6 so far. And it's time to hit the expressway and look at what the Stars have to do tonight to pull even in this series and more. And we're back here in the nation.
All right, let's talk Collars & Co. Mark Cuban, Peter Jones, they just invested $1 million in this company on Shark Tank. It is indeed Collars & Co.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean that this is your hair. But that's how your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Free Club?
No. I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Willard's got you covered with a $50 drain clearing attempt with free camera inspection. Phone the gnome now at 972-968-8888. Willard Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Yeah, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Salute to Alejandro Osuna. He joined us starting about 13 minutes ago. It was fantastic getting to know the Rangers rookie outfielder. It's time now to hit the Expressway. G-Bag of the Day coming up in 5 minutes. LA Live coming up at 5:40. This segment is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And Jared Sandler's Rangers preview is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. He'll have the pregame coming up at 6:30. Naismith available for Game 4 for the Pacers as they're looking to go up 3-1. Kirk Cousins not at OTAs for the Falcons. Wonder where he's going. Certainly quarterback needy teams, he would be an improvement. Might be quite a saga on this one, though.
If Rodgers doesn't sign, then maybe he ends up in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it's tough to find a spot for him right now.
It's weird, the Rodgers stuff of the weekend. I guess it's not that interesting anymore, but he's just like, yeah, I've been thinking about it. I had a lot of personal stuff going on, and, come on, dude. It's just weird. This part of the Favre arc is just fascinating. Yeah. Connor Brown's still out. He got jacked up in Game 3, so he is out for the Oilers. Had 30 points in the regular season. Has been good in the postseason. One of their better defenders. Rope Hintz, game-time decision still. Ekholm will not return for the Oilers in Game 4. So those are some of the headlines as you look forward to an evening of sport. And Chief has more here on this flag football story and some Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. Well, I was going to get to this right before Osuna popped on with us, but Trevor Sikkema of Pro Football Focus said the solution would be very simple because the national flag football team guys want to have a chance to play in the Olympics. And so he's suggesting that you go national flag football team versus the NFL flag football team in the Coliseum on July 4th of 2027. Air that bad boy on ESPN.
Let's do it.
Winner goes to the Olympics.
Yeah, I mean, that's not how I would
So
build
it's like
my
a
team.
play-in game, huh?
Yeah, playing game on the 4th of July. Let's make this happen.
Dude, that would draw some serious numbers. That would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, and they messed around with this like 5 or 6 years ago. Remember when Jeff was still on the show and his buddy?
They had a lot of flag
network.
Yeah,
they would be playing. They
played for like $1 million, didn't they?
Yeah, and so I mean, I think there have been quite a few games of the flag guys against the NFL guys, and the NFL guys usually do get worked. Like, this is a real thing. It is hard to believe, but it's a real thing. Now, that's not how I would build a team. I want to build a team with the best players. We're not going to take our 10 best flag football teams and see who wins out of that. We're going to have a real tryout and, hopefully get a pretty big sample size from which to evaluate, because I want to make sure that these, NFL guys can't, with a little bit of training, prove that they are significantly better. Like, how could you really have a better quarterback than what Kyler Murray or Lamar Jackson could do? I don't think so.
Or Tom Brady after the report from last weekend.
Especially because some of these guys, it's crazy how their technique is just horrible.
Of the actual NFL players?
No, the flag guys.
Oh, the flag. Yeah.
Like I haven't
watched enough of it. Flag football is weird.
I haven't seen a quarterback in flag football with good mechanics, but they're lacing them in there.
Yeah.
They're making plays. So maybe like that's just an example of how different flag is from tackle. In tackle, you got to be there and you got to be tight, right? You got to have a quick release. In flag, you're kind of running around and you might throw a grenade style throw to these dudes by what it looks like.
Who's your one player right now? Do you get one player to say this guy that's in the NFL will be the man in some flag football? I'm going to go all in. I know we haven't seen him play a second yet. Two-way Travis Hunter.
Oh, yeah.
Travis Hunter's just an absolute stud. So that's a great bet. I do think
Kamonte Turpin.
Yeah, I was kind of
You're
thinking
going with Turpin.
It's kind of strange. I was thinking of somebody small, elusive. Maybe
like
Bijan Robinson.
Bijan could be really good.
Yeah, especially with the way he catches the ball out of the backfield and like
movement
runs
and the way that
routes.
make you avoid.
Jahmyr Gibbs could be pretty nasty.
I mean, you got guys that are playing college football right now that will end up being.
Are there specialized runners? I think you got to be a receiver.
I just think you have to have really loose hips to be able to play because you're trying to avoid. You're trying to run, but you're trying to avoid the grab of.
We need one of those wiggly guys, right, Dawson?
Yeah, wiggly guys.
Tutu Atwell.
Okay, by the way, the get-in price for the Chicago Sky and the Indiana Fever game, it's coming up on June 7th. They moved this game
This is round 2 of this matchup, right?
Yeah, this will be the second installment.
But our gal's hurt, right?
But yes, now that Caitlin Clark's hurt, it's like the ticket prices have gone from like $86 as the cheapest ticket now to $25.
Yeah.
So the financial impact of no Caitlin Clark is real. They moved this to the United Center there in Chicago.
Yeah.
It was just like when Clark comes to town later on in June. It's supposed to be
about 3
at the
games
AAC
here, right?
versus Beckers. So yeah, we'll see how long she ends up being out here, but the financial impact is real.
Yeah, significant. Thank you, Chief. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Big check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
Working them phones today, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And stockbroker like.
All right, here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan about 5:30-ish. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all. If you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, this is day 2 right here for this young man. Out there in Dayton. Man got so darn drunk, he lost his hearing.
Can you please tell me why you stopping me?
Yeah, I'm about to.
Huh?
I'm about to.
What?
I'm about to tell you.
Stop sign?
No, I said I'm.
What stop sign, man?
I said I'm about to tell you.
Huh? You say stop sign?
No one said stop sign but you.
Why you stopping me?
You made an improper right hand turn. When you turn onto a new road, you got to turn that closest lane. So.
Let me get my ID out for you, partner.
I appreciate you, man.
Okay.
What are you doing, bro?
Sir.
What?
Why did you stop me in the beginning? What's the proper call?
You made an improper right hand turn.
What is the proper call?
You had to turn into the closest lane provided.
I want you to say that right here.
I did multiple times.
What? Improper right hand turn?
Yes, that's why you're being stopped.
Are you for real?
No.
Like,
and then you also have a beer.
I was at a house and y'all got a warrant to arrest me.
I did?
About an improper turn.
No.
Are you kidding me?
No one got a warrant to arrest you. You just traffic.
Piss me off, man.
How much you have to drink tonight?
Sir?
How much did you drink tonight?
Who?
How much did you drink tonight?
I don't really drink.
That was the beer you were just trying to grab out of my hand.
I ain't finna lie to you, I don't drink.
What? You don't drunk?
I swear to God, I don't drink.
I swear to God to you.
I don't even want to lie to you. I don't drink.
I don't want to lie to you.
I don't know how this beer got in my car, sir. All right, up next. What's this? Abbotsford Canucks? Wolchuk, is this Abbotsford?
Abbotsford sounds good to me. I had never heard of this city.
Okay. Abbotsford Canucks, that's what I'm going to go with. The play-by-play guy got into a little altercation with a fan. Fan apparently got into that broadcasting booth at the game. Yeah, chairs and everything were thrown.
Get some dang security in there for these guys.
Ridiculous.
Got some Yahoo your chap chirping at me from behind. Get out of here. What was he doing? Security. Try that again. I'm fired up. He threw my chair at me. Hit me right in the back of the leg. Like, what was he doing here? Unreal. Have another beer.
Don't mind if I do, Hoser.
Well, the AHL playoffs, you know.
Don't mind if I do.
Man, who throws a chair, really?
I hope he said he was sorry. Man, hadn't this happened before? I was trying to think of the player. This happened in the pros. He went up to talk to the play-by-play guy. After the game, maybe? I'll find it. Oh, I think Josh Hart had one of those with Reggie Miller last year, where he was like cussing into Reggie's mic, like calling him out.
That's right. When they played in the second round?
Yeah.
Yeah, that would, man, probably did. That's amazing.
Dawson, you're right, man. Who was? I was just trying to do it off the top of my head. Somebody after the game went up and confronted about, you're always negative, that kind of thing.
Mike Napoli sort of in 2017. Then with the Rangers famously walked in the booth during a game to joke with the announcers. Not hostile, but notable.
Not hostile, but notable.
You got Billy Martin versus Howard Cosell.
Okay.
In the 70s and 80s, a few legendary spats, but no physical walking into the booth.
He didn't scare Howard Cosell at all.
No, not at all.
No fear at all.
Not at all.
I hang with Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
You can't scare me, sir.
No, that's just what his game, dude. He was ready for that. Deion Sanders throwing water at Tim McCarver in the 92 World Series.
This is my house.
Did he dump a bucket on him? He dumped an ice bucket, a Gatorade bucket on him.
My house, bro. I love that clip. I love it. Let's go to Jackson State women's softball. This clip has been sitting in this folder for a while because we did not get to do G back in the day a few weeks ago. So I got a backlog of stuff, which is cool. Still new audio to you. Yeah, they're the champions of the SWAC, Jackson State women's softball. Head coach Kevin Montgomery is a big fan of that too.
Jackson State, they trail 1-0, and they win it 3-1. Second straight SWAC tournament championship. Coach Kevin Montgomery, congratulations.
So I appreciate it.
Man, I mean,
I don't know what you want me to say, how you want me to say it, but this is my goddamn field.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
SWAC, it belongs to me.
Here we go.
You know it.
You didn't expect that one. It belongs to me.
Cussing all on the TV.
They don't care.
Yeah. All right, Coach.
Yeah. Thanks, Coach.
We do get some great audio coming out of the SWAC.
Yeah, we do. Great announcer.
All right, one more time.
I don't know what you want me to say, how you want me to say it, but this is my goddamn field.
What a wild guy.
Prefer it without the GD next time, Coach.
Yeah. How about that?
All right, Coach. Thanks.
Just go F there.
That's a class. Yeah.
This is our effing CD.
Yeah.
Everyone loved that.
Yeah.
More poppy, less Broadus.
Let's see here. This isn't one, but I just thought it was funny, though. This man was riding his bike and he crashed his motorcycle.
Oh, no.
Looked like he was riding in maybe a dirt bike. They were riding in some trails, some hills and whatnot. Somebody auto-tuned his accident. Yeah. This is so rude, bro.
Gosh, dude.
So rude. Probably broke a rib or something, but now he's going viral for sounding like this.
That's amazing, though. I mean, that's great.
Is that on a loop, or was he continuing to make those noises?
Knocked his little wind out.
It's like a broken ankle.
That's so rude.
Gosh,
Let's see what else. We got time, dude? Nah, we ain't got time. I'll wait for another day.
All right. Want to vote?
Yeah, let's vote.
Okay, we got the auto-tuned motorbike accident. We got Jackson State softball, Kevin Montgomery. You got Abbotsford play-by-play announcer accosted in the booth. A fan threw his own chair at him, hit him in the leg.
Yeah.
Or our current champion, the Dayton DUI. I'm going to go with the play-by-play announcer, Chief. How about you?
Auto-tune.
Lucius?
Dayton. Dayton, man.
Wolchuk?
Stop sign.
Yeah, I think I'll go with the AHL hockey peeps.
Brant?
Auto-tune.
By a score of 2-2, we have a tie for the G-Bag of the Day Championship. Whenever that is the case, we invite you to join us at G-Bag Nation on Twitter X. You can follow us all of our handles are in the bio, but we're going to create an Insta poll, and here coming up at about 10-15 minutes late in LA Live, I guess if I remember. I think I'm over on this one so far.
I'll try. We'll all try to help.
Yeah.
We'll announce the winner here coming up in about 15 minutes. It's time now for LA Live.
It's a room full of lions, bro.
Here's Lucius.
This is the task, trying to remember. This is Toxic Tuesday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance, some of everything. Everybody get high.
This next joke is so dark it made my therapist cry. So in 2018, my little brother died. He had a little heroin whoopsie daisy.
Oh, whoopsie daisy.
Yes.
That's the only way that's funny. Dude, it gets real serious. But a month later, my mother, grief-stricken, she took her life.
Oh, jeez.
And I know that's a little TMI and really not that funny. But for my little sister, my big brother, and myself, that's like the worst way to find out you are not the favorite.
Wow.
Toxic, bro.
Wow. That's really toxic.
It's toxic, man.
That's really toxic.
This is LA Live for Tuesday, May 27th, 2025. It is a Toxic Tuesday here in LA Live. Welcome in Tolos. Welcome in first-time listeners. Welcome in last-time and long-time listeners. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. I hope you had a great day yesterday or this weekend with your families, or, thinking about the people who put down their life for you to be on that barbecue grill. Shout out to my acid indigestion I've been rocking for about 3 days. All that barbecue and all that liquor together, I tell you what.
It must have been a nice party.
It burns your esophagus.
It's lethal.
Wow, it's tough. Hey, we have an update here, fellas. We have an update on Boat Boy.
Oh.
Wow, it's so.
He make it to Hawaii?
He made it.
He made it to Hawaii.
He made it.
All right, this guy can sail.
He made it. Look, guys, if you're not familiar with Boat Boy, it's really rude to call him Boat Boy because he's a grown man. He's 29 years old. They call him Sailing with Phoenix. Phoenix is his cat that he kidnapped and brought along this trip. This dude worked for a discount tire for 11 years, and he quit his job after being diagnosed with a rare back disease to sail around the world with his cat. He pulled out all the money from his 401k and bought the sailboat. The sailboat cost $50K. Wow.
Nice sailboat. I'd have got one with a motor for $50K.
Come on, man. He taught himself how to sail from YouTube videos.
That works.
Wow.
Yeah. How about that? YouTube University.
I mean, the way that things swing around, I would just be worried riding solo. I'm gonna fall off.
Yes.
Get hit.
Yes.
And nobody's there to turn the boat around.
Yes. He said he locked himself in the cabin one time.
Okay.
Because the door closed down and it was locked. So he had to break apart the door to get out of there. He's kind of panicky.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
When am I gonna run into something here? Am I gonna get back topside? I can't do that solo.
Facts. Him and his cat arrived safely in Hawaii on Saturday after 24 days at sea. Yes. He was greeted by cheering fans as well as Hawaii Governor Josh Green. Governor Josh Green presented him with an official proclamation at the Waikiki Yacht Club. How about that?
There you go.
Stud.
How about that?
Welcome, you fool.
Yeah. Welcome. You made it.
Good Lord. Let's get this thing sold and get you back on a bird in States.
Yeah.
He celebrated by posting, "Dear Corporate America, I won" on his Instagram.
Good for him. I didn't think he was going to make it.
Neither did I, really. I was so concerned.
You don't mess with the sea.
I just don't want to see something on my timeline that says, "Breaking, we're searching a 200-mile radius for this one young man and his cat."
Air rescue.
I like what my buddy Jesse did better. He checked out.
Whoa.
He's alive. He got 20 grand, bought an acre on the Big Island in the middle of the jungle, and just lives there. He's got like bananas and oranges and avocados growing and chickens and hogs everywhere. So
20?
Yeah, 20 grand.
That's it?
Now,
Does he got a house or anything on that joint?
No, had to build his own tiny home. But got an acre, and it's cool. There's like caves in it and stuff. And it is technically in the volcano's flow path.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
why it's so
that's
cheap.
why it's
Technically, yeah.
Oh, so you want this land?
You know? So yeah, if there's a volcano, you're going to come back to nothing.
Just make sure you check right here that we're not liable for anything, and we told you the difference.
Not our fault.
Yeah.
Yeah. For his next adventure, he said he may sail to the French Polynesia.
Okay.
Where's that at?
Let's figure it out.
From Hawaii.
Yeah.
Man, poor kid. Come on, bro. I mean, he's living a dream out here. His dream.
He attempted life and made it. You know, I mean,
why you want to keep playing around like that?
Because maybe he's got a wish.
Yeah.
Maybe he's got a wish.
Yeah. Well, if y'all find that, let me know. I'm gonna creep on to the next thing here.
Got it.
Have y'all seen this TikTok trend of men calling their friends before bed just to say good night?
Okay, yes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I haven't seen this one.
It's great.
Oh my God.
Great trend.
Yeah, I've been ruining so much of my day by looking at this stuff. Because next thing you know, you're like, oh, that's 45 minutes. Yeah, I love this one right here, man. Men calling their friends to say good night, which it throws men off. Yeah. What you calling me for about good night, bro? What you mean sweet dreams, dog? What does that mean? What does sleep tight mean, bro? Why you telling me about you going to sleep? Listen to this.
What's good, bro?
Man, what's going on with you, fam?
Not too much. Just chilling.
That's what's up, man. I ain't catch you at a bad time, did it?
Nah.
Okay. I just called you, man. I just got in the bed, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to tell you good night.
Hung up on it, bro. I just got in the bed, man. I just want to tell you good night. What? Hello. Who's this?
What would you react like?
Man, don't wish me no good night. Sleep. Don't worry about how I slept. Don't do any of that. Don't tell me you were thinking about me as you was in the bed getting ready to go to sleep. Just thinking about your dog. I just want to say good night to you. Hope you get a good sleep.
I mean, immediately you'd be perked up like, what's going on here? Like, there's a bit happening.
Yeah, I would start laughing like, are you serious? What's going on?
What's going on, man?
Hello, is this Ben and Skin? Hello.
Yeah.
Did you get bit by the noise or something? You need a comfort call?
Hey, Lucius, French Polynesia is approximately 2,600 miles south of Hawaii.
Okay.
It's like Tahiti, that area. Yeah, they're both in the Pacific Ocean, but in different regions.
Oh, boy.
Hawaii's in the North Pacific, and French Polynesia is in the South Pacific.
Oh, boy.
So it's 2,600 miles next sail.
Doing some island hopping.
Oh, boy. Well, let's wish him the best as he does this.
Please make it.
I'll keep keeping up with him. In fact, there's a tracker you can track this guy and see where he's at. He hasn't left Hawaii yet. He's been there for like 2 days chilling, collecting all that money.
Well, he made it. He might know what he's doing. He made it to Hawaii.
On the grace of God. You feel what I'm saying?
I totally agree.
Grace of God.
I mean, how safe is that? I guess I should ask ChatGPT, but it just seems like unless I have a massive boat, the waves are eventually going to get big enough to put me in danger.
It's going to be nasty, especially if you're going like north to south. Now you got to go through that weather change somehow. The water's warmer down there, bro. Weather change.
Flirt with danger.
Yeah. Danger. Little danger right there.
What's up, my guy?
What's going on with you, family?
Man, what you got going?
Oh.
I'm going to head to work.
Man, I would just call and tell you good night, bro. I'm finna go lay down next to Ash.
You say?
I was just calling and tell you good night, bro. I'm finna go lay down next to Ash because I thought about it before I lay down, bro. I just want to hear your voice, bro.
Whoa.
You sick, man?
You sick?
Yeah, nah, nigga, I just was thinking about you, so I'm finna go lay down, cuz. Just want to tell you good night, bro.
Lay down, cuz.
All right, Sam. All right.
All right.
Okay.
I get it to you tomorrow, man.
Oh, no.
Yeah, his number probably got blocked. Yeah, I'll get you tomorrow, Blair.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, I looked up something about a sailboat, by the way. $50,000 sailboat is between 25 and 35 feet long. It's likely between 20 and 40 years old. It's kind of a cruiser or
no.
a race cruiser. It's got one small berth. That's for a bed.
No.
Basic gallery head, which was the bathroom, navigation equipment, possibly.